By practicing anything, my supreme proficiency system activates and gives me 100% rewards. After a while, even gods cannot stand in front of me. Shenmue chewed on a bland vegetable cake, grimacing. He wasn't from this world. He'd been a timid, average guy back on Earth. He'd woken up here, in another body. His predecessor, also named Shenmue, was a poor portrait artist. He wasn't home. He was at Green Peak View, a Taoist temple, making money copying scriptures. The original Shenmue had been here 2 days before his consciousness vanished, replaced by the new Shenmue. "Chengming, your master isn't back," a 50-something Taoist priest asked, washing dishes. He was Mr. He, the temple's caretaker. "Nope," mumbled an 8-year-old novice, Chengming, sitting beside Shenmue. "This spirit's a stubborn one," Mr. He said, eyeing Shenmue. Shenmue stayed silent. "You know, they say this scholar woke up a changed man. Couldn't write, couldn't talk right, didn't recognize anyone. That's how they knew," Mr. He whispered conspiratorially. Shenmue forced a smile. Why was he telling him this? "Master's the best," Changming declared, swallowing his cake. "Even the strongest spirits can be purged, with fire," Mr. He said, looking pointedly at Shenmue. Shenmue's heart pounded. Had he been discovered already? He glanced at the small novice, easy to overpower. Then at the stout Mr. He, no chance. He considered running, but Mr. He went back to his dishes. Shenmue exhaled. Spirits? What was that about? Unfamiliar memories surfaced. This world believed in spirits and ghosts. Strange events were blamed on evil spirits, unexplained deaths, disappearances, sudden personality changes. This wasn't unusual. The government even had officials who dealt with such things. And their solution for possession? Burning at the stake. I can't let them find out I'm different, Shenmue thought, chewing his dry cake. In the temple library, Shenmue stared at the scriptures, worried. The language was different. Without his predecessor's memories, he wouldn't understand a word. Maybe I can inherit his writing, he thought hopefully. It doesn't look that hard. He picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and wrote 3 characters, the title of the scripture. His face fell. The characters were decent, but far worse than his predecessors. Anyone could tell the difference. Different handwriting, strange behavior, a changed man, this was bad. If they thought he was possessed, he was toast. He looked at his wrist. Should I break my hand? He shuddered, remembering the burnings. No way. I'm not getting burned alive. If I fall at the right angle, I can fracture my wrist. A wrist injury would explain the bad writing. Better safe than sorry. Just break the arm. He stood, ready to find a good spot to stage his accident, when a gray, translucent wall appeared in front of him. He reached out, his hand passing right through. What? He realized the wall wasn't real. It was an image projected onto his eyes. A perk of transmigration? He looked closer. Words appeared on the wall, sharp and clear, radiating an ancient energy, writing, 7136/10,000/first order a cheat? Awesome. Shenmue quickly accepted the wall. Cheats weren't normal either. He didn't care about possible consequences. He'd been nobody back on Earth. Now, he had a second chance, a power. He'd embrace it, even if it was a trap. This was an adventure. The cheat was simple, like a skill system in a game. The wall appeared when he willed it. It was translucent, like tinted glasses, not obstructing his vision. He practiced writing, but the numbers on the wall stayed the same. He tried again, this time focusing, carefully shaping each stroke, comparing his writing to his predecessor's memories. Something clicked. He felt a deeper understanding, a sense of how to improve, how to match, even surpass, the writing on the wall. Practice builds skill. Skill brings understanding, he realized, grinning. With this, he had nothing to fear. Bad handwriting? He'd just practice. He opened the scriptures. They were just a cover. He put them aside, grabbed a fresh brush, and started practicing with water on a spare surface. He didn't know how long it would take to match his predecessor's skill, and he didn't want to waste paper or leave evidence of his practice. In the quiet library room, there was only the slight sound of a brush rubbing against the tabletop. The rag to wipe the water stains is gradually soaked and soaked. Shenmue was immersed in practicing calligraphy and never tired of it. He had never been so focused on one thing. It was not that he had never thought of practicing calligraphy in his previous life. But after buying a copybook and writing 2 lines, I couldn't help turning my head to look at my phone. It lasted for 2 days, and finally it was over. The same is true in life. Sometimes when I wake up, I feel that I am mediocre and want to change, but the next day I sink again. The feeling of being awake for a while and fainting for a while is like a ghost press bed, a nightmare that can't be woken up. But in this life, in the face of the more boring and difficult to learn calligraphy, it is still a completely unfamiliar font a day ago. Shenmue burst out with unprecedented enthusiasm. The feeling of knowing how to improve the next word after writing one word made him want to stop and enjoy it. Around 2 in the afternoon, Shenmue's stomach growled. Hunger woke him from his immersion. The water-writing font on the desktop is slowly drying. The gray wall appeared again. Writing, 8056/10000/first order, Shenmue carefully enjoyed the unfinished feeling. Whoever brought him here, he was grateful for it. Lunch was brought by Changming Xiaodaeton. 3 coarse grain vegetable cakes, a plate of boiled green leafy vegetables, and a bowl of gruel. Shenmue devoured it, and in Changming's surprised eyes, he ate like a wind in a cloud. After sending away Changming, Shenmue continued to practice calligraphy. The water in the wash pan was changed from basin to basin. The rag was wrung out and soaked. It was not until the light was dim and Shenmue's vision was blurred that Shenmue stopped practicing and kept hammering his sore back with both hands. Writing, 8673/10000/first order, on the gray wall, writing skills have been greatly improved again. Unfortunately, it's still not as good as its predecessor. After thinking about it, Shenmue dried the water stains on the brush and quietly hid it in the inner pocket of the wide cuff. There is a deadline for copying scriptures. The Taoist temple would not allow him to eat and live here in vain. If he wanted to catch up with his predecessor as soon as possible and finish copying scriptures as soon as possible, he had to work overtime to continue practicing calligraphy when he returned to the guest room. In his previous life, he hated this kind of overtime work during breaks, and he wished to greet the 18th generation ancestors of the company's managers. Now a little eager to try. In King Fengwen West Courtyard, there are 2 figures standing in the shadows outside the Moon Gate. Uncle He, there is something unusual about that scholar today. A middle-aged Taoist in his 30s asked solemnly. He is the leader of King Fengwen Fengren Taoist Sincerity. The fire engineer He Daoran glanced at the darkened guest room not far away and frowned. I deliberately tested it twice today, and found nothing abnormal. Last night, the unintentional bell rang for no reason, and there must be evil spirits in the Taoist temple. The Taoist said sincerely and coldly. Everybody in the Taoist temple practiced martial arts, with strong qi and blood, but the scholar was weak and most likely to be possessed. But during the day, apart from dipping in water to practice calligraphy, he doesn't have any other outstanding performances? He Daoran was still undecided. Could that evil spirit have been frightened away by Wuxenling? You said he was practicing calligraphy? Sincerity couldn't help narrowing his eyes. I've seen him write, the structure is coordinated, and the handwriting is elegant. He writes so well, what is he practicing? Sincerity snorted coldly. Really possessed by evil? He Doran's face turned pale. Don't look at King Fengwen's full-time cleanup of evil spirits, but that's all the work of the Watcher Fengren. He Daoran has been a fire worker all his life, and he has never seen such an inexplicable strange thing. Thinking that he is likely to face an evil spirit, he couldn't help shivering. Then, let's go and tie him up. No, the moon is shining brightly tonight, and the evil spirits are even weirder. Wait for tomorrow, wait for him to be introduced into the Patriarch's hall in the morning, and directly suppress him with a heartless bell. Said sincerely. This evil spirit is really daring and dare to come to King Fengwen to be wild. Moreover, ordinary evildoers are ignorant. This evildoer also knows how to practice calligraphy, trying to get away with it. He is definitely not an ordinary evildoer. Can it be done? He Daoran was uneasy. Evil has possessed the body, the spirit and flesh are incompatible. Wuxenling is the best at capturing the soul, and it is the nemesis of evil. Sincerely comforted. Uncle He, this is the evil spirit talisman left by the master. You can carry it on your body tonight. With it, you can rest easy. Tomorrow everything will be as usual, and you can't miss any flaws. The upper lines are as red as blood. Under the moonlight, there is a crystal clear feeling. And Shang Ming, he is young and easily attacked by evil spirits. After breakfast tomorrow morning, you will take him to the Haosan mountain to grow vegetables, and I will personally guide this scholar. Chang Chang warned carefully. Okay, listen to you. He Daoran was relieved. He didn't want to meet the evil spirits. The next morning, the library. With dark circles under his eyes, Shenmue spread out a large piece of white paper with 2 slaps. This is the cut paper for copying the scriptures. The door to the root is wonderful and wonderful, 1 page of scriptures in one go. Putting the brush on the pen holder, Chen Mu put the scriptures copied by his predecessor on the side and compared them. It's finally done. With a thought, a gray wall appeared in front of him. Writing, 103/10,000/second order, it's not a waste of money for me to live all night. Afraid of being found abnormal by the people in the Taoist temple, Chen Mu did not dare to light the oil lamp. Fortunately, the full moon hung high last night, enough for him to practice calligraphy under the moon. Master Chen, it's really early today. A voice suddenly sounded at the door. Chen Mu was taken aback and looked up, just in time to meet a face that was half smile but not smiling. He knew this person, and the sincerity of the Taoist disciple was that the other party recruited his predecessor to copy the scriptures. Last night, he reviewed his predecessor's memory and found that this time he copied a total of 7 copies of the scriptures. Living frugally is enough for him to live for more than a month. Sincerity is long. I shouldn't bother Chen Gongzi copying the scriptures, but I do have something to ask for, so I can only take the liberty of visiting. The sincerity gesture was leisurely, with a warm smile on his face. But my heart is slightly tight, don't be anxious, don't be dry, and don't startle the snake. Please tell me? Chen Mu curiously looked at the sincerity. Today, a good letter came to visit and promised to invite 1,000-character treasured scripture home to worship. This morning I found out that only the last copy of the treasured scripture was left, and there was an extra ink spot. Looked embarrassed. That kind letter is a master's friend, so I really dare not neglect it. I thought of Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen's handwriting is elegant and beautiful, can you help me to transcribe it urgently? He took out a small gray cloth bag, little run pen, it's not a respect. No problem, where are the scriptures? Chen Mu took the cloth bag and readily agreed. This scripture is a bit special. It was engraved in the temple of the patriarch of the Taoist temple. I have to trouble Chen Gongzi to bring the pen and ink and move to the patriarch's palace. Sincerity apologized. Well, time is running out, let's go right now. Without hesitation, Chen Mu turned around to pack up his ink, and ink. Sincerely, make a fist under the broad cuff. Done. The two walked out of the library side by side, sincerely trying to suppress their anxiety. Soon, as long as you enter the patriarchal hall, you can suppress this evil. Sir Sincerity, are you hungry? If we eat a vegetable pancake and go, it won't take much time anyway. Chen Mu said suddenly. Sincerity's heart skipped a beat, and quickly returned to God. Okay, let's eat first. The two turned around and walked towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, Dao Renhe was absent-mindedly washing the dishes. Sincerely told me that Taoist priests got up very early today. After breakfast, all of them were sincerely arranged to practice on the square in front of the ancestor hall. On the one hand, it urges qi and blood to protect itself, and on the other hand, it blocks the intersection to prevent evil spirits from escaping. I don't know if that evil spirit has been suppressed. Daoran was thinking when he looked up and saw a figure with a pale face and dark eye sockets. Doran's frightened heart almost stopped. Let's have dinner. Chang Yi hurriedly spoke in advance. Daoran shook his hand and hurriedly prepared meals for the two of them. Chen Mu devoured it, swallowed 2 of his own vegetable cakes in 2 or 3 times, and almost poured a bowl of porridge directly into his mouth. After eating, I stared at the sincere vegetable cake without blinking. I'm not too hungry, you can eat. Chang Yi's eyelids jumped. Okay. Chen Mu happily took the sincere vegetable cake and chewed it. Sincerity quickly ate his gruel and sat beside him pretending to be relaxed, but Yu Guang stared at Chen Mu. Seeing that Chen Mu had eaten all his vegetable pancakes, he breathed a sigh of relief. It should work now. Just bring this guy into the patriarch. Can you give me another bowl of porridge? I'm choking. Chen Mu looked difficult. Okay. Sincerity resisted the urge to grit his teeth and waved at Daoran. Daoran gave Chen Musheng porridge with a sad face. Let the evil spirits have enough to eat and drink, so how can they fight? But if he doesn't give it, what will he do? He gave Chen Mu the porridge with a bitter face, watched the other party drink it all in one gulp, and hiccuped contentedly. Daoran was nervous and itchy. Young Master Chen, can you go now? Sincerity tried to suppress the fluctuating breath. Let's go, start early and collect your work early. Chen Mu was satisfied, and followed his sincerity to a majestic hall. At this moment, in the small square in front of the hall, 7 or 8 Taoists were wearing bunts and practicing martial arts in full swing. Chen Mu stood beside the square, watching the Taoist practice with great interest. Sincerity was anxious, but did not dare to urge too much, for fear of being noticed by this evil spirit. After watching for a full quarter of an hour, Chen Mucai walked into the Patriarch's hall with a reluctant expression. Looking at Chen Mu, who walked into the Patriarch's palace with sincerity, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No matter what kind of evil you are, if you have the bell to suppress you or not, you will definitely die. Chang Yi suddenly regained his composure, glanced at the disciples who were practicing the exercises, and followed up the ancestor hall with a relaxed expression. Chen Gongzi, please read, the scriptures are here. Yi pointed at the east wall of the Patriarch's hall with a smile on his face. I don't know that the mystery is upside down, but I want to know that the fire is good for planting lotus. I will bring the white tiger home and raise it, and I will produce a pearl like a full moon. The whole wall is a huge stone. A mysterious scripture is engraved on the dragon flying in phoenix dance. The font is elegant and atmospheric, and the scriptures are esoteric and bizarre. Looking at it, it makes people feel mysterious and longing in their hearts. Good word, I'll start copying it. Chen Mu found a table and unfolded the pen, ink, paper and inkstone. Good word? What kind of words does an evil spirit know, and he still wants to get away with it? Please, young Master Chen. Sincerity smiled slowly, his eyelids drooped, and a cold light flickered. While Chen Mu was not paying attention, he quietly came to the offering table in the Patriarch's hall. A bronze bell with a little patina is being buckled in front of the incense burner on the offering table. Sincerely and respectfully bowed and saluted, got up and quickly picked up the copper bell. The bell is slap-length and has a handle. The top of the grip is sharp like the tip of a gun. The surface is inscribed with human face patterns, embellished with patina and rust, and is simple and heavy. Turning over the copper bell, at a glance, there was no duo tongue. With sincerity, he turned to look at Chen Mu, who was copying books seriously against the wall, and smiled coldly, pretend. Sincerity used the handle spikes to plunge into the palm of his left hand, and immediately placed the blood-dripping palm in the air on the mouth of the copper bell. An invisible suction force was generated, and the break in the palm was like an unscrewed faucet, and bright red blood quickly flowed out into the copper bell. In just 5 breaths, Sincerity's face became extremely pale. The blood was suspended in the copper bell out of thin air, rotating and converging, forming a crystal blood bead the size of a peanut. Inadvertently ringing the bell, I tell you to show up immediately. Sincerity stared at Chen Mu's back, and shook the copper bell fiercely. The crystal blood beads acted as duo's tongues, and scattered on the copper wall. Clang! A distant bell rang suddenly. An invisible wave centered on the bell and quickly spread around. Then it was refracted and rebounded by the walls of the Patriarch's hall, and it continued to reverberate and gather in the entire Patriarch's hall, but it never spread to the outside of the temple. Chen Mu, who was seriously copying the scriptures, was shocked, and his body suddenly froze in place. Ha ha! Let me see what the hell you are! Sincerity stared at Chen Mu eagerly. A long burp came out of Chen Mu's mouth. Sincerity, why doesn't it work? The unintentional bell has clearly been prompted? Is it not powerful enough? Sincerity gritted his teeth, pierced his left hand again, injected blood, and then shook the bell fiercely. Clang! The distant bell rings again. Chen Mu's figure stagnated again. Sincerely, the left hand makes a fist. Done. Taoist, keep ringing, this bell sounds really nice. Chen Mu, who was stiff in place, suddenly turned around. Sincerity, are you okay? Sincerity asked cautiously. Chen Mu frowned and thought, I just feel that my stomach is a little bloated. Sincerity, go ahead and shake it, the bell and the scriptures match very well. Chen Mu scratched his head and smiled. Still shaking? You are afraid that you want me to die. Carrying the copper bell, he approached Chen Mu and looked at the text that had been copied. The structure is coordinated and the handwriting is elegant. It is basically the same as the Chen Mu font I saw for the first time, and it is even better, with a little more ethereal charm. Am I guessing wrong? Was the evil spirit scared away by Wuxenling last night? Wuxenling is the ancestral tradition of King Fengwen. It is said that it came from the ancient pure Yangdao, and it specializes in fighting all kinds of ghosts and evil spirits. The person in front of him did not respond to Wuxenling, indicating that the soul and flesh of the other party are one, and they are not possessed by evil at all. Thinking of this, Sincerity only felt dizzy for a while. This heartless bell is very powerful, and it consumes a lot of energy. It needs a lot of blood to motivate. He was a strong man who practiced the exercises all the year round, and his face turned pale after being sucked only twice. The key is that it hasn't worked yet. It's like outputting to the air for a while, but nothing happens. The more he thought about it, the more top-heavy he felt. No, I have to go and take some medicine. Put away the whooshing bell, and leave the patriarch's hall with sincerity and embarrassment. He was afraid of fainting here. Seeing the sincerity of leaving in a hurry, Shenmue couldn't help but pouted. Isn't it just to let you ring the bell twice, to run? Does that ringtone sound really comfortable? He looked up at the translucent gray wall in front of him. Writing, 135/10,000/second order, why did it pop out like a pop-up window? Well, another experience. Forget it, let's copy the scriptures now. 4 days later, the library. Sincerely and carefully read the copied Taoist scriptures. In front of him, 7 Taoist scriptures were laid out. This is the result of Shenmue's labor these days. 2 of them were copied by the predecessor, and the remaining 5 were copied by him. Sincerely put down the last Taoist scripture, and picked up the first one. I will read again, and then read again. I'm going to turn the book over again. Shenmue reminded expressionlessly. I just said that I just turned it over, but I read from the beginning to the end, word by word. Isn't this guy trying to cheat? Shenmue narrowed his eyes, walked silently to the corner of the desk, and quietly touched the inkstone with his right hand. After thinking about it, my left hand slowly clasped the pen again. After a long while, Sincerity closed the page unwillingly. Raising his eyes and noticing Shenmue's small movements, his eyelids twitched fiercely. Is this scholar so arrogant? Although the handwriting has indeed changed a bit, it is more elegant and beautiful. It has a match with the carvings on the walls of the ancestors' hall. And if you look closely, you will find that this word is in the same line as the original handwriting. I can only admire the other party's outstanding talent and improved calligraphy skills. He hadn't heard that Xie-sun could inherit the talent and learning of the original book, or even go further. I really guessed wrong. Just when Shenmue couldn't help but start, Sincerity took out a small gray cloth bag from the cuff. Little run, no respect. Shenmue immediately smiled. Not too small, not too small, why don't you watch it again? No, the handwriting is beautiful and generous, and it looks like an ethereal fairy. It is a rare good calligraphy. Li Gongzi has an outstanding talent in calligraphy, and he will definitely become a generation of people. He complimented with sincerity. Sincerity is better than awards. Shenmue said modestly. The two exchanged greetings for a while, and Shenmue said goodbye. After copying the scriptures, it was time for him to go home. At the entrance of the Taoist temple, Shenmue Jing bid farewell with Sincerity. Ha! Sincerity suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. Shenmue couldn't help turning his head to look. King Fengguan is located on the halfway of Shaodong Mountain, and there is a stone staircase leading to the foot of the mountain. At this moment, a figure is running wildly from the bottom of the mountain. One step, it jumped 5 or 6 meters, and after a few ups and downs, the mountain road was halfway gone. Shenmue was stunned. How could this man run so fast? The scalp tightened, and my heart couldn't help jumping. This world has martial arts that make people jump over the eaves. He couldn't help thinking of the Taoists who practiced martial arts in King Fengguan. Can they also fly over the eaves? Shenmue thought it was just a Daoing technique to strengthen the body. Master Sincerity, does King Fengguan teach martial arts? Shenmue looked at Sincerity with gleaming eyes. With Sincerity, he looked back and glanced at Shenmue. Master Chen wants to learn martial arts? Unfortunately, Qingfeng Guanwo is only taught to direct disciples. Sincerity said lightly, Chen Gongzi is an adult and does not meet the requirements of Guanyi to accept disciples. Isn't there a saying of a lay disciple? Shenmue didn't give up. This is a martial art that can fly over the eaves. Smile sincerely without saying a word. Shenmue wanted to ask again. The figure who was still at the foot of the mountain just now had come to the two of them. This man was dressed in black attire, with a black-handled gooseling knife hanging from his waist. The other party came with a strong wind blowing his face, and as soon as he stood firm, he said anxiously, Is Taoist Master Fengren here? Lu Cha too? Chang Yi's face changed. Master has not returned from the mountain. But where did the evil happen again? Lu Chao turned his head to look at Shenmue. Go in and talk. Shenmue stood at the door of the Taoist temple, looking at the figures of the two hurried away, with an inexplicable expression. Martial arts? Evil? This world is really amazing. He wanted to see how powerful the martial arts was, and wanted to know what the evil was. This unknown world is a huge treasure for him, waiting for him to explore. Shenmue couldn't help his blood boil. This world is very big, I want to see it. Qingshan County East Gate, East City Rongliang Rice Shop. Just now, Shenmue, who was still eager to see the world, felt like someone had thrown a basin of cold water. 10 buckets of white wheat, 1 cloth bag, and 62 copper plates of sincerity. The man at the rice shop put the gray cloth bag on the counter and looked at Chen Mu with a smile. The 150 copper plates on his body have not yet been warmed, and almost half of them have gone away at once. If you let go of eating, these white wheat will be enough for more than half a month. Plus the consumption of firewood, oil, salt, pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. Don't talk about going to see the world. If you can't continue to make money, you can talk about whether you can have food next month. It's not easy to live. Carrying the rice bag, Chen Mu left Dongsher and came to Pingan Square in the southeast of the county. According to memory, Chen Mu stopped in front of a house. This is the former home. My father passed away a few years ago. His mother died young again, leaving him alone to live here. Opening the copper lock, pushing open the gray wooden door, Chen Mu stepped in. The courtyard is not big, with a vegetable field on the east, a thatched shed on the west, and a mud stove below. There is a well next to it. Although the sparrow is small, it has all the internal organs and is a good place. In the main room, facing the door, there is a square table with 2 long chairs beside it. Chen Mu came to the west side window. There was a long wooden table with pots and pans. Pouring the white wheat into the black rice jar beside the table, Chen Mu sat down at the square table to rest. Traveling, evil, practicing calligraphy, copying scriptures, since he came to this world, he has not been idle for a moment. Now that everything has settled down, he is a little dazed. Make a living by writing portraits like the predecessor? That kind of life he can almost see the head at a glance. Live frugally and work hard to save money. When you are old, you can marry a daughter-in-law alive. Then give birth to a child who does not know filial piety or not. Then spend the rest of his life in the noise of firewood, rice, oil, and salt. You can say that bland is true, but you can also say that it is mediocre. This is almost a replica of Chen Mu's previous life. But since he was given the opportunity to travel, he no longer wanted to live that same life. He's going to Rome. He's going on an adventure. Bang bang bang. There was a sudden knock on the door. Open the door. Who is this? Chen Mu opened the door suspiciously. A tall and thin old man in his 50s stood at the door. The other party said with a cold face, "Rent collection." A flash of memory quickly came to my mind. Lian Wo, the second housekeeper of the Wang family, the rent collector. Although he has lived in his own house since childhood, the house does not belong to him. "Butler Li, please come in," Chen Mu said politely. No, Butler Li waved his hand and said indifferently, "Pay the money." "Wait a minute, I'll go get it right away." Chen Mu turned back to the house and took out a black pottery from under the bed. Tao Wang gray cloth seal, the size of 2 fists. Open the sealing line, turn it up and down, and pop out a small pile of copper coins. This is all the savings from the predecessor. Quickly counting out 310 copper plates and putting them in the small bag, Chen Mu returned to the door. "Butler Li, take the rent for March." Chen Mu handed over the gray cloth bag. Butler Li took it and raised his hand twice, nodded slightly, threw it to the 2 strong men behind him, turned around and left. Chen Mu closed the door and went back to the house, sighing and counting the copper plates. Counting the income from copying the scriptures, there are still 232 in total. Fat meat costs 24 coppers a pound. With this amount of money, you can't buy 10 pounds of meat. He wants to brave the world, but he must first make money to eat. East City, Qingshan County, Ink Studio. Ink Studio specializes in pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and also sells printed books. Chen Mu was sitting on the east side of the entrance of the Ink Studio. There is a table in front of him, complete with pen, ink, paper and inkstone. There was also a piece of white paper hanging in front of the table, on which 2 people were drawn. One was himself, writing with a pen, and the other was a passerby with only his back. Next to the portrait is written 8 elegant characters: "Write letters, draw portraits." This is the place where the predecessor wrote the portrait. The tables, chairs and benches are all from the Ink Studio, including his location, and the rent is 2 copper plates a day. Chen Mu sat behind the desk, boredly waiting for the business to come. The productivity of this era is not high, and the standard of living and education is not good. The poor people at most let people carry messages, and rarely write letters. After sitting for a day, he only wrote 3 letters. Writing a letter is different from selling words with calligraphy. It is impossible to sell money by words. Within a piece of letter paper, there are always 3 copper plates. 3 letters are 9 coins. Give 2 to Ink Studio, leave 4 for rent reserves, and only 3. It is barely enough for a day's meals, but it's still the kind that I can't get enough to eat. Ugh. In the evening 4 days later, Chen Mu came to the vicinity of Anlafang in the north of the East City. This is a street in Guilin, where a large number of brothels and shoe halls gather. The sky was getting dark, and it became more and more lively here. Chen Mu stood in the shadow of the street corner, staring at an old man on the street. The old man was wearing a long gown and had a table in front of him, and he was concentrating on splashing ink. He has been observing for 2 days. The old man is a painter, and here he makes portraits for a living. The protagonists of the portraits are mostly singers in the hook bars along the street. The exact amount of income is not clear, but seeing that the other party is clean and bright, and he must go out to eat every day, it is not too far behind. Walking out of the street corner, slowly approaching the old man's desk, looking at the other party's painting for a moment, Chen Mu pretended to nod. The old man looked up at Chen Mu for a moment, then smiled. "Why, you also want to sell paintings?" Chen Mu was startled. The old man could see what he was thinking. Seemingly aware of Chen Mu's doubts, the old man straightened up and smiled indifferently. "You've been watching me for 2 days, and you haven't made up your mind yet?" Chen Mu was stunned, but he felt that he was hiding well, but he didn't expect to be noticed earlier. "Selling paintings is a dead end. Young man, listen to my advice, go back and study hard." The old man's face was inscrutable. "The water in this line is very deep, you can't hold it." The old man sneered lightly. Chen Mu's face was inexplicable. How deep the water could be to sell a painting. "I won't stop you, just ask for more blessings." The old man smiled, lowered his head and continued to paint and ignored it. Ping and Square Chen Mu didn't care about eating, so he plunged into the study on the east side, and took a self-portrait for himself in the reflection of the water basin. After painting, look in the mirror to compare. This painting, except for self-painting, there is no resemblance at all. A gray wall appeared before him. Writing, 1035/10,000/second order, drawing, 3061/10,000/first order, Chen Mu thought about the painting of the old man on Guilin Street. Well, at least there is a lot of room for improvement. Putting away the paintings, Chen Mu left the study. After pouring all the money on the square table, Chen Mu counted it again. There are 2 paths before him. One is to live according to the original owner's trajectory, slowly accumulate wealth, and look for possible opportunities for change. The other is to give it a try, take out all the money to practice painting in seclusion, and after you have achieved the level, go to Guilinigia Street to paint the singers, earn more money, eat your fill first, and then try more possibilities. Whether it is the former original owner or the previous life, he will choose the first one. Because that looks more secure and stable. Don't dare to step out of your comfort zone, don't dare to face unknown pressure, don't dare to show the courage to sacrifice your life. This is the general state of all beings. Facts have proved that even choosing a seemingly safe choice does not necessarily bring stability. Any accident in life can defeat this seemingly stable but fragile peaceful life. I've already worn it, what else is there to take care of? Chen Mu smiled. Besides, I still have gray wall proficiency. He went out with the money and bought white wheat to fill the rice jar. They also planned carefully and bought enough oil, salt and firewood for 2 months. Carefully organized the vegetable field on the east side of my small courtyard, plan the amount of food that can be eaten every day, and try to last until 2 months later. After preparing everything, there were only 3 copper plates left on his body. However, Chen Mu felt a sense of physical and mental relaxation. When everything was ready, Chen Mu closed the door and began to practice painting. The painting technique of this era is similar to the freehand brushwork of splashing ink in ancient times, focusing on meaning rather than shape. The predecessor's father was an old scholar who taught children for a living. The previous painting skills were taught by my father. Chen Mu does not intend to develop according to the previous technique. He has seen the paintings of the old man Guilin, and the paintings of the other party are very expressive. Even with the help of proficiency, Chen Mu is not sure to surpass it within a period of time. He intends to find another way. In the previous life, in the era of information explosion, I have seen many paintings of various kinds. Compared with freehand painting, Chen Mu intends to create a 3-dimensional painting of fine brushwork, and highlight one word like. It's like a camera. Holding a branch with a sharpened tip, Chen Mu came to the vegetable field in the small courtyard. There is a flat land about 1 meter in diameter, with a layer of fine soil evenly spread on it. Writing in water is fine, but painting is not suitable. He plans to practice on fine soil, which can be used repeatedly. Facing the reflection of the water basin, Chen Mu used sharpened branches to outline each stroke. It took half an hour to draw a self-portrait. Chen Mu couldn't wait to call out the gray wall. Writing, 1035/10,000/second order, drawing, 3073/10000/first order. A portrait will increase your proficiency by 12 points. Fortunately, Shen Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Drawing takes more time than writing. Fortunately, the experience has improved a lot. After leveling the ground and sieving soil to cover it, Shen Mu continued to paint. This time, I only got 9 proficiencies. While sorting out the fine soil, Shen Mu thought and summed up what he had gained between the 2 paintings. After writing again, he consciously made improvements. The proficiency really improved greatly, and I got 13 points. It seems to be more devoted. After each practice drawing, Shen Mu would take a short rest, sum up what he had gained, and even use pen and paper to record. Time passed slowly as he practiced, improved, and practiced. Shen Mu's drawing ability has also improved little by little. A month and a half later, in the study, Shen Mu's hair was loose and his beard was messy. With a brush in his hand, he sketched lightly on the white paper. A white-clothed fluttering, ethereal beauty was born under the pen. This beauty has long dark hair, a three-dimensional figure, smart eyes, and even has a feeling of being alive. Shen Mu put his pen away and looked at it, thought about it, and wrote a 7-character poem next to him. The sky is full of frost on the 10-mile Pingda Lake, and every inch of blue silk is sad for the Chinese New Year. Looking at each other in the shape of a moon, I only envy the mandarin ducks, not the immortals. Writing, 1035/10000/second order, drawing, 72/10000/second order, it's done. As long as the skills on the gray wall enter the second level, they will undergo qualitative changes. Just like calligraphy, just looking at the font structure, there is no obvious difference between the second order and the first order peak. But look at the whole text. Second order words will have a special charm. At the beginning, I copied the scriptures for King Fengguan, but the later books have obviously more ethereal temperament. Just looking at the font makes people feel that the Taoist scriptures are mysterious. In the same way, when the drawing ability enters the second level, he has a lot of knowledge in his mind. When he draws a faceplate, the general shape of different faces will appear in his brain. When drawing eyes, all kinds of eyes, such as phoenix eyes, peach blossom eyes, triangular eyes, and watery eyes, come to mind. Outline the bridge of the nose, and all kinds of information about the distribution of the 3 quarts, 5 eyes, and facial features will come one after another. As long as a person speaks clearly enough, he can draw a 7/8 image of the other person without seeing him. Not only that, but all kinds of pigments are well known. He also knew a thing or two about magical pigments such as insect repellent, permanent preservation, and even invisible discoloration. Combing his hair, cleaning his beard, changing into clean clothes, holding a pen, ink, paper, inkstone, and the painting he named Shaoqian, Shen Mu left home and went straight to Anlafang. The rice tank has bottomed out, and if it doesn't open again, he won't have any food to eat. And Lafong, Rui Zhai. Shen Mu found the shopkeeper and handed the only 3 copper plates to the other party. I rented tables, chairs, benches, and an open space at the door for a day. Rui Zhai is one of the 4 top restaurants in Anlafang. It mainly focuses on elegant vegetarian food, and is best at all kinds of medicated meals that warm and detoxify. In addition to all kinds of players who are not bad money, various brothel singers often order meals here. The singers don't easily show their faces, but the singers always have their own servants running around. Shen Mu is not well known. If he wants to open up the situation as soon as possible, he must let customers see his works as soon as possible. He is targeting these singer servants. Just as he was fiddling with the tables and chairs, a familiar figure of an old man wandered into Rui Zhai. It was just that he just entered the door and backed out, looked at Shen Mu and said with a half-smiling smile, "Little brother, have you figured it out? You really want to sell paintings here? This is the old painter Shen Mu met last time." After that, Shen Mu asked someone to inquire about it. The other party's surname was Yen, and he was quite famous. He had been hanging out in Anlafang all his life, and many singers who were hot for a while had asked him to paint pictures. "Eat the food," Shen Mu calmly said. "Do you know who I am?" Painter Yen asked. "Yen Laodanqing's wonderful hand is the guest of the singers." Shen Mu replied. "It seems that you don't know who I am yet." Painter Yen smiled. "It's okay, you will know soon." After speaking, Shi Shiran walked into Rui Zhai for dinner. Shen Mu's face was inexplicable. Isn't he the painter Yen? Any special identity? Seeing the increase in the number of people in Rui Zhai, Shen Mu pressed his doubts into his heart. After setting up the table, chairs and benches, laying the painting Shaoqian on the table, pressing the corners with a paperweight inkstone, Shen Mu sat confidently behind the table and waited. The painting should have been framed and hung up so that it would stand out more. Unfortunately, Chen Mu has no money. It was noon now, and it was the time when all the singers started to get up and eat. The maids and servants walked out of the brothels and went to Ru's shops, cloth houses, jewelry shops and other places. Ru Yizai also divides a group of people. These people saw Chen Mu at the door and the paintings on the table at a glance. The vivid three-dimensional painting method, like the similarity of photos, attracts people in an instant. Not long after, there was a circle of people around Chen Mu's desk. There is that clever one who has already taken the lunchbox and ran back quickly. Chen Mu glanced at the back of a maid who was leaving quickly, and was overjoyed. It looks like it will open soon. Don't say, that girl just now was pretty good looking. Then the singer she serves is not far behind. Not only can you make money, but you can also look at beautiful singers. I'm on the right track. But before the beautiful maid came back, an old man came to the door first. Butler Li? Chen Mu asked suspiciously. Did you draw it? Butler Li had a cold face as always, and his words were extraordinarily concise. I drew it. Chen Mu answered honestly. Follow me. Looking at the lifelike portrait on the table again, Butler Li said lightly. This is, for business? Chen Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly rolled up the painting and put away the ink. He shouted at Ru Yizai's shower and asked him to help move the tables and chairs in, and quickly followed stewardly. I don't know who the picture is for. Could it be that Butler Li had a relationship in Anlifang? No, it's more likely that the young master of the Wang family is hiding the beauty here. Chen Mu left with the painting Xiao Qian, and the bystanders also dispersed. Painter Yan, who did not know when he walked out of Ru Yizai again, stood silently at the table. Old Yan, is it the old rules? A strong man appeared behind him. Selling paintings here without passing our Maya Wafang nodding, this kid just needs to clean up. Another skinny guy also smiled and continued, Old Yan, don't worry, this kind of stunned youth, you can know it by beating him. It's the rules. Painter Yan spent his whole life in Anlifang. Portraits from a young age, because of his outstanding painting skills, he quickly became famous. Maya Wafang values its skills, and uses various means to force it to join. Later, with the increase of skills, he gradually established himself in the Maya Wafang. After getting enough benefits, he joined forces with Maya Wafang to control the book portrait business of Anlifang. Many scholars who sell paintings for a living are either forced to join the Maya Wafang to work hard, or they are driven away by various means. Painter Yan stared at the long table where the paintings were placed just now and pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, find out his background. If there is no background, find an opportunity to break his hands. The two people, one tall and one short, looked at each other. This was about to abolish that scholar. Yes. The two nodded quickly. Painter Yan nodded in satisfaction, thinking about the vivid portrait, and snorted coldly. The drawing is good, but it is too good. So good that he couldn't imitate it at all. This kind of person joins the workshop, which is a threat to him. He has been with the painting workshop for half his life, and he has been a blessing for a long time, but he does not want to be overturned when he is old. Then it'll just get rid of you. Chen Mu quickly followed Butler Li walking and walking. He left Anlifang. Not in Anlifang? Could it be that the eldest son of the Wan family, Jin Wu Zhangjiao, raised a concubine outside? The two got into the carriage and rushed into the city along Dongshi Street. Sitting in the car, Butler Li kept quiet and closed his eyes, and Chen Mu was not easy to talk to, so he could only look at the scenery from the car window. As the carriage moved, the buildings on both sides of the street were organized. The flow of people has also changed significantly. The ground streets are paved with bluestone, and the houses have gradually changed from small courtyards to deep courtyards. About a quarter of an hour later, the two came to a red-painted gate. Chen Mu recognized this place as the Wang family courtyard, the owner of the house he rented. Which lady of the Wang family needs a portrait? It may be that when it comes to the wedding, the family prepares a portrait for a blind date. Butler Li is likely to find Painter Yan. Hey, am I taking that old man's business? Chen Mu thought happily. Follow Butler Li and enter through the side door. Along the way, the rockery and water, pavilions, made Chen Mu sigh with emotion, and he was indeed a big family. Then he was led by Butler Li to the inner courtyard, where 7 or 8 servants waited in the patio. Some carried water basins, some held towels, and some carried food containers. As soon as I entered the house, a strong smell of medicine hit my nostrils. Is this lady still ill? Master, the painter is here. Butler Li said respectfully in front of a middle-aged man in his 40s. He? The middle-aged man glanced at Chen Mu suspiciously. Butlerly reached out and took the painting from Chen Mu's hand, unfolded it halfway and signaled to the middle-aged person to watch it. Not bad. Just him. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and nodded in satisfaction. Come with me. Butlerly waved to Chen Mu and walked into the inner room. This is my master, please paint a portrait of Mr. Li. Butlerly motioned for Chen Mu to look at the bed and whispered, Master is seriously ill, in case of an accident, it is better to leave a look for future generations. Chen Mu stared blankly, and a pale old man was lying on the bed unconscious. The first-class pen and ink are ready, let's do it. Chen Mu, this is for me to draw a portrait. What about the beautiful lady? Just paint, make money, don't be shabby. Please bring the clothes and accessories that Master Wang wears every day. It's best to call the maid who is grooming Master Wang. Bring me another nice chair. Butlerly glanced at Chen Mu in surprise, and after going out to ask Master Wang for instructions, he made arrangements according to Chen Mu's request. The portrait was supposed to be dressed and painted. It's a pity that it's hard to say whether you can see the sun tomorrow, not to mention the state of the bed. If it weren't for the second-order drawing skills, Chen Mu would not dare to accept it. Now he is confident. Seeing Master Wang's clothes, Chen Mu's mind appeared neatly dressed. Carefully inquired about the daily operation of grooming maids, and the face and hairstyle of Mr. Wang in a healthy state were already well established. It is complemented by a simple and heavy armchair. The rendering of the entire portrait is clearly presented in front of you. Chen Mu glanced at Master Wang again. Then immediately bowed his head and painted. An hour later, Chen Mu closed his pen and got up. Chen Gongzi's wonderful hand. Butlerly, who had been cold all the time, couldn't help but be moved. The person in the painting has a full face, bright eyes, and meticulously combed hair. The overall image is very different from the person on the hospital bed. But Butlerly knew that this was the image of Mr. Wang when he was in a healthy state. He didn't expect that this poor scholar, who has been obscure for a long time, has such skills. On the carriage, Chen Mu held a small cloth bag with a happy face. Inside is the money that Butlerly gave him, which is 10 taels of silver. At the same time, he will be exempted from rent for 1 year. In Qingshan County, 1 tael of silver can be exchanged for about 1,200 copper plates. 300 copper plates are enough for a family of 3 to spend a month, and they are still enough to eat. 12 taels of silver, save a little, can support a family for 3 years. This is a huge sum of money for Chen Mu. But Butlerly gave it casually. In addition to the fact that his portrait is really outstanding, more of it is the wealth of the Wang family, which is not bad for this amount of money. Now I can finally eat meat. Retreat for half a month, spending energy practicing painting. Although every meal is full, there is only green cabbage and white wheat. Not only is he not fat, but he is thin. Arrived in Dongsher, got off the car early, Chen Mu ran to the butcher's shop, bought 2 caddies of pork belly, and took it home. After suffering for a month and a half, he wants to eat a good meal today. Walking and walking, passing a martial arts hall. Listening to the shouting in the martial arts hall, Chen Mu couldn't help but stop and watch. He hadn't forgotten that Lu Cha Tu, who was 5 or 6 meters a step away. There is a black gold plaque hanging in the martial arts hall, which is written on the Baiyun Martial Arts Hall. Chen Mu stood at the door and watched calmly. Some of the apprentices were holding up stone locks, some were making big guns, some were dancing swords, and they were in full swing. After watching it for a while, Chen Mu walked out of the martial arts hall disappointed. Those exercises are basically methods of strength training, which are similar to lifting irons in the gym in the previous life. With these methods, Lu Xiaodo's ability to run 5 or 6 meters can't be practiced. Don't worry, take your time. The next day, Chen Mu didn't get up to wash until the 3rd day of the sun. A month and a half desperate retreat, the world is unknown and the future is unknown, all of which have brought him great pressure. But the 12 taels of silver he earned yesterday finally gave Chen Mu a sigh of relief. With this money, he won't have to worry about going hungry for at least a year or 2. More importantly, he has mastered the skills that are enough to support himself, and even keep himself alive. It's a pity to draw portraits of people just after it opened. It would be nice if there was a beautiful singer. After eating and drinking, Chen Mu brought his pen, ink, paper and inkstone, ready to go to Anlithang to continue selling paintings. Chen Mu lives in Pingyinfang in southeast of Qingshan County, where the houses are all low-rise buildings. Belongs to the civilian gathering area. The roads are all small alleys with twists and turns. Just after turning a corner, a tall and fat burly man walked towards him. The other party's eyes stared at Chen Mu, and the look on his face made people tremble. Chen Mu instinctively felt bad. turn around and exit the alley. Suddenly, a short man stood behind him. The other party looked at Chen Mu with a smile, with a playful look on his face. Blocked. Chen Mu's heart panicked for a moment, and his mind quickly recalled his predecessor's memory, but he did not find the two figures. There is no memory of grudges with others. I made an appointment with the Wang family in the city. Today, I want to paint a portrait of the master of the Wang family. If the time is delayed, the two of you will be held responsible. Chen Mu tried to calm down. Scare me. The short man smiled and said, didn't you finish painting yesterday? Chen Mu's heart sank. These two came prepared. This is all the money for writing, can you let me go? Chen Mu took out his cloth bag and said, but he calmed down instead. He decided to save money and avoid disaster. Knowing that these people are like dogskin plaster, once they get on it, they can't easily escape. But if you don't give it, the other party will definitely grab it, and if you can't say it, you will beat him. That's not enough, I have to add something else. The short man grinned as he approached. His tone was full of playfulness. Chen Mu's brows could not help wrinkling. Apart from this bag of money, I have no other valuables. Add your hands. The tall and strong man said coldly. Chen Mu's heart suddenly turned cold. Can you tell me who sent you here? This is not a simple robbery. The short man looked at Chen Mu in surprise. Aren't you afraid? I'm afraid. Chen Mu said calmly. But I'm afraid that can't let the two stop. The short man frowned. Why is this guy so indifferent? Shouldn't he panic and get on his knees begging for mercy? Take off its pair of arms, the short man said coldly. When I interrupt your hands, I see if you can still be so calm. Chen Mu's scalp tightened, suppressing the instinct to escape, and his eyes scanned the two seriously. He wants to remember the appearance of these two people, and he can also remember the appearance of these two people. Look at your mother. The short man was annoyed by Chen Mu Ding's heart. One kick kicked Chen Mu to the ground. Why, you still want to take revenge on me, right? When I break your legs and poke your eyes out, I'll see how you get revenge, the short man said fiercely. They hang out on the street all the year round, and their vicious methods are like commonplace. The tall and strong man walked in front of Chen Mu in 2 steps, raised his foot and stomped towards Chen Mu's palm. Chen Mu couldn't help but tighten his body. Boom! A dark shadow flashed before his eyes, but the expected pain did not come. The tall and strong man suddenly flew into the sky, flying 3 or 4 meters, and fell all fours in the sky. He twitched all over, twisting his body like an earthworm, but he couldn't get up. Boom! Almost at the same time, another voice came. The short man was like a painting, sticking to the wall uncontrollably. Immediately fell to the ground, his face was tangled, and he gasped. Chen Mu turned his head to look, and he didn't know when, a figure in black clothes with a long knife appeared not far behind him. Lu Xiaotu? Master Chen? Lu Xiaotu looked at Chen Mu calmly. It's me. Chen Mu got up from the ground and thanked him. Thank you Lu Xiaotu for saving me. Hands up. Lu Xiaotu glanced at the two people on the ground lightly. The two men who were lying on the ground humming and chirping noticed Lu Xiaotu's eyes, and their whole body trembled, and their voices were much lower. It seems that he is very afraid of this Lu surnamed head arrester. Can you ask Mr. Chen to move to the county government office? I want Mr. Chen to help with some things. Lu Xiaotu said politely. No problem. Chen Mu agreed without hesitation. Please. Lu Xiaotu held the knife in his right hand and turned sideways to clear the way. Chen Mu patted the soil on his body and walked towards the entrance of the alley. When passing by the short man, he stomped his right foot on the opponent's left hand. What? The man was caught off guard, and suddenly screamed like killing a pig. Lu Xiaotu's expression suddenly became strange. Noticing Lu Xiaotu's gaze, Chen Mu smiled shyly. Then the right foot slammed hard and crushed it twice. Lu Xiaotu's mouth twitched. Out of the alley, the two walked side by side. Chen Mu suddenly said, Does Lu Xiaotu know the identities of these two? I don't know. Lu Xiaotu replied subconsciously. Immediately, he looked at Chen Mu in astonishment. Why do you still want to take revenge? Being blocked for no reason, you always have to know which immortal you have offended? Chen Mu sighed and said, It's mainly for the sake of safety in the future. If you can't afford to offend, you can always hide. I really don't know the two of them. Lu Xiaotu hesitated for a moment and said, But looking at their clothes, they look like people from Dongsher Miaowafang. East City? Wonderful painting workshop? That painter Yen? I was just selling a painting, and I even asked someone to interrupt my hand. He really wanted to take revenge directly. But he is a poor scholar who makes a living by selling paintings. However, the other party has been entrenched in Anlafang all the year round, and can drive the gangster to take revenge by himself. Isn't that hitting the stone with an egg? Chen Mu said unwillingly, I can't go to Dongsha in the future. Lu Zhito glanced at Chen Mu and hesitated. The two are not relatives, and he doesn't know the details, so he can't help directly. He could only be silent, and took Chen Mu straight to the county office. Qingshan County Government Office. Chen Mu stood alone in the lobby of the county government office and looked around. The lobby is wide, with 2 rows of wooden racks on both sides, where wooden sticks, gongs, umbrellas, and weapons of honor are neatly placed. In the depths, there is a bookcase in the lobby, complete with documents, signatures, pen holders, and Zhuing stones. There is also a bronze mirror covered in patina with a palm in the corner of the desk. Is the ancient county government so unreliable? Call me and let me stand here by myself? Chen Mu muttered. Since he came to the county office, he has been left hanging in this empty hall. Lu Zhaotu turned into the back hall and disappeared, and he didn't know when he would return. My predecessor's memory doesn't have any criminal records. I didn't do anything outrageous, so there's a high probability that nothing will happen. Chen Mu was still calm. It's a pity that the portrait skills that I just came out of seem to be a little difficult to realize. There was nothing to do at the moment, and Chen Mu thought silently about how to treat Master Yan. It's not hard to guess why the other party calculated him. It is nothing more than attacking peers and safeguarding their own interests. The method is simple and crude, but very practical. You can't go to Anlafang until you think of a way to break the game. Chen Mu thought regretfully. I just found a way to get money, but I didn't expect that it would be forced to terminate after only 1 day of opening. Fortunately, I earned 10 taels of silver from the Wang family, so I don't have to worry about food and drink for the time being. But if you want to learn martial arts with 10 taels of silver and see the strange scenery of this world, it is obviously not enough. The back hall of the county government. Du Hui, the county magistrate of Qingshan County, sat on the top of the head. Lieutenant Du, that person has been standing under the bronze mirror to ward off evil spirits for half an hour, so he should have nothing to do with evil spirits. Lu Zhaotu said. A middle-aged Taoist priest next to him shook his head and said, That's not necessarily true. If you can hide from my King Fengwen Wuxenling, you may escape the evil spirit mirror. If Chen Mu is here, he will find that this middle-aged Taoist is the sincerity of King Fengwen. Du Xianwei immediately stood up, facing the back door, ready to run at any time. Then he looked nervously at Lu Chatu and asked, Is he really the one who did the Wang family annihilation case? To be able to escape the wishing bell, to hide the evil spirit mirror, how fierce is this evil? According to the survey, Chen Mu's trajectory was clear after he left Wang's house, and he didn't go out again after returning home. It's unlikely that it was him. Lu Zhaotu hesitated for a moment and truthfully told the investigation results. If he sneaks out of the house in the middle of the night, no one will be able to detect it. Sincerity said lightly. Lu Zhaotu glanced at the sincerity. The other party seems to have some contradictions with Miao Wafang, and someone has been following him yesterday. It's fine if it's not. Du Xianwei breathed a sigh of relief and sat back on the chair. What's going on with that headless portrait? Cheng Yi frowned and said, There is no head in the painting, and as a result, the person's head is gone. It's not normal no matter how you look at it. Du Xianwei, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly became nervous again. Maybe someone is trying to make things mysterious. Lu Chao squinted his eyes. People? Impossible. The Wang family's case of killing the family must be done by evil people. Du Xianwei glared at Lu Zhutu and said. Under the rule, there was a massacre of the family, and it was good to say that the evil was in chaos. If it was artificial, he could not catch the criminal as a county magistrate, and he would have been subjected to the endofire evaluation. The Wang family annihilation case must have been done by evil people. Whether it's a person or not, this Chen Mu's suspicion is not small. Sincerity said lightly. It seems that I can't let this Chen Mu go. Du Xianwei thought deeply. If there is nothing else, Pindao will say goodbye first. Sincerity glanced at Lu Zhaotu and said calmly. Okay, Lu Zhaotu will send me a sincere Taoist priest. Du Xianwei said with a smile. In the lobby, the bored-waiting Chen Mu stared at the bronze mirror. The bronze mirror is round, with flame-like patterns engraved around it, covered with green patina, and placed on a small wooden stand. I don't know which dynasty it is. Just as he was thinking about it, 2 figures turned out from the back hall. Sincere Taoist priest? Chen Mu looked at the middle-aged Taoist priest in surprise. No matter how well you hide it, sooner or later you'll have to reveal it. Shen Mu said with sincerity, glancing at him coldly. After he finished speaking, he ignored Shen Mu, who was stunned, turned around and left the lobby quickly. When did I offend this priest? Shen Mu was puzzled. What is the evil voice? After a while, Lu Xiaotu returned to the lobby. He also holds a painting in his hand. Coming to Chen Mu, he unfolded the scroll and said, "Young Master Chen, did you draw this painting?" Chen Mu looked at it carefully, and his scalp suddenly tingled. The fine brushwork technique and the three-dimensional portrait are exactly the portrait he painted for the master of the Wang family. But strangely, the head on the portrait disappeared. It seems to have been wiped out of thin air. I drew it, but I drew a full-body portrait with a head. Shen Mu intuitively got into trouble. Last night, the Wang family was wiped out, and all the blood relatives died. Just like this portrait, the heads are gone. Chen Mu's scalp tightened. Broken. This is to doubt yourself. If you can't prove that you have nothing to do with the Wang family murder case, I can only let you stay in the cell for a few days. Lu Zhukuai said lightly. This. Shen Mu never thought that he just painted a picture and was involved in the massacre. What scares him even more is that the Wang family would be wiped out. That is a big family that has been entrenched in Qingshan County for decades. Staring at the portrait without the head, Shen Mu thought a lot in his mind. Come with me. Lu Xiaotu turned around and was about to take Shen Mu to the back hall. The county captain said that he could not let Shen Mu go, so he could only lock Shen Mu temporarily. Lu Xiaotu couldn't help but feel a trace of pity in his heart. It's easy to put in jail, but harder to get out. The circumstances of the Wang family annihilation case were terrible, and the magistrate and magistrate were under great pressure. If it is not good, you will find a scapegoat in the end. This scholar who was involved with the Wang family. Lu Xiaotu didn't dare to think about it. Wait. Shen Mu opened his mouth and stopped Lu Xiaotu. The predecessor had no relatives and no reason, and was alone. If you are locked in a prison, and no one moves outside, you can really only resign yourself to fate. I drew a complete portrait. The head disappeared. Someone must have made a mystery and erased the head with a special technique. Shen Mu said solemnly. The second-order drawing skills gave him a huge knowledge reserve. Staring at the headless portrait, a paint formula gradually came to mind. He approached the portrait and sniffed quietly. In the rich scent of ink, a faint fragrance came from the paper, and Shen Mu became more and more certain. You can't prove it. Lu Xiaotu said. There is a way. Shen Mu stared at Lu Xiaotu. This painting is a portrait of the head of the Wang family. The paper and paint are exquisite, and with my painting skills that can penetrate the back of the paper, it can be preserved for decades without fading. Shen Mu flickered with conviction. In fact, the effect of the liquid medicine that can eliminate the pigment ink is not complete, and there are residues. Of course, he couldn't tell the other party about the potion directly. This will also increase his suspicion. As long as the framer lifts the painting from the middle, you will definitely see the paint residue. It is enough to prove that I painted a complete portrait. You are waiting here. Lu Xiaotu walked out of the lobby with the portrait. The scribes in the 6th room of the county government are all scholars, and many old scribes know how to decorate. Half an hour later, in the hall of the county court. There's no way to say it's evil. Du Xianwei stared at the lifelike portrait with a sad face. Evil people kill people, but they won't erase the heads of the portraits. Obviously, the thieves are making troubles and making up mysteries. It seems that the scholar is indeed at the right time. Lu Xiaotu said. Well, he's still talented. Du Xianwei has time to observe the portrait. The three-dimensional portrait, the realistic effect, immediately refreshed him. He had never seen such a drawing before. If the portrait on the wanted notice is as realistic as this painting, there will be no robbers who can't be caught. Du Xianwei's heart moved. I'd be interested in meeting this scholar. Is the evil spirit mirror really unresponsive? Du Xianwei confirmed again. No, go see this scholar. Du Xianwei said calmly. Shen Gongzi is a great talent. One-handed painting skills have opened my eyes. Du Xianwei walked out of the back hall with a face full of admiration. This is the county lieutenant of our county. Lu Xiaotu introduced from the side. Chen Mu bowed his hands and saluted. I have seen Du Xianwei. He had already obtained information from his predecessor's memory. Knowing that the county magistrate is equivalent to the company's vice president, the Qingshan county government is second only to the county magistrate and is mainly responsible for domestic security. The Wang family annihilation case is within the jurisdiction of the other party. This county lieutenant has figured it out. The Wang family annihilation case has nothing to do with you. You just coincided with the meeting. You can go home in peace after a while. Du County Lieutenant waved his hand. Thank you, County Lieutenant. Chen Mu breathed a sigh of relief. I think Mr. Chen's painting skills are realistic. If you can come to the county government to help draw the wanted portrait, it will greatly improve the security of our county. I don't know Mr. Chen, Du County Wei said lightly. No problem. Chen Mu agreed decisively. He couldn't help but agree. Du Xianwei nodded in satisfaction, and then asked casually, Young Master Chen can see that someone deliberately erased the portrait, so do you know anything about this special technique? Learn? Not only do I understand, I'll configure that potion. But I can't say. Chen Mu pretended to be thinking, and shook his head with a wry smile for a long while. My father mentioned this method of removing paint before his death, but he just heard about it, but I don't know exactly how. Du Xianwei nodded. He also didn't expect a poor scholar to know this secret method. Just as he was about to open his mouth to see the guest, he heard Chen Mu suddenly say, It is said that the East Miao Painting Workshop gathers top painters in Qingshan County, and the people there might know something. Standing beside Lu Chu Tu, the corner of his mouth twitched violently. Miao Huafang? Du Xianwei's eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Zhukuai, you immediately bring people to capture the painters of Miao Huafang. Lu Zhou turned his head to look at Chen Mu, who was smiling as if it had nothing to do with him, and the corners of his eyes couldn't help but jump. This scholar is really vengeful. Pingyang Square, Chen's house. Chen Mu sat in front of the square table in the living room in silence, with a gloomy expression on his face. First, Yen Painter sent someone to block the door. If Lu Zhaotu hadn't arrived in time, a beating would have been inevitable. Then he was caught by the county government and involved in the massacre. Although he has been released now, there is no guarantee that he will not be arrested again in the future. If the major case of extermination cannot be detected, the county government will definitely find a scapegoat for its political achievements. The poor scholar who is involved in the case is the best candidate. I can't help myself. Chen Mu sighed. What happened today gave him a clear understanding. This place is no longer the stable and prosperous country of the previous life, but a chaotic ancient world. He has to learn to protect himself. It's not possible to practice martial arts in a short time, but you have to find something to defend yourself. Chen Mu immediately thought of lime powder. This thing is cheap and large, and it can build miracles by surprise. He made up his mind to prepare it for himself later. You have to have some power. He didn't know anything about the martial arts of this world, and he didn't dare to practice randomly, so he could only read his past life memories. The information explosion in the previous life, all kinds of fighting techniques know a little, but they are not systematic. After thinking about it for a long time, a vague memory came to mind. He seems to have seen a training method on the locust stone of the natural gate. Locust stones are small stones that can be found everywhere. It is easy to obtain materials and simple to practice. Gradually improve the accuracy and strike force, and the power will naturally increase. Chen Mu immediately came to the yard to collect broken stones. Then put the wash basin against the wall. 5 steps away, he threw stones into the wooden basin. More than 20 stones in his hand were all thrown into the wooden basin. Chen Mu picked up the stones and stepped back to continue throwing them 6 steps away from the wooden basin. When he started throwing at a distance of 8 meters, a stone finally fell outside the tub. Chen Mu did not continue to increase the distance, but practiced hard at the current position. When I kept throwing it until my arm became sore and the strength weakened, a feeling suddenly appeared in my heart. The throwing technique was adjusted subconsciously, and the movement suddenly became a little more effortless and light. Chen Mu thought about it. A gray wall emerges. Writing, 1043/10000/second order, drawing, 157/10000/second order, throwing, 26/10000/first order. Chen Mu took a deep breath. Next is the part that he is familiar with. Practice it. Next to the well, Chen Mu sat on a bamboo bench. Dampen a towel with cold well water and apply ice to your arms. The first time I practiced too hard, my arms were sore and sore. He dared not continue to practice. The medical level of this ancient world is not high, it is really useless, and it is not easy to cure. The cold well water irritated the skin. Chen Mu shivered, and couldn't help thinking of the Wang family. When I went there yesterday, I was still sighing that the Wang family was rich, and the family business was huge. Unexpectedly, the immediate blood relatives disappeared in one night. Can quietly destroy the Wang family man sect, and I don't know where the bandits came from. It must be someone who can rise and fall like Lu Zhaotu. With such a small arm and calf touching it, it is estimated that I don't know how to die. You must find a way to learn martial arts. Shenmue secretly made up his mind, make money first. If you have money to open the way, everything is easy to say. It's a pity that money is not easy to earn. Shenmue couldn't help sighing. After retreating for a month and a half, I finally practiced a second-order drawing skill. I thought I could turn the salted fish over. As a result, on the first day, Painter Yen was stared at. I just want to earn some money honestly, why is it so difficult? That Painter Yen is also abominable, even wanting to let people abolish my hands directly. Although the Wang family annihilation case added a little block to the Miao but it's hard to say what the effect will be. That's the only way to get here. Shenmue sighed. He was just a poor scholar, with no relatives and no reason. How could he dare to oppose a local snake like Yin Huasher? You can't go to Anlafang. Shenmue thought sullenly. Have to think of another way to make money. Xingshan County Government Office. Painter Yen walked out of the gate of the county government office with a livid face. I feel bad for the 100 taels of silver I just lost. I don't know what kind of style the county magistrate is taking. How could he be an old man with no power to tie the chickens to destroy the Wang family? This kind of greedy person, I see how long he can be rampant. Yen Painter snorted angrily. Be quiet, Mr. Yen. A middle-aged man next to him immediately persuaded in a low voice, this is at the Yamen gate. He dares to do it, but he is afraid that I will say it. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly, I'm afraid that they will hold on to the case and defraud us again. Painter Yan's face immediately flushed red. These greedy Yamen really did it. Painter Yen snorted coldly and walked quickly with his head sullen. The middle-aged man had to shake his head and smiled bitterly to keep up. The big family of the Wang family was slaughtered overnight. Such a big case involves a lot of people. If we can cut off contact with this big case, we can save money and avoid disaster. The middle-aged man comforted. Only then did Painter Yen nodded, admitting that he was unlucky. I don't know how a family extermination case involves these painters. How to remove paint? Who knows? The more I thought about it, the more depressed the painter became. If you let him know who is behind the trouble, make sure the other party looks good. The two chatted for a while about the Wang family annihilation case. Guess which gangster did it? There are so many housekeepers in the Wang family that they can't stop them. The lights are on at the moment. If it was before, Master Yen would definitely go to Anlafang to play. I lost 100 taels of silver today, and my heart hurts with blood. I pinched the silver pieces left in my sleeves, so I don't even have the heart to have fun. After separating from the middle-aged man, Painter Yen took advantage of the afterglow of the sunset to wander home. As soon as he turned into an intersection, a sack fell from the sky, and he was trapped in it. Before he could open his mouth and cry for help. Woo! There was a sound of a wooden stick cutting through the air. Bang bang bang, ooh. Before he could resist a few times, he felt a pain in his neck, and he passed out as soon as his eyes rolled. East Market, Vegetable Market. Zheng Tu, give me 10 pounds of pork belly, and then give me a piece of ham and bacon. Shenmue stood in front of a meat and said, Scholar, have you made a fortune? Zheng Tu's face was full of fat and he laughed while cutting the meat. You can't compare to Zheng Tu, I just made a small profit and barely managed to eat meat. Shenmue said with a smile, feeling quite happy. His arms were sore and he could not continue to practice locust stones. I have nothing to do to wander around the Yamen. I want to see if the painters of Miao Wafang were really arrested. As a result, I saw the figure of Yen Painter. Shenmue felt that the enemy should be resolved rather than nodded, so he wanted to keep up with each other and chat with each other alone. I finally managed to get to the second-order drawing ability, so I can't waste it like this. If we chat well, maybe we can make a fortune together. After all, it's a normal operation to join if you can't beat it. It's just that I don't know who threw a broken sack on the street, and there were still a few thick sticks of firewood scattered on the ground. Looking at Master Yan's back, Shenmue felt that when old friends met, they had to give them a surprise. So, he picked up the sack, picked up the stick, and walked forward silently. In the next few days, the atmosphere in Xingshan County was obviously tense. Lazy three-shift Yamen patrol the streets all day. A large number of green-skinned gangsters have been thrown into prison, just to get a little clue about the destruction of the Wang family. Obviously, the Du Xianwei was in a hurry. At this time, Shenmue didn't dare to hang out outside, so he had to stay behind closed doors. He eats meat and trains locust stones every day. There is a gift of broken silver from Master Yen, which can support consumption even if you eat meat every day. With the improvement of locust stone proficiency, Shenmue found that not only did the throwing accuracy improve, but the strength was also gradually increasing. The most obvious change is that he actually saw obvious muscle lines on his arms. It used to be a thin rib, but now it has grown muscles. The improvement of proficiency is not just about improving skills. Shenmue squeezed the hard forearm muscles with a look of joy. With a thought, a gray wall emerges. Writing, 1043/10000/second order, drawing, 157/10000/second order, throwing, 3229/10000/first order. This is only the first order. If it reaches the second order of qualitative change, Shenmue's heart suddenly became hot. I still underestimate the gray walls. The strength that he can see has grown, making him addicted to practice every day and can't stop. Until someone knocked on the door. Lu Chatu? Shenmue's scalp tightened. Why did you find me again? You don't really want to make me a scapegoat. The county government has found clues about the thief and wants you to draw a wanted portrait. Lu Xiaotu explained with a smile. Shenmue breathed a sigh of relief. Turn around and close the door, lock it, and follow Lu Xiaotu towards the county office. Lu Xiaotu, how did the county government find the thief? Shenmue asked curiously. Lu Xiaotu glanced at Shenmue strangely. I would like to thank young Master Chun for reminding me. Myo Wafang provided a formula for removing paint. This allowed us to lock down the pharmacy in the city. Only then did we find the trace of the gangster. At that time, he thought that Shenmue was trying to get revenge on Myo Wafang with the help of the Yamen. Unexpectedly, Myo Wafang really provided key clues. Lu Xiaotu felt a little guilty. He had wronged a good person. Shenmue was stunned. Does Myo Wafang really have a recipe? I just want to block them. How did it become a key clue? Immediately, he thought of another key question. Since the formula provided by Myo Wafang is useful, it means that the formula is true. Is the other party's recipe and your own recipe the same version? Skilled Grey Wall, can you steal other people's recipes? Shenmue suddenly understood a little. The insights gained when brushing proficiency do not come out of thin air, they are all knowledge that already exists in the world. The Grey Wall is like a huge database, and Shenmue continuously obtains the information in it through the increase of proficiency. There may be knowledge of the world from a previous life in it. Otherwise, he would not be able to practice three-dimensional realistic painting skills. It's amazing to think about. At the entrance of the county government office, Shenmue and Lu Catcher walked in. An old man with a blue nose and a swollen face approached. Master Yen. Lu Chutu cupped his hands and said hello. The old man's eyes were swollen, his chin was raised high, he hummed arrogantly, and walked out of the yamen with 8 steps. Painter Yen? He was beaten? Shenmue was surprised, and then full of indignation. It's really getting worse and worse, to be so hard on such an old man. Too cruel. Lu Xiaotu glanced at Shenmue strangely. He always felt that the scholar's expression was wrong. There are 6 clerks in the county government office, and the offices are located in the rooms on both sides of the lobby. Head Lu Zhao led Shenmue to one of the rooms. Pen, ink, paper and inkstone are all ready. There are also 5 or 6 painted portraits hanging on the wall. The county government also found other painters. There was also a pharmacy apprentice in the room who introduced him to the appearance of the thief. The other party is the only person who has seen the face of the thief. As the other party explained, the image of the thief quickly formed in Shenmue's mind. He was about to start writing when suddenly he looked up at the portrait hanging on the wall. One of them has both God in form, and it is already 6 or 7 points similar to the image in his mind. Shenmue recognized the brushwork and was sure that it was painted by Master Yen. As expected of an old painter, relying on many years of experience in painting portraits, he can draw 6 or 7 portraits with just a few words from a pharmacist apprentice. If he hadn't had a plug-in by his side, he wouldn't be able to compare to him. But if I paint the image of the thief as it is, wouldn't I compare it to Master Yen? This is an old painter for many years, and his status is respected. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to be surpassed by your own post-school advancement? No. People have been beaten so badly, and it is inappropriate to attack other people's industry status. Shenmue splashed ink, and a bust like a photo appeared on the paper. 3-dimensional, like a real person, except that it doesn't look like it. There is nothing wrong with it. After comparing the portrait of Painter Yen, Shenmue nodded in satisfaction and left the county office leisurely. 3 days later, Shenmue went to Zhengtu to buy meat. Passing by a restaurant, I saw a wanted notice posted on the door. The characters in the painting look ordinary, but their eyes are cold and scary. It was the real culprit in the Wang family annihilation case.
Chen Mu recognized that it was Master Yan's handwriting, and the portrait he painted was really unsuccessful.
Chen Mu nodded in relief. The people who can kill the family massacre are definitely not ordinary. Wanted by someone's portrait, maybe he will take revenge on the painter.
Alas, as an old senior, Painter Yan really had to bear everything. So, you must respect the elders. Chen Mu was very proud of his practice of deliberately hiding his clumsiness in the yamen.
I wish the old painter a safe life. Clang. Boom.
With a crisp sound, the copper coins hanging in the air suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, there was a dull explosion, like the explosion of firecrackers buried under the soil.
A small hole exploded in the adobe wall.
Chen Mu stepped forward and pulled out the copper coins that were deep in the mud wall. Looking at the slightly deformed copper coins, Chen Mu breathed a sigh of relief.
You can't use copper coins anymore. If you break it, you will lose money.
Ever since he was able to hit the tub 10 meters away, he began to gradually reduce the target size.
Now it has been reduced to a copper coin. Look up at the potholes on the walls.
Those potholes were all made by him with locust stones.
Bring up the gray wall.
Writing, 1043/10,000/second order, drawing, 157/10,000/second order, throwing, 9632/10,000/first order. As the throwing level gets closer to the second level, the locust stone gradually changes in quality. Within 10 meters, the strength is getting stronger and stronger. Stones can fly off copper plates, and there is still enough power to blast a hole in the wall.
Although because the walls are adobe, it is relatively soft. But the power is also not to be underestimated.
If you hit someone this time, you'll have to tear your skin apart.
Finally got some self-defense. It's just a little expensive.
Under his hard work day and night, he consumed a lot of calories. Almost all of his own savings was eaten by him buying meat. As a result, his money is about to run out, but he has also built up muscles. From the outside, he is still a thin scholar.
Take off your clothes, but you can see the obvious muscle lines on the body.
He felt like he could knock down the front with one punch.
You have to figure out a way to make money, or else you'll have to sit back and eat. Chen Mu frowned and thought. Before, he wanted to save money to learn martial arts, but he didn't expect that he had already emptied his family by practicing only a locust stone. It's a pity that Master Yan found himself 2 strong sidekicks. Otherwise, I have to give him another gift.
2 days later, Chen Mu sat at the square table and carefully counted the copper coins in the pot. He was considering whether to try his luck in the West Market. The power behind Miao Wafang is huge, but it only monopolizes the calligraphy and painting business in Dongshi.
West City is not yet within the opponent's sphere of influence. The second-order drawing ability that I finally got out of my liver should not be wasted. As for whether he will be suppressed again, it is not that Chen Mu has not considered it. But the poor are almost out of food, so they have to give it a try. I heard that the Gulan tiles in the West City are more high-end, and the singers have unique skills, and they are even more beautiful. Chen Mu returned to the house and took out the painting Xiao Qian again. When I got money some time ago, Chen Mu even framed it.
With the signboard of this painting, I'm not afraid that those singers don't know the goods. Chen Mu was full of confidence and went straight to the West City with Xiao Qian in his arms. Still following the old routine, I found an elegant restaurant and rented a table and chair booth at the door. After opening Xiao Qian's paintings, she began to wait for the business to come. The three-dimensional realistic painting method is so peculiar that in a short while, the table is full of people.
The sun, my master wants to ask for a portrait of the sun. I don't know when, there is time now.
Chen Mu happily looked at the beautiful maid in front of him. The owner of the beautiful maid must also be a beautiful young lady.
My second-order drawing ability is finally useful.
Chen Mu immediately packed up and followed the beautiful maid. After a while, the two came to a deep house in a compound.
Why does it feel familiar?
Enduring doubts, Chen Mu followed the beautiful maid into the mansion.
Passed through the cloistered pavilion and entered the quiet backyard garden.
An increasingly familiar sense of sight came. Chen Mu suddenly felt a bad feeling in his heart. Turning around a rockery, I saw an old man with a gray beard and a spirited spirit looking at him with a smile. Young Master Chen, my portrait is for the younger generation to look up to, remember to draw me a little more handsome. The old man grinned, revealing the only 3 big teeth left.
Chen Mu, I can't get along with the portrait, huh?
Xingshan County has been in peace for a long time. The Wang family annihilation case is too big and the impact is bad.
4 months, this has been discussed almost everywhere in the streets.
It was in this situation that Chen Mu was known to everyone. Knowing that he has exquisite painting skills, the portraits he painted are as good as real people, so he was used by the thieves in an attempt to deceive and pretend to be evil. Then his business inexplicably picked up. Just as negotiated. Every few days someone came to ask him to take a picture. Well, painting a portrait. Chen Mu was in pain and happy. He originally ran for the beautiful lady. Looking at it now, it's either an old man or an old lady. Also asked him to draw a little better. He can only paint when he is young with his conscience, and the ancient PS technique belongs to it. The business is getting better and better, and the beautiful lady is getting farther and farther away. Counting the hundreds of taels of silver in the pot, Chen Mu was both satisfied and regretful. Although it is not eye-catching, these old men and ladies are really rich. With a lot of money, no one has less than 10 taels of silver. No wonder old man Yan wanted to suppress himself. High-end portrait painting is really making money. It's time to find a place to learn martial arts. Chen Mu never forgot the fact that Lu Zhutu took 5 or 6 meters. Also did not go to the Wang family to kill the family tragedy. Whether it is one's own interests or to protect safety, learning martial arts is imperative. He first went to the East and West City Martial Arts Museum for 3 days. The conclusions drawn are mixed. Martial arts do teach martial arts. After 2 or 3 years of study, 3 or 5 people can't get close. But this kind of kung fu would definitely not be able to deal with Lu Zhutu. Specifically, what these martial arts gyms teach is like training muscles with Sanda in the predecessor gym. Lu Zhutu's training is like the internal skills in martial arts novels, which can rise and fall. It seems that I still have to ask Lu Zhutu. Chen Mu pondered. To say that he gave people a portrait, the one with the highest status should be the father of the magistrate of Qingshan County. He also promised to paint portraits of the elders of the county lieutenants in 2 days. Although this is a small relationship, it is very likely that Lu Zhutu will tell him the truth. He also didn't plan to learn martial arts from Lu Zhutu's family. I just want the other party to show him a clear path. From the many martial arts halls in Qingshan County, choose a reliable teacher for him. Let him learn real martial arts. Master Chen wants to learn martial arts? Lu Zhutu looked at Chen Mu in surprise. He knows that Chen Mu's paintings are popular among old men and women. With such a good livelihood, why would he think about going through hardships and learning martial arts? Mainly for self-defense. Chen Mu said truthfully. Lu Zhutu understood. He thought of the scene when he first invited Chen Mu to the county government office. If it wasn't for him, Chen Mu would definitely be extorted and robbed by those 2 gangsters. There are martial arts halls in the East and West cities. Master Chen finds a reputable school to study and practice for a year and a half, which is enough for self-defense. Lu Zhutu suggested. Chen Mu laughed. I want to learn something real. Lu Zhutu understood. It seems that young Master Chen wants to learn to practice shape art, shape training? What is that? Whatever it is, just nod. Lu Zhutu hesitated for a moment and said, the masters of the martial arts halls all know how to practice shape art, but they are not from the direct line. If Chen Gongzi wants to learn to practice shape art, it is a waste of time to go to the martial arts center. Chen Mu nodded fiercely. That's why he thought of coming to Lu Zhutu, just to see if there was a way to learn real kung fu right away. I do have a way, I just need to spend some money. Lu Zhutu thought for a while. As long as it's the real thing, don't be afraid to spend money. Chen Mu said eagerly. Then come with me. Lu Zhutu nodded clearly and took Chen Mu away from the county office. Zhengxi Xingye Square. Chen Mu and Lu Zhutu came to the outside of a private house. This person's surname is Shang Minghong. He was originally a yamen quickshift yamen, and later retired due to old age. He has no children and no daughters, and he doesn't care about his kung fu rumors. He will teach him as long as he can afford it. The big family in the city also paid him to help train the nursing home. Chen Mu immediately felt relieved. Is he going to learn martial arts? Sheng Hong looked at Chen Mu critically. Let's talk about it first. I only discipline. I don't care if I can learn it or not. Chen Mu was dumbfounded. This person is not trying to cheat money. I have this rule here. Sheng Hong said expressionlessly. Chen Mu turned to look at Lu Zhutu. See each other nod. Chen Mu was suddenly at a loss. Are you still learning? Sheng Hong said lightly. Chen Mu thought for a while and gritted his teeth. Learn? Come tomorrow with 100 taels of silver. I only teach for 7 days. Sheng Hong waved his hand to see off the guest after he finished speaking. Chen Mu's face suddenly became difficult to look at. 100 taels of silver taught him for 7 days. and he could not help but shake the determination he had just made. My martial art is called kestrel shaping, and it is extremely fast. When I practice it, I can run faster than a galloping horse. Sheng Hong calmly introduced his martial arts, which is obviously not the first time he has done this. Kestrel training mainly includes diving, galloping, and leaping, and there are also breathing methods and secret medicines. I will teach you everything in 7 days. Whether you learn or not depends on your own creation. Shenmue could only nod obediently. When he left Sheng Hong's house in the afternoon, his mind was full of various footwork moves, as well as matching breathing techniques that were so complicated that he was bald. So many things, it's just the kestrel training method. There are 2 types of galloping and diving behind. Learn in 7 days? Shenmue felt annoyed just thinking about it. You're not being deceived, are you? For 6 days in a row, Shenmue went out early and returned late, and plunged into the pit where the kestrel was practicing shape art. Follow Sheng Hong to study hard and practice hard. Today is the 7th and last day. I have already told you about kestrel training. On the last day, if there is anything you don't understand, just ask. If you don't remember, don't blame me if you practice it wrong. Sheng Hong sat in the shade of a tree and drank tea in the presence of the old god. What do you not understand? I don't get it at all. Let him be a martial arts novice, learn a set of magical martial arts in 6 days, and dream? But there is no way, the money has been paid, what else can he do? You can only start from scratch, ask for advice a little bit, and let Sheng Hong demonstrate in person. He didn't have any expectations of learning, he just wanted to memorize a little more, and go back and practice the only and a half tricks he memorized. At dusk, Shenmue walked out of Sheng Hong's house angrily. This 100 taels of silver is too much. After studying hard for 7 days, I just watched the fun, and I didn't get started with a single trick. At Sheng Hong's house, Sheng Hong threw a small cloth bag to Lu Xiaotu. You're 52, keep it. Lu Xiaotu naturally stuffed it into the inner pocket of his cuff. Are you sure he will come again? I told him about kestrel training without any leakage. I wonder which martial arts gym in Qingshan County will teach it like this. As long as he really wants to learn, he will definitely come again. Sheng Hong was full of confidence. This scholar is good at dancing and can make money. You have to grasp the progress and don't let this cash cow run away. Lu Xiaotu explained. How is it so easy to learn shape training? He can't escape my palm. Sheng Hong said lightly. He is not teaching for the first time. Very clear how to guide apprentices. As long as you point them out a little bit every time and let them see a little bit of progress, they will be addicted to it, and the more you practice, the more addicted it becomes. In the end, he put all the money in his pocket. It's not the first time he's done this. Glancing at Lu Xiaotu, he said, Don't worry, I will never forget your share. Lu Xiaotu nodded with satisfaction. Watching Shenmue make a swipe of his pen, he can earn a lot of money. He was already hungry. Originally, I wanted to try to lure the other party into a gambling addiction. I didn't expect the other party to learn to practice shape art. This falls right into their trap. And it's not even a trap. Paying money to learn martial arts, one is willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer, no one can find fault. Get your money out of the way. Pinyin Square, Chen House. Shenmue stood in the middle of the courtyard. The next moment, his figure swayed, and he rushed to the door from left to right. Suddenly, he stumbled under his feet and fell to the ground with a thud. Shenmue got up and rubbed his knees, baring his teeth in pain. He's trying to practice kestrel training. This style of leaping is the best at flicking and moving. In addition to the change of body technique, there is also a set of supporting boxing techniques. He doesn't expect boxing skills now, he just wants to practice his body skills first. Staggered back to the hospital center, adjusted the breathing posture a little, and practiced again. Just ran out for 2 or 3 steps, when suddenly there was a problem. The whole body twitched, fell to the ground like a log, and it took a long time to get up after being stiff. This 100 taels were spent in vain, and I didn't learn one trick. Shenmue's face was full of frustration. 100 taels can only be studied for 7 days. How many 7 days and 100 taels does it take to learn that? It's a bottomless pit. There are also secret medicines. Sheng Hong did give the prescription, but he didn't say how to concoct the medicine with the best effect. If not, I have to buy it from him. Shenmue understood, this is a trick, and if you want to learn to practice shape art, you have to drill into it. That Lu catcher is not a good thing either. Doesn't he know that shape training is difficult to learn, and doesn't he know that the rules in Sheng Hong are tricky? It also introduced him to learn martial arts. Shenmue wondered if the two had colluded? No, the two must have colluded. As long as you want to learn shape art, you have to go.
I finally made some money, and let the two take it all away. Even the money earned in the future has to be handed over to the two of them.
The more Chinmu thought about it, the more angry he became, and the more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, and he walked back to the room angrily. He walked to a wall and stared fiercely at a painting on the wall. I saw rows of little people on a one-person high drawing paper. The little man is wearing shorts, which is as vivid as a photo, and the changes in the muscle lines on his body can be clearly seen. Beside it is also marked with dense text. This is the kestrel training exercise. Ashamed, it's really that Master Shanghong is too detailed, and the action demonstration is too standard. I really feel itchy when I see it, and I can't help but draw it.
Shenmu thought silently, if you want to come to Master Shanghong, you should understand. It's a big deal to sell the secret book at a higher price.
Shenmu thought to himself, I don't know if it can be sold for 100 taels of silver.
Do you want to sell more copies? It can always be more than 100 taels. Thinking of this, Shenmu's suffocation finally disappeared.
Master Shang himself sells martial arts to make money, and I learned to sell cheats from him, which can be regarded as filial piety. Even knowing that, it would certainly be gratifying.
Well, first brush the experience, practice, and sell it.
Shenmu concentrated on the portrait with satisfaction. Qingshan County, the county government prison.
An arresting yamen stands outside a cell. Today is your big day.
The main culprit of the Wang family annihilation case has been caught, and you can get out of prison. The gangsters in the cell suddenly cheered. When the crowd stopped, the yamen stepped forward to open the door and let a group of people out.
Zhang Chang and Li Fan were also crowded into the crowd and walked out laughing.
If Shenmu was here, he would find that the two were the two thugs who blocked him in the alley at that time.
After leaving the yamen, the two got into an alley.
The smile on the short Zhang Qing's face suddenly disappeared, full of resentment. These yamen servants are such beasts.
The last bit of money left on Lao Tzu has been knocked out. I'm gone.
The strong man Li Fan's face was also not good looking.
Forget it, it's lucky to be able to come out. Zhang Chang sighed.
At that time, there were more than 100 people arrested for the Wang family annihilation case, so why only the people in their cell could come out?
Because they gave money.
The other poor ghosts who have no money, let's cook in there.
Boss, where are we going? Avenge that scholar? Li Fan asked. Of course you must avenge your revenge.
Zhang Qing said bitterly, rubbing his aching hand. If it weren't for the scholar, he would not have been beaten by Lu Zhaotu, nor would he have been remembered by Lu Zhaotu, and he would have been imprisoned and tortured.
Go to Old Man Yen first, we can't lose our jobs.
And Lok Fong Backstreet Zhang Qing and Li Fan were pushed out of a mansion by two strong men. The two strong men glanced at them contemptuously, and threw a few pieces of silver to them. With a cold snort, he turned around and slammed the door shut. Zhang Qing's face, who was still smiling just now, suddenly turned ashen. Big brother, we have to find a chance to abolish this old dog. Li Fan was furious, his face was shaking, his eyes were red.
Our grandson ran errands for him like we did. Now that we are out of power, you want to send us away with a few taels of silver? I can't take this breath. Of course I'm going to abolish him.
Zhang Qing's eyes were full of ruthlessness. I've served him for 2 years, and it's not easy to get rid of him. It's a pity that the Hungry Tiger gang is gone. We have to rely on the new gang as soon as possible, otherwise we will suffer from today's humiliation.
Zhang Qingqiang said angrily.
Who are we messing with this time? We can't find another short-lived ghost like the Hungry Tiger gang. Li Fan said helplessly. It's just that these small gangs in Qingshan County are iterating too fast. Rising today, disappearing tomorrow, they have been on the streets since childhood, and the Hungry Tiger gang is the third gang they have replaced.
Don't worry, let's make some money first. If you don't have money, you can't join a big gang.
Zhang Qing came to find Master Yen this time, as if he wanted to ask for a hard fee, which would be used to pave the way for the gang to join in the future.
No wonder the old man was so stingy.
A few taels of silver sent them both away. This account will be reckoned slowly in the future.
Go to the scholar to collect debts first.
The portrait of the scholar is so powerful that Yen Laogo can't help but want to abolish him. It means that his paintings are valuable. We have been locked up for so long, he must have made a lot of money.
I know where his home is. Li Fan's eyes lit up.
Touch the wound scar.
Zhang Qing's face was vicious. Let's go.
It's a shame that a thin and weak scholar almost crushed his hand. I'll see who can save him this time. Don't worry, eldest brother, I will interrupt his hands and feet for you.
Li Fan laughed, as if he saw Bai Hua Huayin Zi beckoning to him. Woo! A low whistling sounded suddenly. Poochie! The blood flower exploded. The strong man Li Fan turned pale and fell to the ground with a thud. The left calf was hit by something unknown, and blood was flowing. He just wanted to reach out and hold the bleeding mouth. Woo! Howling again. The part that was hit just now was hit hard again. Click! A little bit of bone, with mottled blood splashing in the air. Ow! Li Fan screamed bitterly. The shinbone of his left calf was broken by an inexplicable attack, and the white bone hanging with blood protruded from the skin. Zheng Qing's face changed suddenly. Hero Rao, oh, woo! Click! Zheng Qing's right calf tibia suddenly broke, revealing the stubble. Boom! The two clods hit their necks almost simultaneously. The two people screamed, like ducks strangled by their necks, and Karma fainted. Shenmu walked out of the dark corner of the street and looked at the two gangsters with a complicated expression. The heart is broken. Out of respect for Master Yan, Shenmu came to visit Master Yan's house every day. Nothing else, I just wanted to find a chance to chat with him alone and give him a big gift or something. The last time we communicated alone was very pleasant, and Shenmu wanted to talk to him once. I came across these two things unexpectedly. Shenmu Yuan wanted to chat with these two brothers because they didn't know each other. After all, he still wants to hang out in Qingshan County. If he talks well, he may be able to turn enemies into friends and develop more business. Of course, the first meeting is not good empty-handed. There happened to be a few stones that looked like Zhou Zhang on the ground. I thought it would be great to store them, so I picked them up and followed them silently. It's a pity that people are sinister. Shenmu sighed with emotion. I originally wanted to make friends with you, but you wanted to murder me secretly. Really, I had my heart on the bright moon. Sigh. Shenmu sighed and silently put his hand into the other sleeve. Pinyin Square, Shenmu's home. Two poor ghosts. Shenmu played with a few pieces of silver in disappointment. The return gift of the two is far worse than that of Yin Painter. Fortunately, his recent portrait business is booming, and it's not worth the money. The two greenskin thugs broke their legs, so don't want to trouble him for at least half a year. Putting away the broken silver, Shenmu came to the west side of the yard. There was a small pile of rubble under the thatched shed. This is what he collected specially for practicing locust stones. Woo, bang. Woo, bang. A series of low whistling explosions rose in the yard. An hour later, Shenmu stopped practicing while rubbing his sore arms. I can't practice at home in the future. Shenmu frowned and stared at the pitted earth wall. He was afraid of smashing the wall. With a thought, he called out the gray wall. Writing, 1132/10,000/second order, drawing, 569/10,000/second order, throwing, 1331/10,000/second order. The locust stone was trained to the second order by him, and its power gradually emerged. The impact is also very powerful, even comparable to the small caliber firearms of the previous life. It was by the power of the locust stone that he smashed the legs of the two gangsters in 2 or 3 blows. This is only the second order, Shenmu sighed with anticipation. After a short rest, Shenmu continued to ponder the kestrel shape training technique. According to Shang Hong's introduction, shape training is a secret technique that can make people reborn. With the deepening of practice, you can gradually break the limits of the human body and acquire abilities such as strength, speed, and reaction that are difficult for ordinary people to achieve. It was also the reason why Lu Chatu stepped 5 or 6 meters away. Kestrel training focuses on improving speed. The difficulty is in breathing. It has a whole set of requirements for breathing. Take 60 breaths as a section, and each breath has specific requirements for the depth and speed of it. And the front and back are connected and echoed, becoming a cycle. Shenmu needs to change his breathing habits to keep himself in this cycle. And then correctly cooperate with the various asanas, and this is the real entry. He's been trying to change his breathing habits these days. It is now generally ensured that the breathing is not disturbed. Today is the time to experiment with the leap fit. Shenmu concentrated and ran around the yard in strict accordance with the footwork taught by Shang Hong. At a certain moment, there is a sudden connection between the breath and the overall movement. The whole person is like a car with the clutch released, and the power and action are hooked. The whole body suddenly became smoother. As soon as the movement stopped, Shenmu immediately called out the gray wall. Writing, 1132/10,000/second order, drawing, 569/10,000/second order, throwing, 1372/10,000/second order, kestrel shape training, 3/10,000/first order, it's finally on the list. West City, Bayantang. A small pharmacy tucked away in a small alley. Usually, the people who come here to see a doctor and get medicine are ordinary people. Wearing a gray and white gown, Shenmue stepped on the green brick path, walked through the narrow alley that looked like a thin line of sky, and walked into this unremarkable pharmacy. A quarter of an hour later, he quickly left with a pack of medicinal materials. After that, he went to several other small pharmacies to buy some medicinal materials. This is the hurry to go home. Kestrel training has already started, and you need to take the matching secret medicine. Scattered buying medicine is also afraid of being seen by drugstores. Weigh the herbs according to the prescription, pour them into a casserole and start to boil them. There must be some attention to this, but now we can only do this first. Shenmue sighed. Taking medicine and eating meat to practice exercises, as long as he stays at home, Shenmue has been doing these things. Ordinary people seem boring, but he is a little bit bored. It's just that every few days he has to go out and give people a portrait. This is the only source of income at present and cannot be cut off. Of course, occasionally he would go to the county office to help draw a wanted portrait. This is what I promised Du Xianwei before. Although it is a freelance job, it is not without benefits. At least no more street gangsters bothered him. Time passed slowly. Half a month later, Shenmue walked out of the house and was about to go to Dongsher to buy meat. Shenmue was immersed in the practice and consumed a lot. Every meal should have 2 caddies of meat to eat, otherwise it will not fight hunger at all. To supplement nutrition, Shenmue plans to buy a few hens and raise a few sheep. Combine goat milk and eggs. He was afraid of balding his head. As soon as I came to Dongsher, I saw that the cross street was full of people. Zheng Tu, a meat seller, was leaning on a street corner to join in the fun. Why are there so many people around? Shenmue approached Zheng Tu and asked. Remember the case of Wang's family annihilation? The thief caught him. Today, he is going to behead him. Shenmue heard the words and stepped to look. There is a circular stone platform with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters in the center of the cross street. On the stone platform was kneeling a prisoner in a prison uniform, with chains on his feet, his hands tied behind his back, and a black cloth bag covering his head to cover his face. The station around Shirtai is full of yamen to catch fast. To the north of the street was a gray cloth tent, and 3 old men in official uniforms were sitting below. In the middle is a middle-aged man in his 40s. The face of the national character, the skin is slightly dark, and the face is expressionless. It is the magistrate of Qingshan County. Du Xianwei, who was protecting the country and the people, sat on the left side of the other party. On the other side was an old man in his 50s or 60s with a gray beard. Shenmue guessed that it should be the county magistrate of Qingshan County. Zheng Tu whispered, that gangster is also very powerful. It is said that in order to capture him, Lu Zhaotu was seriously injured. Can you hurt Lu Jia's head? It seems that he is also a strong man who has practiced shape training. Suddenly there was a commotion in the crowd, and Shenmue couldn't help turning his head to look, just in time to see the thief who took off his hood. Staring at that face, Shenmue's heart skipped a beat. This person is very similar to the portrait on the wanted notice. But he knew that the wanted order was drawn by Yen Painter, and it was 4 or 5 points away from the real appearance of the thief. This guy is not a real gangster. Accidentally arrested the wrong person? Or was the county government looking for a scapegoat? Don't think about it anymore, go now. Cut up 10 kilograms of meat for me, half and half of the tenderloin and pork belly. I'll go buy some white wheat first, and I'll pick it up later. Shenmue said to Zheng Tu, and hurriedly left without waiting for him to answer. Before taking a few steps, there was a voice behind him. Shenmue paused, then strode away. In the East City Anlifang, 7 or 8 people were drinking and chatting in the elegant room of Rui Zhai. A rich middle-aged man with a round face and small eyes sat on the top. Recently, there has been a young painter with superb painting skills in the city. It is said that the portraits are like real people. Has Mr. Yen heard of it? The middle-aged man said to the painter Yen next to him with a smile. Painter Yen's heart skipped a beat, and the old god was there. I heard that the owner is interested in his painting skills? The wealthy middle-aged man nodded, yes. Pulling into our Miaohua workshop can increase the influence of Miaohua workshop. But I heard that he has a relationship with the yamen, so it's not easy to touch him. Yen Painter looked embarrassed. Old Yen thinks it's bad. You can't be hard on this kind of talent. The rich middle-aged man shook his head. Our Miao Wafang has connections, he has painting skills, and he cooperates with us. He has more customers, and we increase our influence. This is a win-win situation. Then I'll try it. Painter Yen nodded. Old Lao Yen.
The rich middle-aged nodded with satisfaction. After that, there was another shove of cups. After the meal, Master Yen separated from the crowd with a smile on his face,
leaving Ru Yizai with two sturdy attendants.
Not long after walking out, the smile on his face gradually turned cold. I didn't expect that boy to break out of the fame. Yen Painter secretly hated in his heart. Zheng Chang and Li Fan are really two wastes.
If he had been abolished earlier, how could this happen today?
Painter Yen felt threatened.
Once that kid enters the Miaohua workshop, my status will be lost.
Painter Yen frowned and thought deeply.
No, that kid must be removed.
Painter Yen glanced at the two strong men behind him.
The relationship between these two people is the Miaohua thing, which can't be used.
Yen Painter thought to himself. I can't say I have to go to the ghost market.
It's another expense. Damn boy.
Painter Yen walked away quickly with a livid face. Ping and Square Chenmu sat beside the stove under the thatched shed. This small stove was placed under the stove, and the casserole above was steaming hot. The strong medicinal smell spreads.
He is cooking the kestrel shape training secret medicine.
This secret medicine is of great value, and it costs 1 or 2 silver per share, which really makes Chenmu feel distressed. If it weren't for the fact that his portrait business was fairly stable now, he wouldn't dare to practice at all. After the secret medicine was boiled, pour it out and let it warm, and Chenmu took a sip. After rubbing his stomach a few times, he began to practice kestrel training in the yard. Chenmu's figure moved from side to side, galloping around the yard, his sleeves being pulled by the air with a hula sound, and his speed was comparable to a 100-meter sprint. After running for a quarter of an hour, Chenmu stopped, took a deep breath, and his undulating chest quickly calmed down. As the proficiency of the kestrel shape training increases, the effect begins to show.
Chenmu's overall quality has improved as a whole.
Strength, speed, and endurance are enhanced to varying degrees. After running fast for a quarter of an hour, he quickly recovered his panting, and he still had spare energy. If this speed is put in the Olympic Games in the previous life, none of the sprint and long-distance champions will be able to run. Writing, 1245/10,000/second order, drawing, 663/10,000/second order, throwing, 2465/10,000/second order, kestrel training, 1050/10,000/first order, another 15 points of experience.
There is still a secret medicine to cooperate with. Chenmu sighed.
After more than 20 days of practice, every time he works with the secret medicine, he can gain 8 to 15 points of experience. The experience is the most when you just take the secret medicine, and it will decrease later. Since he has to practice with all his strength every time, he can only practice 6 or 7 times a day at most.
Any more and the whole body will be sore. Probably to the limit of the body. In this way, you can improve your proficiency by about 50 points a day.
Breaking through the second order will have a qualitative change, and there is a high probability that Ijin will be completed. Sheng Hong told him that there are 3 levels of changes in the practice of shape training, namely, Ijin, Igu, and Imaru. Every change will greatly improve the physical quality, breaking the limit of ordinary people. According to the calculation of 50 experiences per day, it will take about 179 days to complete Ijin, which is about half a year.
Chenmu calculated silently.
You can surpass most ordinary people after practicing for half a year, and this speed is not bad.
He. As for how long the last 2 levels will take, he can't guarantee it. It is said to be more and more difficult. Fortunately, there is a gray wall proficiency, and a little diligence can always be practiced.
Thinking of this, Chenmu suddenly felt at ease.
Let's practice. Morning time passed quickly.
Chenmu set fire to cooked white wheat, sautéed green vegetables, cut 2 catties of braised pork, and ate it in a big mouth. As he practiced martial arts for a long time, his appetite grew. Don't leave the meat, and spend 5 or 6 taels a month just on food.
Plus the secret medicine. The total spending in January is at least 35 taels.
The predecessor had never even seen so much money. Fortunately, those uncles and aunts are rich enough.
Chenmu no longer expects Miss Song-ji.
He was going to walk all the way to the dark among the uncles and aunts.
After having dinner and changing into clean clothes, Chenmu went out and walked into the county town.
Today I made an appointment to give a portrait of a member surnamed Li. Over the past few months, Chenmu has been very skilled in this business. When I got there, I started quickly, and in the evening, I wandered home with more than 10 taels of pen money.
He now has a client about every 3 or 4 days. There can be 7 or 82 in January.
If it wasn't for this money, he wouldn't dare to practice martial arts. I can't be complacent, this business will always be finished. Chen Mu was very sober. The money that came out for him to draw pictures was nothing more than those wealthy families in the city. The number is ultimately limited. You have to find ideas to open up resources and reduce costs. He has no idea about open source. He was a little bit concerned about throttling. The biggest expense right now is the secret medicine. The most expensive is the medicinal material called Qianshuko, which costs half a tael per plant. That thing exists in the mountains outside the city. However, it is difficult to collect them in inaccessible places. In the former home village, it seems that there were hunters collecting this drug. I have to find time to go back to my hometown. Chen Mu thought silently. In the evening, Master Yan set up 2 attendants and walked out of the Yanlifang. Familiar with the door and the road, came to an unremarkable car dealership in Dongshi. He got into a black-painted carriage and drove out of the city. Half an hour later, the carriage got into a deserted village and stopped in a yard where half of the earth wall had collapsed. With the last ray of sunlight gone, the desolate and silent village is lively. People wearing cloaks and covering their faces walked out of the dilapidated houses. Lanterns are hung on both sides of the street, and there are many stalls along the road. The things sold are bizarre, antiques, medicinal herbs, tattered books, unknown animal meat, and even a black skull. Painter Yin didn't dare to look at it. He wrapped his cloak tightly, and quickly got into an alley. When he came out again, his face covered by the black cloth couldn't help turning white. Damn poor boy. Your life is so valuable. Painter Yin twitched in distress. Then if the scholar has a relationship with Gulan Washi through Maya Awafang, how can I still have my business? Yen Huasher hated his teeth. More than one singer has asked him about Chen Mu. On the carriage back to the city, Painter Yen leaned on the carriage and closed his eyes to rest. More money means more money. At least he can get rid of the scholar without knowing it. No one will doubt himself. Yen Painter can only comfort himself in this way. In just a few days, the scholar will die unexpectedly, and he will be completely safe. I told you, the water in this industry is very deep, you really can't control it. Painter Yen sneered. Good words are hard to persuade a damned ghost. This book will die if it lives or dies. The owner has to figure out a way to fool it. Painter Yen pondered. I was thinking about how to deal with the doubts of the owner of my Wafang. Suddenly I felt a cool breeze blowing. Painter Yen opened his eyes involuntarily and realized that the carriage did not know when to stop. Just as he was about to open his mouth to ask, he found that there was a person sitting across from him. Painter Yen was suddenly surprised. The cool breeze came out of the carriage curtain, and the moonlight got into the carriage, illuminating half of the face of the man opposite. Painter Yen suddenly felt that his heart skipped half a beat. You are, puff. A flash of silver light. Painter Yen felt a sudden pain in his heart, his whole body stiffened for a moment, and then he trembled. After a while, he was completely dead. The curtains rolled and the moonlight shone, revealing an indifferent face. If you look closely, you can see that there are 7 or 8 similarities with the culprit of the Wang family who was beheaded. That person just stared coldly at Master Yan's pale face in horror. The next moment, the cool wind blew, and the figure disappeared. Qingshan County Government Office. As soon as Chen Mu walked out of the yamen, he met Lu Xiaotu. Master Chen, I haven't seen you for a while. Lu Xiaotu greeted with a smile. Lu Xiaotu was feeling better. Chen Mu also responded with a smile. The last time the culprit of the Wang family's annihilation was arrested, Lu Xiao was injured and had been ill for a long time. It's all right. Lu Xiaotu waved his hand indifferently. How is Chen Gongxi's practice of shape surgery? Forget it, I'm not that material. Chen Mu said unwillingly. The smile on Lu Zoto's face stagnated. He was still waiting to pay Chen Mu's money. Why did he give up? If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Lu Xiaotu looked sincere. Really? Chen Mu's face was full of surprise. Of course. Lu Xiaotu smiled. As long as you give him some sweetness and see the hope of practicing martial arts, you can always fool people to Shang Hong. He has spent a lot of money on recuperating recently, and he urgently needs an income. Oh, let's forget it. It's too tiring to practice martial arts. After speaking, Chen Mu strode away with a face full of shame. Lu Xiaotu, who just wanted to continue to persuade him, was stunned. Too tired? How do you persuade me? Which is not tiring to practice martial arts. He looked at Chen Mu's back like he was looking at a big pile of long-legged silver. Run away. Turning around the street corner, avoiding the sight of him, Chen Mu smiled. I still want to take money from me, but there is no door. He became more and more certain that Lu Xiaotu and Sheng Hong were in the same group. I thought this guy was a good guy before. Chen Mu sighed. Smile on the surface, but you will be pitted behind your back. Dangerous world. There are not many simple people like me, Chen Mu sighed. East City Zhang Tu, why has the price of meat increased again? Chen Mu asked with a frown. The last time I came to buy it was 26 copper plates per pound, but now it has risen to 32. There's nothing I can do about it. The cattle dealers ruined the robbers. Now I'm still selling them. The price was high, but Zhang Tu didn't have much joy on his face. I was robbed again? It's not that the cattle dealer wants to raise the price to deceive people, right? Chen Mu was suspicious. I asked someone to inquire, and it's really not very peaceful outside recently. Zhang Tu said worriedly. Chen Mu's heart moved, and he didn't urge Zhang Tu to move. While chatting, he took the opportunity to inquire about the outside world. He came to this world for 3 or 4 months, and has been living in Qingshan County. He only has vague memories of his predecessor's understanding of the outside world. We are fine here. The place is remote and relatively peaceful. It is said that people have rebelled in some places and bandits are rampant. Recently, many refugees from war-torn places have come to Qingshan County. Let's not mess up here. Zhang Tu was worried while cutting the meat. Peace of mind that he is good at doing business. In this way, Qingshan County is still safe? In this so-called safe place, there are still people who dare to destroy people. What kind of chaos is the outside chaotic world? Unimaginable. Before, he was thinking about going around. But it was so dangerous outside, Chen Mu was a little hesitant. Eat meat honestly and practice Qigong. If you don't have a strong ability, don't think about jumping around. With proficiency on the hook, Chen Mu did not doubt his cultivation speed at all. It won't be too late for me to come out of the mountain after I become the Shalipo sword god. At first Chen Mu thought that his life would be ups and downs and magnificent. In fact, after a long time, I found that it is not much different from the previous life. Get up every day, wash, eat, practice, and go out every 3 or 4 days to make money by painting people. Just like clocking in at work all day in the previous life. But it is better than the previous earth. Whether it's a portrait or a practice, every time you put your energy into it, you will definitely bring your insights. This kind of solid feedback of watching his ability improve little by little makes Chen Mu never tired of it. The calm life has become more and more interesting. 20 miles south of Qingshan County, the mountain behind Xinjia village. 5 or 6 hunters with bows and arrows on their backs and hatchets were walking in the forest. At the foot of the road is a trail that barely sticks out of the ground, surrounded by lush green vegetation. In addition to the unknown birdsong, there are occasional unknown beast roars. Among this group of people, there was a fair-skinned young man who seemed out of place. It was Chen Mu who came to Xinjia village. Mu Wazi, you are staying in the city, why do you want to go hunting with us in the mountains? The leading middle-aged strong man asked curiously. Uncle Erdeo, someone in the city wants a landscape painting of mountains and rivers, so I can only come to inspect it on the spot. I'm sorry, uncles. Chen Mu said with a smile. Landscape painting? What do you want that? A stocky man in the team was curious. Maybe I haven't seen it before, and I don't want to go out and suffer, so I bought a painting and went back to see it. Someone next to him guessed. Chen Mu smiled and did not interrupt, leaving several people to guess. Xinjia village is Chen Mu's hometown, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The predecessor's grandfather lived here until his death. The predecessor followed his father into the city, mainly because his father wanted to teach in Qingshan County. Most of the village's surnames are Chen, and they always have close kinship. Although his old house is dilapidated, it is still there. The predecessor came back several times a year to clean the ancestral house and worship the ancestors. So it is easy to get involved with the Orion team in the village. This time he went back to his hometown to buy chisuga. All pork, grain and medicinal materials have risen in price at the same time. And the number of people looking for him to paint will definitely decrease, and he has to think about the future. When you follow the Orion into the mountains, you are familiarizing yourself with the forest environment in advance. The terrain in the mountains is complex and the vegetation is mixed, and he intends to test the kestrel shape training here. Mu Wazi, the mountain road is difficult to walk, pay attention to your feet. Chen Erdeo instructed. Okay. Chen Mu answered honestly. The strong man was not at ease, and looked back from time to time to take care of him. However, he unexpectedly found that Chen Mu was walking steadily and not at all chaotic. After walking with them for so long, he was a little out of breath himself, but Chen Mu still breathed evenly. It was like going out for spring. He was amazed to see it. After 3 days of wandering in the forest, Chen Mu followed the hunters to check traps, gather herbs, and hunt hares and pheasants. It was not until the 4th day that the Orion returned with a reward. Along the way, I was honest, and when I encountered something I didn't understand, I asked, and finally I got a general understanding of the back mountain of Qinjia village. 2 days later, Chen Mu left Qinjia village with dozens of qianqiu grasses. He bought it in Qingshan County, and one plant cost half a tael of silver, nearly 600 copper plates. The drug dealers received it from the villagers, but only 60 coins were given to each plant. Even if it was sold directly to a drugstore in the city, it would only cost 70 copper coins at most. Nearly 10 times the profit. Black, really black. Chen Mu shook his head and complained. After leaving Chenjiakan, he did not go back to the city directly, but spared a circle and walked into the forest again. He hadn't forgotten that he came here not only to collect herbs, but also to experiment with shape training. Climbing into the mountain, Chen Mu tightened his back and moved forward cautiously. In addition to beasts, there are poisonous insects in the mountains, and sometimes an inconspicuous little insect can kill people. While paying attention to the environment around him, Chen Mu slowly accelerated. At first he was just walking fast, but soon he was running. A raised stone, a broken tree, any point can become his borrowing point. Chen Mu was like a cheetah, swiftly shuttling between the mountains and forests, and his clothes were blown by the wind. He rushed to the top of a small hill in one breath. His chest was happy, and he couldn't help roaring. Ha, cool! Whether it is speed, physical strength or reaction speed, they have already exceeded ordinary people. This is simply unimaginable in the past life, so Chen Mu couldn't be more excited. I was about to shout again. Ow! A howl of a beast suddenly sounded. Chen Mu could not help shrinking his neck. Loki, Loki, don't waver. In the deep mountains and old forests, there are tigers and beasts. When he met his body, he would have to drink and hate on the spot. Quickly left the hillside and went straight to a mountain hut, which was a temporary camp built by the hunters in the mountains. After putting the things away, Chen Mu didn't run far, and practiced kestrel shape training in the surrounding mountains and forests. Although the complex environment increases the difficulty, it also increases the harvest. He practiced 6 times in one breath, and even increased his proficiency by more than 70 points. If it is combined with the secret medicine, the proficiency will be more. Chen Mu almost wanted to live directly in the forest. This matter can't be rushed, it has to be considered in the long run. He still has to make money from portraits, and if he wants to practice in the mountains, he needs careful planning. West City, Qingshan County. As the sun rose, the flow of people on the street gradually increased. After a quiet night, the West City started a noisy day. Antique store Tianayas High. Jia, the boss with white beard and hair, opened the door on time. First, carefully sweep the already clean and tidy ground. And meticulously wipe clean his new bogu frame. He hunched his waist, moving slowly but steadily. The whole person is filled with a sense of tranquility, which is in sharp contrast to the noisy crowd outside. GG. A black light flashed by. A black bird with a big fist landed on Jiajia's shoulder at some point. Jiajia seems to be used to this. Regardless of the bird on the shoulder, until the last corner of the bogu shelf is wiped. Only then did he reach out and grab the black bird, took off the small bamboo tube on its ankle, and pulled out the note. It is a series of inexplicable numbers. Chen Mu, Chenjiatsuan, 100 taels. Big business. Jia sighed expressionlessly. Gently rub the note with your thumb and index finger. With a splash of black ash flying, the note disappeared. A young man in gray walked into the store, nodded respectfully to Jia, and then walked honestly behind the counter. He took out a new gray cloth from his arms and put it on the chair, carefully sitting down. Jia glanced at him and walked out of Tianyi Zhai with a blank expression. The gray-clothed youth suddenly let out a sigh of relief. I don't know which unlucky bastard is so lucky, and it is worth the eldest brother to do it himself. The gray-clothed youth was amazed. The arm subconsciously wanted to put it on the counter, but it suddenly froze when it touched the table. I heard that Mr. Jia is obsessed with cleanliness. I'll just sit honestly. The gray-clothed youth quickly put his hands back on his knees with lingering fears. As if being punished to stand, he sits behind the counter in an orderly manner. Try not to touch the tables and chairs here. This is their top killer on the first floor of Zhu. If he was killed for dirtying the counter, it would be a shame. The mountain behind Xinjia village. A red-scaled long snake hangs down from the branch and leans towards the bird's nest on the branch. Woohoo, Poochie! The snake's head exploded abruptly. The next moment, a figure suddenly shuttled under the tree. Shenmue cheetah usually runs in the mountains. From time to time, the hands threw stones. 30 meters away, the palm-shaped leaves puckered with more holes. 19 meters away, a centipede was abruptly cut in half on the ground. 43 meters away, a wasp suddenly shattered into pieces. 23 meters away, a happy running hare just jumped up. Poochie! A stone suddenly appeared and shot through his head. It can really be used for hunting. Shenmue's figure appeared beside the rabbit, and he happily mentioned the hare. After testing that the mountain environment can improve his shape training, Shenmue tried hunting with locust stones. With this hand, I can finally relieve the pressure of eating meat a little. Not only at Jiangtu, but the price of meat in Qingshan County is rising. Back at the hunter's hut, Shenmue began to clumsily handle the hare. It is estimated that dividing wild animals will be indispensable in the future. Let's start with this rabbit first. Shenmue thought happily. In the forest above the hunter. Two people hug a thick tree. Jiejia hunched his waist and stood on a thick branch with his arms behind his back. Through the gaps in the leaves, he quietly watched Shenmue, who was busy in the open space in the distance. Found it. There was no turbulence in Jiejia's heart. He has been a killer all his life, and murder has been unable to cause any psychological fluctuations in him. He's just a little weird. Who the hell did a weak scholar offend? Someone would buy his life for 100 taels of silver. Forget it, it's just a goal. Did he accidentally fall to his death or take poison fruit by mistake? Dying from a venomous insect bite seems like a good idea. There are 23 kinds of deadly poisonous insects in the mountains in the south of Qingshan County. The wound of the silver ring snake is too large, and the copper coin spider moves too slowly, so it is unlikely to take the initiative to hurt people. Well, the golden winged bee venom has slender tail needles and is highly toxic. Using silver needles to quench the poison and disguise the bee needles is enough to make the real one look real. Call. A gust of breeze blew, and Jiejia disappeared. Only a swirling leaf floated down. Lady! Shenmue, who was rusty skinning and decontaminating the hare, couldn't help turning his head. I saw an old man with a hunched back walking down the path. The old man's beard and hair are all white, but he is meticulously groomed, and his steps are slow but steady. The clothes are clean and tidy, and at first glance, they are not hunters and farmers. Lady, can you give me some clean water? The old man bent down and walked slowly along the path to the front of the Orion's hut. Old gentleman, why are you still running up the mountain at such a young age? Shenmue asked in confusion. Don't look at my age, my body is strong. The old man retorted. I'm a doctor, and I came to the mountains to collect medicine. The old man explained with a smile. Doctor? Take medicine? Why didn't you carry a medicine basket for taking medicine? Forget it, it's just a sip of water. Wait. Shenmue agreed, washing the blood from his hands. He walked into the wooden house to dry his hands, took off the water bag and came to Jiejia. Old man, please. Shenmue held the bulging water bag with both hands and handed it to the old man. Jiejia looked at Shenmue, who was approaching with a smile, and the silver light flashed away in his right hand behind him. He stretched out his right hand and reached for the water bladder. Suddenly, a dark shadow fell from the sky. Gigi. A big black bird with a fist suddenly landed on Jiejia's shoulder. Jiejia's eyes narrowed. Suanio is the contact information bird on the first floor of Zhu. The sudden arrival of this moment must be the result of a change in the mission. The camouflage smile on his face disappeared immediately. He reached out and took off the bamboo tube and took out the note. Employer dies, mission cancelled? Jiejia glanced at Shenmue expressionlessly. You are very lucky. Shenmue looked at each other inexplicably. What does the old man mean? Don't pretend to be stupid. Jiejia stared at Shenmue expressionlessly. Do you have lime powder hidden in your sleeves? Old man misunderstood. It's just a sachet. Shenmue took out a cloth bag from his sleeve and said sincerely. When the old man killed people with lime powder, you weren't born yet. Jiejia snorted coldly. The old man really misunderstood. If you don't believe me, I can open it and show it to you. Shenmue's face was serious. If you dare to open the cloth bag and sprinkle it on me now, I will kill you immediately. Jiejia stared at Shenmue coldly. Hey, old man, you misunderstood me too deeply. I'm really not that kind of sinister person. Shenmue pulled the cloth bag back to his cuff with a helpless expression.
You are very lucky. The employer who killed you died. I never do business at a loss. You can rest assured. Jia said lightly. Shenmue looked at Jia in astonishment. Kill me? The old man is really joking. I'm only a scholar, how could anyone kill me? Duty? Which duty scholar carries a line-pinking person with him? Jia sneered. As he said that, he reached out to pick up Shenmue's water bag. He came all the way, looking for someone and preparing for assassination, and he was indeed a little thirsty. Forget it, human prejudice is like a big mountain, and it can't be moved away. No matter how I explain it, you won't believe it. Shenmue walked back to the wooden house with a water bag in a lonely way. Jia made a profit. Hey, this stubborn scholar. No, I really doubt it is wrong, do I? Is that the smell of lime? No. Jia's face darkened. This little bastard can't be poisoned in the water, right? Still prejudiced like a mountain? It looks so similar. Inside the hunter's hut. Shenmue stared at the white-haired old man outside through the gap in the window. Seeing that the other party seemed to be strolling in the courtyard, but disappeared quickly, Shenmue was relieved. Wiping his forehead, he was sweating profusely. The old man is a killer? Who is going to kill me? What happened to the death of the employer? Could it be to fool me and kill me while I relax? Shenmue was in a state of confusion. I am practicing calligraphy and painting honestly, earning hard money for my duty, but someone wants to kill me? The world is tough, people are dangerous. We must master the power as soon as possible. The figure of the white-haired old man has completely disappeared. Shenmue tied a water bag mixed with several types of poisonous snake venom around his waist. Arranged the lime powder inside the sleeves. The right hand gripped dozens of sharp-edged gravel. Do not use a hatchet in the lower back. Shenmue handled the hair, performed the kestrel shape training technique with all his strength, and went straight to the side of the mountain forest. That's the exact opposite direction from the old man's departure. Although he had to spare the distance, he felt more at ease. He never wanted to meet the white-haired old man. Be careful all the way. Shenmue was like a frightened bird, any disturbance made him tremble with fear. It was only in the evening that he sneaked back to his home in Qingshan County. If the other party can find Xinjia village, it is very likely that they will also find it here. Go home ASAP. What happened today made Shenmue extremely insecure. Putting things away and having dinner in a hurry, Shenmue didn't rest at home either. Holding the bedding, he ran over the wall to the adjacent yard. Having lived here for so long, Shenmue has already made inquiries. The West House has been vacant for a long time. He decided to spend the night here now. We have to find a way to rent this yard too. No, it's still too close. Shenmue looked west. The house seems to be good too. The next day, Shenmue went to Dongsher Yaxing and rented the two houses next door together. The annual rent is only a tael of silver, and Shenmue can now fully support it. After locking the door, he began to climb over the wall and move basic living materials to his new home. Sleeping in the westernmost yard. Practice in the middle house. The old house has not been returned, and it is ready to be used as a pretense to fool people. Then came the next big purchase, bought a lot of medicinal materials, and started to practice. The matching secret medicine for kestrel shape training has the effect of improving the constitution and repairing the damage. He used to take it only once a day. Now Shenmue is eager for strength, so he takes the secret medicine twice a day, with a moderate rest in between, to increase the number of exercises. In the past, when he practiced physique 6 or 7 times a day, his body would be sore and unsustainable. Now with the recovery of the secret medicine, I can practice 8 or 9 times a day. Proficiency soared rapidly. Feeling that the muscles are getting stronger and stronger, and the speed and response are getting faster and faster, Shenmue is more and more involved. Even deliberately reduced the number of portraits going out. A month later writing, 1336/10,000/second order, drawing, 1034/10,000/second order, throwing, 2465/10,000/second order, kestrel training, 5352/10,000/first order. It's coming soon. Eugene can be completed in at most 2 months. There are 3 changes in shape training: tendons, bones, and marrow. The name is just a superficial description. According to Shang Hong, the 3-layer change is that the human body breaks through the limit 3 times, and the overall quality is constantly transformed and enhanced. Every change is earth-shaking. You can't achieve it without years of practice. But once the change is completed, it can easily surpass ordinary people. If only I could practice like this all the time. Chun Mu frowned.
He practiced Qigong for a month, and his consumption of medicinal materials and food increased greatly. The number of portraits going out has decreased again, and the savings in hand have shrunk significantly. All the silver tails, copper plates, and pieces of silver in the pots were clearly marked everywhere.
43. More portraits to be drawn this month. Increased the use of secret medicine. The cost is greatly increased. Purchasing sagebrush directly from the herb collectors does save a lot of money. But the remaining herbs are still not cheap. If there is no more income, he can only support another month. Still poor. In the following days, he moderately slowed down the pace of his practice, and gradually resumed his usual number of portraits. Fortunately, the drawing ability has been improving, and the speed is faster, and it only takes half a day to make a portrait. There is half a day left, which can be used for a long time to brush proficiency. On this day, Chen Mu's portrait went home. Suddenly, a thin middle-aged man stood at the door. The other party was standing in front of his house, with two strong men following him. The strong man he knew was the bodyguard of Master Yen. If it wasn't for the two of them, he would have gone to talk to Master Yen Shan. Wonderful painting workshop.
Then Painter Yen wants to make a fool of himself.
It seems that the gift I gave last time was a light one. He really didn't want to interact with these local snakes. But before he could turn around and leave, the thin middle-aged man in gray had noticed him. Young Master Chen, stay.
Glancing at the arms of the two strong men that were thicker than his thighs, Chen Mu regretted giving up the idea of knocking the three of them out.
What's the matter?
Master Zhen, the owner of Miao Wafang, has an invitation, please come with us. The thin middle-aged man said with a smile. Chen Mu glanced at the two expressionless strong men again.
He knew he had no choice. Wait a minute, I'll clean up.
Chen Mu cupped his hands.
Please hurry up. Master Zhen doesn't like to wait.
The middle-aged man said with a smile. Chen Mu opened the door with the three of them watching. Just as he was about to close the door was held by a strong man with one hand.
Master Chen, please as soon as possible.
The thin middle-aged man was still smiling.
Chen Mu nodded expressionlessly.
Walking into the room, Chen Mu stood under the window on the west side of the room, looked at the three people at the door through the grid holes in the window, and silently stuffed 2 lime powder bags into his sleeves. After thinking for a while, he clenched a small porcelain bottle on the windowsill again. Finally, he grabbed the stone and put it in the purse.
And Lufang Rui Zhai. Chen Mu looked up at the 3-story wooden building.
It was noon at this time, and the business in the building was booming, and there was a constant flow of people. Master, please, Master is in the private room on the 3rd floor. The thin middle-aged man led Chen Mu upstairs. Ruizai occupies a huge area, and the passenger flow is like weaving. The lobby on the 1st floor is lively, but the private room on the 3rd floor is quiet. Chen Mu followed the thin middle-aged man to the 3rd floor. A wealthy middle-aged man was already sitting in the private room. Behind him stood 2 tall and strong bodyguards.
Is this that Mr. Zhen? Why can't I see Master Yen? But Master Chen is face to face.
Master Zhen said with a smile.
It's me. Chen Mu said calmly. Come here, please take a seat. Master Zhen looked enthusiastic.
I heard that Chen Gongzi's painting skills are amazing. I have always wanted to see you, and today I finally met a real person.
Master Zhen complimented. Master Zhen is wrong. Chen Mu responded calmly.
This Mr. Zhen is worthy of being a businessman, with long sleeves and good dance, and is very good at chatting. For a while, he talked about the interesting stories of Lufang, and for a while he praised Chen Mu's superb painting skills. Chen Mu was dealing with one after another, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It should not be the Hongmen banquet.
I don't want to beat around the bush.
I want to ask Mr. Chen to be the chief painter of my wonderful painting workshop.
Master Chen got straight to the point. Miao Wafang is responsible for connecting Mr. Chen, and we don't take a penny for the retouching fee.
In addition, there are monthly schedules for 12 taels per month. Master Zhen had a sincere look on his face.
Let me be the chief painter?
Chen Mu was surprised.
What about Painter Yen?
Helping to attract business, there are additional cases for December, which seems to be quite good.
Such good conditions, there will be no fraud, right?
As the chief painter, Chen Gongzi only needs to make a few portraits for my wonderful painting workshop when necessary. Master Zhen said with a smile.
Chen Mu understood.
Combining his own painting skills with modern techniques, it is difficult for anyone to imitate it now.
Miao Wafang wants to use itself as a signboard. You can make money safely, and the other party will increase your influence. Okay. I agree. Chen Mu no longer hesitated. As for Master Yen, if you really want to make a fool of yourself, give him another big gift. After that, there was a meal and a feast, and it was not until evening that Chen Mu left Anlafang. In the Rui Zhai elegant room, Mr. Jin leaned against the window to admire the Anlafang where the lights were just beginning, and slowly smashed the seeds. Did you send it back? Master, go back. The thin middle-aged man walked in with a cup of ginseng tea and replied. With this young Master Chen, our Myo Wafang will be stable. The owner has a good way. The thin middle-aged man smiled. Master Jin spat out the skin of the melon seeds. I don't know where the old man Yin died. Without this signboard, a lot of business has been robbed by the Red Square in the west of the city. Could it be that Hongfang murdered Yin Lao? The thin middle-aged man said solemnly. That stinky bitch is really doing it. Master Jin said coldly with a flick of the melon seed skin. In this way, I will find 2 good hands to protect Chen Mu tomorrow, but I can't make mistakes again. Yes. Outside the window of the wooden building, a shadow grabbed the eaves and hung it quietly in the air. It turns out that you really want to hire me as the chief painter. Chen Mu breathed a sigh of relief. The probing hand threw a stone and hit the ginseng tea in the thin middle-aged man's hand. Since it's the real owner, it can't be poisoned to death. It's a pity my bottle of concentrated snake venom. Immediately ignoring the chaos in the house, he flipped up the roof dexterously. Several ups and downs jumped into the alley and disappeared. Pinyin Square Chen Mu jumped over the wall and jumped into the westernmost house. Change into a black mask. Sitting in front of the square table, I slowly drank a bowl of cool white water, calming my thumping heart. Fortunately, he almost killed someone tonight. It's all because of this malicious world. Chen Mu thought bitterly. Thinking that in his previous life, he was afraid of a ruined house, but now he dares to poison and kill? I just want to live my life according to my duty and practice martial arts safely. Chen Mu thought a little aggrieved. Still keep a low profile. It's always right to be safe. Just a second-order drawing skill attracts continuous malice. If it is revealed that he has quickly learned to practice shape art, it may cause some trouble. The matter of martial arts must not be noticed. Chen Mu became more and more cautious. Half a month later, the Chen family in Pinyin Square. 1 piece of cold vegetables, 1 piece of crystal elbow, and 1 piece of white wheat rice. This is Chen Mu's lunch. Grab a crystal elbow and chew slowly. Chen Mu showed a satisfied smile. Unexpected surprise. Not long ago, Chen Mu discovered a new skill on the Great Wall cooking. Not long after he was on the list, he felt a marked change. Before eating meat, he boiled it in plain water. It can be eaten, but the taste can only be said to be salty. Now I really understand what it means to be delicious. With this ability, Chen Mu certainly won't treat himself badly. Take out recipes that you have heard and seen in previous lives, and start experimenting with them. The crystal elbow was one of his attempts. I will have good luck in the future. After dinner, clean up the dishes. Chen Mu sat at the square table and drank sour plum soup to digest. He has been a painter of Myo Wafang for half a month. The most obvious change is that his polishing fee has increased. Double it directly, at least 22 per portrait. But the number of portraits has also decreased accordingly. In the past half a month, I had to paint 3 or 4 pictures. So far, I have painted 2 paintings in total. But the client's pursuit of his paintings has risen instead. Ancient version of hunger marketing? Myo Wafang is indeed capable, no wonder it can occupy half of the painting and calligraphy industry in Qingshan County. Except for the voluntary labor of the county government, I can earn 80 to 100 taels per month. This is enough to support his consumption now. After eating and drinking, Chen Mu changed into a gray and white long gown. This is the standard dress of the poor scholars today, and it is not eye-catching when walking on the street. To this end, he took the time to observe the fashion of the masses in Qingshan County. I also want to dress better. It's a pity, if he dares to expose his family wealth with brocade clothes and jade food, robbers and thieves will come to the door that night. Facing the reflection in the basin, Chen Mu was ready to go out. Today he is going to help the Yamen clerk draw a wanted notice. Chen Mu did not stop volunteering because he joined Myo Wafang. Although he can't get paid for helping the county government to draw a wanted order, it can bring him intangible benefits. At least ordinary gangsters on the street dare not openly trouble him. The income is high, no one bothers. Chen Mu has been very comfortable for the past half month. If there is any dissatisfaction, it is probably the 2 big men at the door. Chen Mu opened the door, and 2 tall and strong men stood at the door of his house.
This is the bodyguard arranged by Miao Wafang for him.
Chen Mu was also not easy to refuse. It really improves his safety. But with two people following all day, many things are inconvenient.
For example, the practice of shape training, such as the purchase of secret medicine. Fortunately, a batch of medicinal materials was hoarded in advance. Before he was smothered in practice, he bought a lot of medicines at one time.
It's barely enough for now. One day it will be useful. We have to figure out a way to avoid the two of them purchasing medicinal materials.
Chen Mu thought to himself. Half a month later, Chen Mu ran frantically in the yard, at a speed comparable to a 100-meter sprint. There was almost no sound of stomping on the ground. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Mu stopped running and took a deep breath to calm down his shortness of breath. Writing, 1342/10,000/second order, drawing, 1079/10,000/second order, throwing, 2598/10,000/second order, kestrel training, 7231/10,000/first order, cooking, 1326/10,000/first order. A month has passed, and the kestrel training has increased by more than 2,000 proficiency. Compared with last month, it is 800 or 900 less.
This is the disadvantage of joining Miao Wafang.
Chen Mu looked at the door helplessly. There were two big men standing outside the door, and they had to be careful every time they practiced. For this reason, he also specially thought about kestrel training to reduce the noise caused by galloping. Now it runs quietly and silently, which is also a pleasant surprise. But in the end, dare not let go of practice, it does affect the brushing proficiency process.
The secret medicine is gone. The follow-up effect will be even worse.
In order to prevent being discovered, Chen Mu doesn't mind slowing down the speed of brushing proficiency. But if there is no secret medicine, the effect will be discounted in half immediately, which is unacceptable to him. We must find a way to purchase medicinal materials. Suddenly there was a voice outside the door.
Chen Mu went to open the door.
Master Chen, where do you put your things? A dark-faced man in his 40s said, standing at the door. His clothes were patched, his hands were rough and calloused, and he was a laborer who often did rough work. At this moment, he deflected his body, revealing the big bamboo basket behind him, which contained more than 10 kilograms of fresh meat.
Oldly, help me back into the room,
Chen Mu said with a smile. This person is a coolie who runs errands at the Shue's warehouse in Dongshi. Putting the fresh meat away, Chen Mu handed Lao Li 10 copper plates.
Thank you, sir. Oldly took it with a smile. Last time I heard that your warehouse errands are also graded? Chen Mu asked.
Yes, like I am a straw shoe, with copper shoes and iron shoes on top, as well as gold boots and silver boots.
Master Chen is. Oldly looked at Chen Mu in confusion.
I'm going to hire a silver boot, go back and tell your boss. Let him arrange someone to contact him at night. Chen Mu said softly. He had already inquired. Shue's cargo station is mainly engaged in escorting darts and errands. Among them, the golden boots have the highest level and the best confidentiality.
Even participate in the county government tax silver escort.
But the golden boot is a team service, dispatching more than 10 people at a time. The silver boot is second, and the security and confidentiality are not bad. And it is possible to hire a single person and multiple people.
He intends to ask Shuejiao Warehouse to help him purchase the secret medicine for shape training. Okay. Don't worry. Oldly was overjoyed.
As long as he tells the owner of the news, once the contract is signed, he will also have a high share.
Let people come at night, I don't want too many people to know about this. Chen Mu asked.
Okay, don't worry. Oldly quickly assured in a low voice. After sending Lao Li away, Chen Mu closed the door to process the fresh meat. There is a warehouse to buy the medicinal materials on your behalf, although it is not completely confidential, but at least it is not me who comes forward, and it can always block the eyes of the public.
Chen Mu couldn't help but glance at the door.
He didn't want Miao Wafang to know that he knew martial arts.
And that Lu catcher.
The other party is a local snake, and if he comes forward to purchase drugs, he may be found out.
Lu Zhidou knew it, and so did the teacher Sheng Hong.
The other party used to use the kestrel as bait to earn money. Chen Mu only went once to start practicing shape art, and the other party might not be reconciled. Unwillingness may stumble him. Chen Mu was willing to spend money to avoid possible trouble. No one knows that I practice martial arts, so I can keep it as a trump card.
Chen Mu thought happily.
I can also move the practice time to the evening.
The two bodyguards at the door will leave at night. He can practice as much as he likes.
In this way, no one knows that I can practice shape art.
Chen Mu thought happily.
Wash the fresh pork belly, cut it into cubes, then rub and marinate with salt and spices. After that, it is cooked to medium cooked with the newly realized buns, and then fried with vegetables. With some operation, the preservation time of fresh meat is greatly prolonged, and it is more flavorful. After everything was done, it was getting dark. He took 2 pieces of square meat and gave them to the guards, and sent them away in advance in the joy and gratitude of the other party. Shenmue made another vegetable salad, cooked a pot of white wheat, sat at the square table and ate the freshly cooked square meat, waiting for someone from the Schwez warehouse to arrive. The sun was setting in the west, and the clouds in the sky were burning red. A cool breeze is picking up in the yard. Shenmue sat at the square table in the room, opened the door, watched the sky gradually darken in the distance, and put a piece of crispy pork belly in the mouth. The tender taste on the outside, and the balance of spicy and salty taste made Shenmue unable to help nod. This is just a first-order cooking skill. In the past life, it was said that food should not be let down, but most people eat only to fill their stomachs. Busy work takes up too much energy. The fast-paced life makes it impossible to take care of him. I'll have to brush up on my cooking proficiency in the future. It's all time travel. What's wrong with taking a moment to ponder the food? There is Miao Wafang to help with the portrait business, and the income is not worrying. After a while, I found silver boots to run errands to help buy a batch of medicinal materials, and the martial arts practice was not hindered. Think about the hard times in the past, and think about the present. Shenmue comfortably took a piece of cold leafy greens and chewed it leisurely. As soon as he looked up, he saw a dark figure silently roll down from the wall. Silver boots? You say you don't want others to know, and the other party sneaks over the wall to come in? Professional enough. Just as Shenmue was about to stand up to greet him, he raised his eyes and looked at each other. Silver-white beard and hair, narrowed eyes, expressionless face. Isn't this the killer from Chunjia village? As if the pause button had been pressed, Shenmue froze halfway up and froze in place. Jiae, it's fate. Cough, why don't we take a bite together? Shenmue sat down slowly, pretending to be relaxed. I'm afraid of being poisoned. Jia said lightly without raising his eyelids. Old man, it seems that your misunderstanding of me is not that deep. Shenmue shook his head helplessly. Jia's eyes slowly rolled, staring at Shenmue's sleeves. Misunderstand? Just how thick the skin is to make you say misunderstandings while spreading poison. Why are you looking for silver boots? Jia said expressionlessly. Silver boots? Is this old killer the silver boots of the Shui family warehouse? A killer running errands? Shenmue's eyes became strange. Is the line of killers so difficult to get along with? I want to buy a batch of medicinal materials. It's better not to kill himself. List. Jia said succinctly. Here. Shenmue hurriedly took out the list of medicinal materials that had been prepared for a long time. In addition to the necessary medicinal materials for kestrel training, he also added a lot of other things, mainly to confuse the public. How much is the commission? Shenmue asked. 10. 20 taels. Jia said calmly and expressionlessly. Shenmue, did you mean to say 12 just now? This is clearly blackmail. Deceiving too much. Shenmue was full of indignation. Okay. This is the commission, and this is half of the payment, please accept it. Jia rolled his eyes, squinted at Shenmue, his mouth twitched slightly, picked up the silver taels on the table, and disappeared in a flash. Shenmue stared at the other side's disappearing figure, and it took a long while to regain his senses. Depend on. I just wanted to find an errand, why did I find a killer? But this man doesn't seem to have any intention of killing me. He appeared in front of me, not as a killer, but as the silver boots of the Shueijia warehouse. Shenmue was slightly relieved. And the other party is a killer, just looking at the speed of the ghost just now, his skills must be very good. Isn't it just because you are afraid of being inquired about finding someone to buy medicine by yourself? Now that this killer has silver boots to buy on his behalf, who would dare to inquire about him? So, is this a surprise? It's just a little expensive. 20 taels of silver, this old man dares to speak. Shenmue's heart twitched in pain. Forget it, it's all about spending money to buy safety. Shenmue shook his head helplessly, picked up the food that had been sprinkled with snake venom, and dug a hole and buried it in the corner. I'm impulsive, I wasted a table of good dishes. Daliang 6:38, December 23, the weather turned cooler. As usual, Shenmue got up in the dim morning light. Putting on a thick coat, Shenmue opened the door, and a gust of cold air hit his face. The temperature feels like the late autumn in the north of the previous life. He has been in this world for more than 7 months, without a mobile phone or computer. It is natural to go to bed early and get up early. Jumping from the westernmost house to the easternmost house, Shenmue washed and cooked. Boil the fire and boil the water, wash the white wheat, pick the vegetables and wash the vegetables in an orderly manner. The cooking skill bonus makes cooking more convenient. He chopped up some vegetable leaves, and poured them into the chicken coop under the west wall with the specially purchased grass seeds. The 5 hens clucked and scrambled for food, and Shenmue couldn't help showing a relieved smile. He has been raising chickens for more than a month and has provided him with a lot of eggs. Going back to the stove to add firewood, estimating that the white wheat would take a while to cook, Shenmue took off his slightly bloated coat. I just have time to be active. Spend a few minutes moving all your joints, then start hopping and running around the yard in small areas. Slow down at the beginning, then get faster and faster, and soon increase to the speed of a 100-meter race. Every time his toes landed, he had a sense of loss of control that his body was about to fly away, which was the powerful inertia brought about by extreme speed. But at the moment when the toes touched the ground, the muscles of the whole body suddenly rhythm, and a strong force burst out from the toes. Going forward or backward, the body that is about to lose control can always accelerate, stop, or even suddenly turn backwards according to the wishes. This is the Kestrel shape training, a shape training technique that is good at moving and running. After a quarter of an hour, the series of figures in the yard suddenly stopped. Shenmue took a deep breath and let it out slowly. The breathing method of the shape training just completed a cycle. Fine beads of sweat ooze out from his forehead, and there is a sense of pleasure and comfort from his limbs. Exercise stimulates the brain to produce endorphins, which make people feel happy. He had always heard of this in his previous life, but as a fat man, he had never experienced it. Now he has experienced it, and enjoys it. As he slowly stretched and stretched, a burst of enlightenment suddenly hit his heart. Immediately afterwards, turbulent heat flowed from all over the body. The muscles of the whole body squirm involuntarily, as if there were little mice under the skin, and then kept walking and crawling. There were traces of tingling and itching all over the body, and a special tissue formed under the skin. It took a long while for Shenmue to regain his senses. Feeling the lingering rhythm in his head, Shenmue couldn't help grinning. Breakthrough? Writing, 1445/10,000/ second order. Drawing, 1353/10,000/ second order. Throwing, 3316/10,000/ second order. Kestrel training, 8/10,000/ second order. Cooking skills, 2642/10,000/ first order. He rolled up his left sleeve and pinched his skin. A leathery supple texture comes. It's like wearing a thin layer of leather armor. He waved his fist out of thin air, and the sound of breaking wind whizzed. The power has also grown stronger. The toes kicked on the ground, the strength of the whole body suddenly exploded, and the figure suddenly disappeared in place. 7 or 8 meters away, the khaki-colored courtyard wall zoomed in rapidly. The next moment, the figure almost stopped against the wall. He exerted his strength again, and blinked back to the original position. Speed and reaction are faster. At least I can throw myself 2 blocks away. Defense, strength, speed, reaction, and physical fitness have improved in all directions. It's a form of practice. At this moment, when I think about the Lu Xiaotu who jumped 5 or 6 meters, I suddenly feel that it is no longer out of reach. Isn't it just liver proficiency? After thinking about it, Shenmue bent down and picked up a stone. Woo! Puff! A 4-finger-sized hole appeared in the mud wall. Through the round hole, you can even see the street outside the wall. By the way, it also increased the power of the locust stone? It is good. At this time, a fragrant fragrance spread into the nostrils, and the white wheat rice was already cooked. Breaking through the second order of the shape training, achieving Ijin, you have to reward yourself for whatever you say. Fried square meat, salad vegetables, and a flavored bacon. It's very beautiful. Breaking through Ijin, Shenmue was elated all day. In addition to the habitual practice of locust stones and kestrel exercises, Shenmue specially went out to Anlafang Ruizai. This is a famous vegetarian restaurant in Qingshan County. In the past, he was reluctant to come here to spend. He didn't go to the private room, he just found a seat in the corner of the lobby and ordered a large table of dishes. While tasting it slowly, I listened to the storytellers in the lobby. The general trend of the world will be divided for a long time. The Daliang Kingdom has been around for more than 600 years, and now it is very old. We are located in the southwest frontier, so it's not very conspicuous. In the Central Plains, all kinds of rebels are on stage. A hero in troubled times. Let's not talk about national affairs. Today I will tell you about a hero in troubled times. This person has unparalleled boxing skills, and he is known as the Iron Fist. The storyteller's ups and downs made everyone in the lobby excited to hear it. Shenmue also listened with relish. He practiced martial arts before, and the news was blocked. The first time I heard about the turbulent times in the world, I was immediately attracted.
Sacred fist with an iron fist? What kind of realm does that have to be? The level of change of marrow that is a great success in practicing shape art?
Shenmue thought with some envy. No hurry, follow the steps, and sooner or later we will be able to change the marrow. Proficiency is his greatest honor. Fortunately, Xingshan County is remote. At least it won't be affected by the chaos.
As long as he stabilizes his liver for 2 or 3 years, he will also be able to master shape surgery.
At that time, even in troubled times, he would dare to venture out, at dusk. Shenmue left Ruizai with unfinished intentions. The food is really delicious, and the storyteller's story is good enough. If it wasn't getting late, I would have to stay a little longer.
Too bad the world is not peaceful. According to anecdotes, the night is a period of high incidence of evil incidents.
Since he came into this world, if there is no special reason, he has never gone out at night.
At the beginning of the lanterns in Anlafang, the voices of Yingying and Yanyan could be heard faintly.
Shenmue glanced at the beautiful young lady who showed her face not far away, looked up at the sun that was about to set, and smiled shyly. Next time.
Pingan Square Chen's house. When I got home, I just locked the door.
Shenmue noticed a person sitting in the dark room. Silver-white beard and hair, narrowed eyes, and a serious expressionless face. Shenmue walked into the room indifferently, and was accustomed to the old man's elusiveness.
Payment for the goods. Jiejia was as concise as ever.
Wait. Shenmue said indifferently. Then he lit the oil lamp, opened the cloth bags one by one, and took out the medicinal materials to examine them carefully. After a while, Shenmue put a small cloth bag in the middle of the table and stared at Jiejia speechlessly. This is fake medicine.
Did you see it?
Jiejia's face was expressionless, his eyes rolled and he glanced at the herbs, and a flash of disappointment flashed past.
Shenmue, are you disappointed with a hammer? Is it interesting to give me fake medicines to cheat money every time?
Shenmue said helplessly. You said that you are a big killer who is high and high. How can you run a leg and sneak in a trick?
It seems that you misunderstood me deeply.
Jiejia said lightly.
Shenmue, why is this face so familiar?
Forget it, I have a lot, so I don't care about this old man. After removing the share of counterfeit medicines, Shenmue honestly handed the money to Jiejia. Seeing the other party swish and disappear, the speed was so fast that Shenmue couldn't help but sigh.
I still can't beat him. Otherwise, I have to beat him up for anything.
The joy of breaking through Ijin was suddenly reduced by more than half.
Let's practice.
He is just a young novice who has just started to practice martial arts. The world is big, and it's impossible to be complacent. I have to find a few books that record medicinal materials. The first time he suffered a big loss.
Let this old man cheat with fake medicine. This old man is getting more and more tricky with shoddy methods, so he has to be on guard.
If it weren't for the rioting of the gangsters and the lack of medicinal materials in the pharmacy, Shenmue would have kicked the old man out long ago. I don't know where the other party bought it from, and the medicinal materials have never been missing. After all, the killer may have a secret channel.
Daliang 639, January 19th, the weather was fine.
Shenmue got up early, washed and ate, and practiced locust stones and kestrels in turn all morning. For the past 6 months, Shenmue has been living like this. After breaking through Ijin, his physical fitness has greatly increased, which can support him to practice for a longer time. But it is also difficult to upgrade second-order skills. Hedging twice, the daily proficiency of the liver is not large. When you reach the bone change realm, the breathing method will cycle from 60 breaths to 90 breaths. 9 new movements have been added to the body technique.
The secret medicine is still the same.
But Shenmue found that the effect of the secret medicine was reduced by a third. I don't know if it's because of drug resistance, or because Sheng Hong is hiding.
Another 100 taels to ask for advice? Shenmue shook his head. Not worth it. Sheng Hong's old fried dough sticks may not really be said. Let's practice like this first. If you have proficiency, you can practice it sooner or later.
In the afternoon, Shenmue left the house and followed the 2 big men at the door to the south of the city.
Myo Wathang contacted him about a portrait business today. This is the first order of the month. Zhou Liang, Myo Wathang has nothing to do with it recently, right?
Walking on the road, Shenmue asked the strong man on the left. These 2 strong men are members of a small gang in the east of the city.
hired by Miao Wafang to keep him safe.
I haven't heard of any major events, that is, Boss Yin went to Nanyang City for more than half a month and never came back.
Zhou Liang replied.
Chen Mu nodded to show that he knew, but he couldn't help but murmured in his heart. According to the original plan, Miao Wafang contacted him for 4 business transactions per month.
But now the first order came in late January.
This gave Chen Mu a faint sense of crisis. He practices martial arts every day, eats meat with a big mouth, and consumes a lot of money. If something goes wrong in the workshop, his quality of life will be affected immediately.
I hope Boss Yin can come back soon.
Not long after, Chen Mu came to the door of a big mansion.
There is a plaque on the door with the 2 characters of Zuofu written on it.
Zhou Liang and Zhang Huan came forward to knock on the door to report.
A small servant let him in. Zhou Liang and Zhang Huan were left in the concierge to rest and wait.
Chen Mu has been painting portraits for several months and is skilled in business. When he saw the master of the Zhuo family, he asked the other party's request and immediately started painting.
With his current second-level painting skills, even if he deliberately delayed the time to show his solemnity, it only took less than an hour to complete the painting. After taking 20 taels of money, Chen Mu followed the servant and walked out happily.
Passing by a small courtyard, a burst of shouting came. Chen Mu couldn't help turning his head to look. Through the moon gate, a young man is practicing martial arts. Standing next to this man in his 40s and 50s, he was pointing patiently with a smile on his face. As if feeling someone else's gaze, the man turned his head and looked over. The two looked at each other, stunned at the same time.
Shang Hong? Is this being hired and invited directly to teach martial arts at home? Chen Mu was stared at by the other party, and he couldn't help but feel guilty. I won't be seen when I practice kestrel training? Without showing any sign on his face, he smiled and nodded at Shang Hong, and then followed the servant to leave in a hurry. Shang Hong looked at Chen Mu's background suspiciously. He always felt that the person just now was familiar. After thinking about it carefully, I suddenly realized, it's the scholar who painted. He had a deep impression of Chen Mu.
Over the years, he has used kestrel training as bait, and he has caught a lot of bad luck. How to practice shape art is so easy to learn. Anyone who came to him would have to spend at least 300 taels of silver to recognize the reality.
But this scholar came once and never came again. Let him earn 200 taels less, how can he forget the other party? Looking at the other party's movements, it seems that there is a shadow of training in shape. Are you really practicing? Shang Hong wondered.
Immediately, he shook his head and laughed. How can there be so many geniuses in this world? Forget it, don't think about him, let's just concentrate on fooling the eldest young master in front of you.
This is the real deal.
Shang Hong looked at the clumsy movements of the eldest young master of the Zhuo family. His face blossomed with a smile. The family has a great business. Maybe one meal is enough for the rest of my life.
Pinyin Square, in the Chen's house.
I didn't expect to meet Shang Hong. Ever since he learned the kestrel form, Chen Mu has subconsciously avoided the block where Shang Hong is located.
Shang Hong used shape training to make money. Learn it in one go. If the other party knew, would they be willing?
Chen Mu not only avoided the other party, but also avoided Lu Jieto. The two were at odds, and Shen Mushang was afraid of causing unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, they would not hire a broker to buy medicinal materials at a high price. Looking at Shang Hong's expression, it seems that he didn't recognize me immediately.
Chen Mu breathed a sigh of relief.
As the coach of the Zhuo family, it is even more impossible to miss me. According to Zhou Liang and Zhang Huan, the Zhuo family is one of the 6 major families in Qingshan County. There is a large area of land outside the city, and there are rows of shops in the city, and the wealth is amazing. I heard that the young master of the Zhuo family is a prodigal son who lingers in Galanhua. It's not too easy to teach such students to practice martial arts. With the difficulty of practicing shape art, Shang Hong can at least stay in Zhuo's house for a year and a half.
7 days and 100 taels, half a year. I hate that I can't replace it with myself.
I don't want it anymore, I don't want it anymore. The more I think about it, the more sour it becomes.
Let's practice your own gong honestly and eat your own food.
Cold seasoned vegetables, pan-fried fish pieces, crystal elbows, and a bowl of fragrant white wheat rice. Chen Mu put the square table in the yard, enjoying the more delicious food while admiring the beautiful sunset. The income is considerable, the martial arts practice is successful, and there are delicious food to enjoy.
This is the life he dreamed of in his previous life. Scholar, do you enjoy it?
A voice suddenly sounded behind him. Chen Mu shivered and turned his head suddenly. Suddenly, a figure was standing behind him.
Shang Hong?
The other party sneaked into his house quietly, but he didn't notice it.
Master Shang, how about one bite at a time?
Shen Mu raised his hand and swayed, pointing to the dishes on the table.
Don't bother? Sheng Hong joked. Where is it? It's my honor to invite Master Shang to dinner.
Shen Mu took out a new pair of tableware and prepared them.
I didn't expect you to have this skill. Sheng Hong chewed a piece of crystal elbow and said, I can't bear to do it anymore. Shen Mu's scalp tightened immediately. Of course, I'm not that unreasonable person either.
Sheng Hong ate the fish slowly.
600 taels by your life, is it reasonable? Shen Mu couldn't help trembling all over. Don't say you don't have it, I checked it out very clearly.
You make paintings for people, and you say that you earn more than 100 taels per month.
It's been more than half a year, how can you not have 600 taels of silver?
Shen Muwen felt like someone had poured a basin of cold water on her head. He never thought that Sheng Hong had been thinking about him all the time.
Didn't you already become the head of the Zhou family? Shen Mu couldn't believe it, he had already made a lot of money, why do you still think about me? Who would think that he has too much money? Sheng Hong laughed.
You're not afraid of offending my Oawafang.
Shen Mu roared in anger.
Sheng Hong glanced at Shen Mu. I advise you to pay the money obediently. The 2 clubs outside the door have already been pinched by me.
No matter how loud you shout, they won't be able to hear them. Has Zhou Liang and Zhang Huan been placed?
Although I have completed Yijin. But Sheng Hong has practiced shape art for half his life, and it is also a bone-changing state to say the least.
The 2 were really knocked out by you? Shen Mu couldn't help asking. Why are you forcing me? Hey, the world is like this.
Sheng Hong shook his head, everyone does this.
If you meet me, you can only be considered unlucky. The 2 were really knocked out by you?
Shen Mu asked with his head lowered.
You know what you're afraid of? Sheng Hong jokingly smiled, if you know you're afraid, just be obedient, afraid? No, I want to thank you. Varied, thank you for knocking them out. Woo! Xie!
The blood splashed, Sheng Hong's eyes were round, and half of his ears were missing.
You! Sheng Hong looked at Chen Mu in astonishment. If he didn't dodge fast enough just now, his eyes would be blinded. Woo woo woo!
A series of locust stones rushed towards him. Sheng Hong's figure suddenly bloomed, leaving behind afterimages in place.
Scholar, you are hiding deep enough?
Sheng Hong said angrily, unfortunately, I have done hidden weapon dodging training. He pushed the kestrel shape training to the extreme, and the locust stone was fierce, but he couldn't touch him at all.
Sheng Hong grinned, wait until it falls into my hands and see how I entertain you. The voice just fell, puff.
A locust stone rubbed the middle right forearm, taking away a piece of flesh and blood.
How is that possible? Sheng Hong's heart suddenly tightened. I obviously avoided it, puff.
A locust stone was drilled through the left armpit, and a bunch of blood flowers exploded.
Sheng Hong suddenly understood.
He saw the locust stone and made dodging movements, but his body gradually couldn't keep up with the command of consciousness. He suddenly looked at the square table.
That meal, woo 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 woo.
A bunch of blood flowers exploded behind Sheng Hong.
The locust stone was not yet exhausted, and bang 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 banged on the wall of the yellow courtyard, leaving little dark red blood spots.
Sheng Hong glared at Chen Mu angrily and fell to the ground with a thud. After a long while, Chen Mu came back to his senses and staggered to sit at the square table. Turning his head to look at Sheng Hong, whose head was full of blood and eyes wide open, his scalp suddenly became numb.
Murder!
After practicing martial arts for so long, he already had a hunch. Sooner or later I will kill myself. He also did rehearsal more than once. But when things came to an end, Chen Mu only felt that his mind was blank.
This is completely different from the small fights before. I just want to practice safely, why are you forcing me? It took a long time for Chen Mu to clear up his panic. Have to deal with the scene ASAP. Go out the wall and walk to the door of your own house.
Zhou Liang and Zhang Huan were both paralyzed on the ground and sleeping soundly.
Chen Mu took a closer look. A faint medicinal smell came. It's not stunned, it's stunned with incense medicine. Shen Mushu breathed a sigh of relief. Dragged the 2 to the door and let them sleep against the wall in their usual squatting positions.
Shen Mu jumped home, swept up Sheng Hong's body with grass, rummaged out of the house, carried the kestrel to practice shape, and silently flew to the north of the city. There are several deserted houses there, which are just used to bury bodies. After half an hour, Chen Mu returned home. After cleaning up the blood on the floor and walls, and putting on new clothes, Chen Mu came to the door. Opening the door, I was relieved to see the 2 of them still sleeping soundly.
Shenmue rubbed his face and shook the two awake. You two, it's getting late, it's time to go back. Zhou Liang and Zhang Huan woke up in a daze. Why are you still asleep? The two of you have worked hard to guard the gate, and the pig's trotters that have just been marinated, the two of you will take it for a drink. Shenmue smiled and handed an oiled paper bag. The strong aroma of meat came out, and Zhou Liang and Zhang Huan's eyes suddenly lit up. Thank you, young Master Chen. Then my brothers will say goodbye first. Zhang Huan smiled and took the braised pig's trotters. Shenmue bowed his hands to say goodbye. When the two figures disappeared, Shenmue's expression quickly disappeared, and he quickly went home and closed the door. In the alley, Zheng Huan put the oiled paper bag up to his nose. It's really fragrant. This scholar's craftsmanship is getting better and better. If you open a deli store, you can make a lot of money. One painting is enough for you to eat for several years. How can you open a deli shop with a lot of bitterness? Zhou Liang envied. Okay, let's find a tavern and eat these two pig trotters while it's hot. Zheng Huan urged. Alright, eat and drink and go to bed early. Zhou Liang stretched his waist. Last night I played too late at Anlafang, and I could fall asleep sitting on the street. I have to make up my sleep today. Yes, hurry up and go home to make up for sleep. Zheng Huan yawned. Last night at Itsue building, in the shadow of the alley, Shenmue stood quietly. Listening to the nonsense of the two of them, they silently put away the gravel in their hands. These two people shouldn't notice anything unusual. I can't stay in the city for the time being. Even if Shenmue knew, it was too suspicious to leave in a hurry. But he still couldn't help but want to stay away from Qingshan County. If it weren't for the closure of the city gate, he would not be able to leave the city, and he would have to leave Qingshan County that night. Early the next morning, Shenmue and other Zhou Liang and Zhang Huan arrived. During the conversation, I was sure that the two of them did not find any abnormality. The two of them were sent away on the grounds of returning to their hometown to visit relatives, and immediately went out with a large bag and a small bag, and even the 5 hens raised at home were put into a bamboo basket and carried on their backs. After leaving the gate of Qingshan County, he headed straight for Qinjia village. Dalian 639, January 27th. Shenmue opened his eyes in the chirping of birds. Pushing the door out, the fresh air with a hint of coolness cheered Shenmue's heart. The sky is clear and clear, with green hills in the distance. Dogs bark and chickens croak everywhere, creating a peaceful rural scene. Feeling depressed for days. He has been in Qinjia village for 7 days. Today was the safest day he slept. At the beginning, as soon as he closed his eyes, a picture of Shang Hong's face full of blood would appear in his mind. Lying in bed tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep, even if I fell asleep, I was often awakened by nightmares. During the day when I practiced the exercises, I was absent-minded, and several times I almost couldn't stop and slammed into the wall. It was only today that he gradually calmed down. He had figured out everything before and after. Sheng Hong came to intimidate and said that Shenmue would spend money to buy his life, but he was actually going to seek money and kill his life. Chen Muzhen wants to give money honestly, and the other party will definitely kill people. Martial artists and ordinary people who practice shape training are like two species. With great strength and fast speed, it is no more difficult to kill an ordinary person than to kill a fly. Therefore, it is easier to scrutinize people's lives, otherwise there will be no case of Wang's family annihilation. Sheng Hong dares to kill unscrupulously for money. Why can't I fight back in order to protect myself? Do you want to ask others to be magnanimous and take your own life? Looking back at Sheng Hong's skilled movements and expressions, he knew that the other party was by no means the first time he had murdered for money. Shen Mu suddenly understood. Sheng Hong is the vermin in this world, and he will die. I killed him to protect myself and more innocent people. It's not me that's wrong, it's this bullying world. It's those wicked people who have evil thoughts in their hearts. Faced with the malice from this world, facing the surging evil thoughts of others, what should I do? What can I do? Compromise and beg for mercy? No, I have to use thunderbolt means. Shen Mu took a deep breath. Next time he will be more neat and tidy. To get rid of the evil, the only way is always. After adjusting his mentality, Shen Mu washed and cooked white wheat rice, charcoal roasted hare, and wild fruit platter. This is the first time he has prepared meals with heart after returning to Qinjia village. A few days ago, I was in a trance, and all day long, I drilled into the woods and threw stones to practice flying locust stones. This skill gives him a sense of security. The vegetation, insects and snakes in the mountains and forests caused him a lot of harm. Bring up the gray wall. Writing, 1445/10000/second order, drawing,
1353/10000/second order, throwing, 4623/10000/second order, kestrel training, 216/10000/second order, cooking skills, 2642/10000/first order. I was a little slack in practicing shape, and I only had 30 years of experience every day. Throwing skills were pushed by him for the most part. Not only is the throwing technique more subtle, but there are also many more peculiar hidden weapon production methods in mind. Shenmue couldn't help but think back. When Sheng Hong was killed, a stone went straight to the opponent's forehead. Sheng Hong's forehead was open with flesh, and his face was covered in blood, but his bones were not broken. If you reach the bone-changing state, your bones will become hard. Ordinary stones won't be able to hurt your bones if they are broken. Go back to the city in 2 days to build a batch of special hidden weapons. 3 days later, Shenmue had to return to Qingshan County. He has to go to Qingshan County Yamen to draw a wanted notice. All the way back to the city, Shenmue was calm on the surface, but he was quite nervous. For fear that a team of Yamen would jump out of the corner and swarm him up and tie him up. But nothing actually happened. Sheng Hong disappeared silently, no one cared. Until Shenmue left the county office, no one bothered him. He also deliberately attacked and inquired about major events in the county. Except for the Zhou family's troubles, and the Zhou family's eldest young master was cut down with great power, there is nothing new. It's calm and calm. Shenmue went home with confidence. On the way, I stopped by the blacksmith shop and ordered a bag of iron lotus seeds. Prepare to upgrade the locust stone. After careful inquiries for a few days, it was confirmed that no one really found Sheng Hong's death. Shenmue was completely relieved. Day by day, the weather is getting colder. People on the street can't wait to wrap themselves into dumplings. Shenmue also discovered another benefit of shape training: freezing resistance. After he completed I Jin, there seemed to be a special tissue under the skin, which not only improved the defense, but also enhanced the tolerance to temperature. Can feel cold, but not afraid of cold. But in order to follow the crowd, Shenmue still wrapped himself into a zongzi. East City Rice Shop. Shenmue left with a bag of white wheat. 6 coppers per pound, double the price. The chaotic situation in the hinterland of Daliang still affects this small border town. He has started consciously hoarding food. I went to Zhengtu to turn around again, and the price of meat was also rising. Not only has the price increased, but there have also been several out-of-stocks this month. Isn't Qingshan County going to be chaotic as well? Shenmue was worried. As time goes by, the weather is getting colder. There is a visible reduction in the number of people on the streets. The chaotic news from all over the bean made the small town even more silent. Everyone stayed at home and never went out. The entire county seems to be calm, but there seems to be a turbulent undercurrent in the dark. Shenmue sat at the square table and counted the silver and copper plates in his hand. 97 taels of silver, 435 copper plates. Taking medicine and eating meat to practice exercises every month, at least 60 taels. If the training intensity is not reduced, he can support him for at most 1.5 months. Shenmue's face was ugly. Throughout February, he did not receive a single portrait business. Boss Shen of Miao Wafang has never returned since he went to Nanyang Palace City. Without the portrait business, Shenmue's life took a turn for the worse. Portraits should be built on the basis of a peaceful and stable environment. The advent of troubled times inevitably affected the painting and calligraphy industry. Have to find a way to open source. It's not that he doesn't want to cut costs, but that he really can't. If you want to quickly practice shape training, you can't do without the help of secret medicine. He also thought about not letting Jia run errands to buy it. 20 taels of silver at a time. He felt distressed every time he saw this old man. But now the official road is blocked by the rioters. Most of the medicinal materials in the pharmacy are missing. Except for the channel of Jia, he has no other place to buy medicine. How about selling this secret book? Shenmue looked up at the portrait hanging on the wall. The kestrel exercises are described in detail above. He was reluctant in his heart, and always had a mentality of monopolizing this thing. But I don't know how many people Sheng Hong has taught this form of practice, and I can't count myself as a monopoly. And even if it is learned by others, without the proficiency plugin, no one can practice faster and better than him. Thinking of this, I felt a little more at ease. In exchange for a lot of silver taels, it can also make him practice better and faster. It's decided, find an opportunity to sell this thing for money. Late February, evening. Shenmue prepares a table of meals at home. It didn't take long for Jia to appear as usual. With Chen Mu's current state of changing tendons, he could only barely see the other person's figure clearly.
This old man might be a top expert in changing the marrow. Elder Jia, have something to eat together? Chen Mu warmly invited.
Jie Jia looked at the food carefully, rolled his eyes, and stared at Chen Mu. Speak.
What? Chen Mu pretended to be stupid. Payment.
Jie Jia said lightly as he dropped the pocket of the medicine.
Don't say it.
Chen Mu sneered. The old man was still so straightforward. I want to sell a copy of the shape training technique.
I don't know if you have any channels. Chen Mu didn't hide it.
Yes, Chen Mu put his mind on Jie Jia. The other party is a secret killer with a unique channel.
20%.
Jie Jia said lightly.
What do you mean? Chen Mu was stunned. Immediately reacted, this is 20% as a reward? The dead old man is so greedy. Okay. Chen Mu almost gritted his teeth. The shape training is so powerful that ordinary people can't afford it. It's really not easy to sell without channels. Tomorrow evening, Ghost Market.
Jie Jia nodded with satisfaction.
This old man actually knew about the Ghost Market, and there really is a way.
Chen Mu has lived in Qingshan County for more than half a year, and has heard a lot of gossip.
Ghost City is one of them.
It is said that everything is sold, and everything dares to be sold. Hurry up and pay me for the goods, and I'll go back and help you get through the Ghost Market joints.
Jia Jia urged. Okay. Chen Mu looked happy. Selling shape training will give him a mouthful of blood.
It will allow him to practice peacefully for a long time. Just as I was about to withdraw money, I suddenly felt that something was wrong.
Urging for payment? Chen Mu looked at the packets of medicinal herbs, and then at Jie Jia, who was there with the old god. Go ahead and open the bags to check one by one.
After a long while, Chen Mu took out a handful of medicinal materials from the bottom of his pocket and carefully compared it with the medicinal materials on the top of the pocket. The two look almost identical, but... Chen Mu looked at Jie Jia helplessly. Thanks to my boredom recently, I read a few medical books and learned the skills of pharmacy.
Otherwise, I really want you to be fooled. Why have you upgraded your adulteration technology? Damn fake drug dealer.
Jie Jia said lightly. Disappointment flashed in his eyes. Chen Mu glared at Jie Jia. Others say this, scolding fake drug dealers for selling fake drugs. When Jie Jia said this, he thought that the medicines of the fake drug dealers were not fake enough. The ghost cities around Qingshan County have a long history. There is a ghost market every third day of the month.
Every location is different.
Every time before the market opens, a group of carts and horses will be specially hired to pull the guests into the ghost market.
If you want to get the location of these carriages, you need a special channel.
Jie Jia happens to have a channel to get admission tickets. The sky was dark, in a deserted village.
Chen Mu was wearing a hooded cloak and a black scarf on his face, wrapping himself tightly.
Next to him is a similarly dressed Jie armor. The two walked on the streets of the deserted village without saying a word. There are many people setting up stalls on both sides of the road, and from time to time some people squat down and talk in low voices. Whether it is the stall owner or the guest, they wrap themselves tightly, and speak in a low voice subconsciously.
The voices converged, like countless ghosts whispering. It's here. Jie Jia led Chen Mu to a dilapidated house.
Chen Mu nodded to this Jie Jia, and walked into the room uneasily with the scroll in his arms. A man wearing a ghost mask sat quietly behind a gray and white square table. What do the guests want to sell? The masked man whispered. At this point, Chen Mu no longer hesitated, and gritted his teeth and said, I want to sell a copy of shape training.
Please sit down. The masked man couldn't help raising his voice. Exercise is a good thing. Can you show it to me? The masked man said enthusiastically. Chen Mu was overjoyed. Forms are really worth the money.
Thinking so, Chen Mu put the scroll on the table and unfolded it by a third.
The masked man couldn't help but stand up. Good painting skills. The more detailed and accurate the cheats, the higher the value. Chen Mu smiled. This is drawn with second-order drawing skills, okay?
Compared with the rough cheats outlined by those lines, my cheats can be called a collector's edition. Such a precious secret book, it is not too much to sell him 1,000 taels. With this amount of money, I can hoard food and medicinal materials, and practice the exercises honestly at home. I won't be afraid of 10 more Shenghongs when I finish my bodybuilding skills. Chen Mu was fantasizing, and suddenly heard the masked man tut. Unfortunately, Chen Mu's heart couldn't help beating. Things are good things, the masked man shook his head and sighed.
How?
Chen Mu became more and more nervous.
Look.
The masked man bent down and took out a booklet from the underground pocket next to him and handed it to Chen Mu.
Chen Mu looked up and was stunned in place. Shengjia Kestrel practicing shapes? Shang? Shang Hong? Fuck.
A quarter of an hour later, Chen Mu walked out of the broken hospital with a look of anger.
Jiejia followed closely. The two found an abandoned shabby house and got in. Chen Mu pulled off the black scarf on his face with a bad look on his face. My cheap master is really cruel. Not only set up a pit for money, he sold his own shape training to the bad street.
The masked man told Chen Mu that the Kestrel shape training had long been famous in the Ghost City.
As long as the masked person knows, there are 5 shops that have this practice. A book of shape training that is enough for a family heirloom only sold for 80 taels, do you dare to believe it?
Chen Mu was indignant. If it weren't for his superb painting skills and more accurate content than Shang Hong's shoddy book, he wouldn't be able to sell 82.
Go back? Jiejia asked calmly. Go back? Chen Mu suddenly smiled. The things are not sold out. What are you going to do when you go back?
Chen Mu took out another painting scroll from the large cloak.
Let's go, let's sell another one. Chen Mu said cheerfully.
Jiejia, you guys are really close mentors and apprentices. A quarter of an hour later, the two returned to the broken house again. 120 taels were sold this time.
Chen Mu thought thoughtfully. This shows that my paintings still have value. My painter is good, more accurate than Shang Hong's version. It is easier for those who have bought the cheats to understand cultivation. What is this? This is a business opportunity. Elder Jia, go and buy me some ink, paper, ink, and ink. Chen Mu said suddenly. A squinted eye could not be opened. How? Is it not enough to sell 2 goods? Do you still want to sell now? He Shang Hong can sell 6, why can't I sell 8? Chen Mu glared at Jiejia. This is called green out of blue and better than blue. Do you still want your 2 ingredients?
Jiejia rolled his eyes and glanced at Chen Mu and said calmly.
There are 3 forces that have been collecting various secret techniques for practicing shape for a long time.
The eldest young master of the Zhou family privately released a message requesting the purchase of shape training.
Jui Pavilion can also include 1 copy.
The Bailu gang in the city intends to expand, and the other party should not refuse a form of training inheritance.
Chen Mu, good guy. If you say that, I won't be sleepy anymore. Go!
In a corner of the ghost town, in a shabby house without a roof,
a young man in his 20s stood quietly in the room. A white paper oil lamp hangs on the wall.
The dim candlelight flickered, shining on the other party's fair face, and it was indefinitely on and off.
After a while, a man with a grimace mask quietly walked into the room and said with joy, Young Master Zhua, wait for a long time. This is what you want.
As he spoke, he unfolded a picture scroll. The young man stared at the picture scroll, his face could not help changing. What a skilled painter.
This is the secret book of Kestrel shape training. The ghost-faced man warmly introduced. My secret book is different from other families. They are all shoddy and inferior products. Look at this painter, and look at this detailed record. With such a secret book, why can't you practice the art of shape?
While listening to this person's introduction, young Master Zhua looked at the picture scroll, and the more he looked, the more strange his expression became. As long as 1,000 taels, you only need to give me 1,000 taels, and this shape training technique that can be handed down is yours.
Think about it, with this book of shape training, can't your Zhua family be able to inherit the family by martial arts?
This world is getting more and more chaotic, and only those with big fists can speak.
Are you right?
You're right. Zhua young master looked back with emotion. Then this payment, the ghost-faced man was overjoyed. Form training is not an ordinary martial art, and mistakes can make people useless. This kind of secret recipe, which is marked down to the changes in muscle lines, is invaluable. Fortunately, the fool who sold the cheats didn't know the market, and fortunately, the Kestrel training was sold to the bad street, and he dismissed the guy in 3 or 2 sentences.
80 taels are collected, and 1,000 taels are sold. This business is very profitable.
Master Zhua clicked his tongue. Unfortunately, the ghost face jumped. Things are good things, just, Master Zhua shook his head. How? The ghost-faced man was full of tension. Why did he feel that this scene seemed familiar?
Master Zhua sighed and took out a scroll from the pocket on the wall.
The sense of familiarity became stronger and stronger, and a bad premonition hit the ghost face.
Master Zhua silently unfolded the scroll. A row of lifelike little people came into view, and next to it was a column of elegant characters. Real Kestrel training. Ghost-faced man, fuck. Is this the treatment that practitioners should have? One by one, are they all doing wholesale?
The silver moonlight shone on the earth.
A bright black carriage drove slowly in the night.
Shenmue leaned in the carriage, holding a small cloth bag. From time to time, I take out the money inside to check the authenticity, with a happy face, a look like I have never seen the world. Across from him, Jiejia still squinted his eyes and sat expressionlessly. But the eyeballs under the eyelids turned from time to time, and they always swept towards the cloth bag in Shenmue's hand without a trace.
Don't look at it secretly.
Shenmue glared at the old man with a look of disgust. You are a big killer, why are you so useless? Calm down. Jiejia said indifferently, unmoved, 20%. Shenmue suddenly held his breath in his chest. They sold a total of 7 copies of the form before and after. The total was 730 taels of silver. 2 achievements are 146 taels. Just a little calculation, Shenmue's heart throbbed with pain. Give. Shenmue angrily counted out the silver and threw it to Jiejia. If it weren't for this old man, he wouldn't be able to sell so many copies of the shape training technique.
Put away the purse and grab a book.
This is a medical book he just bought from the black market, ready to be used to improve his proficiency in medicine. He valued this inadvertently brushing technique. The old man, Jiejia, is getting better and better at adulterating drugs. He didn't hurry up to brush up his pharmacy proficiency, for fear that he wouldn't be killed by this old man.
5 days later, Pingan Square, the west courtyard of the Chen family.
Before, for safety, including his own original yard, he rented 3 houses in a row.
At this moment he was digging a hole in the second house room.
The place where the bed had been placed was cleaned up. There was a round hole 1 meter in diameter on the ground. The round hole is about 4 meters deep and connects to an underground space 5 meters long and wide.
Some sulfur lime is sprinkled on the ground to repel insects and prevent moisture.
Prices in Qingshan County are soaring, and he plans to stock up on a batch of medicinal materials. For the past few days, he has been busy digging cellars just to place these supplies. In the next few days, he went out many times and changed several shops. A small amount of times, slowly hoarding a large amount of living materials such as firewood, rice, oil, and salt. He also specially asked Zheng Tu to collect a batch of air-dried bacon for him that was easy to preserve. When Jiejia delivers the medicinal materials he ordered, this will be considered the completion of the hoarding of materials.
He has been at home since then. Practice locust stone and kestrel shape training all day long. Interspersed with reading the newly bought medical books, brushing up on the proficiency of medicine. Life is boring but not boring.
Watching the proficiency increase little by little, Shenmue is full of energy every day.
He's not completely at home either.
Every 5 days, he has to go out to see a living person, and practice is practice, but he can't practice autism.
Another is to collect information. East City Anlafang Bafang Building. This is the largest tea house in East City, Qingshan County.
Gather a large number of storytellers, bringing all kinds of news from all directions outside Qingshan County.
Shenmue found a corner as usual, spent 10 coins to buy a pot of tea and a plate of melon seeds, then sat there and listened to the storytellers and the people in the lobby chatting and gossip.
Have you heard? The Shaojia village 30 miles north of the city is gone. A short and fat guest whispered to his companion not far from Shenmue.
What's the matter?
Another person at the same table suddenly asked curiously.
The official said it was looted by bandits. I just came back from there a few days ago.
There are corpses all over the place.
That's miserable.
The chunky guest shivered.
To village? Where did the bandits come from, so rampant?
It is said that the rebels in the north were scattered. This group of people has no restraint, and they are more vicious than ordinary bandits. Head. Those trade routes to the north seem to be unable to run, several worried about the fading business of the exchange. Shenmue slapped the sunflower seeds indifferently, but was thinking about the defeated army. This is not the first time he has heard of the collapse of the army. He clearly felt that the scope of the bandits' disorder was getting bigger and bigger, and it was getting closer and closer to Qingshan County.
There won't be any thieves attacking Qingshan County boldly, right?
Shenmue was taken aback by the sudden thought in his heart.
It's not, Shenmue quickly threw away the thought.
But, Qingshan County is really about to be breached.
Where should I go from here? Even if he practiced I Ching, he could easily put down more than a dozen people. But what if you are surrounded by hundreds of thousands of people?
Shenmue didn't have the heart to listen to people's stories, and concentrated on eavesdropping on the conversations in the lobby.
5 out of 10 are talking about the troubled world outside. Shenmue couldn't help feeling heavy. After only an hour in the tea house, he was ready to get up and go home.
Instead of listening to the news that upset him here, it's better to go home with liver proficiency. When he walked out the door, he saw a familiar figure inadvertently. It turned out to be Zhuo Shang, the eldest young master of the Zhuo family. The other party seemed to sense that someone was looking at him, and immediately turned to look at him. Seeing Chen Mu, he was slightly startled, then smiled and nodded. Chen Mu was stunned for a moment, subconsciously nodded in return, and then left quickly.
How could this young master know himself? Inside the Bafang tea house, Zhuo Shang looked at the unremarkable scholar with interest. Interesting guy. Inside the Chen family's house in Pingyang Square,
Chen Mu held an iron lotus seed to observe. Peanut-sized, oval, covered with sand-sized pits and dents, a very rough cast-iron lotus seed.
This was specially polished by him, otherwise it would be rougher.
In addition to these, there are 9 spiral patterns on it, which he carved one by one, which took a lot of effort.
This is a special pattern that he comprehends with his proficiency.
It is engraved on the iron lotus seed, similar to the inner rifling of the gun barrel, which can make the iron lotus seed rotate after it is shot, increasing its power.
A flick of the wrist. Woo woo woo, boom. The slap-thick vegetable pier on the top of the 10-meter outer wall was immediately penetrated.
This time, it's really comparable to a pistol bullet. Chen Mu carried a bag of iron lotus seeds and threw them away.
After a while, the locust wood and vegetable piers on the wall were beaten into a hornet's nest.
In the past, in order to hide his knowledge of martial arts, he did not dare to let go of his practice.
Now that Boss Shen is away, the Miaohua workshop is half closed, and the business of Chen Mu's portraits has been cut off.
Zhou Liang and Zhang Huan have never come back since a certain day. Instead, Chen Mu was happy with his freedom.
Completely let go of the practice at home. Woo! Boom! The last iron lotus seed was played.
The vegetable dumplings were suddenly shattered into pieces of wood. At this time, a heat flow suddenly surged from all over the body. Arms, chest, back, waist, abdomen, thighs, and muscles all over the body suddenly rose and fell, and swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Chen Mu quickly called out the gray wall.
Writing, 1445/10,000/second order, drawing, 1353/10,000/second order, throwing, 3/10,000/third order, kestrel training, 2769/10,000/second order, cooking, 3016/10,000/first order, pharmacy, 1143/10,000/first order.
Throwing ability breaks through the third order, but also enhances physical fitness?
This feeling is almost the same as when the kestrel is practicing shape art and hygiene. Before practicing flying locust stones, his body has been subtly strengthening. Now that it has broken through the third order, the quantitative change has caused the qualitative change, and the strength and speed have soared again in all aspects. Lifting up his shirt, looking at the angular 8-pack abs, he couldn't help laughing. This is the good figure he dreamed of in his previous life, and now it's a matter of course, and it's done in one fell swoop.
Chaos came unexpectedly.
One night in April, Chen Mu was sleeping deeply.
A scream came. Chen Mu woke up suddenly.
Listening carefully, the faint mourning sound made him realize that something happened. He quickly put on a dress and jumped up to the roof. I saw fires all over the city, and screams of slaughter and screams came one after another.
Troubled army siege?
He didn't dare to go out and run around. In this kind of chaos, it is possible to lose your life if you are not careful. He could only sit on the roof, vigilantly watching all the movements around him.
Fortunately, the bandits did not sweep the civilians immediately. Mainly to go to the big households in the city. Most of the fires are concentrated in the central area of the city. He stared nervously at the movement around him, until the sky was bright, and the shouting and killing gradually disappeared. With the faint sound of horses running and whistling, Xingshan County fell into a brief calm. When the sun rises, the cries come and go. It was a night of chaos, and I don't know how many people were killed. Chen Mu closed the door tightly and made up his mind to stay at home and not go out. The bandits have just left, but the chaos is not over yet. Fortunately, I stocked up a batch of food before. As the price of food continued to rise and news of the chaotic army kept coming, he had a bad premonition and decided to stock up on food and medicinal materials. At this moment, I have food in my hand, and I don't panic.
All the gates of the 3 houses were blocked with wooden sticks.
Chen Mushu quietly brushed up his proficiency at home. Wait until it calms down completely, and then go out to explore. 2 days later in the evening,
Chen Mu finished his day of practice and had a meal and rest.
He listened carefully to the movements around him. The chaos is still not over. Sporadic screams could still be heard in the middle of the night. I don't know what the county Yamen soldiers are doing.
2 days later, the government has not come out to clear the chaos and restore order.
Won't it be completely killed by the bandits? The thought of going out to take a look just now was instantly dispelled. With his martial arts, he can run away even if he is beaten by a strong man. But once it is revealed that he knows martial arts, it may cause others to be curious, investigate, and eventually lead to trouble. You can live a little longer. The water in this world is still very deep. East City Anlafang.
The door of the Miao Wafang store is open. Inside, calligraphy, paper and ink were thrown everywhere. The counter was also pushed over and overturned. There was a little blood on the wall. Zhou Liang and Zhang Huan walked out of the shop with a bad look on their faces.
It's really clean. I didn't leave a single copper plate for our brothers.
Zhou Liang said bitterly.
The rich shops nearby have been robbed. Go to those big families in Shangifang to see? Zhang Huan said unwillingly.
Those big households whose doors were broken have already been robbed. Zhou Liang said helplessly. Our brothers who haven't broken doors can't get in either. If you can't do it, just find a few small households, and the accumulation will add up.
You can't be empty-handed. Zhang Huan gritted his teeth.
Bandits broke through the county seat, and the city was in chaos. For these gangsters, it was a gluttonous feast. The desires that were hidden in the bottom of my heart were completely released. Burn, kill, and loot. What oil and water do those small households have?
Zhou Liang rolled his eyes and smiled. Have you forgotten Shenmu? Zheng Huan's eyes lit up. 20 tails in a painting, that's a fat sheep.
It's a pity that the old man Yan disappeared, and the family property was divided up early.
Otherwise, Zhou Liang regretted. Let's go, let's take this kid down first.
Zheng Huan Lianqing urged. The kid knows how to eat meat when he makes money, and he won't spend it at all.
He has to save hundreds of taels of silver. Then let's teach him how to spend. With daggers pinned to their waists, the two walked into the alley excitedly.
2 days of chaos, they have murdered and looted more than once, their eyes are bloodshot, and greed has completely taken over their brains. Pinyin Square, the door of Chen's house. The two looked in through the crack of the door.
The door is still up. There's a fart in the top door. Don't even think about running away with these hundreds of taels of silver. Step on my shoulder and climb over the wall. Zheng Huan squatted and stood firm, and Zhou Liang stepped on his shoulders and climbed over the wall.
Riding on the wall, Zhou Liang excitedly looked at the courtyard and saw a figure standing upside down on the stone pier in the courtyard. The other party was topless, and the plump muscles were pumping blood. The left hand is behind the back, and the right index finger and thumb are forked in a figure-8 shape against the stone pier. The other party actually stood upside down in midair with only 2 fingers. Zhou Liang's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but look at the upside-down face.
Is this the skinny scholar?
He suddenly felt a tingling in his scalp.
Where are those well-defined muscles related to thinness?
Shenmu looked at the figure jumping up the wall in surprise.
Zhou Liang?
Immediately, he turned over in the air and bent his knees on the stone pier to stand firm. Staring at the stunned face on the wall, he couldn't help grinning, revealing his white teeth. I was discovered by you, whoosh. Waiting for Zhou Liang's reaction, Shenmu suddenly disappeared in place.
The next moment suddenly appeared on the wall.
The iron pliers in his right hand usually caught Zhou Liang's neck. The huge force did not allow the opponent to resist at all, grabbed the opponent's neck, jumped off the wall like a chicken, and slammed against the opposite wall with a bang. Zheng Huan, who was squatting under the wall, only felt a flower before his eyes, and Zhou Liang, who was above his head, disappeared. Subconsciously turned to look. I saw a sturdy man with a bare upper body, holding Zhou Liang in the air with only one hand. Seeing Zhou Liang, who was blushing and kicking with his feet in the air, Zheng Huan turned his head and ran. Poochie! A smear of blood exploded in the knee socket. The scream still came out of his throat, and a big hand pinched his neck. Whoosh! The short call disappeared in a flash. There was no one in the alley, and it was silent again. In the dark of night, Shenmu carried 2 grasses and swept across the roofs, jumping and running. The physique of the 2 transformations provided him with strong motivation. The kestrel prancing technique was brought to the extreme by him. Carrying 2 people, there has been no sound for a long time between them. It was still that deserted house, and Shenmu dug a pit and buried people to fill the soil and know the way. Then quickly cleaned up the traces at the scene, and several ups and downs disappeared. Pinyin Square, Chen's house, in the number 1 house on the easternmost side. An oil lamp was lit on the square table. Under dim light, a pile of miscellaneous things lay on the table. Copper plate, broken silver, short sword, lime powder, Mongolian sweat medicine, Jinyang pill.
This is the item looted from Zhou Liang in Zhanghuan.
Shenmu touched his chest, feeling that his heart was still beating wildly, and said angrily, I have to kill again. It's all to blame for this damn world.
Isn't it a good person to be like me? Shenmu sighed and checked the copper and silver on the table one by one.
Copper coins are copper coins, silver taels are silver taels, Mongolian medicine lime powder is thrown away, and the quality is too inferior.
Jinyang pill? What the hell? Throw it away.
Finally picked up the 2 short swords on the table. Brown wooden hilt scabbard, brass oval blade, elbow to fingertip length. When the sword was drawn out of its sheath, the bright silver sword was still stained with blood.
These two really deserve to die.
2 days of chaos, and I don't know how many innocent souls lay under these 2 swords. I found a cloth and wiped the dagger clean. I can only use you more to get rid of evil in the future. I hope I can atone for your sins. Shenmu thought about going to the ghost market after the chaos was over, to find a swordsmanship cheatbook to practice. 2 short swords cannot be blinded in vain. After the incident between Zhou Liang and Zhang Huan, Shenmu didn't even want to go out.
Hiding behind closed doors at home to brush up your proficiency.
3 days later, Shenmu was having lunch when the sound of a gong was faintly heard outside. Afterwards, some people shouted intermittently.
Shenmu listened intently. The government finally came forward to restore order.
Even so, he stayed at home for 2 more days before going out.
East Street. The prosperity of the past is no longer there.
The flow of people is sparse, the doors and windows of shops on both sides of the road are broken, and the scourge is not light. Walking down the street, I can hear cries coming from the alley from time to time.
Before he could go far, he encountered 2 waves of funeral procession. It's still rich. It is not known how many bodies wrapped in broken straw mats were buried in the mass graves outside the city.
Originally, I wanted to find Zheng Tu to buy some fresh meat. But as soon as he saw the closed shop of the other party from afar, he knew there was no drama.
So I turned around and went to Anlafang Bafan building.
Many of the doors, windows, tables and chairs are new, and it is estimated that they were also looted and damaged by people.
There were a lot of people drinking tea and chatting in the lobby.
It wasn't just Chen Mu who came here to collect news. As usual, I bought a pot of tea and a plate of melon seeds, sat in the corner, and listened to the storyteller about the cause and effect of the riots a few days ago.
The Grey Scarves defeated the city and broke the door. Asan bandits take advantage of the fire. The traitor in the city Kaesong. The wealthy family was wiped out.
Chen Mu's head hurts as the news explodes.
Are the county magistrates missing? Did he escape or die?
The eldest young master of the Zhou family showed his might and cut off the second head of the bandits in Asan.
Is this still the skinny dude in his impression?
There is a high probability that it is another old coin pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger.
Will the defeated army and bandits attack the city again?
Shen Mu was most concerned about this question. It's a pity that there are different opinions in the tea house, and I haven't heard a conclusion after listening for a long time.
Forget it, let's just stay at home honestly.
Shen Mu got up and left, not planning to continue listening. When he walked to the door, he saw a young man in white.
The eldest young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Shang? Shen Mu almost doubted his eyes.
The face is still the same face, and the appearance is still so tall and thin. But now his body has transformed twice, and his senses are far beyond ordinary people.
You can obviously feel the strong body under the wide coat of the other party. Sure enough, it's an old coin, and it's still thin and playful with this body. The other party also noticed Chen Mu and nodded with a smile. Chen Mu hurriedly nodded in return. Heart cannot help but muttering. You don't have much friendship with this Zhou family, son? Why are you so polite every time we meet?
Without waiting for the other party to speak, Chen Mu smiled awkwardly, and then left quickly.
He didn't want anything to do with this old coin. Young master, do you know this person?
The book boy behind Zhou Shang asked curiously. His son is withdrawn, and there are not many people who can make him look good.
It's an acquaintance. Zhou Shang couldn't help chuckling when he noticed Chen Mu's rapidly disappearing figure. That is the footwork of kestrel training.
After all, they are still brothers and sisters. But his cheap teacher was too greedy for money, so there should be a lot of apprentices and brothers for him. But if we really want to talk about it, probably only this person can be regarded as the true biography of Master Shang. Zhou Shang's face was strange when he thought of real kestrel practicing shape art that was sold to the bad street again in the ghost market.
He's a good painter, he. West City, Tianayas High.
Chen Mu stood at the door and looked left and right, always feeling that something was wrong.
Isn't this Jiejia's antique shop? What's with the coffins that fill the hall? Chen Mu walked to the door and probed into it.
It happened to meet the eyes of Jiejia, who was at the counter.
Really, this old man?
Chen Mu looked at Jiejia with admiration. When it comes to making money, this old guy is really ruthless.
It's only a few days. A good antique shop turned into a coffin shop? Amazing, amazing. Anything?
Jiejia sat behind the counter expressionlessly.
I want to go to the ghost city, Chen Mu said directly.
Having dealt with Jiejia for a long time, Chen Mu knew that the old man's patience with other things was very limited except for money.
It's better to say anything happily. 20 taels.
Jiejia's eyes turned slightly, staring at Chen Mu's cuff, where there was a purse. Chen Mu looked at Jiejia with a mocking expression. You may not know very well. Zhou Sheng and I, the eldest young master of the Zhou family, can be regarded as brothers and sisters.
We were chatting in the Bafang building just now. It just so happened that we talked about the ghost city. Do you think he knows the price of admission tickets to the ghost market? If I didn't want others to know that I went to the ghost city, I would come to you? Chen Mu said lightly, you can say another price.
Jiejia's eyes turned back, and a trace of disappointment flashed past. 2.
Chen Mu, is it so dark? 10 times. Do I look like a fool? Chen Mu couldn't help but ask.
Jiejia didn't speak, just glanced at Chen Mu lightly. Chen Mu suddenly felt a sigh of relief in his chest.
Daliang 639, April 23.
Chen Mu wrapped himself tightly and drove to the ghost city alone.
Different from what he imagined. It is thought that the ghost city is as depressed as the east and west cities in the city.
However, the number of tourists here has increased sharply, and the number of people has more than doubled compared to the last time I came to the ghost market. Even though the voice of the conversation has been subconsciously lowered, the entire ghost city has become noisy. If everyone hadn't wrapped themselves up tightly, Chen Mu would have thought that he was in an open-air market. Chen Mu silently walked on the streets of the deserted village, quietly observing the vendors on both sides of the road.
Compared with the past, there are many more people who buy and sell jade antiques.
Qingshan County was smashed by the rebel army and ransacked by Asan bandits.
Many people died and many people became fat.
If it weren't for him some tricks, Zhou Liang and Zhang Huan may also appear here again.
Chen Mu stopped wandering and went straight to a broken house. Do you want to buy or sell?
A man with a smiling fat monk mask asked calmly behind a square table.
Buy cheats.
Chen Mu sat down opposite him and replied.
Is there any special request?
The smiling masked man asked.
Chen Mu's heart moved. Is there any shape training? Guests want to practice shape art? The smiling face masked man's voice couldn't help but get high. Really?
Chen Mu looked at the wooden cabinet behind him in surprise.
Although shape training can make people transform, but there are different emphases. Kestrel training mainly focuses on speed. There is no advantage in power.
If he can practice other forms of training to complement each other, he will be able to transform and develop in all directions.
The guests are really lucky.
The smiling face masked man turned around and took out a scroll from behind. I just received a precious training drawing recently. This drawing is exquisite, the notes are detailed, and it is extremely easy to get started. The smiling masked man eagerly opened the drawing scroll by a third. Guests, please see a row of lifelike villains in the middle.
The right side is densely packed with tiny characters.
On the left is a column of elegant characters. True kestrel forming technique. Chen Mu, no 1000 taels, no 500 taels, just 188 taels.
You can't buy it at a disadvantage, you can't be fooled, it's definitely worth the money. Chen Mu, haha. Smiley mask people gushing.
Chen Mu could only keep an embarrassed and polite smile, even if the other party couldn't see his face.
What's the problem with the guest?
Seemingly aware of Chen Mu's discomfort, the smiling man asked earnestly.
Things are good things. Chen Mu nodded affirmatively first. After all, I drew it. It's just a little expensive. Chen Mu said with pity in a fake mode, how about you give me some zeros? Smiling face mask people rejoice. Finally hit the bully. He couldn't help but asked excitedly, is 180 taels acceptable? Chen Mu shook his head, look, how about 8 liang? Smiley mask man, is zero special wiped like this? Wiped from the front? Chen Mu smirked. Isn't this a good reason for rejection? 88 taels.
The smiling masked man replied. Now it was Chen Mu's turn to be stunned.
Is this an exercise? Is it so cheap? I sold a total of 7 copies of Shape Training. The market is not so bad, right? After half an hour, Shenmue walked out of the broken house depressed. He copied a total of 7 sculpting scrolls. But someone made 70 copies. Old man Jia, you are really ruthless. Except for the greedy old man, he couldn't think of anyone else doing this kind of cowardice. Only he has the opportunity, the means, the ideas, and the power to act. But what frustrated Shenmue the most was that he didn't pay the copyright fee. To ask Jia? After thinking about the coffin in Tian'ai, Shenmue hurriedly shook his head. Forget it, it's not good to live. That old man is a big killer. Shaking his head to shake off his depressed mood, and touching the book in his arms, Shenmue was finally satisfied. This trip to the ghost market has achieved the goal and successfully purchased the appropriate swordsmanship. After the matter was done, Shenmue didn't rush to go back, and went shopping in the ghost market. There are more people, the ghost market is lively, and the mysterious atmosphere that used to be scary is gone. Shenmue also had the courage to wander around. Take a closer look, the things sold in the ghost market are still so varied. Some people even sell food here. Shenmue went up and asked curiously, a bag of white wheat cost a tael of silver. A bag of more than 100 caddies was less than 300 copper plates at the earliest. Later, the price increased one after another, and only 500 copper plates were needed. Now it has risen directly to 1 or 2 silver? Would you like to ship out some of the white wheat in the cellar and sell it? Shenmue was very excited. Forget it, the world is chaotic, it's important to have money where there is food. Shenmue immediately dismissed his thoughts. After turning around again, he picked up a few esoteric medical books by the way, and he was about to leave. Near the place where the carriage was transported, Shenmue also saw someone setting up a stall selling talismans. The ghost market sells talismans? It's interesting, yellow rune paper, bright red as blood runes. There is also a sign next to it, which reads the talisman of King Fengwen to ward off evil spirits. King Fengwen? The Taoist temple that copied the scriptures? At first, I wanted to join Taoism and learn martial arts. As a result, the sincere Taoist priest directly rejected it. Shenmue couldn't help but glance at the stall owner. The other party was tightly wrapped, and he didn't know if he was a Taoist priest in King Fengwen. Immediately shook his head, got on the carriage and left. Even if it is, it has nothing to do with him. Is it not good to go home and brush the proficiency honestly? After that, Shenmue went to Bafanglu occasionally to hear news. The rest of the time is at home all day. Practice locust stone in the morning, practice shape with locust stone in the afternoon, and study medical books in the rest time. The days he lived were even more regular and hectic than those of the 996 office workers in his previous life. However, Shenmue did not feel bored. Moderate exercise itself can stimulate the body to secrete endorphins, which makes people happy. Plus a visible improvement in proficiency. Shenmue only felt a sense of accomplishment. In the evening, treat yourself with higher and higher cooking skills, and have a wonderful life. In the evening, the number 1 house on the far east side. Shenmue used this place as a kitchen. Only eat here. The square table is placed in the courtyard, and the whole person is bathed in the sunset. Pick a piece of browned and delicious honey roasted pork, and the moderate salty and sweet taste gives full stimulation to the taste buds. Shenmue nodded happily and enjoyed, as expected of me. The craftsmanship is nothing to say. In his previous life, he wanted to be a gourmet who could eat and cook. Now the gray wall proficiency gives him that opportunity. Shenmue called out the gray wall. Writing, 1495/10000/second order, drawing, 1365/10000/second order, throwing, 2503/10000/third order, kestrel training, 6134/10000/second order, cooking skills, 4516/10000/first order, pharmacy, 6042/10000/first order, sleeve sword, 359/10000/first order. The painting and calligraphy business has been cut off for almost 4 or 5 months. Shenmue no longer invests any energy, and his proficiency in writing and painting has hardly changed. Throwing has been practiced all the time, but when it reaches the 3rd level, using locust stones to practice, the progress will be slower. It is best to cooperate with a variety of unique hidden weapons. Shenmue didn't have that condition. Since the locust stone can also improve his proficiency, he has no plans to create a strange hidden weapon. Shenmue was very interested in kestrel training, it can transform the body. Now the proficiency is more than half, and in 2 to 3 months, he will be able to break through to Tier 3 and complete the bone change.
The progress of the pharmacy was very fast, and Shen Mu was surprised by this. He just read a few more medical books, and passed 6,000 silently.
The first order is the foundation, and the second order will have qualitative changes. He is looking forward to the second order pharmacy. I don't know if there are any special changes.
The sleeve sword is the swordsmanship that I bought from the black market last time.
Not complicated, even simple.
The overall description is as follows: the sword is hidden in the sleeve, and the cold child is fatally attacked. The secret book records how to hide the sword, how to concentrate the strength to draw the sword, and from what angle to hide the sword. Shen Mu tried for several days before getting started. After that, I got proficiency help, and I took time to practice every day, but my progress was very fast. The brushing proficiency is successful, and the environment in Qingshan County is relatively calm, and Shen Mu's life is quite satisfactory.
Only one thing gave him a little headache.
The meat he saved was not enough to eat. Zheng Tu was closed for a long time.
Shen Mu deliberately went to ask.
Zheng Tu said that even he himself could not eat meat.
The cheeks are thin.
I also want to buy some airdried ham from Chen Mu. Of course Chen Mu shook his head and refused.
He practices high-intensity exercises every day and needs to supplement a lot of protein. If it weren't for 5 old hens providing the eggs, the little meat left is long gone. And the meat is not easy to store, and I didn't buy much at first.
At this moment, the inventory has reached the dangerous red line.
On May 21st, Anlafang Bafang Building.
Isn't Li Xianqing similar to the magistrate now? A guest whispered, spitting out the skin of the melon seeds.
The county magistrate is gone. The 3 classes of Yamen are all dispatched by Li County.
The guards are all from his Li family.
Now there is only one county magistrate.
A person next to him explained.
The other 2 families agreed? The first person asked in confusion. There's nothing to refuse.
Count them up, not to mention the 3 families, including the Wang family, the Zhou family, and the Zheng family who were wiped out. The 6 major families can all be relatives. The person next to him pouted.
You're right. The world is really not peaceful. The century-old family said it would be gone.
Sigh, another companion interrupted.
No.
If it wasn't for the young master of the Zhou family,
maybe the Zhou family would not be there.
In the corner, Chen Mu quietly listened to the news coming from everywhere. Qingshan County seems to have stabilized temporarily.
It's just that it's still not peaceful outside Qingshan County.
Before he came, he stopped by Zheng Tu, but he still had no meat.
I can only wait and try my luck in Dongshi Street. Occasionally there are hunters from the villages below to sell game. Evening.
Chen Mu went home with 2 fish frowning. He happened to meet a fisherman in the East Market, and he managed to grab 2 for 140 coins. Then a big housekeeper appeared, and even bought the fish in crates.
He didn't want to buy more. 2 fish is not enough. Chen Mu was distressed. He ate all the bacon in his cellar.
Only rely on eggs to supplement protein every day. Form training is very expensive, and eggs alone cannot support it.
Got some way to get some meat to eat.
The mountain behind Xinjia village. The dense forest exudes a faint smell of damp mixed with rotting foliage. The sun shines through the leaves, creating a mottled light and shadow on the ground. A drop of crystal water dropped from the green leaves and landed in a big puddle.
Puff!
A big foot stepped into the puddle, and the muddy water splashed everywhere. Shen Mu looked around the path, chopped the branches and leaves blocking the road with a machete, and continued to walk into the woods. He has been in the back mountain of Xinjia village all morning, just to hunt some prey and supplement the meat. The lack of nutrition and the upper limit of the number of times to practice skills per day have begun to decline.
It's a pity that you can't find prey.
Experienced hunters can distinguish animal paths and know the approximate range of various prey species.
Shen Mu didn't understand anything, and going into the mountains was a fool's errand. Originally, as long as you enter the mountain, you will soon encounter prey. Too bad he doesn't have a main character. I can only look around in the mountains. If only I could meet a wild boar.
With his current third-order throwing ability, combined with threaded iron lotus seeds, he can be captured in the hands of wild boars. In the evening, Shen Mu returned to the hunter's hut with an unknown bird the size of 2 fists. A face of unwilling hair plucking and dirty treatment. After a lot of work, you can eat clean after a few bites. If he hadn't brought dry food, he might have starved. I still don't believe it. Continue tomorrow. 2 days later. Shen Mu left Xinjia village with a basket of qianqiu grass and 2 hares on his back.
He confessed. After 2 days of turning, the prey they caught was not enough to eat.
The 2 hairs in my hand were bought from hunters in the village.
Nothing is that simple.
Shen Mu thought in frustration. If you can't, find a hunter to follow him for 2 months.
He has proficiency and is least afraid of learning skills.
But in 2 months, he was able to take the shape training to the bone-changing realm.
Shen Mu was a little hesitant. Passed by a small river on the way.
Walking on the bridge, I saw a fisherman on the bank of the river.
Immediately came over.
I wanted to buy some fish, but I came across an Air Force.
How dare you, a fisherman, dare to Air Force?
If you can't catch fish, throw a gunpowder bottle and blow him up.
Shen Mu left with a look of disappointment.
Walking on the road, Shen Mu had a whim. If you can't catch fish, you can not only fry it, but also catch it with drugs.
He's a man with pharmacy.
Just thinking about it for a while, there is a vague plan. Shen Mu excitedly rushed home. In the past half a month, he has more than 8,000 proficiency in medicine. He gritted his teeth ruthlessly, and gave the pharmacy a little more time, and he would soon be able to break through the second order.
The second order skills will undergo qualitative changes. That vague plan may become clear.
It only took 3 or 5 days for him to completely consume it. Then came the familiar part. Shen Mu closed the door at home and read the dozens of medical books from beginning to end. I went out halfway, and for 5 taels of silver, I bought a few new medical books through the channel of Jieja.
5 days later, Shen Mu closed the last medical book.
A series of enlightenments suddenly appeared in my mind. The properties of various drugs, how to enhance certain medicinal properties, how to weaken certain toxicity, and how to mix and produce new functions. Even the secret medicine of kestrel shape training, which has been puzzled for a long time, has already seen a clue or two.
It's really done now.
2 days later, Shen Mu came to the Bailang River outside Qingshan County with a large bamboo basket and a wine jar.
Familiar people came to a deep water bend area.
In the past 2 days, he has put special bait here. The purpose is to attract more fish to come here for food. Open the wine jar that he has been holding in his arms. Pour the secret drunk bait mixed with alcohol, medicine, and boiled white wheat into the river. This drunken bait is the secret medicine he made with second-order pharmacy. Can quickly get drunk with fish medicine without dying.
There are no toxic side effects when eaten by humans.
A quarter of an hour later, a layer of white-bellied fish floated on this deep-water bay.
Haha, take it.
Shen Mu picked up the long-rod fishing net that had been prepared a long time ago and started to dry.
It didn't stop until the big bamboo basket couldn't hold it.
At this moment, there are still many fish on the water, and they are constantly flipping and flapping like they are drunk. If I knew it earlier, I would have taken an extra bamboo basket. Shen Mu thought regretfully.
Fortunately, these fish do not die. After a while, you will be able to bounce around again.
Shen Mu put away his things, sealed the mouth of the bamboo basket tightly, and rushed back to the city with the bamboo basket on his back.
Pinyin Square, Shen's house.
Only then did Shen Mu realize that he had forgotten one thing.
How can he keep so many fish? Even if you want to keep him, there is no fish tank.
And the journey back from the river was not short, and the small half-basket of fish had already died.
If you don't deal with it as soon as possible, it will quickly rot away. It's a misstep, it's not well thought out. Without thinking too much, Shen Mu immediately vacated the rice jar. Put the fish that are still alive in the water.
The dead are quickly cut open to remove the scales, cleaned, pickled, and ignited and smoked. He wants the fish to be made into smoked dried fish to prolong the preservation time.
It's been a lot of work, but it's finally done. I don't know if it will work.
He was also making smoked fish for the first time, and he was very clueless. The next day, Shen Mu smelled the strong stench of salted fish and looked depressed.
It failed. He has tried.
It's a pity that the cooking skills are only first level, and can't help smoked fish. Fortunately, there are still small half-live fish.
There is a water tank next to the rice tank. In the 2 tanks filled with water, there are many fish swimming again. Have to buy a few more water tanks.
Smoked dried fish does not seem to be very reliable at present. The best way to store it is to keep it first.
What about these fish? Throw them away?
Shen Mu looked at the semi-finished smoked fish hanging on the wooden shelf.
I wonder if anyone in Donger wants it?
Although it has a fishy smell, it has been marinated with spice-coarse salt and has not completely deteriorated. Even said, if placed in a place with enough wind, it quickly airgreases and turns into a real dried salted fish. It's a pity that the environment of Shen Mu's family is obviously not listed here.
East Market Street.
Shen Mu was wearing a hat and an old brown shirt. The face is also covered with a face towel. The skin on the back of his hands and neck was also painted reddish-brown with his potion.
The whole is dressed as a windy fisherman.
I found a shady corner, opened the fish basket, and let out a howl. Smoked salted fish, 30 coppers apiece, first come, first served. As soon as Chen Mu shouted, a circle of people immediately surrounded him.
Can it be cheaper?
Yes, your fish smells bad, 20 copper coins are the most.
Buy it if you like it, get out if you don't. Chen Mu shouted deliberately in a rough voice. Give me 1. 3. This is money. Line up, buy one. Otherwise, get out of here. Chen Mu waved his hand and yelled loudly. 30 copper coins can only buy 3 caddies of white wheat now.
This is meat that has been cured with salt, and one piece weighs 2 kilograms. 30 coppers are cheap. No matter how he shouted, the crowd still cluttered around him.
Dare to steal. Chen Mu grabbed a hand.
With a click, he dislocated his wrist.
Ow!
Screaming in agony, the person next to him shivered.
All line up.
If you make trouble again, don't blame me for being rude.
Chen Mu yelled fiercely.
The man with the dislocated wrist was a black, thin middle-aged man with a slick face.
At this moment, he was holding his wrist and screaming, and his eyes were fixed on Chen Mu, but he didn't run? Why, you still want to deceive me? Chen Mu was not used to him.
Grab his arm, click, and dislocate his arm. The black and thin middle-aged man suddenly turned pale with pain, met Chen Mu's fierce eyes, hurriedly bowed his head, turned around and ran away.
The people around didn't dare to make a fuss.
Line up one by one to buy fish.
Small half baskets of smoked salted fish sold out quickly. Is it still for sale tomorrow? Someone couldn't help but ask. Look at my mood.
Chen Mu replied generously.
Ignore people's inquiries. Carrying the bamboo basket, he strode away. Get into the alley and run immediately. Make sure that no one is following, and then go home quickly. Small half a basket, more than 30 fish, and more than 900 copper plates. Hey, it's almost a tael of silver. Chen Mu cheerfully counted the coins.
This is also the blessing of soaring prices in Qingshan County. Usually fish can't sell at this price. In the future, if you catch fish, only the live ones will be kept, and the dead ones can be sold in the East Market.
Chen Mu pondered.
There are drunk-bait fish, and he will not be short of fish for a long time to come.
Have to buy 2 more tanks. Save more. There is food and meat, and I do not panic.
Ignore the chaos of the outside world.
Chen Mu closed the door again to brush his proficiency.
Calling out the gray wall, Chen Mu sorted out his skills. Writing, 1532/10,000/second order, drawing, 1402/10,000/second order, throwing, 4353/10,000/third order, kestrel training, 8539/10,000/second order, cooking skills, 5626/10,000/first order, pharmacy, 1152/10,000/second order, sleeve sword, 4059/10,000/first order. There is more than 1,500 proficiency in shape training.
About 20 days.
Although the sleeve sword is less than 6,000 proficiency, it is only 1 level, and it can be upgraded faster. The third order throw is temporarily enough, and the daily locust stone training time can be appropriately reduced. The main thing is to practice the shape, followed by the sleeve sword, and the other one should reduce the energy distribution appropriately. After making up his mind, Chen Mu began to practice the exercises. After 9 days, the live fish were all eaten clean.
Chen Mu was ready to go out fishing. This time it was a deep water bay.
He has put the bait 2 days in advance to attract more fish.
Change into old taupe clothes and paint brown paint on your hands and neck.
Half of his face was also covered with his special cyan potion. Looking at this yin and yang face in the bronze mirror, one side is bronze suntan cheeks, and one side is blue birthmark. Chen Mu smiled with satisfaction.
Please call me the green-faced beast Yan Ji.
He habitually hides himself.
I always don't want to be noticed by others.
Unfortunately, there is still a peerless sword. Forget it, this short sword can be considered alive. Turning his wrist, the forearm-length dagger disappeared into his sleeve. Now the proficiency of the sleeve sword is more than half. Become more proficient in how to hide the sword. At this moment, even if someone grabbed his arm, he couldn't find where the sword was hidden. When everything was ready, Chen Mu held the drunk bait, raised 2 bamboo baskets on the pole, and quietly left the city. At dusk, Chen Mu adjusted 2 baskets full of deng fish and brought them home. Throw the live fish into the tank first. Pick up the remaining dead fish to the East Market. Scream and start selling. Now prices are skyrocketing and meat is scarce. A small basket of fresh fish was snapped up in no time.
Fisherman, are you still coming tomorrow? Look at my mood. Shenmue smiled generously, picked up the bamboo basket, and quickly disappeared. Address meat sources. It's not peaceful outside. Shenmue felt more and more reluctant to go out.
Half a month later, with a burst of rumblings like fried beans, the shape training technique successfully broke through the third level. The muscles of the whole body are rolled and adjusted again. Strength is increased by at least 30%. The bone density is increased, and it is as hard as a stone. Weight has also become heavier. He estimated by himself, at least 230 kilograms. But on the outside, he was still a 1.77 m tall, lean young man.
This is the bone change realm?
Shenmue swayed suddenly, and the person disappeared in place. He didn't feel much effort.
Man is like a flywheel with huge inertia.
With a whimper, he threw out more than 10 meters. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have almost plunged into the wall.
The speed is at least twice as fast as before.
At this speed, ordinary people can't see it clearly.
Thinking back to the first time I saw that Lu catcher. The opponent is 5 or 6 meters in one step.
Now he can do it easily, even he can run faster and longer.
Hey!
With my physique and speed, I can go farther to rivers and catch more fish.
Half of it is eaten by myself, and half of it is sold for money, so beautiful.
Pan-fried fish pieces, stir-fried fish maw, chopped pepper fish head, plus a secret fishball soup. Shenmue prepared a large table full of fish feast for himself. A lunch that was chewed and eaten slowly until about 2 in the afternoon. Clean up the pots and pans and rest for a while. I wanted to continue to brush the proficiency. The sleeve sword is also on the verge of breaking through.
After thinking about it, I held back. It's not good to be too addicted. After changing into clean gray and white clothes, he strolled towards the Bafang building and Lufang. He hadn't been out for 7 or 8 days.
Passing by Dongsher, I accidentally found that there were a lot of funeral paper money on the ground. Many of those killed by the rebel army, bandits 2 months ago had to go out to the east gate of the county for burial. It is normal to have funeral paper money on the ground. But as the collapsed army scattered and turned into bandits, Xingshan County has settled down. Paper money appeared on the streets of Dongsher again, and Shenmue had a bad feeling in his heart.
Octagon building.
As usual, I bought a pot of tea and a plate of melon seeds, and sat in the corner to listen to the news.
Did someone suffer again last night?
Yes, the body is withered and thin, just like dried salted fish.
It's so weird, isn't it?
I heard that he even strangled himself to death.
It must be evil. Be quiet, what if you invite that thing? Shenmue slapped the sunflower seeds indifferently, frowning tightly. Evil? This thing is so incomprehensible. The memory of the predecessor, from childhood to adulthood, can always hear this strange legend more or less. But never met. It doesn't matter much. No, maybe I've encountered it before.
Shenmue's face suddenly turned ugly. When he borrowed the corpse to revive, his predecessor had already died inexplicably.
That's probably just evil. You have to find someone to ask. Shenmue's social network is very narrow. When inquiring about secret information, he only thought of Jia.
This old man is a big killer, and there is a mysterious organization behind it, and the information is the most well-informed.
In the West City, Shenmue came to Tianayashai with a familiar way. As soon as I walked in, I was startled. I went back and looked at the plaque, Tianayashai, that's right. There are neither coffins nor antiques in the shop at the moment.
3 ropes were pulled over the head of the room, and there were peace charms folded into triangles one by one. On the left are 4 or 5 ancient frames, rusted bronze mirrors, wooden swords with black lightning cracks, and delicate pagodas with small bells. All of them are things that ward off evil spirits in town houses.
As soon as there is evil in the city, you immediately start selling the magic weapon to ward off evil spirits? Shenmue calmly glanced at Jia, who was squinting behind the counter on the right. I'm not surprised at all. What's the matter?
Jia said lightly.
Shenmue subconsciously glanced left and right. He leaned over to the counter and whispered, "What's the matter with the evil in the city?"
Jia's eyes slowly turned, glanced at Shenmue, and a flash of surprise flashed by. Then, Gujing Wubo was restored, and the index finger of his right hand popped out, pointing to the air. Looking down the opponent's index finger, he saw a peace talisman slowly floating in the air. Shenmue looked confused. Jia didn't speak, his eyes rolled again, and he glanced at Shenmue's left cuff.
Shenmue's face suddenly turned black. Why do you always find out where my purse is hidden? Shenmue understood. let me buy something? Okay.
Shenmue gritted his teeth and stretched out a peace charm.
Can you say it?
5 taels. Jiejia flipped his right hand and stretched out in front of Shenmue, said lightly.
Shenmue, he wants money. He can only give money obediently. Who let people monopolize the news?
Jiejia's right hand was buckled upside down, and 5 taels of silver pieces disappeared. The Qingshan County government has a mirror to ward off evil spirits, so there is nothing to worry about, Jiejia said calmly.
Shenmue was relieved. Evil mirror? Does the county government have such a baby?
Immediately, there were doubts. Isn't it right? There has been a lot of evil in the city recently, but a lot of people have died.
There are always fish that slip through the net,
Jiejia said lightly.
Shenmue froze for a while. Then what if I run into it?
Jiejia glanced at Shenmue. I admit it. Shenmue suddenly felt a tightness in his chest.
What is the evil spirit? Shenmue asked irritably, is there a way to restrain it? Evil does not exist for 1 or 2 days. The entire beam and evil spirits have coexisted for hundreds of years. There are definitely ways to deal with it.
Jiejia's eyes rolled, staring at Shenmue's left cuff.
Shenmue. Pingan Square, the third house on the west side.
Shenmue sat in the dark room and muttered to himself. Shadow, Jiejia told him that most of the evil spirits are the ghosts. These monsters are invisible, and ordinary people can't see them unless they want you to see them.
Ghosts are best at changing all kinds of scary things.
Scare people into insanity, and then take the opportunity to enter and suck their souls. In folklore, all kinds of ghosts and monsters are mostly transformed from them.
When ordinary people meet, they basically die.
Fortunately, it is not impossible to fight the ghost.
First, it is best to have a magic weapon to ward off evil, the evil mirror in the BR County Yali. Too bad he didn't. As for the one sold by Jiejia, not to mention. Second, the mastery of shape training. Deshang practice has incredible magical effect. Can have 1 or 2 points of confrontation. But he's easygoing.
Third, practice special martial arts. Some special martial arts have a restraining effect on the ghosts.
However, if you search Qingshan County, you may not find one.
Jiejia is so fearless, he is not afraid of ghost monsters, treasure,
Gongfa, or Deshang training. The next day,
Shenmue rarely did not practice.
After breakfast, I went to Bafanglu early to hear the news.
It is said that someone died in Guluo Alley in the south of the city last night. His eyes were gouged out, and his legs were twisted like a twist.
It was horrible to see. The Yaman's arrests have already sealed off Guluo Lane in the south of the city.
Shenmue was flustered when he heard it. In the afternoon, he went to Tianayashai again to ask the plan. This old guy wants money, but he only accepts it. If he has a special cultivation technique, he might be able to buy one.
Let it be fate,
Jiejia said lightly.
Shenmue was suddenly desperate. The feeling that this life is not in my hands is too uncomfortable.
Thinking of going home at night, there might be a ghost hidden under the bed, and Shenmue felt the hairs stand up all over his body.
Is there really no way? Shenmue didn't give up.
Jiejia ignored him.
Last time I saw someone selling evil spirit charms in the black market.
It is said that it was painted by a Taoist priest in Qingfengguan.
Shenmue asked tentatively. Or, I'll give you a 10% discount,
Jiejia said.
Shenmue, co-authoring was also sold by you. Does it work? Shenmue asked with a little hope. No one came to return it anyway,
Jiejia said calmly.
Shenmue, why do I feel that this is inappropriate? It really works and no one returns it. If it doesn't work, so can you return it?
Shenmue could only go home with a dejected expression.
I'm just an ordinary civilian, and there's nothing I can do if I'm not willing. Qingshan County is so big, it's impossible for me to meet evil spirits, right?
Shenmue comforted himself.
Forget it, try not to go out.
Don't go to places with a lot of people, don't go to places with few people, and hide far away from places where there are evil spirits.
Oh, let it be fate. West City, Tianayashai.
Early in the morning, Jiejia opened the door. Clean and wiped the inside and outside of the store as usual. Then he sat behind the counter with his back straight.
In the past few days, there has been a lot of uproar in the city.
The evil spirit treasures he sells here are not bad.
As for whether it is useful? Only when you really encounter evil will you know. Several waves of guests came in one morning. There was also a wealthy family who invited away an exquisite pagoda from him.
A full 66 taels of silver.
Jiejia's eyelids couldn't help but lift a little more. At noon, I was getting ready to go out for dinner. A tantalizing scent penetrates the nostrils. Involuntarily, saliva started to flow out of his mouth.
This kind of delicacy, I have smelled this delicious delicacy from the heart in the first floor of Daliangjingjing.
There are no restaurants around here. Who is cooking? There is this craft. Shaking his head, he was about to leave. Suddenly my heart moved. How did this fragrance seem familiar? He subconsciously followed the taste and walked out of Tianjai. Go around the street to the residential area behind Tianjai. As I walked, I smelled it, and the more I smelled it, the more familiar the smell became. For some reason, a familiar figure suddenly flashed in his mind. Looking at the house in front of you, it is actually close to the back wall of Tianjai?
Jie jumped into the yard with one vertical jump. When I looked up, I saw a familiar figure wearing an apron and holding a vegetable plate.
Chen Mu, what a coincidence, how about we take a bite together? Jia, the smell is getting more and more familiar. Don't get me wrong, I really didn't add ingredients to the dish this time. Chen Mu said sincerely. Why are you here?
Jie asked with a sullen face.
Chen Mu explained seriously, I asked someone to see it. This is a treasure land of feng shui.
Living here can eliminate disasters and solve problems and prolong life.
Jie looked at Chen Mu speechlessly. Can't you find a credible reason? You don't want to use me to scare the ghosts, right?
Jie recalled the other party's actions in the past 2 days, his eyes widened.
Guess I'm not afraid of ghosts, so I live right next to me? When am I? Townhouse Stone? Jia Lao, to be honest, you misunderstood me too deeply.
Chen Mu sighed helplessly.
Jie's face turned black. Behind Tianjai, there is a wall.
Jie clamped a piece of crystal elbow and chewed it carefully. The fresh and salty taste kept hitting the taste buds, and the saliva secreted frantically, so that his eyelids couldn't help but lift a little.
He glanced at Chen Mu unexpectedly. Does the scholar still have this skill? Eat more if you like it. Chen Mu looked enthusiastic. I don't live in Tianjai at night.
Jie said lightly.
If you want me to help you deter evil spirits, you probably made a mistake. It's okay, I don't live here at night. Chen Mu said lightly. As long as you are there during the day.
The old man Jie did not change his face when he talked about the ghost. Chen Mu has long guessed that this old guy has the means to deal with the ghost.
He immediately rented the house next to Tianjai at a high price. Not like folklore. Shamans aren't afraid of sunlight, they just don't like it. So there are risks during the day too. Jie glanced at Chen Mu unexpectedly. So fearless? Forget it, eat. Can't be blinded by this deliciousness.
After drinking the last mouthful of fishball soup, Jie burped in satisfaction. It is not impossible to let this scholar live here.
As long as he doesn't add ingredients, at least 3 meals are enjoyed.
In that case, let's charge a little less money, 12 taels per month.
Chen Mu looked at Jie in surprise. Is this house yours? No, Jie didn't know why. Then how can you ask me for rent? Chen Mu looked serious. Jie, do I want rent from you? It's a fee to ward off evil spirits.
Elder Jie doesn't know anything. The rent has been charged for 1 and 3, and it has already been paid, so you don't need to collect it.
Chen Mu smiled.
I won't give it, you can move if you have the ability.
Jie. In the evening, it was getting dark. Chen Mu had dinner early.
Lock the door and head towards the north of the city without any haste.
Go as far as possible along the road where you can see people. Soon came to a house. He took out the key, opened the brand new copper lock, and pushed in the door. This is a 3-entry mansion.
All the yards he rented before adding up were not that big.
The rent is also not cheap, only 5 taels a month.
The house he used to rent was only a tael of silver for a whole year.
It's expensive to rent.
Chen Mu turned to look next door, sure. Across the wall is the Zhou family compound, the residence of the young master Zhou Shang. Young Master Zui is a ruthless man who has truly cut down evil spirits. This is the information that he spent 12 taels of silver and confirmed from the Zhou family groom, the gardener, the watchman, and a guard who had experienced the disability. With Jie and Zhou Dashao, 2 passive guardians, the ghost crisis is temporarily worry-free.
Chen Mu thought silently. It's just a little expensive.
In March, hoarding a large amount of medicinal materials and food was a huge expense. During this time, in order to ensure their own safety, a lot of money was thrown away. He now has only 86 taels of silver and a jar of copper.
It doesn't affect life, but in the end, it will be a waste of time. Go into the room closest to Zhu's house. Chen Mu closed the door tightly, washed and went to bed. Sell more fish. The core shopkeepers of Miao Wafang have all left Qingshan County, and there is only an empty shell left here. Chen Mu's portrait business was completely ruined. Selling fish has become a big income for him.
Run a few more times a month, how can you save a dozen or 8 taels?
Certainly not as profitable as a portrait.
But it is better than a long stream of water, and it is safe and secure.
Qingshan County Nanbailing River.
Early in the morning, Chen Mu came here with the morning dew. He deliberately chose such a deep water bay far away from Qingshan County. Because of the long distance, few people come to fish here, and the water is rich in fish.
Cast bait, catch fish, all in one go.
Filling 2 large bamboo baskets, he looked sadly at the drunken fish that was lying on the water. Chen Mu picked up the burden and strode towards Qingshan County.
I started walking fast, then I walked faster and faster, and then I ran straight away.
The toes touched the ground, and the soil on the ground exploded a small hole.
The figure ran out more than 10 meters in a flash.
Since he felt as if he had installed a big flywheel. As long as he starts running, he has a huge inertia, and he can run with him with only a small consumption. Sheng Hong said that kestrel training can make people faster than galloping horses. According to the reality of previous life data, the normal running speed of ordinary horses is about 30 kilometers per hour.
The fastest short distance can reach 55 kilometers. The sprint can even reach 70 kilometers.
Chen Mu glanced at the rapidly retreating trees on both sides.
At least 60 kilometers per hour.
And he felt he had the energy to accelerate. In the previous world, Bolt's speed was only about 45 kilometers per hour.
Just a short sprint.
And Chen Mu, he felt like he could run for a day. The sound of the wind whistling in his ears, this feeling of galloping, made him run more and more smoothly. At this moment, Chen Mucai finally realized the extraordinariness of shape training.
It really made Chen Mu surpass ordinary people.
Chen Mu carried 2 baskets of fish in this way, performed the kestrel shape training galloping style, and went straight to Qingshan County.
East City fresh river fish, 30 copper plates each, first come first served, hurry up if you want to buy it.
A rough voice suddenly exploded on the streets of Dongshi.
Fisherman, but I haven't come to sell fish for some days. I'm in a good mood today.
Chen Mu was still wearing a bucket hat and gray clothes, and dressed as Yang Ji with a yin and yang face.
Hey, what happened? Whether you buy it or not, you don't have time to chat with you, give me money.
Hey! This reckless bastard, a basket of fish was quickly snapped up. Before the sun was past noon, Chen Mu packed up the stall with an empty basket and returned to his new home in Shishir. Since renting this yard, he spends all day practicing in this yard to improve his proficiency. The original house has not returned. After transferring a part of the food and medicinal materials, it is sealed up and used as a secret warehouse.
After temporarily resolving the ghost crisis, Chen Mu settled down.
Although he was curious about the ghosts, he resisted asking any more. With his current strength, it is courting death to push up hard. Moreover, he has a proficiency plugin, and sooner or later he will be able to practice the shape art to the greatest extent. When you're not afraid of ghosts, you don't have to be afraid to investigate, just catch 2 and come back to watch the house. After that, he stayed in Tianzhai during the day to practice the exercises, and went back to the yard next to his house to sleep at night. Every 3 or 4 days, he goes to catch fish.
It started out to make money by eating meat.
Later, he preferred the feeling of running at high speed in the wild. The excitement of the galloping speed can really make one's blood boil. And relying on both legs to run 60 kilometers per hour, the sense of accomplishment is overwhelming. So he likes liver proficiency more and more, day and night. One night after half a month, Chen Mu successfully brushed the sleeve sword to the 2nd rank. Writing, 1576/10,000/2nd order, drawing, 1443/10,000/2nd order, throwing, 5753/10,000/3rd order, kestrel training, 409/10,000/3rd order, cooking skills, 6226/10,000/1st order, pharmacy, 2152/10,000/2nd order, sleeve sword, 16/10,000/2nd order. Glancing at the data on the gray wall, with a flick of his wrist, a short sword appeared in the palm of his hand.
Shaking again, the dagger disappeared. Mind a move.
There was a hole in the wooden pillar on the side. Stealth, speed, and cohesion. The 2nd order hidden sword allowed him to instantly complete a series of actions, such as drawing the sword, piercing the wooden pillar, and collecting the sword and hiding the sword. Chen Mu was a social fear otaku in his previous life.
The only bit of blood is given to the 2-dimensional animation. Even in a new world, there is a desire to look around.
But in fact, he is more used to staying at home. Therefore, it is difficult for people to change.
Even if you change the world, you just change the environment and continue the life you used to.
But not without change. Before, he would not practice a skill without eating or sleeping. Therefore, it is not difficult for people to change. As long as that change makes it easy to feel a sense of accomplishment. Shenmue possessed all of these extraordinary powers, such as shape training, flying locust stones, and sleeve swords, which could only be found in novels and animations in previous lives, and he clearly felt that they were getting stronger a little bit.
How could he not be addicted to it?
In addition to practicing at home, he has now added a new hobby: running in the wild. The feeling of the strong wind blowing through his ears clearly told Shenmue that he was different from ordinary people.
East Gate of Qingshan County.
Shenmue deliberately spared a circle and walked from the south gate to the east gate, just to be able to run for a while in the unmanned field.
It's incredible to think about. In the previous life, you sat in a fat house that didn't move for a day, but now you like to run? East City.
Shenmue wore a bamboo hat and gray clothes, his skin was dyed suntan brown, and a birthmark was painted on his face.
Fresh live fish, 30 cents apiece, first come, first served.
Shenmue shouted in a rough voice. The servants of the various families who had been patrolling around for a long time immediately surrounded.
Qingshan County's supplies are still tight.
Fresh live fish is a rare meat. The appearance of Shenmue, a fisherman, has long been remembered by people with a heart.
Once he appeared, immediately began to rush.
2 baskets of live fish were quickly sold out. Carrying an empty basket with a large string of copper coins in his arms, Shenmue strode away. Just walking, 2 strong men in gray shirts blocked his way. On the bare arm, there is a blue water wave tattoo. His dark face was full of flesh. At this moment, he looked at Shenmue with a smile.
Fisherman, your good news is here. We Bailang gang have a big business to discuss with you. Shenmue looked at the two of them unsurprisingly.
Just as he was selling fish in bulk for the 3rd time, he noticed that someone was quietly watching.
Now I can't help but jump out.
Okay,
Shenmue said calmly. Now it was the turn of the two Bailang gang to be surprised. Is this fisherman too calm? You know each other.
The 2 snorted coldly. Come with us.
No problem. Shenmue said calmly. Follow the 2.
The 2 stared at him one after the other. Shenmue was not nervous at all, and followed the 2 of them on Dongsher Street.
Looking at the direction, it seems to be going to Anlafang.
Just walking, the person staring at Shenmue behind him was suddenly blocked by a passing middle-aged man.
He didn't care much.
You can wait for passers-by to pass by.
Did the fisherman disappear in front of him? What about people? Wasn't it still there just now?
The 2 stood at the intersection of the street in a daze. Except for the flow of people, there was no trace of Shenmue.
In a small alley.
Shenmue carried the basket and walked briskly.
It's just 2 gangs messing around.
If you are brave and fight hard on weekdays, you can also deal with ordinary people. The kestrel prancing technique is best at flickering. Just a little adjustment of the pace, with the help of passers-by to block, it is easy to get rid of the 2. When his head is flooded, he will follow the 2 guys to the so-called Bailang gang.
Only, don't ask for protection money directly. If you arrest me for an interview, then it's not my little fish. Shenmue thought silently.
Selling a lot of fresh live fish at one time is still too dazzling.
There is a Bailang river outside Qingshan County, and there are no large lakes. Ordinary fishermen, but not Shenmue's harvest. Shenmue sighed. No one can be underestimated. Especially street gangs. Very shrewd. Someone took a fancy to my bait.
Dodging pedestrians all the way, making a circle to prevent tracking. Shenmue returned to his home in Shengshi. There is a grape trellis on the east side of the yard, which was planted by the former tenant of the yard. The vines tangle and climb over the wooden frame, forming a natural awning. There is a stone table under the shelf, and a familiar figure is sitting beside the table. Silver beard and hair, drooping eyelids, expressionless. It was Jia who was waiting to eat. Since Shenmue lived here, Jia has become a regular visitor. 3 meals a day are settled here. With this master in charge, Shenmue's sense of security has greatly increased. It was just a few meals, and Shenmue didn't care. At this moment, Jia is busy making balls and silver balls. He held a piece of broken silver in his left hand, and pinched it with the index finger and thumb of his right hand, pinching it and pulling it. The hard metal was like a piece of plasticine, and he easily pulled off a small lump, and then rubbed it with his fingers, quickly quickly rubbing it into a big silver bead of soybeans. The beads were rounded and smooth by Jijiapan, without edges and corners, and at first glance they were familiar. Noticing that Shen Mu had entered the door, Jejia rolled his eyes and glanced at it, then picked up the silver beans placed on the stone table one by one and held them in his palm. With a flick of his wrist and a cage into his sleeve, the silver beans disappeared completely.
Shen Mu was not surprised by Jiejia's quirky hobby. After one glance, I went into the house to remove. Half an hour later, pan-fried fish fillets, boiled fish fillets, cold vegetables, fishball soup, white wheat rice. Dishes full of colors and flavors are placed on stone tables. I want to inquire about some news.
Shen Mu picked up a piece of boiled fish.
Say.
Jiejia squinted and chewed the fish balls.
Does the Bailang gang know? Shen Mu asked.
Jiejia squinted and thought for a while, too.
Yes.
Shen Mu nodded in agreement.
I'll give it to you after dinner.
Jiejia took a mouthful of sour vegetables and nodded in satisfaction.
In trouble?
Jiejia tempted. I can help you get rid of them.
Farewell. Shen Mu waved his hand. I can't pay that price. It can be discounted. Jiejia followed suit. One discount?
Shen Mu looked surprised.
Jie, stay where it's cool. At night, the house next to the Zhuojia.
Shen Mu lit the oil lamp and carefully studied the note in his hand.
The Bailang gang, Zhang Yi, has 3 hall masters, and is the largest gang in the East City. Including Anlafang, most of the bustling Dongshi area is the site of the Bailang gang. It is said that behind it is unclear with a certain big clan in the city. Xinyo Alley is the main residence of the gang.
Daily task assignment, major event negotiation, financial distribution, etc. are all done there. Dongshi, Xinyo Alley, Shen Mu pondered for a while, then sighed helplessly.
The world is too unfriendly to ordinary people.
He just sold a fish, but he didn't want to make people jealous.
He was found by someone and wanted to force the secret recipe for fishing. Even if you give it, you can't live in peace.
In order to ensure that the secret recipe is not leaked, it is estimated that his fate will not be better.
Being forced to join the Bailang gang is the best result. If you meet someone who is ruthless, if you can't say it, you can just kill yourself. Why can't you be a good person? In the early morning, Xinyo Ali Miao Bai, the little leader of the Bailang gang, walked into the alley with a bad look on his face. Followed by 2 black-faced men who complained. I haven't found the fisherman yet, Miao Bo said in a bad tone.
That guy was as slippery as a fish, and he disappeared in a blink of an eye. The 2 of us have been around Qingshan County for no less than 5 laps in the past 2 days, but we didn't see him.
Trash. Miao Bai's face was gloomy.
He told the hall master before that he had found a way to make a fortune. Now there is no result. The eyes that the Lord of Heaven looked at him were wrong.
Master Bai, it's not without gain.
Shan Lu, who hangs out at the gate of the city, said that the fishermen live in the city. He has seen fishermen who came out of the city with empty baskets on their backs.
Miao Bai's face softened. It's easy for people from the city.
The Bailang gang is well informed. As long as he still sells fish, he will not worry about not being able to catch anyone. Wait when you see the hall master, and tell the story carefully.
Let's ask the hall master to send some people. I don't believe that we can't find a fisherman.
Miao Bai's heart dripped blood. Once this matter is handed in, even if it finally happens, his credit will be shared. It was his own fault.
Result? Miao Bo glared at the 2 behind him. The 3 of them walked into Xinyo Alley.
Master Bai, why is it so quiet? A strong man behind him asked strangely.
Miao Bai's heart skipped a beat. In the past, Xinyo Alley was very lively. In the morning, all the chiefs gathered here and obeyed the dispatch.
It was always noisy. How could it be so quiet? Go to the gate of the Bailang gang station. I saw the gate wide open, but there was no gatekeeper.
The faces of the 3 of them couldn't help changing. You won't be stationed and let other gangs be destroyed, right?
The 3 walked cautiously through the door.
Master Bai, why don't we run?
Another strong man behind him suggested in a low voice.
What are you panicking about? Go in and see clearly. Miao Bo boldly turned to the front wall.
I saw people lying all over the place in the huge yard.
Miao Bo's heart beat fiercely. It's over. I was about to run away when I suddenly realized something was wrong.
The guy lying not far away is a little boss who doesn't deal with him. At this moment, the other party is lying on the ground, his mouth is crooked, but his eyes are still moving.
Not dead?
Just as I was about to go up to see the situation, I suddenly felt dizzy. The 3 fell to the ground with a thud. Before Miao Bai fell to the ground, Yu Guang couldn't help looking at the lobby of the inner courtyard. I could vaguely see that the gang leader and the 3 hall masters were all slumped on the seats in the lobby. One by one, their faces were flushed, their eyes blurred, just like drunk cats.
They Bailang gang, this is a pot for people to serve. Outside Xinyo Alley.
Chen Mu squatted on a tree branch. At this moment, he was wearing a bamboo hat and gray clothes, with a thick mask covering his nose and mouth. Holding a yellow-skinned gourd in his hand, wisps of green smoke came out from the open mouth of the gourd. The blue smoke spreads very quickly.
Not long after leaving the gourd, it quickly dispersed, and with a breeze, it quickly blew into Xinyo Alley. The concentration is enough.
Momo calculated the amount of ecstasy incense, and Shen Mu quickly put away the gourd.
It should be enough for them to get drunk for a day. Chen Mu jumped off the tree. Glancing at the quiet Xinyo Alley, he shook his head helplessly. It's not easy for the common people to do some business. This Bailang gang is lawless, and there are big people behind it. What else can I do? If you want to sell fish safely, you can't do it without inviting these gangsters to drink. The world is dangerous, and people's livelihood is so difficult. East City Chen Mu, with a yin-yang face and a gray coat and a bucket hat, came briskly. Putting down 2 heavy burdens, he let out a howl. Fresh live fish, 30 cents apiece, first come, first served. It seems that the fisherman is in a good mood. Buy it or not. If you don't buy it, get out. Hey!
3 days later, Xinyo Alley, where the Bailang gang was stationed. A group of gangsters divided into several teams, led watchdogs, and constantly patrolled around the courtyard wall. In the inner courtyard lobby, Bailang gang Zhangyi had a beard on his face, and the old god was sitting on top. On the table on the right is a large knife with a ghost head, and there is a brown medicine box on the table.
Do you have all the antidote pills with you? Zhangyi asked. It's all on me. Hallmaster Jada clasped his fists. Is there an ambush? Zhang Yi then asked.
That person should have used the wind to release the poison, and there are hidden weapon masters ambushed at the upper air vents.
Hallmaster Yi Xian said solemnly. Where's the Black Tiger gang?
Zhang Yi continued to ask. I arranged for the brothers to watch. These 2 days have been very honest. The last hallmaster, Xin Fan, said respectfully. Everything is ready, just wait for the thief to be caught. A cold light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. I don't know where this person fell to the ground. Put the whole gang to a stun and then don't care. If there is hatred, wouldn't it be better to kill yourself and others at that time? They didn't have the slightest resistance at the time. The reason for this puzzled him.
But no big problem. If you catch someone, you'll know everything.
Zhang Yi reached out and grabbed the hilt of the ghost-headed sword. He has never suffered this kind of humiliation ever since he set up a hall in Qingshan County. Anyone who dared to be his enemy was beheaded by his ghost-headed sword.
This time will definitely be no exception.
Just as I was thinking about it, I suddenly realized that my right hand was empty. Turning his head to look, there was a flower in front of him, and the handle of the knife became 2. He subconsciously reached out to grab it, but it was empty again. The head was hot for a while, the blood in the eyes was concentrated, and the tears poured out unconsciously, just like being drunk.
An unpleasant feeling came to mind. He looked up in bewilderment.
The 3 hallmasters who swore their vows just now are now slumped on their chairs, their mouths slanted and their eyes slanted, and they are about to crawl under the stool. Hallmaster Jada took out his right hand into his arms, but he couldn't even grasp the antidote bottle with his trembling hands. Seeing that the small porcelain bottle Gulyulo rolled into the middle of the lobby, there was nothing he could do.
Zhang Yi, fuck. Another hit.
Under the window outside the lobby, Chen Mu stood in the shadows and silently put away the yellow gourd. This group of people is really hard to serve.
If I want to treat you to a gourd, I have to come to the door in person. Oh, there's no way. Isn't it always humble to ask people to do things? Although we are just a little fishermen?
Chen Mu pinned the gourd to his waist and followed behind a pair of patrol teams. Everywhere they passed, the gang members fell to the ground as if they were drunk. After a while, the entire Xinyo Alley became silent again.
After a fast in the west of the city, Chen Mu hummed a little tune and made a bang 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 bang.
2 baskets of fish were sold today, and 2 taels of silver came into the account. He stopped by Zhang Tu for a while, but he didn't expect it to open today. Chen Mu couldn't help but bought 2 elbows, one of which had been stewed in the casserole next to him for half an hour.
Not long after, the fragrant and braised elbows were on the table.
The vines are under the stone table. Jia Jia is rubbing silver beads. Next to it was a pile of broken silver that was less than 200 taels.
Is your killer industry so profitable? Chen Mu envied. Look at the market.
Jie concentrated on rolling the balls.
It seems that the market has been doing well recently. Chen Mu said sourly.
Jie glanced at Chen Mu. I picked it up.
Chen Mu's eyes widened. Where can I get so much money? Why haven't I encountered such a good thing?
Seemingly aware of Chen Mu's question, Jie put away the rubbed silver beads, and put the broken silver into a cloth bag and pinned it to his waist. Then he said indifferently, I picked it up in Xinyo Alley.
Why does this place sound so familiar? There's a big house in that alley. There's a money bag lying on the ground and no one wants it, so I just picked it up.
Jie used the tip of his chopsticks to tear off a bit of the soft glutinous pork skin, and chewed it slowly with a look of enjoyment.
Chen Mu, that should be all mine. I'm also curious, you put them all, why don't you touch the corpse?
Jie asked sincerely.
I forgot.
For a while, Chen Mu felt that the braised elbows were not, well, the elbows were still very fragrant.
But it really hurts. Just thinking about inviting people to drink a gourd. People drink beautifully. He had forgotten the return gift.
I haven't given gifts for a long time, and the business is rusty.
Chen Mu looked at Jie's purse with envy. Take a second look, if you don't look, you won't be able to see it again later.
Old God Jie took a sip of the fish soup.
Chen Mu's chest suddenly felt tight. 4 days later, in Lanjia Lane, East City, a 3-entry house was located.
30 or 40 gang members fell asleep on the ground.
In the inner courtyard room, Zhang Yi was kneeling on the ground, leaning on the handle of the knife.
He shook his head violently, trying to open his eyelids. As a result, his head was thrown too hard, and he fell to the ground with a thud. The blood dripped from the nose. He fluttered in place twice, and soon fell asleep. Chen Mu walked out of the back alley of the house and came to the front door.
I can find you even when I move.
He was wearing a hat in gray, and half of his face was painted blue.
Dressed as a Liangshan hero.
Standing at the door of the room and looking in, he reached out and closed the door. Don't go in case it's fake. He walked quickly to the yard and smiled and looked at the Bailang gang who was lying on the ground. Since you are playing the role of Liangshan hero, you have to do something that Liangshan hero should do.
Then he probed one by one. 2 quarters later, Chen Mu weighed the bag in his hand disappointedly. It's early.
As soon as he rummaged, he found more than 20 taels of silver in total. It must be because Jie is too ruthless, so these guys are afraid to carry money with them recently.
Looking at the closed door, the people inside must be very rich, right? Immediately he shook his head again. Forget it, it's better to be safe. After all, he is the one who helps the main hall master. What if he has any trump cards? I'd better sell my fish quickly.
Thinking of this, Chen Mu carefully circled around the back wall, and quickly left Lanjia Lane over the wall.
With the second-order pharmacy, the fascination incense is powerful. No matter how the Bailang gang is fluttering, a gourd is guaranteed to be brought down.
Several times after that, Bailang gang helped Zhang Yi think of a lot of ways.
Tried a lot of antidote treasures.
It's a pity that Chen Mu is not idle, and has been using medicinal techniques to improve the incense.
The Bailang gang could only sleep soundly.
Later, there was really no other way, and the Bailang gang had to disperse.
Chen Mu didn't even think about putting them all down.
One day he went out to sell fish. He would randomly find a Bailang gang stronghold, and invite all the strongholds to help everyone drink a gourd. The people of the Bailang gang who were attacked by him were panicking, and they didn't have the energy to trouble him, the fisherman. It's just that there are fewer and fewer gifts in return, which makes Chen Mu quite a pity. In addition to going out to sell fish every few days, and fighting wits with the Bailang gang. At other times, Chen Mu has been quietly staying at home.
Practice kestrel training every day.
After completing the igu, the breathing method of the shape training is more complicated, requiring 120 breaths per cycle. The pace pattern has nearly doubled. This caused him to practice with all his strength every time, which required more time and energy. The proficiency that is brushed every day is much less than that in the Yi-Jin stage. But the victory lies in steady progress, and Chen Mu is not in a hurry.
Still moving forward step by step every day.
The Iron Lotus seed throwing upgrade also becomes difficult. At the 3rd level, if you want to cast a more powerful Iron Lotus seed, you need not only skills, but also stronger physical fitness. He could feel that every time he threw it, he was subtly changing the muscles in his body.
In contrast, the proficiency of the sleeve sword is very easy to brush. One is because it is still only in the 2nd order, and has not yet reached the advanced stage. The other is probably because the sleeve sword is currently more of a swordsmanship.
although it can also adjust the body muscles slightly. But it is more of a sword technique for Tibetan swords. Shenmue appropriately reduced the iron lotus seed throwing practice, and devoted his energy and time to the sleeve sword. Addicted to practice, Shenmue could hardly feel the passage of time. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. In August and September, Qingshan County is in the heat of summer.
In the courtyard behind Tianaya's high, a brick is placed on a stone table.
Shenmue stood quietly beside him.
Rub. Laugh. A soft sound. There was an extra hole in the brick.
Shenmue reached out and touched it.
The hole edges are smooth and hot. In a split second, he struck out his sword 9 times. Click on the same spot on the brick every time.
The sharp puncture and collision not only pierced the green brick, but also generated a lot of heat.
Would you like to join Jui Pavilion?
Jiejia's eyelids by the stone table couldn't help but lift his eyelids slightly.
I can recommend you.
This sleeve sword is too suitable for assassination.
Half the reward for recommending me? Shenmue said lightly.
With a flick of his wrist, the dagger disappeared into his sleeve.
Eat melon.
Jiejia picked up a piece of iced watermelon and ate it, never mentioning joining Jui Pavilion.
This melon was bought by Chun Mugon.
In order to eat a bite of ice on a hot day, he deliberately worked on medicine for a few days, and only then did he find a natural mineral similar to saltpeter in his previous life.
Use its water to absorb heat to make ice. Can you tell me who paid to kill me?
Shenmue sat down and took a bite of a cool watermelon.
Yes.
Jiejia said lightly.
Didn't your killers keep it a secret for the employer?
Shenmue was surprised. Jiejia rolled his eyes and glanced at Shenmue.
Shenmue nodded immediately. As long as you give enough money, it's fine, right? Want to know?
Jiejia put down the watermelon, stared at Shenmue and asked.
I don't want to. Shenmue said immediately, enjoying a mouthful of iced watermelon. Jiejia, I don't want to know that you brought a hammer. Shenmue happily eats melons.
They're all dead anyway, don't you know it makes no difference. After eating the watermelon, tidying up the table, and resting for a while, Shenmue hid under the shed to continue practicing the sleeve lijian. Practicing the shape technique allowed him to resist the cold and heat at first, and he could endure this kind of hot weather. But flickering under the sun, not only external heat, but also a huge amount of heat in the body. Both sides heat up together, it really suffers.
Hiding under the pergola and practicing the lijian is much more comfortable.
When the sun sets in the evening, it is not too late to practice liver shape surgery.
Recently, there seems to be more and more haunting things in the city. The dagger suddenly appeared in Shenmue's hand, and then suddenly disappeared. Do you know the reason? Shouldn't.
Jiejiatsua collected the silver beads for a while, with doubts on his face. With the evil spirit mirror, there shouldn't be so many fish that slip through the net. But in fact, in the past few months, although the evil incidents have not been one after another, they have always been there.
Shenmue's sword practice couldn't help but stop. Could there be a problem with the evil spirit mirror? Shenmue was worried. It's very similar.
Jiejia thought for a while and nodded. I met once in Zhouyang County, Yanshan Prefecture, more than 10 years ago. The evil mirror was stolen in the city, and as a result, the number of ghosts has suddenly increased.
How did you solve it later? Shenmue asked quickly. It's very simple, the superior government sent another evil spirit mirror down.
Jiejia said lightly.
Chunmu frowned.
Now the entire Daliang is incessant of natural and man-made disasters, and it has long been a mess. The Qingshan County magistrate disappeared for more than half a year and no one cared. To say that Qingshan County belongs to Daliang, it is better to say that it belongs to the Li family, the county magistrate. Where can there be any higher officials? Glancing at the calm Jiejia, Shenmue became more and more sure that this old man must have the means to deal with the ghost. Looking at the silver beads in the opponent's hand, Shenmue shook his head helplessly.
He can't afford this big bodyguard.
Evil incidents occur frequently, and Shenmue has nothing to do.
Close to Jiejia during the day and hide next to Zhua's house at night.
These two are existences that can deal with ghosts. At the same time, he also stepped up his proficiency in liver training. Jiejia once said that the great achievement of practicing shape art has 1 or 2 points of ability to fight against ghosts. At night, a sudden scream woke Shenmue, who was asleep. The voice was full of fear, as if something terrifying had happened. Shenmue immediately got up and ran to the window to listen.
But it was quiet outside, not even the sound of insects in the summer night. Ghost? So close?
The screaming sound just now was not far from him.
Otherwise, it won't be so clear. Where can Shenmue dare to sleep? Get dressed and sit at the door, ready to run. Stayed so trembling all night.
It wasn't until the sky was bright that he carefully walked out of the door. On the way to the mansion in the west of the city, Shenmue encountered a group of Yamen soldiers. They surrounded a small alley, blocking the curious people around.
Shenmue couldn't help but look over.
I saw that the alley was dark, as if a fire had burned.
Shenmue's heart suddenly tightened. He walked through here yesterday afternoon, and the alley was fine.
The entire alley was burned to darkness, and the fire was not small. But he sat from midnight to early morning last night, and he didn't see the fire and didn't hear any movement. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly tightened.
Wouldn't it be a ghost? He didn't dare to look any further and left quickly.
Before leaving, I saw the figure of the eldest son of the Zhou family in the crowd. The other side looked solemn, staring at the dark alley. Shenmue's heart became more and more nervous. This young Master Zhou is so solemn, it seems that this matter must be related to evil.
Doesn't it mean that ghosts only scare people with possession? How can you set fire silently?
Yin souls are also divided into strong and weak, Jia Jia said lightly after a fasting in the west of the city. Shenmue smashed his mouth, his heart was not feeling well. He didn't know how to deal with ordinary ghosts, but now there is another powerful one.
That Li County Chancellor didn't think of a solution? Now this Qingshan County is also their Li family's territory, right? Shenmue said a little annoyed.
All the direct descendants of the Li family have been sent to Nanyang Mansion, Jia Jia said lightly.
Can he be willing to do so much? Shenmue couldn't believe it. Is this to sneak away? He didn't leave by himself.
Jia Jia glanced at Shenmue and said calmly. Shenmue calmed down and thought, this Li County Chancellor has a guard of honor, but this guard of honor is not very secure. Jia Jia nodded and said, including Zhui Pavilion, he has issued a reward to the hidden channels in Qingshan County to find large-scale evil spirits.
There is no news yet. The King Fengwen outside the city also has some means.
In times of crisis, it can also deal with it for 2 days.
King Fengwen? Shenmue immediately remembered it.
When he first came into this world, he woke up in King Fengwen. The predecessor died inexplicably in King Fengwen, so he has always kept a distance from this King Fengwen. Unexpectedly, the other party really has a way to deal with evil.
Even though Li Xiancheng was actively responding, Shenmue was still uneasy. He didn't want to pin his safety on others. Is it safe in Nanyang Mansion? Shenmue asked suddenly.
At this moment, he had the idea of leaving Qingshan County.
It's safe, but the road is not easy to walk,
Jia Jia said.
Shenmue looked at Jia Jia suspiciously. Nowadays, natural disasters and man-made disasters continue in Daliang. There are thieves everywhere in the wilderness, and there are ghosts lurking on the road. The road is really difficult to walk,
Jia Jia explained patiently.
Can't you follow the caravan?
Although Qingshan County is remote, there are always 1 or 2 caravans who dare to go to Nanyang Prefecture to do business. Those people may not be afraid of bandits, but they have no means to deal with ghost monsters.
Jia Jia said calmly, you only see the caravans that have successfully returned, and you can't see those who can't come back.
Shenmue's face suddenly became difficult to look at.
Isn't there any safe channel? Shenmue didn't believe it. Otherwise, how did Li Xiancheng send the family's direct line away?
There is also Mr. Jin, the owner of Maya Wafang, who also went to Nanyang Mansion. Jia Jia didn't speak, his eyes rolled, and he glanced at Shenmue's right sleeve. Shenmue's face suddenly turned black. This old man is staring at his purse again. The road is not safe, but as long as you find a reliable bodyguard, you are not afraid. Jia Jia is such a reliable bodyguard.
King Fengwen has a way to deal with ghost monsters? Shenmue asked with a look of hope.
Yes. Jia Jia was not in a hurry. But you can't afford the price of asking them to help, Jia Jia deliberately said in a cold tone.
Shenmue's face suddenly sank.
Seeing that Shenmue was ugly, a smile flashed in Jia Jia's eyes.
Nanyang Mansion has a large mirror to ward off evil spirits, and evil incidents rarely happen.
At the same time, there are several big families together, and they also have the means to restrain the ghosts. Jia Jia slowed down his tone and followed suit.
Go.
Jia Jia said softly in a positive tone, I can guarantee to deliver you safely.
Shenmue's face was solemn. You said that King Fengwen still has some skills? What's wrong? Jia Jia nodded in confusion. Shouldn't he be asking the price of the bodyguard? Then don't go.
Shenmue nodded calmly. You may not know, I have a very good relationship with the Taoist priest King Fengwen. Sincerity. I lived in the Taoist temple for more than half a month last time. Jia, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't know that there is such a safe area in Qingshan County.
Shenmue laughed. I thank you. Jie Jia's face turned black. At night, next to the Zhou family mansion, Chen Mu completely closed the doors and windows. He didn't dare to light the lamp, and his every move was quiet, for fear that the movement would be too loud and attract ghosts. In the dark, he took out a clay pot from under the bed. Chen Mu sat in front of the square table in the house, poured out a pile of broken silver and copper plates from the clay pot and began to count. It's light in the daytime, but it's mainly to tease Jie. He has nothing to do with sincerity. Not bad is fine. After a few contacts, that Nyobi didn't have a good attitude towards himself. When it comes to a crisis moment, I can't tell if I really have to spend money to ask Jie to send him away. 156 taels of silver and 967 copper plates. Not enough. The black heart of the old man has been introduced. He wasn't sure if these could invite each other. The Bailang gang can't do it anymore. Chen Mu was dissatisfied. These guys are getting smarter lately. There is no copper plate on the body. Last time, his hallmaster Jia drank a gourd and found a piece or two of silver pieces all over his body. The head of the three main halls of the Bailang gang, with only a tael of silver on his body, what a bargain. It happens that I'm going to sell fish tomorrow, and I'll talk to that gang leader Zhang along the way. As the leader of the gang, how could he be richer than the hallmaster? The next day, there was a house in Dingjia Lane in the west of the city. Several Bailang gang are patrolling. Don't leave after the group disbands in the afternoon, my brother will take you to Anlafang to play. Has something good happened to my sister-in-law, and the monthly payment that was issued yesterday was confiscated? A gang member behind him teased and asked. Go. Why should I give her my salary? The little leader wiped his bald head and stubbornly stomped his neck. Boss is tough. Big brother mighty. Haha, the little leader was not angry when he was teased by his subordinates, he smiled. I told her that I am going to buy her rouge from Xinghuo today. Then big brother, how dare you invite us to drink flower wine? I don't have money to buy rouge, so I'm not afraid that my sister-in-law will scratch you. Haha, the mountain man has his own plan. The little leader looked complacent. I just said that I met that drug dealer again today, and all the money was taken away, no more. The crowd immediately opened their mouths. Why didn't I think of it? A chubby gang member suddenly beat his head and looked remorseful. He. The little boss looked smug, and his bald head couldn't help but light up a little. The next moment, he suddenly felt dizzy, and when he looked up, there were actually two suns in the sky. A bad premonition suddenly hit me. Turning his head to look, a few of his subordinates had been skillfully lying down under the shade of a big tree. He just took 2 steps when he fell to the ground with a thud. This familiar feeling, fuck. Chen Mu jumped into the courtyard wall and saw a person lying under the tree. There was only one big bald head lying in the sun, and his scalp was shiny and shiny. Chen Mu squatted down and groped for a while, and actually found out 2 taels of silver. Good start. He couldn't help looking at the group of minions under the tree with anticipation. It didn't take long for Chen Mu to walk towards the inner courtyard with a bad look on his face. After taking 2 steps, I felt uneasy. Turn around and drag the group of people under the tree out and throw them under the sun. He put the big bald head in the shade again, and gave him a comfortable posture. After all, people paid for it. Then he strode into the inner courtyard. There's also a scoundrel lying in there. A quarter of an hour later. Carrying a ghost-headed sword, Chen Mu left Dingjia Lane with a gloomy face. The leader of the dignified gang doesn't even have a copper plate on his body? It's not as good as underhand. He asked Jie to buy news, and deliberately found the residence of the leader of the Bailang gang. I wanted to make a fortune, but I didn't want to work for a long time, and I got 4 taels of silver and dozens of copper plates. How dare you say that you are a social person? Why don't I sell fish? Lost? Chen Mu was rather indignant. Bailong's help with this monster spawning point is over. A gourd is wasted in vain. I hope this knife will be worth something. As the saber of the leader of the gang, it should be, probably quite precious. A helper who has no copper, really can't give him much confidence. Inside the Zhou family mansion. Zhou Quan, the head of the Zhou family, sat in the lobby with a sullen face. 5,000 taels of silver per family, that Xianshan Taoist is taking advantage of the fire. Zhou Sheng's face was not good looking. It's taking advantage of the fire. But if the county does not have the magic weapon to ward off evil spirits, no one will be able to sleep well. Zhou Quan sighed. Especially our Zhou family has suffered evil before. The Taoist Xianshan didn't say it, we are the easiest to attract evil again. Humph. I think he has bad intentions.
Zhuo Sheng said coldly.
He will be bad for us? Zhuo Quan suddenly became worried.
Father, make plans early. Zhuo Sheng narrowed his eyes.
What does Shenger mean?
Move, go to Nanyang Mansion. Zhuo Sheng said decisively.
Moving, I think about it, and then think about it. Zhuo Quan hesitated a little. Isn't there a view of Qingfeng?
King Fengguan, Zhuo Sheng frowned. King Fengguan is very famous, but no one can tell if it has real skills.
He didn't want to give his life to someone else. I still recommend moving.
Zhuo Sheng thought about it and said firmly.
Okay.
Zhuo Quan frowned in Chen Si for a moment, and finally nodded. You concentrate on practicing martial arts, I will arrange things. His own son is Wu Qi, who has been practicing Qigong since he was a child, and he has been fooled by him.
Outsiders thought he was a dude.
Unexpectedly, he practiced amazing martial arts. The last time the family was attacked by evil, his son showed great power, and this let everyone know his true strength.
He values the only son he already loves more and more. The Taoist Qianshan still has to make a fool of himself. We can't be this early bird.
Zhuo Sheng calmly said.
Shenger is thoughtful. Zhuo Quan nodded in relief.
Chen Mu goes out to catch fish every 2 days. There are kestrels practicing shape surgery, not afraid of long distances. He changed to 2 bigger bamboo baskets and kept changing fishing spots up and down the Bailang River. It has also reached cooperation with several restaurants such as Anlafang Bafanglu. There is no need for him to sell the fish, but sell the fish directly to these restaurants. After working hard for a month, I saved more than 20 taels of silver. It is also a blessing that the army is in chaos and prices are soaring. Otherwise, it can't be sold at such a high price.
He doesn't go to Bailang to help much now. Stealing their money is not as good as earning more by fishing. Save 200 taels and leave. Chen Mu thought unwillingly.
If there is no evil and chaos, it is not difficult to stay in Qingshan County.
Work hard and earn money.
No disputes or troubles.
Staying at home every day, liver proficiency, and often doing something delicious to treat yourself.
This is really in line with Chen Mu's ideal life. Pity, a month has passed, and ghosts still occur from time to time. Chen Mu had to make plans early.
Desire to leave Castle Peak.
After Chen Mu made money from fishing, he began to prepare for the long journey. I made 2 easy-to-move clothes with a durable and stain-resistant gray fabric, paired with 2 pairs of sturdy cloth shoes. Processed meat floss, dried meat, and dry food for easy storage.
When you have free time, go to Qingxinyo and Horse Market. He is going to buy a mount.
It is not a short distance from Qingshan County to Nanyang Prefecture. All the way with big bags and small bags, transportation tools are essential. Today, he just came out of the bull market. I saw a group of people gathered under the market gate.
There stood a plank with many signs posted on it.
Buy donkeys at high prices, cattle breeding, ancestral repairing horseshoes. Chen Mu has a sense of sight from watching small advertisements on telephone poles in his previous life. At this moment, a large character notice was posted in the middle, and an official yamen was standing in front of the wooden sign and shouting loudly.
King Fengguan outside the city is going to build a prayer altar, and we are now recruiting workers from all over the city. Because of ceremonial requirements, laborers must be born in January, July, or December.
Everyone who is selected will immediately be given 1 tael of silver or 120 caddies of white wheat as a settling allowance.
3 meals a day and 10 copper coins. If you are willing to do it, go to the east gate to sign up.
As soon as the yamen finished speaking, a large group of people ran towards the east gate. Now that prices are soaring, life is difficult. 120 caddies of white wheat to settle down, and 3 meals a day. It's a very good job for ordinary civilians. Chen Mu stood outside the crowd and listened carefully.
Pray for the altar? Is it the means of King Fengguan to fight the ghost monster? The county government finally invited King Fengguan? Chen Mu was quite happy. Don't you have to go? He really wanted to see the outside world. But do not want to leave the inherent environment. This is probably why little people are always little people.
Chen Mu shook his head to shake off his messy thoughts. If he had just come to this world, he would definitely have signed up like the commoners in front of him.
Now, the salary is a bit poor.
Dodging the surging crowds on the street, Chen Mu hurried home.
He had to ask Jie Jia for information.
Determined the ability of King Fengguan.
I don't know.
Jie Jia said lightly. Chen Mu looked at Jie Jia in surprise.
There is a price to use magic tools. Jie Jia glanced at Chen Mu. Feng Ren's strength is still enough. But if he wants to protect the whole city, no matter what the magic weapon is, he can't afford that price.
Jia Jia said calmly. This is not the first time that Chen Mu has heard of magic tools.
But I didn't expect it to come at a cost. All instruments cost a price? Can you skip dinner? Jia Jia asked back. Chen Mu suddenly understood. Just like fuel vehicles need oil, computers need electricity, and people need food. Magic tools have special abilities, but they need to consume energy. What is the price of the evil spirit mirror? Chen Mu was curious. This thing belongs to the official distribution of Daliang's magic weapon to ward off evil spirits, and almost all big cities at the county level and above have one side. I don't know. It seems to be related to some sacrifices.
Jia Jia said uncertainly. The magic weapon is different, and the price is also strange. Some drink water, some eat meat, some need thunder, and some need fire. Chen Mu listened with relish.
He was very curious about this thing.
Originally thought it was a pure martial arts world. However, ghosts and magical tools appeared one after another, making Chen Mu feel that there are still many mysteries in this world.
Is the taste so tricky?
Chen Mu said cheerfully, what else? Jia Jia kept his mouth shut, and the eyeballs under his eyelids began to aim at Chen Mu's money bag. Chen Mu turned his head and went to practice his sleeve Li Jian. After more than 2 months, his sleeve sword will soon reach the 3rd rank.
As for the news of the magic weapon, I will inquire later if I have the opportunity. Anyway, this old man can't be cheap. Sheng Yifang, in a big house. Bailang Gang Gang Zhangyi just paid 1 month's rent. If you don't pay more, maybe you will move next month. Inner courtyard lobby. Zhang Yi sat at the top. There was a black-faced strong man sitting on the left below.
Behind him stood 2 men with equally large arms and round waists.
The temperament is quite sturdy. Sect leader Zhang, come here as per the old rules. When the food and goods leave the city tomorrow morning, my people will take over at the south gate. This is the deposit. The black-faced strong man took out a grey cloth purse and handed it to Zhang Yi. The bearded Zhang Yi looked hesitantly and didn't answer. What? Gangmaster Zhang doesn't want to increase the price, right? The black-faced strong man's face suddenly sank. The price of their food is 30% higher than the market price. In recent months, prices have risen twice in a row. Zhang Yi still wants to increase the price, he is insatiable. Zhang Yi hesitated in his heart, not knowing whether to say it or not. Seeing Zhang Yi hesitating, the black-faced burly man immediately burst into anger. The Asan bandits are a wave of desperados. Continued to be manipulated and persecuted, killing intent rose in his heart. But it's just a gang of ruffians in the city. It's okay to play with some shady tactics, and if you do it with real swords and guns, you can destroy it. No price increase. Zhang Yi dispelled the other party's anger, it's just a different payment method. The black-faced burly man frowned, one-handed payment, one-handed delivery, this is what we negotiated before. It is impossible to pay for the goods first. You don't need to pay first. All you need to do is deposit the deposit and payment for the goods in the Chase Bank. Zhang Yi said. We don't accept cash when we negotiate business at our Bailang Gang station, Zhang Yi said in a dull tone. The black-faced strong man looked at Zhang Yi in confusion. Where are the weird rules? Suddenly he thought of a message from Anzi in the city. His face suddenly teased, I heard that the Bailang gang was put together, and the loss is not small, can it be true? Zhang Yi's face darkened and he didn't speak. The black-faced strong man suddenly smiled disdainfully. What, the first gang in the city? Just a bunch of rabble. Zhang Yi's face was ugly, but he didn't refute it. Would you like me to leave some brothers to help you? The black-faced brawny smiled, as if he was kind. Zhang Yi's face flushed, and he reached out and grabbed the ghost-headed sword. The anger in Zhang Yi's heart slowly dissipated as he touched the big sword that was recovered from the ghost market. My own skills are not as good as others, no wonder others laugh at him. It was not the first time he had heard this kind of ridicule in months. We don't accept cash. Zhang Yi repeated in a muffled voice. The black-faced strong man sneered and put the purse into his arms. A soft egg indeed. Don't even dare to resist. Zhang Yi's hand holding the knife tightened subconsciously. It's just that the palm didn't feel the coldness and hardness of the knife handle, but felt that the palm was swollen, just like the congestion and swelling caused by the accelerated blood flow after being drunk. This familiar feeling, again? Somehow, he still has a kind of intimacy. Resisting the drowsiness, Zhang Yi smiled and looked at the black-faced brawny man. Third master, you don't have any valuables with you, right? The black-faced strong man frowned and looked at Zhang Yi, then subconsciously touched his chest. There is money for this purchase. Zhang Yi suddenly laughed, schadenfreude. At dusk, the gang members in the secret station of the Bailang gang woke up one after another. Zhang Yi glanced at the table beside him. Unexpectedly, the big sword was gone again. It seems that I have to go to the ghost city again. The black-faced strong man glared at Zhang Yi with an ugly expression. Zhang Yi suppressed his smile, stood up and stretched out. We don't accept cash. Don't forget to deposit the deposit in Datong Bank later. The black-faced strong man touched his arms, his face even darker. On the left side of the mansion. In the bedroom next to the left courtyard wall. 7 or 8 grey cloth money bags were placed on the table. In the darkroom, Shenmu opened them one by one and poured them out, his face getting more and more happy. I endured not going for a month, and I really gained a lot. Most of the ordinary gang members brought some copper coins. Big and small bosses have broken silver in their bodies. There was more of a scumbag in the room. Shenmu slapped a big bulging cowhide bag open and dumped it. The crashing sound of silver coins made Shenmu overjoyed. There are 17 or 18 taels of broken silver, and there is a silver note in the key 100 taels. Sure enough, just like fishing, you can't catch it in one place all the time. They have to be given a period of cultivation to allow the fish to develop and develop. Unfortunately, Gang Master Zhang is still stingy. Shenmu touched the ghost-headed knife beside the table and couldn't help but pouted. Why does this knife look familiar? Shenmu glanced at it. Isn't this the one I sold in the ghost market? This gang leader is also a nostalgic leader. Did you buy this knife from the ghost market again? Shenmu touched his chin. How about selling this knife directly to him? Without a middleman, I'm as good as he is? In the end, Shenmu regretfully gave up this tempting idea. Afraid that the bearded man would be angry with embarrassment. What if he doesn't want it? It's time to leave Qingshan County. With this money, his personal savings has exceeded 300 taels. Whether it's hiring Jejia or settling down in Nanyang Mansion, it's enough. The city is getting more and more unsafe. Shenmu sighed, but he didn't dare to stay even if he wanted to. In the last month, there has been a lot of chaos, gangsters have committed murders, and all kinds of chaos have occurred frequently. There are already signs of chaos in Qingshan County. If another foreign enemy invades. Ugh! Confused about his future life, Shenmu's ears suddenly moved. In the silent house, voices could be faintly heard. Master, it's clear, the Lenjuiyuan, where Zhuo Sheng's eldest young master lives, is just behind this wall. A young man with pale face and blue lips whispered. He was wearing a black Taoist robe, his face was white and he could see blood vessels, and his right hand was wrapped in a white cloth, faintly tinged with blood. Yesterday at the county government office, several other companies began to waver, and we were able to collect money and leave. It was because of Zhuo Sheng's troubles that the ups and downs occurred. He's brutal. Idiot. Do you want to kill me as a teacher? Taoist Jinshan scolded in a low voice. He had a full face and was in his 40s. His hair was neatly combed back, except for a strand of silver-white hair on the right side hanging down beside his face. To trouble the Zhuo family's direct descendants is to warn the Zhuo family. Zhuo Sheng is a ruthless guy who pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger. It's thankless to trouble him. Taoist Qianshan said impatiently. He learned from secret channels that the evil spirit mirror in Qingshan County was missing, and evil incidents occurred frequently. He happened to have some tricks, and he showed it a little, and it really blinded Li Tai. Just want to use the spell as an excuse to collect money wantonly. I didn't want to be disturbed by the Zhuo family. Master Atonement, Master Atonement. The white-faced young man said in fear. Forget it. Taoist Qianshan sullen his face. Left wins, left wins. This person is considered the #1 expert of the Zhuo family. Abolishing him will just knock the mountain and shake the tiger. Saying that, Taoist Qianshan folded his hands together and chanted the mantra in a low voice. His voice was low and fast, and it was obvious that he was speaking alone, but it seemed that there were hundreds of people whispering at the same time. A large group of black energy appeared in front of the two of them, gathered and condensed inward. The black energy disappeared, replaced by a pale paper figure. The paper figurine's body is covered with black slender lines, like the meridians of the human body. The facial features are hollowed out and the shape is vivid. There is a bright red blood-like xia on the back. When the white-faced young man saw the paper figurine, a look of fear appeared on his face, and he took 2 steps back subconsciously. What are you running? Hurry up and feed the paper man with blood. Master, the white-faced young man was incoherent. Hurry up. Taoist Qianshan stared gloomily at the white-faced young man. The white-faced youth's scalp tightened. Taoist Qianshan has more than one apprentice. Now it's just him.
Those disciples who dared to disobey him all disappeared, no one alive, no dead body. Gritting his teeth, the white-faced young man took out his dagger, untied the white cloth on his right hand, and slashed the unhealed wound.
Thick blood poured out slowly. The paper figurine floating in the air was like a cat smelling fishy. Slowly floated to the palm of the white-faced youth. A thud sounded like drinking water. The face of the white-faced young man turned even paler. After a while, the paper figurine floated from the palm of his hand, but his pale body turned bright red. Taoist Qianshan looked at his pale apprentice, and took out a black pill with a spicy smell from his arms. Good job, eat it. Thank you, master, thank you, master. The white-faced young man swallowed the pill in one gulp. His face suddenly turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. His eyes were refreshed, and his whole body became excited. Master's immortal escalation pill is becoming more and more mysterious. The white-faced youth complimented with a look of enjoyment. Taoist Qianshan looked at his apprentice with a smile, with a satisfied expression on his face, but there was no trace of emotion in his eyes. At this time, the paper figurine seemed to come alive after absorbing the blood, and the whole paper became agile. Cuckoo, the villain floated in the air, his little finger pointed behind the two of them, and he screamed with his teeth and claws. The teacher and apprentice turned back suddenly. I saw that under the darkness of the night, a figure was half-bent, following the base of the wall under the eaves, and crept towards the wall. Who? The white-faced young man yelled. Shenmu froze, turned his head and looked at the two embarrassedly. I will go to the toilet at night. You continue. Didn't you say this is a barren house? How could there be anyone? The Taoist Qianshan stared at his apprentice viciously. The white-faced young man panicked and quickly asked Shenmu, "Who are you?" "Forget it." The Taoist Qianshan put away his anger and glanced at Shenmu indifferently. "Go and solve him, don't delay the business." "Yes." The white-faced young man looked at Shenmu with a grin. "I just bumped into it by accident, let's just say goodbye and do our own thing, how about it?" Shenmu quickly calmed down. These two have a cold temperament and don't look like good people. Shenmu didn't want to entangle too much. "It's only your bad luck." The white-faced young man turned a deaf ear and stared at Shenmu coldly. He brushed his right hand around his waist, and suddenly there was a soft rapier in his hand. Shenmu's mind turned abruptly, and he persuaded in a clear manner, "It's quiet at this moment, and the slightest movement will be heard far away. If you really move your hands, I'm afraid it will ruin everyone's affairs. It's up to you." The white-faced youth smiled disdainfully and walked towards Shenmu indifferently. He followed the Taoist Qianshan to travel south and north. One-handed swordsmanship is as soft as water and as rigid as a whip. I don't know how many so-called knights died under his sword. If it wasn't for the two of them acting secretly, they would have achieved great fame long ago. Shenmu's heart tightened. Strictly speaking, this is the second time he has fought against martial arts practitioners. I taught the green-skinned gangster before, and I didn't feel it at all. When Sheng Hong was killed, he had nothing to prepare, but just threw rocks at random. At this moment, looking at the white-faced youth who came with a gloomy face, Shenmu felt uneasy in his heart. The other two were a bit too many. He secretly glanced at the Taoist Qianshan who didn't take himself seriously. Shenmu was relieved. "Just don't pay attention to yourself." Glancing at the blood-red villain floating in the air, Shenmu's scalp felt numb. Looking at the white-faced young man who was getting closer and closer, he gritted his teeth and thought, "Throw him a dart, if you can't, then withdraw." With his right hand in his sleeve, he held an iron lotus seed in his palm. "Come on." The white-faced young man held the sword in his right hand and spread his hands in front of his chest, making a welcome gesture. "Don't you want to start? Come here, woo." In an instant, a dark shadow flashed by. The iron lotus seed in Shenmu's hand seemed to be firing a bullet, which suddenly broke the air between the two and passed through the left chest of the white-faced young man. Poochie! A blood flower exploded behind the white-faced youth. You, puff puff. Before he finished speaking, the white-faced young man had two more holes in his forehead and the corners of his mouth. Blood dripped down his chin. The whole yard was suddenly silent. Shenmu was stunned on the spot. The white-faced youth was fearless and thought he was a formidable enemy. How could it be so unbearable? The 3 iron lotus seeds were killed, but Shenmu didn't react. Taoist Qianshan took a puff from his skin practice. The apprentice's Xianmai swordsmanship was taught by him personally, and it was extremely powerful. Trash, I forgot that lions fight rabbits with all their strength. Immediately, he glanced coldly at Shenmu. The medicine man who was raised with the immortal ascension pill is only 2 days away from reaching maturity. It's a pity, hateful. Toast Qianshan's face was gloomy like water. It's all dead, it can't be wasted. The little red paper figurine immediately flew slowly to the corpse of the white-faced youth. The thin paperman bowed his head and bent over, as if he had exhaled a large breath, then raised his head and leaned back, in a state similar to that of a person taking a deep breath. With the paperman breathing and breathing, the temperature in the entire house could not help but drop by 3 points. The blood of the white-faced youth immediately rushed into the air from the wound, and completely submerged in the paper figurine in the blink of an eye. The white-faced youth is really bloodless now. Shenmue only felt his scalp explode. After coming to the other world for more than a year, he has heard of evil and strange events more than once. But this is a scene that can only be seen in film and television dramas. Make his hair stand on end. As if being stared at by a tiger head-on. Woo! He almost instinctively shot out an iron lotus seed, directly to the heart of Taoist Qianshan. The black iron lotus seed spun and broke the air, suddenly crossing the distance between the two. Clang! Sparks splattered. A blood-red figure stood in front of Tai Lianzi. Under the collision of giant force, the hard iron lotus seeds are like crunchy biscuits, easily deformed and shattered. The paper figurine that was floating slowly, from stillness to movement, suddenly stood in front of Taoist Qianshan. Shenmue's pupils shrank suddenly. Otherwise, run. Taoist Qianshan raised his eyelids slightly. Tricks of carving insects, dare to do it, clang clang. It was as if more than a dozen blacksmiths were working together. Before Taoist Qianshan could finish speaking, he was drowned out by the sound of continuous metal knocks. More than 10 iron lotus seeds arrived in front of him almost at the same time. The paper figures are flying wildly up and down, left and right. In midair, sparks scattered into pieces one after another, as if someone were lighting fireworks. With a tinkling sound, the deflated Tielian bullet jumped to the ground. I don't know whether to live or die. Taoist Qianshan's face flashed with anger. Looking up, he found that Shenmue had reached the wall, his body was squatting slightly, and he was about to jump off the wall and walk away. Go, a soft drink. Whoosh! The blood-red paper figurine jumped out like lightning and reached the wall in an instant. Just as he was about to take off, Shenmue felt his hair stand on end. Almost instinctively, the body seems to violate the acceleration rules, from stillness to extreme speed, and instantly traverses half a meter to the right. A red light brushed across his left arm. The sleeves were torn open silently, and the left arm immediately became cold and numb, without feeling anything. The red light went unabated and slammed into the wall. Stone walls, as if solidified butter met a red-hot knife. The red shadow easily fell into it, leaving only an imperceptible gap. Shenmue only felt his scalp tingling. If he cut his left arm just now, the entire arm would be easily cut off. Before he could return to his senses, a red light flashed before his eyes. The red paper figurine walked back through the wall and hit Shenmue directly on the forehead. Shenmue turned back without hesitation. The red light was unrelenting, like a hawk roaming in midair, launching deadly attacks on Shenmue one after another. Shenmue's body was tense, and he used the kestrel prancing technique to the extreme. Let him dodge the attack when he can't let go. Over time, cold and numbness began to occur in many parts of the body. A gloomy and cold breath, like a drill bit, drilled into the muscles and bones hard. Taoist Qianshan squinted his eyes in surprise. What a sensitive movement technique. Immediately, he smiled contemptuously, struggled to the death. Disease. The blood-red paper figurines, who were already fast, were 3 points faster. The sudden turn left a wound on Shenmue's back. Shenmue's face changed suddenly, and a cold breath entered his body, and his internal organs were frozen into ice lumps. If you continue to grind, I will definitely die. He forced himself to calm down. At this point in the confrontation, he has vaguely discovered its flight patterns. Paper figures come and go without a shadow, but there is a slight delay in moving forward. It's now. A short sword suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. Sleeve sword. The muscles of the whole body are entangled like a python. Heaven and earth strike. Laugh. In the dark night, silver light flashed by. Ding. Shenmue instantly made 18 swords. Every sword hits the paperman's chest. Squeak. The dagger pierced the paper figurine's chest, as if stabbed into an iron plate, and the sound was harsh and sour. The resistance is so great that it is unsustainable only if it does not enter the tip of the sword. The paper figurine is like a centipede stuck in its head, twisting and twisting on the tip of the sword. Shenmue slammed the dagger and nailed the paper figurine into the wall. Enduring the severe pain after the extreme eruption, he stared at Taoist Qianshan. Wouldn't it be better to walk halfway down the road? Just because you accidentally bumped into it, you will kill people. My apprentices use them to practice evil methods. Totally wicked. Chen Mu had an epiphany. It's no use running away. The other party won't let him run. Even if they run away, 80% of them will be found for revenge by the other party's cunning means. I just want to live a peaceful life, why is it so difficult? Chen Mu looked at Taoist Qianshan fiercely. That's the kind of person that gets in the way of my life. Kill him. Chen Mu raised his hand and hit a piece of iron lotus seed. Taoist Qianshan's expression changed greatly when the paper figurine was pierced. The densely packed iron lotus seeds came to him almost instantly. Clang clang. A series of sparks splattered. The Taoist Qianshan waved his right hand into a ball, and he actually blocked the bullet-like iron lotus seeds with his fleshy palm. Chen Mu was shocked. Iron lotus seeds were golden cracked stones as if they are at ease. Unexpectedly, it was blocked by someone's palm. Little bastard broke my magic weapon. Damn it! Taoist Qianshan said viciously. Seeing Chen Mu's astonishment, he immediately grinned. You don't think Taoist is an embroidered pillow, do you? Chen Mu's scalp felt numb. Two-handed iron lotus seeds are thrown out in a row. The next moment, Chen Mu suddenly swung his left hand. Taoist Qianshan's right hand almost came first, blocking the path of Tai Lianzi first. Puff! A pool of silver-white metal softened in the palm of the hand. Silver? Not Tai Lianzi? I see how many hidden weapons you have to throw away. Taoist Qianshan laughed. Wearing a hidden weapon like rain, he strode towards Chen Mu. At this moment, Chen Mu couldn't care about anything. The copper plates and broken silver were thrown at Taoist Qianshan all at once. Puff! Taoist Qianshan raised his right hand in front of him, and he grabbed a large gourd in the palm of his hand. Now, don't you have any hidden weapons? Taoist Qianshan grinned, showing a row of white teeth. Click! The gourd was crushed by him. Suddenly, blue smoke exploded, quickly covering it. Poison? The Taoist Qianshan immediately closed his breath. But the unstoppable drowsiness was on the seat. He stepped back again and again, instinctively trying to distance the two of them. But how could Chen Mu miss such a good opportunity? The whole person turned into a dexterous yin falcon, and came to the Taoist Qianshan like lightning. A short sword suddenly appeared in his right hand, and he bent forward. Heaven and earth strike. Puff! From bottom to top, the dagger slid across Taoist Qianshan's chest. From the lower jaw, straight to the head. Taoist Qianshan pushed outwards almost unconsciously. Rao is that Chen Mu immediately let go of his sword and retreated, but he was still swept in the chest. Can't help groaning. Nostrils were bleeding. Chen Mu turned over and jumped away, picking up the gravel and throwing it out. Locust stone. Woo woo woo. Puff puff. With blood-red eyes, Qianshan, who was in a state of madness, was immediately beaten into a sieve. Chen Mu wiped off the blood from his nose and spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. If it weren't for the severe pain in the chest and internal organs, I wish I could laugh. If you can't get in with a gun, you will still be killed. At this moment, a white shadow came into view. Chen Mu suddenly turned his head to look, killing intent was surging. Suddenly, a figure in a white coat was standing on the opposite wall. The other party's hair was loose and his clothes were messy, apparently in a hurry. In his right hand he was holding a thick-back machete, and his eyes were piercing. The eldest young master of the Zhou family Zhou Shang. Facing Chen Mu's murderous gaze, Zhou Shang's eyelids jumped, and he immediately raised his knife and clasped his fists in a deep voice, "Senior brother Chen." Chen Mu was startled, and suddenly remembered that this was also one of Shang Hong's apprentices. Thinking of the cheap teacher who was beaten into a sieve by himself, I couldn't help but feel guilty. He didn't show any timidity on his face, and stared at each other with no expression on his face. The atmosphere solidified. Zhou Shang's scalp was numb, and he glanced at the Taoist Qianshan who had been beaten into a sieve, and his heart skipped a beat. Immediately slowed down his tone, raised his hand and said, "Senior brother, please." Chen Mu nodded expressionlessly. Then, in Zhou Shang's curious eyes, he came under the eaves, and the bloody dagger suddenly plunged into the wall. Boom! A slightly deformed copper plate was pulled from the wall by him. Zhou Shang, next, under Zhou Shang's increasingly strange eyes, Chen Mu searched all over the yard. Picked up all the copper plates and pieces of silver that he threw out and was flung by Taoist Qianshan. Looking at Chen Mu's appearance of scraping the ground 3 feet, Zhou Shang couldn't stand it any longer. He bowed his hands and said goodbye. "Senior brother is busy slowly, junior brother, I am disheveled, so I will leave first."
Chen Mu nodded expressionlessly, without looking at each other.
Wait for Zhuosheng to jump off the wall.
Chen Mu seemed to have his butt on fire. Not caring about the broken silver at his feet, he grabbed the corpses of Taoist Qianshan and the white-faced youth, and jumped to the wall in 2 steps. He pulled out the dagger stuck to the wall and turned it over the top of the wall. Move and gallop together, and after a few jumps, they disappear into the night in embarrassment. Almost as soon as Chen Mu disappeared, Zhuosheng jumped onto the wall again. Glancing at the scattered silver and copper plates, and then looking at the disappearing figure in the distance, he couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. You lied to me. It's a pity the treasure of Taoist Qianshan, you may not be able to catch up with you, and you are not sure if he still has a whole card. Never mind. Zhuosheng shook his head. Looking at the blood on the ground, his face turned gloomy. I don't know why my cheap senior brother is here. But Taoist Qianshan came to his house late at night, and he must have bad intentions.
Must move.
Jiejia walked into the courtyard behind Tianayasai as usual. A strong medicinal smell penetrated into the nostrils. When he looked up, he saw Chen Mu, who was all swollen and fat under the pavilion.
Jiejia frowned. Did you fight someone? How's your injury? Chen Mu waved his hands weakly. I can't die. That Taoist Qianshan must have a level of force higher than his own.
He was just slapped and nearly killed him. He exploded again to the limit, hitting the Qiankuan strike and straining the muscles all over his body. Now he took a breath and felt pain all over his body.
Who did it?
Jiejia said solemnly. A round-faced Taoist priest.
Chen Mu sighed.
Jiejia had a murderous look on his face. I'll kill him.
Chen Mu was delighted. Free?
Jiejia's eyelids drooped down, his expressionless face was restored, and he sat slowly under the gazebo.
As if nothing happened just now.
Chen Mu suddenly chuckled.
I knew it.
The old guy is so sincere, and he really wants to make my money. After dinner, the two sat under the gazebo and chatted.
Is there any martial art that makes you invulnerable? Chen Mu asked.
His iron lotus seeds are comparable to pistols.
That round-faced Taoist priest actually blocked it with his fleshy palm.
Beside the stone table, Jiejia was holding a bamboo cup, using a white straw, and slowly sipping iced herbal tea.
Have. Where can I learn? Snoring.
The old god Jiejia was sipping herbal tea. Depressed, Chen Mu took out a piece and a half of broken silver and placed it on the table. Jiejia pinched it and rolled it into silver beads and put them into his cuffs.
Didn't your master tell you?
Practicing shape art can make people invulnerable. Jiejia said lightly.
Chen Mu looked at Jiejia suspiciously.
He only knows that there are 3 changes in the training of the muscles, the bones, and the marrow. Chen Mu touched the increasingly tough skin. With each bone, a layer of special tissue is added under the skin, and the defense is indeed increased. But it is difficult to say that it is difficult to block bullets with bare hands like a round-faced Taoist priest. Jiejia rolled his eyes and glanced at Chen Mu.
That look, like looking at a bumpkin.
10 years to train your body, 100 years to cultivate your soul.
As long as you develop courage, you can be invulnerable. Courage? What the hell? The person who hurt you is not afraid of swords?
Jiejia looked at Chen Mu suspiciously. How did you survive?
Chen Mu, not only did I survive, I killed that bastard. After you have completed your shape training, you will have a chance to cultivate your soul.
According to the different training techniques, a black film like a steel armor will appear in some parts of the skin.
Once triggered, the mountains will crack and the rocks will be invulnerable.
Masters can make you wander around the body, and indirectly make people not afraid of swords.
Chen Mu was startled. It was dark last night and he didn't pay attention.
Looking back now, the palm of the round-faced Taoist priest was indeed black.
No wonder he was swept away half-life. If it weren't for the fascination, the consequences. Is this the power of the soul? Don't think about it.
Jiejia glanced at Chen Mu and said.
If you can master the shape training to the greatest extent, there will be no one in 1,000. If you want to cultivate courage, there is no way to save one.
It is still possible that the rank of the shape training is high enough, but the kestrel training, tisk, Jiejia shook his head with regret.
Chen Mu said unwillingly, is there no other way?
Jiejia's eyes rolled, staring at Chen Mu's left cuff.
I have a very advanced form of training. It is very likely that you will develop courage after retraining.
Jiejia said with a traceless temptation.
Really?
Chen Mu was pleasantly surprised.
If it's fake,
Jiejia vowed.
Chen Mu glanced at Jiejia hopefully, is it on credit? Jie, stay where it is cool. He can see it, this little bastard is making fun of him. Chen Mu happily sipped the iced herbal tea. Poor Kestrel training? But he has a proficiency plugin. Not bad, we have to wait until his liver reaches the top. Send away the depressed Jieja. Chen Mu moved back to the pavilion with difficulty. I was so excited last night, I didn't feel much. The injury completely broke out today, and it hurts to move. There's no way to travel long distances like this. Chen Mu thought with a frown. After killing the round-faced Taoist, he wanted to stay away from Qingshan County more and more. But with his injuries, he couldn't go far. Keep it up first. With a single thought, he called out the Grey Wall proficiency. Writing, 1666/10,000/second order, drawing, 1533/10,000/second order, throwing, 7553/10,000/third order, Kestrel training, 4009/10,000/third order, cooking, 8926/10,000/first order, pharmacy, 4852/10,000/second order, sleeve sword, 816/10,000/tier 3, fortunately, I brought my sleeves to tier 3 ahead of time. Without a blow from Qiankuan, the paper figurine will really die. It's a pity that ghost-headed sword. And there are pieces of silver scattered in that place. Zhua Dashao is not a good stubborn. It is seen that the truth is false, and the consequences are unpredictable. Chen Mu could only flee in a hurry. You can't go to that house in the future. Chen Mu regretted, let's not talk about the lack of a bodyguard, and the rent for 3 months will be in vain. He lived there for less than 3 months, but the rent was paid on a half-yearly basis. I don't want it anymore. The more I think about it, the more distressed I feel. Let's look at the spoils. The bodies of the two had been buried in the deserted house in the north of the city by him, with Sheng Hong as his company. Also sprinkled with accelerated corrosion powder, which will soon return to dust. 32.5 pieces of silver, 52 copper plates, and 222 silver notes from the Datong Bank. Chen Mu grabbed the bright white soft sword and played a few more times. Almost cut the back of my hand. He quickly put the sword back on the table. Strange soft sword, it is estimated that special skills are required. People can't play it. The material is good, and it may sell for a good price. The apprentice has gained a lot, and Shen Mu is looking forward to the collection of the round-faced Taoist. There is only one bulging, bright red leather bag on the other side. The bag is leather, yet as soft and light as fabric. 5 little figures are embroidered with gold thread on the front. The little people form a circle, with a small black peak in the middle. There is a black rope at the mouth of the bag, which is passed through several holes, tightened to narrow the mouth of the bag, and tied into a bow. It's pretty nice. Shenwu looked at it for a moment, pulled open the bow, pinched the mouth of the bag and tugged it left and right. It didn't move. Try several times in a row. The mouth of the bag seems to be welded to death. No matter how hard it is, it can't be pulled open. What the hell? Even though he was seriously injured, he was a master of igu. Ordinary leather bags have long been torn apart by him. Now I can't even open my pockets. Shenmu tossed for half an hour, but the bag remained unmoved. Staring at the bag carefully. Suddenly, I found that there was a little man I was very familiar with. After careful identification, it is actually 5 points similar to the red paper figurine. Shenmu's heart skipped a beat, and he almost threw it out. That blood-sucking paper man is so weird. When he took back the dagger last night, he found that the paper figure he had pierced and nailed into the wall disappeared out of thin air. I thought this weird thing ran away. Now look at the high probability of returning to the leather bag. Staring at the leather bag on the stone table, Chen Mu's face was uncertain. It's a baby. A dangerous baby. Researched for a while, but found nothing. Put it away first. It is impossible to throw. We'll study later. Chen Mu didn't want to stay in Qingshan County anymore. But the next day, Chen Mu's injury suddenly worsened. His face was puffy and fat. Pain all over the body from the inside out. Sanyang Lujun pills, a bottle of 10 taels. Under the gazebo, Jia Jia put a duck-egg-sized porcelain bottle on the stone table. Chen Mu took out the broken silver and handed it to Jia Jia, feeling even more pain on his body. Sanyang Lujun pill is the secret medicine of Zhui Pavilion to heal wounds. Can quickly recover from his injury. Decided to go? Jia Jia stared at Chen Mu and confirmed. Let's go. Chen Mu gritted his teeth and said, let's go after recovering from the injury. Qingshan County is a place of right and wrong and can't stay. You're not seriously injured. Jia Jia frowned slightly. Chen Mu was also annoyed. As expected of a master of practicing courage. The round-faced Taoist slapped him, and as a result,
his internal organs were damaged to varying degrees. Ordinary people are already dead at this time. Fortunately, he has brought the liver to the third rank and is slowly strengthening his internal organs.
Wait, I don't want to drag my sick body away,
Chen Mu said helplessly. Jie nodded, glanced at Chen Mu and estimated, then it will be tentatively 3 months later.
Chen Mu agreed.
He estimates that with active treatment, he can generally recover in 3 months. It took him 100 days to hurt his muscles and bones, not to mention that he hurt his internal organs.
Can it be cheaper? Chen Mu asked unwillingly, holding the porcelain bottle.
This medicine is really good, but it is expensive. In order to ensure the curative effect, he will be indispensable for the next 3 months. Thinking about the cost, Chen Mu felt a pain in the flesh.
Jie looked at Chen Mu with a smile and did not speak. You won't increase the price for me, will you? Chen Mu was suspicious. Your cheerful expression is easy to suspect.
Jie suddenly regained his calm expression. You think too much.
Chen Mu, if your face didn't change so fast, I would believe it. This old man does anything to make money. But you make so much money, and you haven't seen it.
I rub my 3 meals a day, save money, and know how to make beads. Chen Mu sullenly waved his hands and shooed away the 2 dealers. Jie.
Who let people have channels? If you can't walk in a short time, you have to consider safety.
The evil events in Qingshan County are completely random and disorderly.
Just like flipping a brand, whoever turns over is unlucky.
You can't go near Zhu's mansion. Jie is also unreliable, he has to go out in the middle of the night to take orders to kill. It's all so messed up, and the killer business is still so hot.
Hell world. Hire a protection agent? Too expensive.
After pondering for 2 days, Chen Mu set his target at King Fengwen outside the city. Jie confirms that King Fengwen has the means to deal with ghost monsters. It is currently the safest place in Qingshan County. Although his predecessor's experience made him apprehensive about King Fengwen.
But compared to the uncertainty in the city, King Fengwen is undoubtedly safer. Don't get too close to King Fengwen.
He intends to maintain the current strategy, to live next to each other, and to ward off evil spirits. 5 days later, Chen Mu's body swelling subsided. The internal injury remains, but it has not affected the movement. He simply packed up and rushed to Xiaodonshan to investigate the situation.
Things are simpler than Chen Mu imagined. King Fengwen recruits laborers to build altars. Thousands of workers have to eat, drink, and live.
Building sheds, pitching tents, and repairing wooden houses, thousands of people spontaneously formed a shanty town at the foot of Dongshan Mountain.
Savvy businessmen even organized a small gathering here. Chen Mu put on gray cloth clothes, put on a hat, and painted a birthmark. The fisherman Yang Ji blended in easily.
He was going to find someone to build a wooden house on the edge of the gathering area, near King Fengwen Mountain Road.
As soon as you look up, you can see the view of the breeze on the mountain. Jumping on the roof can also overlook the entire shanty town. The cabin is progressing quickly. Various craftsmen are gathered here. The 3 of them started work in the morning, and in the evening, they each left happily with 100 coins. That night, Chen Mu moved into a house that still smelled of damp wood. The wood is fresh and easy to rot and attract insects. But Chen Mu didn't plan to live for a long time. The house fits the bill. For the next few days, Chen Mu has been busy with living supplies. Pots and pans are essential, as is oil, salt, sauce and vinegar.
He brought 4 hemp bales of white wheat from the cellar of number 2 Old Mansion, more than 100 caddies each, the last grain in the cellar.
I really want to leave Qingshan County.
Grain prices in Qingshan County are getting more and more outrageous, and now a sack of white wheat even costs 1 or 2.5 silver. I bought 2 more large water tanks, caught a basket of fish and put them into them to eat slowly. Chen Mu closed the door to thank the guests, and stayed in the wooden house to slowly recover from his injuries.
The medical book you want.
Jie put one hand behind his back and the other in the sack, and slammed it still in front of Chen Mu. Under the shade of the tree, Chen Mu was lying on a bamboo chair, swaying back and forth to read a book leisurely.
Thanks.
Chen Mu stood up straight and rummaged through the bag. The yellowed pages exuded a faint stench of ink. These are all kinds of medical books that Chen Mu asked Jie to help buy. There is no way to practice Qigong while recuperating, so I just have time to brush up on the medicine. Finding that he had not read most of the medical books, he threw a small cloth bag to Jie, and Chen Mu nodded in satisfaction.
Do you want to imitate Sanyan Lujun pills?
Jie weighed the bag and put it into his cuffs.
I don't believe it. Chen Mu didn't hide it. Jie said sincerely, I believe it. This time, it was Chen Mu's turn to be stunned. I have no confidence in myself, how can you believe it? Do you need any medicinal materials? I have a channel.
Jie Jia said solemnly. Shenmu, you really have a pair of eyes for discovering business opportunities.
Shenmu has always admired Jiejia's money-making thinking. But you can't catch my sheep. What should I do if I get bald? Want?
Jie Jia still squinted his eyes, expressionless and calm.
Yes.
Shenmu gritted his teeth. He needs proficiency in liver medicine, and he must buy medicinal materials. Qingshan County is in short supply, but it is not easy to buy anything that is a little scarce.
In a few days, I'll sort out the list before buying.
Shenmu wanted to read the medical book in his hand first, and then start when he couldn't brush it.
In the evening, have dinner and wash up.
Shenmu was wearing a loose robe, sitting at the wooden table under the window of the wooden house. Lighting the oil lamp, neatly placed the medical books Jiejia found on the corner of the table. There are a lot of books, and there are 3 piles as high as the forearm.
If it weren't for the duplicate books in it, there would be even more books in a small hemp bag.
With a thought, he called out the gray wall and looked at the column of pharmacy. Pharmacy, 4852/10,000/second order. Shenmu had a plan for how to brush his proficiency in medicine.
The 3 piles of books in front of you are the best tool. Pulling out a book called Materia Medica to prepare medicine, Shenmu turned on the oil lamp and concentrated.
Accompanying reading, wisps of insight poured into my mind like a trickle. Terms that are difficult for ordinary people to understand have no secrets in Shenmu's eyes.
Proficiency increases rapidly with reading.
Half an hour passed, and 1/3 of the 1-finger-thick medical book had been read.
Call up proficiency.
Pharmacy has changed from 4852 to 4873, increasing the blackjack proficiency.
Good, go ahead. An hour later, Shenmu finished the last page of the book.
The proficiency has come to 4,913. Not only did the data improve, but when I closed my eyes and recalled the content of the medical book I just read, the photos came to my mind.
There is even more information about the environment in which the drug is grown. As expected of a plugin.
If there is this plugin in the past life,
any scholar tyrant must stand aside.
Shenmu got up and stretched to get ready to sleep.
It was quiet outside the window. He was the only one who still had the oil lamp on. There is no entertainment at night in the other world. Most of the people living here are laborers. During the day, he digs rocks, and at night, he sleeps tiredly when it gets dark. Shenmu blew out the oil lamp and prepared to rest. When he turned around, he couldn't help but glanced out the window. Under the bright moonlight, a shadow flashed across the mountain road. Shenmu turned back. I only saw a black figure turned into King Fengwen and disappeared. Forget it, don't mind your own business. He wasn't interested in chasing after him. Now his primary goal is to heal.
Run away when the injury is healed, no matter what secrets King Fengwen has, it has nothing to do with him. Shenmu's wooden house is on the slope at the west foot of Shaodong Mountain. Outside the edge of the gathering area, closer to the mountain forest. He lives in seclusion and barely interacts with the gathering area. Shenmu was happy and quiet, staying in the wooden house and slowly recovering from his injuries, and his daily reading proficiency was inextricable. The experience of pharmacy surged upwards. Half a month later, in the evening, Shenmu was half lying on the bamboo chair. Holding the book Lei Gong Pao Pharmaceutical Sex Solution in his left hand, he watched intently, while his right hand unconsciously tangled a large peanut cobblestone. Putting down the book in his hand, Shenmu called out the gray wall. Pharmacy, 7726/10,000/second order. He took out the large porcelain vase of duck eggs and poured out a Sanyang Lujun pill. Put it on the nose and carefully distinguish the smell of the medicine.
16, not all. Smell, taste, and test ingredients with other drugs after splitting.
Every day, he uses pharmacy to distinguish the composition of Lujun pills.
You have to continue to brush your proficiency. Shenmu reluctantly put down the medical book. This is the last one in his hands.
Qingshan County is a marginal town with limited heritage, and it is difficult to find new books.
I still have to try it out.
In addition to reading books, getting started with medicine can also improve your proficiency. This cost cannot be saved.
Shenmu was a little hesitant.
When it comes to research and development, it is a bottomless pit to burn funds.
Don't lose money.
Shenmu thought about Lujun pill for a while, and felt that there were only 2 or 3 medicines missing. Brush the pharmacy to tier 3 first. If it doesn't work, forget it. Shenmu set a red line for himself.
With proficiency in hand, you won't be reconciled if you don't try it.
Just as he was thinking about what medicinal herbs to use to practice his hands, a gray shadow flashed across the jungle. Chen Mu's wrist trembled. Woo! Puff! The cobblestone shattered the air, hitting the gray shadow like lightning.
Chen Mu walked over curiously.
A big gray rabbit with oily fur was lying on the ground, and the rabbit's head was smashed to pieces.
A surprise, extra meal, extra meal. Living under the forest, game is indispensable.
Chen Mu has been to the small market in the gathering area several times. Every time I see someone selling wild rabbits and pheasants that were killed that day. Once I saw someone selling half a wild boar. The bright red meat looked a little scary. Carry the hare to the wooden house not far away, where there is a spring stream. There are lush vegetation along the way, which used to be only weeds, but now they can be distinguished, and many of them can be used as medicine. Clean up, dig a hole and pile up a circle of stones, and 2 wooden poles will become a simple grill. Find out the charcoal for boiling the medicine to light. Chen Mu was about to roast the fat rabbit.
Unfortunately, there is no bulgogi sauce.
Just thinking about it, a lot of herbal information suddenly flooded into my mind.
Is this okay?
Chen Mu was surprised. After thinking about it for a while, there was a barbecue recipe in my mind. Many raw materials grow in the mountains and forests not far away, which can be said to be adapted to local conditions.
This is not good, bitter.
This is not good, it's delicious, but I have diarrhea after eating too much.
This combination is good.
It removes fishy smell, stimulates appetite, and also enhances gastrointestinal motility and accelerates absorption. Readjust and adjust, yes, add trace elements. He always kept a lot of medicines for recuperating and practicing Qigong.
Go around the surrounding mountains and forests to collect natural plants.
It didn't take long to make a barbecue sauce.
Let's do it.
Sprinkle with the powder, along with the sizzling oil, the rich aroma spreads. Before it was fully cooked, a figure appeared in front of the wooden house. Chen Mu glanced at Jie, who was staring straight at the roast rabbit, not surprised. The day after he moved in, Jie came here for dinner.
If it is not far away, 3 meals have to be rubbed. Stingy old man. Fragrant. Chen Mu tore off a rabbit leg and slowly tasted it.
Jie used to eat slowly and elegantly. Today, it could not help but be 3 points faster. Chen Mu was also surprised.
Pharmacy and culinary arts also had a chemical reaction. Maybe we can get some medicinal food out.
Chen Mu subconsciously looked at the gray wall.
Accidentally discovered that the proficiency in pharmaceutical techniques has increased by more than 10 points?
This is the real surprise. Just thinking about a barbecue ingredient, it will improve the proficiency.
He was still thinking about what prescription to choose to practice his hands. Isn't it there?
There are so many places that can be used to practice hands, such as deodorizing seasonings, medicated diet formulas, and preservatives for preserved fruit and meat.
And it doesn't need more precious medicinal materials.
Chen Mu smiled and glanced at Jie. This time, there is a high probability that the old man will not need to help him by medicine.
Want to blackmail me again? And wait and go, huh?
It still won't work. Chen Mu looked at the big brown ball with duck eggs. It contains fish, white wheat rice, nuts, oil, salt, honey, as well as supplements and antiseptic drugs. Chen Mu wanted to make a high-calorie, nutrient-rich, shelf-stable dry food.
Prepare for the upcoming excursion.
Inspired by past life compressed cookies. Unfortunately, after several attempts, it still fails. It can be eaten, but the taste is not good, the preservatives are not very good, and the drug benefit effect is slightly.
Fortunately, I can brush the proficiency.
Thinking about a new formula can improve your proficiency by 50 or 60, which is comparable to reading a medical book. After more than half a month of work, the pharmacy brushed to more than 9,000, and it seemed to break through the third order.
1 day off tomorrow.
Chen Mu turned to look at a bamboo basket of failed products.
Have to get rid of these things. Dongshangxia Gathering Area Market. Chen Mu wore a bamboo hat and a face towel, and put on Yangji's vest again. Go to a familiar location, spread out the booth, and place the failed rice balls. Then he just sat on the ground and quietly waited for the customer to come to the door. Brother Yang, I'm here to sell rice balls again. 1 for 2 yuan, right? Give me 10.
As soon as he sat down, a thin old man with a goatee next to him came over. The other party's surname is Lu, and he is called Lao Lu Tu, a native of the country, a wandering doctor. He sells the pills in the market, and he often goes to the mountains to collect herbs, which he also collects from laborers. Chen Mu set up a stall here, 50% of which were aimed at his medicinal materials.
N.
Chen Mu nodded in a sullen voice, with a taciturn appearance. With the birthmark on the face, it feels a bit cold. Old Lu Tu was precocious and didn't care, and handed Chen Mu an oiled paper bag. Look, is it the medicinal material you said? Chen Mu opened it and glanced at it, frowning slightly. Putting down the oiled paper bag, he quickly wrapped 10 rice balls, paused for a while, and sent 2 more. He took out 30 copper plates and handed them to the other party together with the rice ball. The old Lu Tu nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was watching, there was a sudden commotion at one end of the street. Several Yamen officers carried a stretcher and left quickly. People gathered in the street to chat and discuss. What's the matter? Chen Mu nodded his chin and went to the stretcher to ask. Beasts hurt people. Old Lu Tu was accustomed to it, it's just a bit miserable. It is said that the heart, liver, spleen and lungs are all taken out by the animals. It's normal to encounter wild animals in the deep mountains and wild neighborhoods. It's good to have a view of the breeze, otherwise you'll be unlucky when you encounter evil spirits. Chen Mu couldn't help but nodded. King Fengwen does have the means. Thousands of laborers gathered in the wilderness, and several months passed without a single evil incident. The two chatted casually. Out of the corner of Chen Mu's eyes, the street was searching. Thousands of people have built the mountains, game, herbs, minerals, and all kinds of natural raw materials have been continuously discovered. There are no precious ones here, but there are many common ones, which is convenient for him to find formula materials. Are there wild boars today? Chen Mu asked suddenly after looking at it for a long time. It's gone now, Zhang Laolu sold out early in the morning. Lu Lao Tu is an old fried dough stick, well informed, do you want it? Yeah. Chen Mu nodded. The brothers from the old Zheng family used wine lees and Mongolian sweat medicine to bring a wild boar den. There will be more tomorrow. Where is his home? Chen Mu thought for a while. Go to his house? That's right, the butcher has to keep some for himself. Old Lu Tu was stunned, then shook his head, it must cost more. Chen Mu calmly shook his head, no problem. He's going to take a test, and it's going to cost money. Go east, his home is in the far east of the shanty town. It's close to the Zio Beilang River, which is convenient for slaughtering and cleaning livestock. You'll know when you go over there and ask. Chen Mu nodded his thanks. Then quietly sell rice balls. The rice ball is full of ingredients, sweet and hungry, and you know it's a good thing after you buy it. There are many old customers, and it will be sold out in no time. Chen Mu and Lao Lu Tu said hello, put away the stall, stuffed it into a bamboo basket, and headed east. East of the gathering area. According to the instructions of passers-by, Chen Mu found the butcher Zhang Laoliujia. A wooden house surrounded by a fence with thick forearms of wood. A pigsty was isolated on the east side of the yard. The ground was full of black mud and the stench was high. Several black-skinned wild boars were humming and chirping. There is a stone platform on the west side, surrounded by 3 tall and thin men, eating pig ears, peanuts, and drinking. Zhang Laolu? Chen Mu pretended to be Yang Ji and said coldly. Which one are you? The 3 men put down their wine glasses, stood up and looked at Chen Mu with a bad expression. Do you sell pigs? Chen Mu said calmly. The expressions of the 3 suddenly softened. It's sold out today, so there's only a little ear left, and it's not enough for the 3 of us to eat. Let's do it tomorrow. I want a live pig. Chen Mu pointed to the pig pen. The 3 were surprised, but didn't ask much, you choose. Chen Mu pondered for a moment and said, the biggest one. That's more than 300 caddies, and you get 10 taels of silver. Zhang Laolu said. Yes. Chen Mu said simply. Then he strode to the pigsty and looked at it. Not only were the wild boars not afraid of strangers, but they also glared at Chen Mu angrily. Zhang Laolu was startled when he saw Chen Mu's happy promise, and couldn't help but feel annoyed. Shout less. After thinking about it, I was embarrassed to raise the price. He divided and sold it, and it was only 7 or 8 taels. Now save the effort and earn an extra tael. Thinking of this, I feel happy. Zhang Laolu put his mind away and was about to call his brother to help tie the pig with a rope. Boom! Chen Mu smashed the wild boar's forehead with his fist. The wild boar that was still barking just now turned to the ground with a grunt. Then he reached out and grabbed the front leg of a wild boar, and lifted the 300-pound wild boar out of the pig pen like a chicken. He threw it into the big bamboo basket behind him. He threw 60 taels of silver to Zhang Lao, and left without saying a word. Zhang Laolu and the others stared at each other with rounded eyes. Fuck! So much power? On the west side of Shaodong Mountain. Shenmue deliberately stayed away from the altar construction area on the east side, and chose a pit not far from Qingfeng Temple. He lifted the big wild boar and took out a broken wooden basin from the bottom of the bamboo basket. With a flash of the sleeve sword, a blood hole was opened in the pig's neck. The wild boar was in pain and woke up, just about to struggle.
Laugh. Shenmue waved his hand calmly.
The sleeve sword slid down the back and neck, the hard spine was pierced like tofu, and the spinal nerve was cut off in an instant. Just grabbing the back leg of the wild boar, raising one hand to let blood. When the wooden basin was full, Shenmue put down the wild boar and stepped back 10 meters with the bamboo basket. Putting on sheepskin gloves, carefully took out a wooden box from the bottom of the basket, and took out a bright red leather bag from it. This is a strange object from the round-faced Taoist priest.
Shenmue guessed that it was a magic weapon.
The little paper figurine was weird, and he didn't dare to try it easily. As for recognizing the protagonist from a drop of blood, forget it, he admitted that he did not have the protagonist's life. Thinking about it for a month, testing it with different methods, and confirming that the bag will suck blood.
This time, Shenmue is going to feed him all at once to see the reaction. 10 meters away, the bag was thrown into the pig's blood basin. Goo goo goo. The bag sinks and bubbles.
The blood dropped at a rate visible to the naked eye, and it was clean in no time.
Not even a tiny bit was left in the crevice of the tub.
Shenmue approached and looked at it, picked up a wooden stick and poked the leather bag. The bag didn't respond, and the paper figurine that made him fear did not pop out. The mouth of the bag was fiddled with by him with a few sticks. He didn't dare to pick it up with his hands.
Find another wooden stick, hold the leather bag like chopsticks and flip it over. Wow!
A large pile of things fell out from the mouth of the small bag, and the half-meter diameter wooden basin was filled with half of it at once.
Shenmue, baby!
Before he could react, the black rope on the bag shrank, and the mouth of the bag closed again.
Shenmue put the leather bag into the wooden box just now. Throw the wooden basin and wild boar into the bamboo basket, pick it up and leave quickly. Clothes, silver tails, books, medicinal materials, bottles and jars. A bunch of things are in a mess on the table.
Even the small pile of silver and banknotes next to him could not bring him back to his senses. Shenmue stared at the red leather bag in the wooden box in a daze.
Should have thought of it earlier.
There are ghost monsters, there are magic tools, and naturally there are also immortals asking. It's just that the bag is a little weird, and it doesn't quite fit his fantasy of storage bags and Shumi Jia.
Sooner or later, I'm going to see what the immortal looks like.
Shenmue quickly calmed down his complicated emotions and withdrew his gaze. Cover the wooden box and store it carefully.
This is a baby that cannot be lost. But he is not good at trying to use it now. After all, it will suck blood, which is a bit dangerous. Look at the spoils first.
Shenmue put on sheepskin gloves. Put a bunch of bottles and jars aside carefully, for fear of poisoning in them.
Put silver coins and banknotes and other belongings together.
I clicked, and there were more than 433 taels.
Windfall. Shenmue laughed happily.
The clothes were thrown into the tub, and I planned to take them out and burn them later.
Shenmue put a few books in front of him. He is interested in this stuff. Murder and explosion cheats, aren't they all standard in novels?
It would be great if I came to this practice again. Thinking so, Shenmue picked up the top book.
Pity Flower Collection. A treasure book. Shenmue couldn't wait to turn the page.
After reading only one page, he closed the book with a blank expression.
Then I looked at the other books. The Legend of Flowers, The Legend of the Demon Fox. Using the treasure of Nakazako to hold Shumi's little imperial book. Talent.
Throwing a few books into the bamboo basket, Shenmue took the last bright yellow scroll and tore it open.
If this is a beautiful banner image. I don't want to watch if the artist is not good. As soon as I opened it, the dense handwriting was printed in my eyes.
Shenmue hurriedly looked at the opening title, The Book of Thousand Mountains, 5 Ghosts Move the Mountain.
This is shipped.
It turned out to be called the 5 Ghost Bags. Shenmue carefully flipped through the scroll.
The content is all about that red bag.
It begins with a passage of 200 or 300 words.
The content is crooked, and the foreword does not match the afterword.
I know every word, but it's a bunch of garbled characters together.
Most of the rest is about how to make the 5 ghost bag. The material looks interesting. The main material is the stomach bag of a toad.
This kind of toad is called the rainbow pot, but there is a universe in its fist and stomach, and it can hold a lot of things. The 5 villains were even more bizarre, they were transformed from ghost monsters.
The production method is complex and inexplicable.
For example, after the 5-ghost bag is initially formed, it needs to be exposed to the sun for 72 days, the moon for 36 days, and a night without stars and moon. The bag is made, and the 5 ghosts can be manipulated through the opening scriptures to activate the magic trick 5 ghosts to move the mountain. Can drive the 5 ghosts to carry, block, and kill the enemy. The 5 ghost bags are refined to the depths, and they claim to be able to move mountains. As for how to sacrifice, just feed the flesh and blood to the bag.
Not only blood, but also meat? The style is getting more and more curious.
As for when the bag will be completed, the scriptures do not say. Shenmue estimated that 80% of them were cheaters.
Things are good things, but how do you use the scriptures when they fall to the ground? That is simply a garbled combination of more than 300 characters. It must be a secret language. Shenmue thought unwillingly.
If you want to know the real content, you have to know the correct order, or excerpt from these words according to the rules.
Trouble. Shenmue frowned. This kind of secret is most likely to be passed down by word of mouth.
For 3 days in a row, Shenmue pondered strange scriptures while eating and sleeping.
Unfortunately nothing.
Forget it, think about it slowly.
Shenmue thought about it.
He has a proficiency plugin. As long as he does not wave, his strength will continue to improve. Sooner or later, you can come into contact with extraordinary power.
5 ghosts moving mountains is not the only one.
Indulging in scriptures these days has affected brushing medicine.
Shenmue immediately put away the scroll. Put it in a wooden box together with the 5 ghost bags and hide it. Only transcribe the 200 or 300 words of scriptures alone. Look at it every day in your spare time, and change your mind. 5 days later.
Shenmue handed a large table tennis ball to Jiejia.
Try it. What?
Jiejia sniffed it close to his nose. The faint sweet smell mixed with the smell of medicine drifted into the nose.
Daegu pill. Shenmue said solemnly.
Jiejia's face was expressionless, looking at Shenmue without speaking.
It's actually a rice ball with tonics added. I'm really hungry. Shenmue shrugged and smiled. Jiejia nodded.
After more than half a month of research, Shenmue finally came up with the ancient version of compressed biscuits by relying on the third-order pharmaceutical technique.
Jiejia looked at him and bit his mouth curiously. He still recognizes Shenmue's cooking skills.
The salty and sweet taste made his eyelids slightly lift.
Good. I'll send you some later.
Shenmue said with a smile.
Is something wrong?
Jiejia said lightly.
He is familiar with this way.
The scholar was so diligent only when he asked him to help.
Look at this.
Shenmue didn't care, and threw a porcelain bottle to Jiejia.
Jiejia's heart moved. Opening the jar, a familiar smell wafted out. You really imitated it? Jiejia was slightly moved. This thing is the secret medicine of Zhui Pavilion's monopoly.
It's not that no one has tried to imitate it, but no one has ever succeeded.
It's a little troublesome, but fortunately it succeeded. Shenmue laughed happily. Zhui Pavilion added confusing audiovisual drugs to form an encrypted lock. Ordinary pharmacists don't come out. Thanks to third-order pharmacy.
At the moment of breakthrough, Shenmue's sense of smell and taste was strengthened, which made him realize the flaw. The Zhui Pavilion mixes 2 useless medicines to produce another precious medicinal material with a very similar smell. The various test responses are generally the same. I don't know how many imitators have been misled.
A bottle of 10 capsules, give you a bottle of 8 tails, help me sell it, do you do it? Shenmue tempted.
Jiejia has strengthened channels, and is not afraid of others coveting to inquire. Shenmue only cares about the production, and all the troubles are left to Jiejia to make a big profit.
2 taels. Jiejia bargained quietly.
The internal members of Zhui Pavilion bought it, 8 taels per bottle. Put it in the ghost market, a bottle of at least 12 taels. In order to make money, Jiejia has set a high price.
No, at least 7.5. Shenmue was reluctant. My heart is happy.
Sanyang Lujun pills may seem complicated, but the complexity lies in the craftsmanship, and the raw materials are not expensive. A bottle of at most 1 or 2 silver, batch production, the cost can even be reduced to half a tael. The 2 of them pulled together, and finally settled on 621 bottles. The moment the deal was reached, the 2 smiled at the same time. One old and one young are like 2 foxes who have just stole a chicken.
Gathering area market. Shenmue brought a hat, Yangji's vest, and a bamboo basket on his back to find Lao Lu too.
The medicinal materials are all prepared for you, but I wasted a lot of effort.
Old Lu Tu handed Shenmue a burlap.
Shenmue didn't speak, opened the sack, and took out the small cloth bag inside.
habitually check one by one.
He made Jiejia terrified. After a long while, Shenmu stood up and threw a cloth bag to Lu. Old man, thank you. With this batch of medicines, not only will he make money, but the speed of his injury recovery will also be accelerated. Old Lutu squeezed the cloth bag, and suddenly smiled.
Shenmu nodded, threw the sack into the bamboo basket, and left. Just 2 steps away.
Several Yamen officers walked by carrying a stretcher.
An acquaintance followed. The Lu catcher.
Since Qingshan County changed the sky, Shenmu never went to the Yamen to draw a wanted notice.
It's been a long time since I've seen this head arrester.
Noticing the blood-stained grey cloth covering the corpse, Shenmu frowned slightly.
Another beast attack? There won't be anything weird here.
Shenmu walked to the side of the street and squatted in front of a craftsman's booth. He casually picked up a basket woven with bamboo strips, and out of the corner of his eye swept over the approaching Lu Xiaotu.
Boss, what kind of beast is this? Why do you only dig out the 5 internal organs? A Yamen asked in a low voice, half a figure behind Lu Xiaotu.
Wild wolf. Lu Xiaotu said lightly. But the scars don't look like wolves.
The Yamen was puzzled. Lu Xiaotu glanced at the other party, go back and talk. The Yamen immediately shrank his neck, not daring to ask more. When the group walked away, Shenmu stood up.
I paid for a bamboo basket and proceeded as if nothing had happened.
The smell of blood, the smell of medicine, that Lu Xiaotu was injured? Shenmu wondered. After thinking about it carefully, he couldn't help shaking his head, no.
The ingredients of the drug seem to be the potions of tigers and wolves that stimulate the potential of organs. The third-order pharmacy enhanced his sense of smell, but just a touch of the smell of medicine made him detect some clues.
Forget it. Stay away. This Lu catcher doesn't look like a good person. Early in the morning, Shenmu woke up refreshed. I haven't felt so happy for a long time.
Shenmu stretched his waist.
Ever since the injury, I wake up feeling dizzy every day. Today is the dawn of recovery. To imitate Sanyan Lu Jun pills, making money is the second, and healing is the key.
He doesn't need to consider the cost, he can increase the dose. Recently, he has also been thinking about medicinal diets to assist in the recovery of his injuries. Cook the herbal porridge in a charcoal casserole. Shenmu sat on the reclining chair, while watching the fire. He took out the 5 ghosts moving the mountain and pondered.
After a long while, Shenmu sighed, it's still useless.
He changed the text arrangement, but the more he changed it, the more chaotic it became. I read it again word for word, still not sure why. I was about to put it away, but suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed. Shenmu subconsciously called out the grey wall. Writing, 1666/10,000/second order, drawing, 1533/10,000/second order, throwing, 7597/10,000/third order, kestrel training, 4009/10,000/third order, cooking, 806/10,000/second order, pharmacy, 626/10,000/third order, sleeve sword, 816/10,000/tier 3, 5 ghosts moving mountain mantra, 1/10,000/first order, it's on the list. Immediately he meditated on the scriptures again. 5 ghosts moving mountain mantra, 2/10,000/first order, a faint feeling came to mind. He felt that the speed of the first sentence seemed to be faster, and the pronunciation of the 5th word needed to be heavier.
He thought so, and did it.
I was reading the scriptures that made people bicker, but suddenly I felt a little smoother. Proficiency increased by 1 again without any surprise. It turns out that the secret lies in the change of the speed of speech and the severity of the voice.
After hurriedly eating breakfast, Shenmu immediately meditated. The moon is in the sky. Xiaodongshan thinks of ZZ insects from time to time. It was quiet in the King Fengguan Patriarch's hall.
Moonlight shines on the walls through the open windows. A scripture with elegant handwriting like a flying fairy is carved on the entire stone wall.
It's just that I don't know why, the strokes of the brush that used to make people feel beautiful, but now it is like a long snake winding, giving people a strange feeling. Sincerity sat on the futon, staring at the scriptures without blinking. A masked man in black suddenly jumped in from the window. What you want is here, and mine. He put a bronze-cast medicine chest on the ground. Lu Xiaotu, if you want to gain something, you have to have enough patience. Cheng Chen calmly said without looking back. Lu Zhido quickly looked around and made sure that no one was there, so he was relieved. He frowned fiercely and said sarcastically, is this what you came up with when you attacked Phone Run? Backlash? Why did you say this? The master is just in retreat. Sincerity said lightly. Give me the 5 chi pills.
Lu Xiaotu suddenly said violently.
Let's eat less, you see, your temper is getting more and more irritable. Chang Yi stood up and looked at Lu Kaitu calmly. Lu Xiaotu took a deep breath, suppressed his irritability, and said coldly, I see. Sincerity smiled and took out a wax ball the size of a ping-pong ball from his sleeve. Lu Xiaotu grabbed it impatiently. Did I find the person you were looking for? Sincerity asked. 4 of them have been found, and the last one is still to come. Lu Xiaotu finally regained his composure, frowned slightly and explained, I found a person who meets the requirements in the household registration. But the whereabouts of that person are uncertain, and it will take some time to find out. Okay, as soon as possible. Sincerity said lightly, they are the best medicinal materials for alchemy. The top 5 Qi Dan can really make people develop courage? Lu Xiaotu couldn't help asking. Isn't it fast that your strength has improved recently? Sincerity asked with a smile. Squat down to open the bronze chest. A bloody smell rushed out, and it contained the 5 internal organs of the human body. Lu Xiaotu's eyes showed excitement. He asked himself that he was diligent in martial arts training. He had practiced hard for more than 20 years, and he had just begun to change the marrow. But recently, I took ordinary Faveki pills and practiced in 1 month, which was faster than the previous year. If it is the top 5 Chidan. Okay, I'll find that person as soon as possible. Lu Xiao was ruthless. He was used to seeing life and death in the yamen, and there were not many ghosts who died unjustly in the prison. Just a few lives. How do those people deal with it? They also took out the 5 internal organs to make alchemy like before? Lu Xiaotu asked him feverishly without noticing it. No, they are special and have to be treated specially. Sincerity said lightly. After another brief chat, Lu Xiaotu turned over and jumped out of the window. Sincerity quietly looked at the other party's departure direction. I actually believe in using human internal organs for alchemy? What an idiot. A single leaf obstructs his eyes. He was just fascinated by the 5 Qi pills. An old Taoist priest with ruddy complexion and no wrinkles suddenly appeared in the Zhu Shirtang, meticulously combing his white hair. Master, I'm going to sacrifice and refine Wuxin Bell first. Cheng Cheng said while carrying the copper box. The so-called alchemy of the 5 internal organs is simply to fool Lu Xiaotu. The real function is to use the heartless bell for sacrificing the magic weapon. Go. Feng Min nodded. Watching his sincerity leave, Feng Ren stood in front of the window and whispered to himself, I hope it's too late. Chen Mu was addicted to brushing proficiency and couldn't help himself. As long as there is time every day, he will whisper silently. As his proficiency improved, his understanding of the scriptures improved. The content of the scriptures is meaningless, what makes sense is the pronunciation of the words. If the scriptures with the same garbled code are read out with a special speech speed, another pronunciation will be formed. It's like labeling English words with Chinese homonyms before. Looking at the rapidly increasing proficiency, Chen Mu seemed to be stunned. I read it during the day, read it at night, and think about it in my sleep and dreams. Half a month later. On the west side of Shaodong Mountain, in the familiar mountain forest pit. A big black pig passed out. Chen Mu called out the gray wall. 5 ghosts moving mountain mantra, 1/10,000/second order. Chen Mu took out the 5 ghost bags and put them on the ground. Take a deep breath. A low incantation quickly came out of his mouth. Obviously one person speaks, but it seems like 1,000 people are whispering at the same time. A mass of black gas emerged from the 5 ghost bags, gathered in midair, and shrank inward. A pale paper man appeared. The little paper figurine is covered with lines and bears the word winter on its back. It's done. Chen Mu looked at the paper man curiously. A strange feeling appeared. He seemed to have an extra hand out of thin air. It turns out that the round-faced Taoist priest controlled the paper figurines like this. I thought about making the paper man move. As expected, the paper figurine floated slowly in the air as he had imagined. Think of the introduction of the 5 ghosts moving to the mountains. Chen Mu controlled the paper figurine to get under the black pig's body. Rise. The black pig doesn't move. It's too heavy. Chen Mumming realized. Control the paper figurine to fly out, and replace the head with a big rock. The little paper figurine flew under the stone, holding the stone with both hands and head. Chen Mu shouted, fly. The stones don't move. Chen Mu, he suddenly had an ominous feeling. A quarter of an hour later. Chen Mu looked at the little paper figurine with the leaves floating slowly above his head, and his face was speechless. That's why 5 ghosts move mountains? You go and move mountains. Fortunately, it's not all in vain.
Shenmue put the five ghosts bag in his hand. The mouth of the bag that was closed can be easily opened now.
The little paper man turned into black smoke and disappeared out of thin air.
It reappears, and it has been drilled into the five ghost bags.
An image suddenly appeared in Shenmue's mind.
It was a pitch-dark space, a little depressing and suffocating. He felt as if he had entered the cellar under the second house. There is no light in the space. It is about 5 meters high, 4 meters long and wide, and roughly shaped like an egg.
Space storage bag.
Shenmue controlled the black smoke to fly around in the bag, thinking rather greedily, it would be better if it were bigger. Knowing the five ghosts moving the mountain mantra, Shenmue understood the operation method in the Chinshan Sutra. Black smoke got out of the bag and covered the big rock with the head just now.
Puff!
The black smoke disappeared together with the stones. At the bottom of the pitch-dark space, there were suddenly large stones with human heads.
It turns out that moving mountains is like this.
The little paper figurine can't move the stone, but as long as it is covered with black smoke, the stone can be put into the five ghost bags. He was misled by the round-faced Taoist before.
I thought that moving mountains simply depended on paper people.
But the five ghosts moving the mountain secret technique never relies on the ghost paper figurines, but the rainbow pot stomach bag.
Paper figures are just connections, and the stomach is the root.
I grabbed the bag and shook it, but it was not heavy at all.
Shenmue suddenly became interested.
For a time, black smoke filled the entire stone pit. There was a yin and yang face full of excitement standing beside him.
It's like a scene of evil and chaos.
In the evening, at the square table outside the wooden house, Jia is like an alarm clock, arriving on time.
What are you doing?
Jia glanced at the man-high stone pile not far away.
Didn't you say you wanted to leave Qingshan County? Stacking so many stones, planning to build a house? The escort business will not be yellow, will it?
Shenmue's mouth twitched. Could it be that on a whim, he overplayed and came back with a bag of stones in a storage bag?
Practice, Shenmue said solemnly.
Jia looked at Shenmue suspiciously. He and Shenmue have known each other for almost a year.
Shenmue knew all the martial arts. Which martial arts require the use of stone and wood? And, practice? Are you hurt?
Jia asked calmly.
Okay, we can leave in 7 or 8 days.
Seeing that Jia was not asking about the source of the stone, Shenmue breathed a sigh of relief.
At the same time, my heart was a little excited.
His life in Qingshan County was not very stable. It seems that there is always a sense of crisis chasing behind him.
Didn't you say 3 months?
1 month in advance. It's a bit difficult to handle.
Jia frowned slightly. Is the joint on the road not working? Shenmue asked worriedly. Joints? No joints.
Jia said lightly, I don't have a schedule.
Shenmue, what do you mean? My task has been scheduled for next month.
Jia said calmly.
Shenmue, is the killer industry so hot? I want to say everything. Well, I can't think about this. Too dangerous.
Then wait another month.
Shenmue said helplessly, let's eat. Jia nodded calmly, walked to the table and sat down. Isn't it going to be a crystal elbow?
Jia glanced at the charcoal roasted deer leg and asked in confusion.
I didn't buy a wild boar. Shenmue pretended to be calm. Do you want to tell Jia that he did the stupid thing of meat buns beating dogs?
I was too excited before, so I packed my second senior brother in a 5-ghost bag and ran home. In the middle of the journey, he was still complacent, boasting that the bag was easy to use, and said that in the future, he would not need a basket for grocery shopping or a box for travel. As a result, when I got home, there was not a single hair left.
5 ghost bags, it eats meat. The sky is full of stars and the night is quiet. A little candlelight shone through the open window.
Shenmue played with the 5 ghost bags and thought to himself while sitting at the table. After an afternoon passed, he finally calmed down. The body is gradually recovering, and the shape training can be picked up.
This is fundamental, the brushing experience sequence always comes first. He tried it a little today. Slightly slowing down the intensity, it is not a problem to practice shape training.
The sleeve sword is too far from the third order peak, so it can be temporarily put away. Shenmue stared at the gray wall plan.
The Iron Lotus seed is the closest to the third order peak, so let's get it to the top first?
Shenmue hesitantly looked at the 5 ghosts moving the mountain spell who had just broken through the second order.
He tested.
At the first level, you can increase your proficiency as long as you chant a mantra. Entering the second level, you need to summon the ghost paper figurine to increase your proficiency. It's not a burden on him himself, but it's a burden on his wallet.
Opening and closing the 5 ghost bags requires energy.
From time to time, he has to feed Wugwibo with meat.
Another big money eater has appeared. Shenmue sighed. Practice the 5 ghosts moving mountain mantra first.
Compared with throwing iron lotus seeds to break through the third order, it is easier for the 5 ghosts to move the mountain to enter the second order.
The fisherman is going online again. Too bad we can't sell it this time. South of Qingshan City, by the Bailang River.
Shenmue found that with the 5 ghost bags, fishing was easier. Sprinkle bait in advance to lure the fish together. Then use the drunk bait to bring down the swimming fish. Before, he had to use a copy net to fish a little bit.
Now. Shenmue whispered quickly, and a large group of black air quickly dived into the water. The fish with white bellies disappeared. For meters, this seems to be the limit of 5 ghost bags. Shenmue controlled the black smoke to float on the water.
With him as the center, anything within a radius of 4 meters can be taken at will.
But not beyond the distance. It seems to be equivalent to the space in the 5 ghost bags. Shenmue guessed. Inside the 5 ghost bags, half-human fish pile up at the bottom of the bag. It's like falling on quicksand, like falling into the mud. It sinks slowly and disappears out of thin air. Then how do you pack food? Shenmue frowned.
There is meat in his bigu balls, and he also makes a lot of dried meat.
Putting it in a 5 ghost bag, isn't it a meat bun to beat a dog and steal it all for the bag?
Shenmue frowned and observed, and suddenly his heart moved.
A bottom fish was taken out. Observe carefully.
The side close to the inner wall disappears, and the fracture is as flat as a mirror, as if it was cut by a peerless blade.
Shenmue was thoughtful. Immediately remove all fish from the 5 ghost bags.
Then put the half of the fish on the big stone of the river, and put it in the bag together. As a result, the stone and the fish were at peace.
Only meat that touches the inner wall will be eaten? Shenmue smiled. He loaded the fish and left immediately. Shenmue first went to the market area to buy a tent. Went to a carpenter to buy gum.
Put the tent and gum into the 5 ghost bags, and put a circle of wallpaper on the 5 ghost bags.
Now, you can't steal my meat, can you? Shenmue smiled while holding the 5 ghost bags. 5 ghost bags. 5 days later, in front of the wooden house. Are you still satisfied? A man in his 40s smiled and said, if you are not satisfied, we will change it.
Standing next to him was this timid young man in his 20s. Behind them, stood a 5-meter-high dome.
Not bad. Shenmue happily paid and sent the 2 away.
Shenmue looked at the egg-shaped shelf in front of him and nodded with satisfaction.
The dome is divided by layers of wooden planks from top to bottom.
Between each layer of wood, it is divided into storage lattices by vertical boards.
The whole is like a honeycomb.
In the dead of night, Shenmue didn't light the lamp, and pushed the door out in the dark.
Jump on the roof and look around to make sure no one is around.
Immediately, he quickly recited the 5 ghosts moving mountain mantra.
The giant egg disappeared immediately. Inside the 5 ghost bags. The wooden shelf is full of the 5 ghost bags. With a tarpaulin blocking it, the meat won't be stolen. With a wooden frame support, things don't pile up on the ground.
Shenmue nodded with satisfaction.
It's hard to have a storage bag. You have to make the most of the space. King Fengwen Mountain. A litter of black-skinned wild boars rolled in the mud.
Shenmue walked out of the woods, and the 2 big and 3 small families were alarmed. One of the big black pigs, with protruding fangs and protruding nostrils, stared at Shenmue curiously.
Puff!
A large cloud of fist suddenly exploded on the forehead of the big black pig.
The big black pig was stunned. Puff! Another clod exploded. Puff, puff.
This time, the family of 5 was neat and tiring.
These 2 sheep are too arrogant. Second senior brother is not angry? I can't bear to say anything.
A family of 5 hurriedly charged.
300 or 400 caddies of wild boar, rough skin and thick meat, sharp fangs.
Charge up, the ligers have to avoid. 5 wild boars rushed towards Shenmue like small tanks. Just when the wild boar ran 4 meters in front of him.
Puff!
A handful of bright red smoke suddenly appeared, precisely in front of the black pig's nostrils.
Put!
The front legs of the 5 black pigs went soft, and their heads plunged into the mud. Under the action of inertia, they flipped up one by one, ears and tongues flying around. After landing, he threw the stop figure, and Gulialo rolled to Shenmue's feet. They crowded together one by one and fell asleep unconsciously.
Shenmue couldn't help clenching his fists. It's done.
In the 5 ghost bags, the bottom layer of the egg-shaped shelf, All storage compartments are sealed with tarpaulin and gum to ensure that no air can leak. At this moment, it is filled with thick red smoke, the revised version of fascinating smoke. The original fascination smoke is colorless and odorless, highlighting the secret. The revised fascination smoke is not only festive in color, but also rich in flavor. But it is more powerful, the attack is quick, and the middle person stands upside down. The second senior brother in front of him is the proof. Shenmue smiled and looked at the family of 5. Is it braised or charcoal grilled? Head, that scholar has found it. A yaman whispered in front of Lu Zhutu. Finally found. Lu Zhutu said excitedly. His eyes were bloodshot, his face flushed, and he was full of excitement. After a long while, he regained his senses, threw a few taels of silver to the yaman, and waved his hands to chase people away. Amid the gratitude of the other party, he quickly left the yaman. In the evening, Lu Zhutu quietly came to a house. The lights in the house were like beans, and a figure sat in the shadows. The joy in Lu Zhutu's heart could no longer be stopped. This is his hope of practicing courage. It takes 10 years to practice shape, and 100 years to cultivate the soul. Practicing the shape is hard enough, but raising the soul is even more difficult. Well, now, he has a shortcut in front of him. Once you have the courage, you will live longer and you will be invulnerable to swords and guns, and you can really run amok in the world. Scholar, obediently become my advanced resources. Pulling out his waist knife, Lu Zhutu used all his strength and smashed through the wooden door with a bang. Go straight to the figure in front of the table. South of Qingshan County, by the Bailang River. In a river bend, on the calm water, white flowers swim in pieces. Shenmue sat on a stone by the river. A cloud of black smoke appeared and disappeared around him. Every once in a while, black smoke washed into the water. There will be a lot less fish in the water. Inside the 5 ghost bags. There is a 1-meter diameter shaft in the center of the egg-shaped shelf. The well is full of unconscious live fish. This is the feeding port for the 5 ghost bags. The racks and tents are just to prevent stealing, it should be fed. It's time to go. Shenmue glanced at the sun that was about to set in the west. For more than half a month, he practiced the shape art in the morning, and stayed by the Bailang River in the afternoon to practice the 5 ghosts moving mountain mantra. Controlling the 5 ghost bags in a row made Shenmue's brain throb. Does the 5 ghost bags consume essence, spirit, or soul power? Shenmue, whose face was pale, fought with lingering fears. At first, he didn't know, and practiced vigorously. Almost practiced pumping. The ghost paper figurine is like an invisible hand. Hands are exhausting. Controlling the 5 ghost bags, consumption is a more mysterious thing. Once overused, he becomes apathetic and distracted. So every time he practices, Shenmue can always save as much as he can. Summons the black energy, and immediately disperses without waiting for the paper figurine to manifest. So the black smoke was always around him. Looking at the reflection in the water, dark circles, pale face, excited bloodshot eyes, it is almost the same as playing games all night in the previous life. Playing games is not as good as your proficiency. Although Shenmue was tired, he was excited. After chanting a few incantations, the black smoke swishes. That feedback, no game can compare. For half a month, the proficiency skyrocketed. Although the 5 ghosts moving mountain mantra did not break through the second order, it was successfully shortened to within 10 seconds, making it more swift and secretive. Put a knee-high bamboo basket on your back, and put 7 or 8 fish to cover your eyes and ears. Shenmue followed the Bailang River and walked towards Shaodong Mountain in the southeast. Boom! Lu Zhao's head was like an angry wild boar and rushed in. But it was beaten out like a rag doll. An expressionless strong man walked out of the wooden house. He was wearing black trousers and a shirt. On the 2 bare arms, there are strong muscles like knives and axe. Lu Zhido stared at the familiar face with a flash of inspiration, and he couldn't help thinking of the serious injury a year ago. It's you! The culprit of the Wang family annihilation case. Aren't you dead? Lu Zhido's face was full of horror. Who was the beheaded man? How could the two be so similar? Lu Jin, you are so cautious. I've been with you for half a year, and I'll finally wait until you get an order. Lu Zhido's expression changed. This person is related to the murderer, and he is deliberately squatting. It is dangerous. At midnight, attacking civilians. Lu Zhiao, are you trying to kill someone to get dirty again? The strong man joked. Qingshan County catcher is a murderer, hey. Lu Jin's scalp tightened immediately, he knows. How could he know? In Xiadongshan, there is a view of the breeze,
I dare not touch you, but this is the county seat of Qingshan, and you are alone, huh? The strong man's face was full of Katanma smiles. Trouble. Lu Jin's heart sank. Just now, by surprise, I took a hard move and was already injured. If you keep fighting, it will grind me to death. You can't stay in the city, you have to find a way to find sincerity. Lu Jin's heart was ruthless. He took out a Faveki pill and stuffed it into his mouth with a sore face. Qi and blood rose instantly, and his face suddenly became red and congested. He raised his waist knife, roared loudly, turned around and ran. In December, the weather in Qingshan County becomes cooler, but it is not as cold as the hinterland of Daliang, and evergreen plants still grow. On the long stone bridge across the river, Chen Mu stood leisurely. Admiring the green mountains and fields on both sides of the Bailang River, the malaise could not be relieved. Before returning home every day, he would stand on the bridge to rest for a while to relieve his tension. The mountains and rivers are beautiful. If it weren't for the chaos of ghosts and man-made disasters, it would be good to live in Qingshan County. He wants to be Shalipo's sword god the most, but unfortunately. Shenmu turned his head and looked at the east side of the stone bridge. The wide road that extends out leads directly to Xiadongshan. Shaodong Mountain is green, but there is a large conspicuous macular patch on the east side of the mountain. There was the altar, and the grass and trees were cut down. Shenmu looked at Huang Dan and shook his head. It's a pity that Qingshan County has always hidden dangers. Let's start preparing supplies tomorrow. Shenmu thought while patting the railing of the stone bridge. At this time, a strong man came from a distance. The other party was carrying a man with bloody sleeves with disheveled hair. As if he didn't expect someone on the bridge, the strong man paused, and then walked onto the bridge as usual. A curious look appeared on Shenmu's face, but he didn't ask. The world is not safe, and kindness does not necessarily lead to good results. Looking at the direction of these two people, they probably entered the city to seek medical treatment. Is it the laborer who repairs the altar? In ancient times, when the productivity was underdeveloped, building a large altar in the mountains would definitely cause heavy casualties. Noticing the sight of the visitor, Shenmu felt pity and nodded hello with kindness. The man was startled, and nodded in response with a wry smile. Most of his life was lost when he fell off the mountain. I'll carry him back and see his child for the last time. The strong man explained with a wry smile. Shenmu's heart could not help pumping. Life is always so fragile, sorry. The strong man sighed and walked past Shenmu behind his back. Shenmu stared at the backs of the two and shook his head helplessly. He wanted to help, but couldn't. I can't guarantee a safe life myself, how can I help others? Shenmu turned around and left. The last thing he dared not see was such a helpless tragedy in the world. But after taking 2 steps, he couldn't help but stop. Compared with these bottom planes, he has plugins, does not worry about eating and drinking, and has martial arts training. Recently, he even got a magic weapon. He is so happy. It's fine if you don't see it. Since you have encountered it. If you can't help a lot, it's okay to give something. This is not just helping others, but also reassuring myself. Thinking of this, Shenmu tucked his hand into his sleeve, turned back and raised his hand. Woo! An iron lotus seed smashed the air, brought a spiral airflow, and came to the bridge in an instant. Clang! 2 forearm-length knives crossed and split in the air. The iron lotus seeds were shattered by one blow, and sparks flew everywhere. What? Shenmu retracted his hand and grinned. Hey! The strong man slowly put down his 2 knives, revealing a hideous face. I'm wrong, I'm still a master. The strong man in black said with a smile. When 2 tigers fight each other, there is bound to be one injury. We have no grudges and no grudges, so why not stop and retreat? Shenmu put away his smile and said calmly. The strong man frowned slightly, and out of the corner of the eye glanced at Xiadongshan not far away. Just now, Lu Jin desperately shot a loud arrow. He suspected that this was the communication code between Lu Jin and King Fengguan. Can't stay here too long. Thinking of this, the strong man took 2 steps forward. If you inform the Yaman afterwards and bite me back, wouldn't it be endless trouble? Shenmu heard the other party's hesitation, and immediately stepped up his persuasion. We don't know each other, how can we settle grievances in vain? Even if someone asks me to inquire about you in the future, the information I can give is only the direction you left. Shenmu took 2 steps closer and whispered, crossing the bridge, you have countless paths to choose from. The information I give may even be misleading. The strong man suddenly moved, and put the left-hand knife back into the scabbard behind his waist. Holding the knife in his right hand, he stepped sideways and pointed at Shenmu. A gentleman said a word. Shenmu breathed a sigh of relief,
and he was able to knock down Lu Jido, and the strong man was extremely strong. It is better not to fight or not to fight. He immediately stepped forward, raised his right hand, and swore to the sky, quickly hit the horse.
Ha, good.
The strong man was overjoyed. With a smile on Chen Mu's face, he cupped his fists and cupped his hands and said, "It will be indefinite in the future."
"Then let's just say goodbye," the strong man laughed. "Don't go." Chen Mu agreed with a smile. "Then let's go."
The strong man turned around.
"Please go first." Chen Mu looked humble.
"Okay, then I'll go first." The strong man smiled.
"Kill yourself."
He stepped forward abruptly, and his left hand suddenly swung forward behind his back.
The arm is like a whip, and the short knife is the tip of the whip.
The huge force acts on the handle of the knife and is accelerated by the scabbard.
Rub.
The short knife seemed to teleport, crossing a distance of 4 meters out of thin air, and suddenly appeared on the right side of Chen Mu.
Clang. A dagger appeared, stuck in the path of the dagger.
The point of the sword is just right in the middle of the blade.
Sleeve sword. Ah, I knew it. I don't harm people's hearts, but people harm me.
The strong man stared at Chen Mu.
You and Lu Jin are in the same group.
The strong man had a clear expression.
You misunderstood, sure enough.
The world is dangerous, and there is no good person.
The strong man shouted, his face full of grief.
The world only gives me malice, then I will use a sharp knife. The strong man roared wildly, killing life to protect life.
Killing industry is not killing people. Ah, demon ceiling slash.
The hob was as light as a net, and it shrouded Chen Mu outrageously.
You villain! Break it up! Break it into pieces! Ha ha ha, Chen Mu, puff!
A handful of bright red mist appeared out of thin air, and it rushed towards the strong man. The strong man's eyes, nostrils, and mouth were instantly invaded by the red mist.
Unprepared, the knife net almost collapsed.
But the strong man resisted the urge to rub his eyes. The arms are re-energized, and the knife light is sharp and three-pointed.
His legs were pumping blood, not retreating but advancing.
Regardless of losing sight, he jumped up with his eyes closed, and rushed towards Chen Mu brazenly. But at the moment of taking off, a drowsiness suddenly hit.
There is a momentary delay in the knife net. Woo!
As if it had been practiced countless times, an iron lotus seed arrived as promised, like a dexterous flying swallow, passing through the loopholes in the knife net. Wrapped in the spiral airflow, it drilled into the right eye of the strong man, and went straight to the brain.
Puff!
Chen Mu stood in the middle of the arch bridge, standing indifferently. He looked blankly at the strong man's head tilted back, watched his body flip, and watched him fall on his back without making a sound. Glancing at Quoto, he confirmed that Lu Jin was still unconscious. Chen Mu turned around and disappeared silently. He wasn't going to kill Lu Jin, but he wasn't going to save him either. What the strong man said was actually not bad. Dangerous world. Kindness sometimes has no good fruit.
He didn't want to get into trouble. And this stone bridge is the only way to Qingshan County. Lu Jin will always be discovered.
Live or die, it depends on his luck.
Half an hour later, on the stone bridge. Sincerity squatted down to check Lu Jin's injury. It's not dead yet.
Chang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, then shook his head, but it's also abolished. After a while of pressing and pinching, Lu Jin slowly woke up.
Seeing the sincerity, hope suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he said with anger, "Save me," sincerely looked at Toyosu.
Lu Jin turned his eyes with difficulty, and his pupils could not help shrinking.
Sincerity calmly said, "If the master is still there, you are not sure about our master and apprentice, how can you help us kill and get dirty? Give him 2 5-chi pills." Fengren glanced at Lu Jin and said lightly. Lu Jin was instantly grateful.
The 5-chi pills can be called magic medicine. It can stimulate chi in blood and speed up cultivation. Enhances life potential and heals wounds. This master and apprentice still need me.
Yes, that scholar. They need to find 5 people with special destiny to make alchemy. That scholar is my bargaining chip. Lu Jin was relieved.
He even took the 5-chi pills before, and his life potential is about to be exhausted. If he eats 2 more pills, he may be directly drained.
He can't live for a few days after the injury is cured. Cheng Yi frowned slightly. Lu Jin froze. Exhausted life potential, squeezed dry, can't live for a few days. Isn't Wuqidan a precious medicine to supplement the potential of life?
Lu Jin stared at Fengren master and apprentice in horror.
Trash utilization. Fengren glanced at Lu Jin, using all his life potential, take his 5 internal organs, and sacrifice the heartless bell. Yes. Sincerity suddenly came. Lu Jin suddenly fell into an ice cave. Master, will we be exposed?
Sincerity looked at the corpse of the strong man and asked worriedly.
This possibility is not ruled out. Feng Min pondered. Then, Sincerity was a little anxious. It's not a big problem. Feng Ren thought about it and said, Lu Jin doesn't know much. Yes.
Even if someone investigates, the focus is on killing people and refining alchemy.
Sincerity immediately calmed down. But we can't help it.
Feng Ren said in a deep voice, notify Li Qing tomorrow and let him urge the laborers to speed up the construction of the altar.
Okay. Nodding sincerely,
Feng Ren picked up his toes, and he was kicked into the Bailang River like a corpse of a strong man. Glancing at Lu Jin, who was lying on the ground, twisting and wriggling constantly, trying to escape,
Feng Ren said indifferently, take him and look back. Yes. Sincerity stepped forward, grabbed Lu Jin's belt and lifted it up. 5 people.
The 5th person, Lu Jin said with all his strength, as if he was Gossamer. Sincerity stopped and looked at Feng Ren, Master, 4 of the 5 people have been found, and the last one is still missing.
Don't worry about him, I have a backup candidate. Feng Ren said without turning his head. Lu Jin suddenly fell into despair.
As the sun went down, Shenmu sat on a bamboo chair. In front of him sat a black pottery casserole on the red clay stove. The fire tongue at the bottom of the pot was licking, and the white gas was floating from the edge of the lid. Shenmu stared at the Hongyan fire pond and adjusted the size of the fire from time to time.
My heart is also cold. Just over a year ago, he was a cowardly social animal with good intentions.
Although it won't do much harm either.
Now he easily ended a life without the slightest wave in his heart. Thinking of the strong man, Shenmu sighed. Why can't we live in peace? Why can't we be a good person? Always force me to kill.
It is these wicked people that make my heart harder and colder, and I hate this world more and more. Shenmu picked up the lid of the casserole and put in the sliced dead one fish.
A tantalizing smell hits the nostrils. Smelling.
The gathering area under the Shaodong mountain.
Shenmu's residence.
In front of the wooden house is a wooden floor half a meter high and 2 meters wide.
The upper eaves are extended and protruded like the brim of a hat, serving as the roof of the front corridor.
At this moment, there is a square table on the corridor. 2 lanterns hang above, and the flames sway in the fire pit not far away.
The square table was bright.
Let's go on the 21st, get ready early. Jiejia slowly put down his chopsticks and said lightly.
Still half a month?
Enough time to prepare supplies.
Shenmu nodded. Do you need me to hire a carriage?
No, Jiejia shook his head, I'll prepare.
Shenmu suddenly looked sideways with a suspicious look. Will you not be charged extra for traveling in horses?
Jiejia glanced at Shenmu and nodded calmly. Shenmu stared at Jiejia and was speechless.
Did he even admit it? Are the routines so blatant?
Jiejia calmly took out a white silk cloth to wipe his mouth. Then he threw it into the fire not far away.
Shenmu's mouth twitched.
In order to make money, Jiejia saves everything he does.
Never skimp on personal hygiene. Shenmugan guarantees that the white silk cloth will never be used more than twice. It's even a one-off at all. The journey is long, bring enough dry food.
Jiejia emphasized the word bring enough.
Shenmu rolled his eyes, it also includes yours.
Jiejia's face was of course.
Shenmu found that the proficiency plugin is not all good.
The cooking skills have really picked up, but this guy who rubbed the rice can't get rid of it.
Don't worry, there is nothing else, Bigupil is enough. Shenmu waved his hand vigorously.
Jiejia looked at Shenmu expressionlessly.
Rice balls, meat floss rice balls, okay? Shenmu said angrily. Isn't it just a name? Need to ridicule endlessly? It's good to be hungry.
The next morning, had breakfast. Shenmu put on Yang Ji's vest. Carrying a knee-high bamboo basket on his back, he walked along the well-known road to the Bailang River. Along the way, the market in the gathering area was still lively, and Lao Lutu was shouting for dolly pills early in the morning. Someone bought the flour dumplings.
Shenmu nodded as a greeting, and walked across the market street. Follow the laborers who are going up the mountain and leave the gathering area.
Which unlucky guy made the wolf dig its intestines today? A laborer asked in a low voice.
I haven't heard of it. The companion next to him shook his head in confusion. The Yamen are really going to clean up the wild wolves? Unless the sun comes out from the west. Another companion snorted coldly. Be quiet, don't make trouble. Someone reminded.
Don't count on them, try not to go out at night, be careful yourself. All the workers nodded. Shenmue silently collected the gossip in the gathering area. But he didn't hear what he wanted to hear. Separated from the laborers at the foot of the west side of Shaodong Mountain, and soon came to Shichiao last night.
Shenmue looked natural and walked onto the stone bridge without any abnormality.
Feel free to look at the scenery on both sides of the Bailang River. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw 2 pools of black blood on the ground. The corpse of the strong man has disappeared, and Lu Jin has also disappeared.
Who took the 2 away? Was Lu Jin rescued? Will the Yamen intervene in the investigation?
Shenmue walked steadily, and thoughts rolled in his heart.
A death, a life, and death do not know.
One is a gangster who kills people, and the other is the head of the county government. This should have been a major event that alarmed the county town, but there was no wind in the gathering area so close. By the Bailang River, a bay with calm waters, Shenmue sat on the rocks on the shore. Thinking about the unexpected events last night, he shook his head after a while. It's useless to think too much, it's not as good as liver proficiency. A gray wall stood before him. 5 Ghosts Moving Mountain Mantra, 9397/10,000/second order. Compared with the general speed of the turtle crawling and the shape training, the 5 Ghosts Moving the Mountain Mantra made rapid progress.
Say the spell quickly. Black smoke appeared in the air.
A big ball of drunken bait appeared out of thin air, and it fell into the water and disappeared. Shenmue used the 5 Ghosts Moving Mountain technique to move the bait one after another.
Throw a ball into the water every 2 or 3 meters, let the drunk bait spread, and ignore it.
I found a big white rock by the river and sat down. Closing his eyes slightly, black smoke suddenly appeared and disappeared around him. At noon, Shenmue stopped practicing and took out the rice ball big pill. After many improvements, rice balls are not only delicious, but also rich in nutrients and high in calories.
Ordinary people can eat a meal.
Shenmue practiced the shape training technique, which consumed a lot of money.
But after eating 5, the hunger is gone.
After eating and drinking, Shenmue habitually looked at the gray wall. 5 Ghosts Moving Mountain Mantra, 9722/10,000/second order. Work hard, and today I will curse the 5 ghosts to the 3rd rank.
Feed the fish floating on the water to the 5 ghost bags.
Shenmue didn't rest, he turned his head and continued to brush his proficiency.
At dusk, Shenmue's face paled and he regained his senses.
With a thought, a complex spell was spit out in one breath. Call. Black smoke filled the air, and 2 slapped paper figures appeared out of thin air. It is covered with blood-red lines, with black characters on the back, 1 winter and 1 spring. Shenmue let out a long sigh of relief, and looked at the paper figurine with spring characters curiously. It is slimmer than the first paper figurine, and its features are more delicate. Shenmue controlled the 2 paper figures to float under a rock the size of a human head. 4 hands and 2 heads held against the stone. Rise! The little paper figurine's legs trembled like chaff, and the little face grinned, but the stone didn't move at all.
Shenmue, thinking more and more.
The 2 ghost paper figurines still couldn't change the appearance of their scrap paper figurines.
Shenmue was misled by Taoist Qianshan. The opponent's control of the paper figurine can resist the iron lotus seeds and the sleeve sword. The 5 Ghosts Moving Mountain Mantra was just getting a little bit of progress, and he seemed to give it a try. The result is still a waste snack, and it takes a lot of effort to get a toilet paper. If you don't use medicine figurines to sacrifice and refine, paper figurines are just paper figurines. The person who nourishes medicine, sacrifices to the ghost. This is a secret method of sacrifice and refining recorded at the end of the Thousand Mountains Sutra. It is about using human life to enhance the power of magic weapons. Shenmue glanced at it and gave up decisively. There is a proficiency plugin. He does not worry about improving his strength. This kind of secret method, which is quick for quick success and endless troubles, doesn't matter if you don't practice it. Leaving the evil law behind, Shenmue continued to study the 3rd order and 5 Ghost Moving Mantra. With a thought, the paper figure turned into black smoke and disappeared. Crackling. A fish fell out of thin air 5 meters away, jumping alive on the ground. Okay. Shenmue was excited. The throwing distance of the fascination smoke has been extended by 1 meter. Poisoning at a distance of 5 meters, the safety factor is greatly increased. Think again. A fish appeared 5 meters in front of him, and a bigupil appeared 5 meters behind him. Because there are 2 paper figures, I can take out 2 things in 2 directions at the same time. Shenmue thought thoughtfully. The feeling of using the ghost paper figurine is like having an invisible hand. With 1 more paper figure, 1 more hand. It's more flexible and changeable to put the fascination smoke.
Intuitively, he can poison enemies in both directions at the same time. The speed of chanting has been shortened to 1 breath. The throwing distance has been increased to 5 meters.
Throw in both directions at the same time.
The 3 added up, the third order 5 ghosts moving mountain mantra, combined with the fascination smoke, are not all sneak attacks. Even in a heated battle, it still has decent power.
The harvest is full, go home.
Shenmue waved his hand, and all the fish on the river disappeared.
Carrying the bamboo basket, Shenmue quickly disappeared by the riverbank.
Facing the sunset, Shenmue walked into the gathering area and couldn't help but stop.
The market street that was tidy in the morning is now chaotic.
Broken clay pots, exposed bamboo baskets, and torn straw mats.
A follow-up to what happened last night? Shenmue quietly walked behind a big tree.
Lips squirmed, and the 5 ghost bags opened.
He stood in the shade of a tree, quietly surveying the rush of people. The laborers haven't come down yet.
The common vendors are not seen. However, there were a few yamen officers who were not far away, and when they saw anyone, they shouted and drove them away.
An old man was dragged out of the tent by the yamen.
Rush into the tent and smash and search.
In the end, he gave the old man a few more kicks and scolded him and left.
Old man Lu felt that he was unlucky. The business has just picked up a bit, and finally 3 bottles of dolly pills were sold.
In the evening, the yamen looted the money and took it away, and even got beaten up.
Covering his forehead with a piece of gray cloth, old man Lu sighed.
What's the matter?
An indifferent voice suddenly sounded behind him. The old man shuddered in fright, turned his head suddenly, saw who was coming, and breathed a sigh of relief.
It's you, Brother Yang.
I thought those black dogs were back again. Old man Lu had lingering fears. Shenmue nodded expressionlessly, looking like he was dumb and reticent. The county magistrate, Li Qing, was dissatisfied with the construction progress and sent the group of black dogs to supervise the construction. Here in the gathering area, adult laborers must go to repair the altar. It's fortunate that you're not here, or else you'll definitely be arrested as a strong man. Shenmue's heart was relieved, but his brows could not help frowning. It's not because the strong man died that Lu Jin was seriously injured, but because of the altar.
Catch the strong man? It's a little troublesome. The gathering area is going to be a place of right and wrong.
Old man Lu sighed and cleaned up the medicinal materials that had been thrown all over the place.
What's your plan next? Shenmue asked suddenly. What else can I do? Pack up and go.
Being cleaned up 3 times a day, my old bones can't stand the toss. Old man Lu shook his head lonely. He was a senior, and he wanted to make a fortune, and then settle down in a rural village. As a result, the yamen came suddenly and was raided 3 times a day, and the coffin was gone.
Thinking about the future life, momentarily at a loss. Continue to do the work of the lacewing doctor? Then I don't know when the guest died in a foreign land? The future is uncertain.
Shenmue looked at the herbs on the ground thoughtfully. I need a batch of herbs.
Aren't you going to leave?
Old man Lu was startled.
Gathering areas are clearly not habitable. Unless you want to go up the mountain to be a laborer. The demand is huge, can you find it? Shenmue said calmly.
With his current strength, if he hides.
It was difficult for the yamen to find him. Are you serious?
Old Lu too was overjoyed. The received medicinal materials will be delivered to my wooden hut, cash on delivery.
Shenmue said.
Brother Yang, don't worry, the old man will definitely deliver the goods after all his life. Old Lu too rubbed his hands excitedly. The things Shenmue wanted included medicinal herbs and inconspicuous vegetation on Shaodong Mountain. It was collected cheaply from the laborers and sold to Shenmue at a high price.
He made a lot of money in the last trade. Shenmue doesn't care about this premium.
Many of the anti-corrosion materials of riceball bigotin are local vegetation in Xiaodongshan. He needs to collect a large batch as soon as possible to facilitate the production of reserve grain. Outside the wooden house at the foot of Shaodong Mountain, Shenmue's face was not good looking. Pots and pans were thrown on the floor, and books on the table were torn to pieces. It seems that someone has been reluctantly flipping through the pages. The 2 dried hairs hanging under the eaves also disappeared. Those greedy yamen, in the name of overseeing the strong men, ruthlessly raided the gathering area. His own family was not spared either.
I can't stay here any longer.
Fortunately, he put the important things into the 5 ghost bags, otherwise the loss would be big this time.
The next day,
Shenmue packed up the pot and stove, and brought the rest of the tent used for wallpapering the 5 ghost bags. As soon as the day dawned, he carried a bamboo basket into the misty Shaodong Mountain.
In 10 more days he will leave. There is no need to conflict with the Yaman. Find a place on the nearby mountain, hide from the overseer Yaman, and say goodbye here when the departure date arrives.
2 days later on the north side of Shaodong Mountain, behind Qingfengbu, there is a water pool under a small step-shaped cliff. From time to time, the surface of the water bubbling and bubbling, the spring water gushing.
A small creek protrudes from the edge of the pool and flows down the mountain. Meow meow cooking smoke beside the water pool.
Shenmu tied a gray cloth scarf and waved the spatula in his hand. The fish meat, which is torn into filaments, is turned over when it touches the bottom of the pot slightly.
The waste heat penetrates inward, evaporates the water, and coats the skin.
Spices, honey, medicines, all kinds of flavors slowly converge, and the sweet and slightly bird-alluring flavor permeates. He has been living in seclusion here for 2 days.
Set up a tent and create a simple shelter.
I didn't plan to stay for a long time, I just wanted to prepare the dry food for the road here.
Wait for the departure date. He tried to ask Jiejia if he could leave early. Was categorically rejected by Jiejia. Shenmu couldn't understand it. Does Qingshan County really have so many killer missions? When he was concentrating on frying pork floss and making biga pills, a childish voice suddenly came from above his head. What are you doing?
Shenmu raised his head. On a small 4-meter high cliff, there is a small Taoist boy squatting like a pink and jade carving.
Sincerely? How did this little Taoist find here? Discovered by King Fengwen? Will they send someone to arrest me to repair the altar? Shenmu was a little helpless. Wouldn't it just settle down for 2 days and move again? These days of hiding, I really lose the face of the traveler. It's really fragrant.
Xiao Daotong didn't get an answer, his eyes fixed on the pot, and he swallowed greedily.
Want to eat? Shenmu smiled. Think. Chengming Xiaodaotong's eyes suddenly lit up.
Shenmu smiled and said coldly, go back and let the fire engineer Fatty he do it for you.
Chengming, brother Chen, just give me a taste, I promise, just one bite.
Xiao Daotong was not discouraged, his short legs moved, and he ran to Shenmu like a rabbit along the path beside the cliff.
Do you still remember me? Shenmu was surprised. The last time they met was 1.5 years ago. When the two of them don't meet much, they can't speak a few words a day. And the other party is just a little Taoist boy of 8 or 9 years old. Of course. Chengming raised his head with a proud face. Master said that I am talented, which is unforgettable. Shenmu, a little envious of what to do. I have never forgotten a traveler. You little Taoists still have this ability? Brother Chen, give me something to eat, I promise, just take a bite.
On the stone table beside the stove, Chengming held a sea bowl with a human head, which was filled with thorn-free pan-fried fish fillets.
In other words, you came here by yourself. Shenmu breathed a sigh of relief.
Chengming ignored it, just stuffed it into his mouth, his cheeks bulging, like a hamster.
Shenmu grabbed the porcelain bowl.
Chengming looked at Shenmu aggrievedly and nodded. Master and brothers have been busy all day without seeing anyone, so I ran out to play by myself.
Shenmu returned the bowl to Xiaodaotong. At least you don't have to worry about being kicked out or taken away. It's not allowed to tell the Taoist temple about me here.
Shenmu said with a stern face.
Then can I still eat fish fillets tomorrow?
Chengming was not afraid, but looked at Shenmu with bright eyes.
Yes. Shenmu rolled his eyes. When you are so young, you will learn to rip you off. You are really good at it. It's a word. Chengming continued to bury his head and eat. After eating a large bowl of fish meat, his stomach was still flat. Uncle, he said I was called a rice bucket. Xiao Daotong looked proud. See what you can. Come on, eat 2 good things. Shenmu smiled and put 2 bigu pills on the ground. What is this?
Chengming took it and stuffed it into his mouth.
Really naive, dare to eat it. Bigu pill. Shenmu said solemnly.
Chengming's face tensed, staring at Shenmu without speaking.
Rice balls, meat floss rice balls. Give it back to me if you don't eat it. Eat. The little boy immediately put another one in his mouth. After eating 3 in a row, I want to ask for more. Shenmu didn't dare to give it, for fear that it would break.
Chengming stared at the biga pill in Shenmu's hand with a greedy expression, his stomach was still flat.
You really are a rice bucket. This appetite is almost the same as his. It's normal. Jiejia lightly picked up a piece of pan-fried fish fillet. If you are born with bones, it's not unusual for you to eat a lot. Dao bone? Shenmu heard a new word. Don't think about it. That's not from the same world as us. Jiejia said lightly. What's the meaning? 10 years of physical training, 100 years of soul cultivation. Even if the talent is extraordinary, the hard work will not stop. If you practice your soul at the age of 30, you can be called a genius. Jieja suddenly felt quite emotional. Afterwards, I will accumulate the essence and strengthen the soul, and when the soul is completed, my life will be over. But people who are born with Dao bones can complete the training in 100 days, and they can practice the armor in 3 years. Can this kind of person be the same as us? It was the first time that Chen Mu had seen Jieja say so much. Courage, is it really that difficult to practice? He has proficiency, so he didn't find it difficult to practice shape art, and he didn't take courage seriously. Seeing Jieja so embarrassed, Chen Mu couldn't help but feel uneasy. Immediately thought of Chang Ming. Isn't this little guy the kind of person who was born with a bone? Don't think about it, this kind of person will be taken away as soon as they appear, you can't see it. Many people who eat a lot are born with supernatural powers, possess the blood of exotic animals, and take shape-changing drugs, which will make people eat a lot. Jieja finished speaking in one breath, and took out a white silk cloth to slowly wipe his mouth. He quickly cleaned up his emotions and returned to Gujing's wave-free state again. After dinner, watching Jieja disappear into the thick mountain fog, Chen Mu pondered with an ugly face. The world is really unfair. I wake up early in the morning and stay in the dark, and I have worked hard for a year and a half, but I still can't complete the training. But there are some people who can do it easily. Chen Mu felt powerless in his heart, and his face became more and more gloomy. And courage. Jieja practiced until his hair was gray, and then he practiced courage. A wise man only needs 3 years. Chen Mu clenched his fists fiercely, his nails sank deep into the flesh, and he gritted his teeth and thought, it's so difficult to guide me, what about me? The predecessor was just an ordinary scholar, with a poor physique. What he practiced is the kestrel training method, which is a bad street practice. Easy tendons, easy bones, easy marrow. 10 years of shape training, and 100 years of soul training. I've been practicing diligently for a year and a half, but I haven't finished Yi Sui. When will an ordinary low-level warrior like me who has no resources, no mentors, no background, will come out? Chen Mu's face was full of grief and anger, staring at the gray wall of proficiency in front of him. Kestrel shape training, 5209/10,000/3rd order, huh? Can you finish training in 3 months at most? Chen Mu blinked. Humph. He slammed the gray wall away. These foreign objects. Broke in my mind. Don't look at it. Qingshan County, in a mansion in Anlifang, east of the city. In the living room, the former county magistrate Li Qing was drinking tea leisurely. Uncle, according to the statistics of the city guards, the evil incidents in the city are gradually decreasing, and they only occur in the western district of the city. A dark-skinned strong man sat next to him across the small coffee table and said, the roll of the altar is spreading westward from King Fengguan, and it will not be long before Qingshan County will be completely covered. Unfortunately, I asked people to investigate in many ways, but I still couldn't find what method Fengren used. The black-faced strong man looked regretful. Fengren is still a bit skilled. Li Qing put down the teacup and said, it's a pity that sincerity is a dead end. Money doesn't make any money. If the rations of the laborers are a little wrong, they will come to trouble. It's hateful. Li Wenlin was furious. Which one can eat enough these days? What's wrong with the long-haired white wheat? It's fine if it's not cooked properly. It's not good to mix in some grass seed bark, but it's not edible? Wenlin, you are the unicorn of our Li family. The guards are all guarding the city, and there is no shortage of your silver tails in the family. Why go to the mouths of those mud legs? It's more important to keep Qingshan County with a little something outside of your body. Li Qing said slowly. As long as Qingshan County is kept, there are many ways to make money. Uncle, but we have to have a backup plan, we can't let King Fengguan get stuck. Li Wenlin turned his eyes. Li Qing nodded thoughtfully, I really can't walk with a lame leg. Seeing Li Qing's move, Li Wenlin introduced with great interest, Uncle, I found someone, isn't it someone who cheats money like a Taoist from Qianshan again? Li Qing squinted at his nephew. The key is that the cheating of money is not finished, and half of the cheating runs away. My share has already been reserved for good use, but as a result, the Qianshan people are gone, and the bamboo basket is fetching water. Uncle, this time it's not some kind of bullshit, it's a magic weapon. Li Wenlin whispered excitedly after getting closer. Which fool can sell magic instruments? Li Qing couldn't believe it. Lin Wenlin laughed and said, the magic weapon is a treasure, but the price is unaffordable for ordinary people. I heard that thing needs a human blood sacrifice. Others dare not use it. But we don't lack death row prisoners in our cells.
Li Qing narrowed his eyes and shook his head. It's better not to touch this evil magic weapon.
Uncle, okay. Don't mention this again.
The emerald green Xiaodanshan seems to be covered in a white veil. The towering trees were all buried by the fog, and only the tops of the trees poked out, like a little green on a white gauze.
Let the whole Xiaodanshan add a mysterious and elegant beauty.
A faint mist filled the forest, and Shenmu broke through the white mist and walked quietly. In the mist, the scorching sun also became mild, like a fluorescent lamp emitting soft light. A log cabin on the edge of the gathering area. It's only been 7 or 8 days, it's like being abandoned for several months. The doors and windows slanted down on the doorframe. A faint musty smell spread throughout the room.
Brother Yang, you have come.
The old man Lu carefully ran out from under the window of the house. He kept looking left and right, for fear of being discovered. The black dog has become more and more fierce recently. Old man Lu complained.
Brother Yang, you have to pay a good price.
Old man Lu pointed to several sacks piled up in the room. These goods are almost dying. After not seeing each other for a few days, Shenmu found that the other party was indeed looking bad.
He seems to be thinner, and his face is a little weak and pale.
Shenmu was silent and squatted down to check all the medicines quietly. He won't let go of any checks just because the two parties are familiar with multiple transactions. He fell in Jijia's somersault and didn't want to fall again. After a long while, he took out a handful of round leaf-shaped medicinal materials from the bag.
Holding his hand in front of Lao Lu Tu, he picked out 4 of the dozen or so leaves and placed them on the front of his palm. His eyes were calm, and he looked at the pale old man indifferently. This group of daring people.
How dare you use shoddy?
Old man Lu was furious.
Shenmu said nothing, staring at the old man Lu without speaking. It wasn't until the old man Lu looked embarrassed and at a loss that he looked back.
Brother Yang, you hold your hand high.
Old man Lu handed over and begged for mercy. Shenmu withdrew his hand expressionlessly. Opened the money bag that had been prepared a long time ago, took out a piece of silver in the eyes of the other party, and then threw the bag to the other party.
3 days later, the last batch.
Ignoring the old man Lu wanted to explain, he grabbed several sacks with one hand and crashed into the thickening white fog.
Back mountain cliff.
Shenmu sorted, dried, ground and mixed the medicinal materials. A lot of big udon has been made, and all kinds of preserved fruit, preserved meat, and dried vegetables are also prepared.
All the way to Nanyang Mansion, even if 3 Shenmu made it together, they couldn't finish it.
He continued to let old man Lu buy medicinal materials, and he was stocking up food preservative powder, quick-acting gold sore medicine, Sanyan Lu Jun pill, and a series of essential medicines for home travel, such as the revised version of the psychedelic smoke.
All the way to Nanyang Mansion, the safety is uncertain. Be more prepared, be more calm.
Beside him, Chengming Xiaodaotong held a sea bowl and sent white tender fish balls into his mouth one by one. Blinking his eyes from time to time, he watched with curiosity as Shenmu made various medicinal powders.
Brother Chen, what are you doing? Medicine. Can I eat it? Xiao Daotong's eyes sparkled. Can. Have a bowl.
Xiao Daotong quickly stuffed the last fish ball into his mouth and handed the empty bowl to Shenmu.
Shenmu. After lunch, Xiaodaotong occupied Shenmu's rocking chair.
Lying on his back happily, holding a wooden teacup in his hand, he sucked the sweet and sour hawthorn juice one by one.
It's delicious. It's a pity that I won't be able to drink it in the future.
Chengming looked sad, and suffocated half a glass of hawthorn juice in one gulp.
Refill. Shenmu's face suddenly turned black. So, it's not really a good thing to cook well.
A single agent is already annoying enough, and now there is a little big stomach king.
Brother Chen, will you always be here? Chengming asked happily, holding the refilled wooden cup. Won't. Still want to rely on me? You are so beautiful. I don't want to go to Nanyang. Chengming yelled angrily. Are you going to Nanyang Mansion? Shenmu came back to his senses.
The master said that Qingshan County is not peaceful, so let me live there for a few days. Chengming was still immersed in the chagrin of the loss of food.
Shenmu's eyes narrowed. The biggest unrest in Qingshan County comes from the ghosts. Doesn't Fengmin have the means to deal with ghost monsters? Not even confident in himself?
Shenmu couldn't help thinking about the price that Jijia said at the beginning.
No, I really can't stay here. 3 days later, the gathering area.
The liveliness of half a month ago has long since disappeared. The whole day was silent and ghosts were hard to see. It is said that as long as the legs and feet are intact, they are forced to grab and repair the altar.
Inside the dilapidated wooden house,
Shenmu carefully counted the last few medicinal materials.
To ensure good quality, happy to pay the balance.
Old man Li was pale, with a pair of dark circles under his eyes, happily counting the money.
The more excited. Facing old man Lu's bloodshot eyes, Shenmu couldn't help but say, "Are you alright?" "Oh, it's fine. I've been wrestling with the black dog all day, and I haven't slept well."
Old man Lu waved his hand.
"Brother Yang is going to leave?"
The old man Lu sighed. The gathering area is right and wrong after all.
Immediately, he carefully inquired, "Brother Yang is going to settle in Qingshan County? Or go to the countryside to settle down?"
In case we can continue to cooperate in the future, this is a big sponsor.
Nanyang Mansion. Shenmu didn't hide it. That's a big city. Lu old man regretted.
The old man wanted to go when he was young, but unfortunately he doesn't have the ability.
Now that he is old, he can't be tossed about it anymore.
It would be good to buy a small courtyard in Qingshan County to spend his old age in peace.
Lu old man put away his wallet and said with satisfaction.
Shenmu made a lot of purchases in large quantities. In addition, he has saved most of his life in Datong Bank, which is enough for him to retire in Qingshan County. Marrying a concubine, adopting a child to support him, that's how it will be in this life.
Lu old man thought beautifully.
Ignoring the old man Lu, who was looking forward to the future, Shenmu turned around and quietly got into the misty forest.
Beam 639, December 21st. Qingshan County South.
According to the agreement, Shenmu came to the Bailang River outside the city early in the morning. But when he got here, there was no one around. Thick fog enveloped all directions.
No one could be seen from 5 meters away.
If he hadn't circled around the Bailang River every day, he would have lost his way in the white fog.
Wait left and right, no one is coming. The fog was rolling around, and everything was silent.
For no reason, Shenmu felt a chill in his heart. At this time, a rumbling sound came faintly from the fog. The ground was shaking slightly.
It was as if there was a terrifying giant beast that was slowly approaching from afar. Shenmu's heart suddenly tightened. Qingshan County's West Side Prison.
The cells were crowded with prisoners. Some are street thieves, some are gangsters, and some are beggars in rags. Almost all the idle homeless people in Qingshan County were caught here by Li Wenlin. At this moment, Li Wenlin was walking towards the depths of the cell with a tall and thin old man.
"This is the longevity gourd?"
Li Wenlin greedily looked at the yellow-skinned gourd in the hands of the tall and thin old man. The yellow-skinned fenugreek palm is long, with a smooth surface and a slight silver texture.
"It can really ward off evil spirits, and can brew longevity wine?" "Of course longevity is impossible." The tall and thin old man smiled heehily. "It's okay to prolong life." Instead, Li Wenlin nodded reassuringly, "Show it to me." "As ordered."
The tall and thin old man bowed slightly and said with a smile that was not a smile.
A series of snarky incantations spewed out of his mouth.
Silver threads flickered on the yellow-skinned gourd, and a cloud of white mist spewed out of the gourd's mouth. The white air circled in midair for a week and penetrated into the pitch-black cell. After a short scream, Bai Wu flew back. The tall and thin old man shook the gourd, and a faint sound of rippling liquid came out. He took out 2 jasper wine cups from his sleeves and turned the gourd upside down.
Drops of reddish liquid flowed out, like a fine wine.
Shaking hard, not a drop was poured, but it just covered the bottom of the 2 wine cups. The tall and thin old man put away the gourd, drank one of the cups without saying a word, and handed the other cup to Li Wenlin with a look of enjoyment.
Li Wenlin took it with suspicion and drank it.
Before that, he had found several servants to test the longevity wine. After observing for several days, no adverse reactions were found, and now he dared to drink it. A cold air spread from the stomach to the body.
The refreshing feeling hits the brain instantly. Thinking has never been faster and clearer.
The details that were ignored in the past are now clearly visible like the lines on the palm of your hand. More importantly, he felt that the shape training that had been stuck in the bottleneck for many years had actually loosened in the slightest.
With enough longevity wine, Yi Sui Deshang is not a dream. Okay. Li Wenlin couldn't help laughing.
Li Wenlin glanced at the cell filled with prisoners. "I'll leave it to you here." The tall and thin old man smiled and nodded. "Don't worry.
Don't play tricks for me."
Li Wenlin stared at the old man fiercely. "Your grandson is still in my hands. Take care of all the trouble." The tall and thin old man bowed his head and said, "My grandson likes to eat beef."
"Hey. It's done. I'll let him eat beef for the rest of his life."
Li Wenlin laughed and turned to leave.
The tall and thin old man straightened his waist, looked at the other person's back with a smile, and said loudly, "Thank you, Dutong."
When Li Wenlin disappeared completely, the tall and thin old man spit out the fresh red wine liquid hidden in his stomach bag with a smile.
Longevity wine?
He turned around in a circle, looking at the prisoners crowded with terror. His smile grew brighter. You said, how should I repay him?
How about sending him to death? Hee hee, ha.
The yellow-skinned gourd was like a punctured balloon, and white smoke burst out, quickly filling the entire prison. A short scream rang out, and the rest was deathly silence.
By the White Waves River.
Chen Mu held an iron lotus seed in his hand and stared nervously at the thick fog ahead. The sound got closer and the ground shook more and more.
Chen Mu's back couldn't help sweating, just when he couldn't help but hit the iron lotus seeds.
A dark horse broke through the thick fog and came. A bald-headed middle-aged man who was 2 meters tall, dressed in black and had a grim face, rode on a horse and stared at Chen Mu.
The atmosphere gradually solidified. Are you Chen Mu?
The bald-headed strong man said coldly.
Chen Mu's heart jumped, and his face was sincere. I'm not.
The bald man, if he hadn't seen the portrait given by Jie Jia, he would have believed it.
Aren't you Chen Mu, the nephew of old man Jie?
The bald man was speechless.
Nephew?
Jie Jia takes advantage of me.
Well, that's me. Chen Mu nodded solemnly.
The bald man, he has so many relatives.
He glared at Chen Mu fiercely. Go back.
The bald head held his head high, and he rode forward on a tall horse. Chen Mu obediently hid on the side of the road and got out of the way.
The rumbling grew louder.
A large carriage came from the fog. I thought it was a monster, but it turned out to be a team. The carriages, some gorgeous and some simple, are all spacious and covered carts.
After that, dozens of flatbed trucks followed.
It was full of cargo, covered with tarpaulins, and tied up with ropes. Surrounded by fierce and sturdy guards.
Get in the car.
A familiar indifferent voice came from the thick fog. At the end of the convoy, Jie Jia drove a bright black carriage to get out of the thick fog. Compared with the big cars in the past, this car can only be described as shabby. Jie Jia squinted and leaned on the carriage with a blank expression. One leg was crossed on the board, and the other was drooping in the air. Chen Mu jumped into the car and leaned on the carriage side by side with Jie Jia.
Nephew?
Chen Mu raised his eyebrows.
Jie Jia rolled his eyes and glanced at Chen Mu, then, son? Roll. You are so beautiful. Which way are we hitting the road?
Chen Mu nodded his chin forward, looking at the hazy motorcade ahead and asked.
The Zhua family.
Jie Jia said lightly.
Zhuashang's Zhua? Chen Mu's heart skipped a beat. That eldest son is also in the convoy?
The other party knew that he had killed Taoist Qinshan.
Won't come looking for trouble? Zhuashang is not here. Go to Nanyang Mansion to explore the way first. Jie Jia glanced at Chen Mu. What is this guy nervous about? Chen Mu was relieved. He didn't want to meet that eldest son of the left.
Leaning against the carriage, he stuck his head out to look behind him. The fog was so thick that the city of Qinshan could not be seen at all. Looking back, it has been a year and a half since he came to the other world.
When he first arrived in this city, he was ignorant and panicked, and encountered many bad people.
Fortunately, he was clever and even sent a few great gifts. And use your own way, try to communicate with them, and finally become harmonious, and this is the way to gain a firm foothold.
Leaving at this moment, my heart is a little reluctant, but it is not strong.
He is not the predecessor, after all, just a passerby. Retracting his gaze, Chen Mu noticed that 3 black-painted carriages of the same model were following closely behind.
Who's behind? Chen Mu was curious.
Relative.
Jie Jia calmly said. Chen Mu looked in disbelief. You widowed old man with a fart relative. Suddenly my heart moved, and I looked at Jie Jia with an incredible look. Aren't they all relatives who spend money like me? Jie Jia nodded calmly. No schedule? Chen Mu glared at Jie Jia with a strange yin and yang. Ha! That's why you delayed leaving until today? With co-authorship, you not only accepted my escort mission. Jie Jia looked indifferent and ignored him. Chen Mu, I was wondering before, how come there are so many killer missions in Xiaoxio Qingshan County? It turned out to be to gather people and make a spell? Chen Mu laughed angrily. It's all acquaintances.
Jie Jia said calmly.
Acquaintance? Not good to push?
You are a big killer who roams the underground world, and you have a fart acquaintance.
It's not mine, it's yours.
Jie Jia waved his head to the carriage behind him.
My acquaintance?
Chen Mu rolled his eyes, turned around in disbelief, and lifted the curtain of the carriage. A pair of bright eyes appeared.
Brother Chen? Hey! Did you bring rice balls? Sincerely? Chen Mu then looked inside. A chubby middle-aged man in his 40s bowed his hands embarrassingly. Mr. Chen, what a coincidence. Du Huai, the prefect of Qingshan County? He was originally wanted by the county government as a free coolie painting, and it was this man's handwriting. Is the second-in-command of the county government also running away? Chen Mu looked absurdly at the last strong man. Beard, big eyes with copper bells, black attire, tall and sturdy. With a ghost-headed sword on his back, facing Chen Mu's line of sight, he said with a bold face, "Brother, we are in the same car all the way, it is also a fate. My name is Zhang Yi, what about you, brother? The gang leader of the Bailang gang?" Chen Mu, it's really an acquaintance. Pulling down the curtain, Chen Mu closed his eyes against the carriage. He didn't want to say a word at the moment. Xiadongshan, King Fengwen Patriarch Hall. Master, the human cauldron has been placed on the altar. Cheng Chan walked into the Zhu Shirtang and said to Fengren, who was sitting in front of the carved scriptures. The blood sacrifice has no heart bell, absorbs the essence of the whole city. Did you say that I was wrong? Fengren murmured, his voice was ethereal and dazed. Sincerely and respectfully bowed his head, live for Dao, die for Dao. Dao? He, Fengren said sadly, is this why you poisoned me? This is all forced by the master. There is a trace of resentment in Shang Yi's eyes. If not, how can I get the longevity lead? Without the longevity guide, I will not be able to become an armored soul, I will not be able to open the gate of heaven, and I will not be able to see longevity. Sincerity became more and more excited. Live for Dao. Die for Dao. Master, you taught me. With Cheng Ming, you don't need it, you really don't need it, Fengren sighed, and blood began to drip from the corners of his mouth. Cheng Ming, and Cheng Ming again. This longevity guide is also prepared for Cheng Ming. There was hatred in Yi's eyes. Chang Shengian? It's the longevity poison. Fengren opened his mouth, and blood flowed out of his mouth calmly, dripping his clothes down his chin, slowly soaking the ground. Black and red bloodstains spread from Fengren sitting down, getting bigger and bigger, until it covered half of the Patriarch's hall. Don't blame me, Master, I just want to see that wonderful world. Sincerity's eyes were blood red, and a teardrop fell from the corner of his eyes. Live for the Dao, die for the Dao. In the Patriarch's hall, only this obsessive murmur remained. Brother Chen, just give me some rice balls, I'm really hungry. Cheng Ming smiled and stuck his head out from behind the curtain, pulling on Chen Mu's shoulder and begging. Give. Don't touch me, it's annoying. Chen Mu pretended to take out a big fist-sized cloth bag from the cloth bag he was holding in his arms and threw it to Cheng Ming. There is 5 bigu pills in it. Thank you, Brother Chen. When my master and senior brother come to pick me up, I will ask them to invite you to the largest restaurant in Nanyang Mansion for a big meal. Cheng Ming smiled. Go, the cook may not be as delicious as what I made. If you want to repay me, just ask your master to give me the money directly. No problem. Cheng Ming said with a bold face, you can cheat, my senior brother has money. He. Cough. Jia coughed twice and suddenly turned to look at Cheng Ming. Grandpa, what's wrong? I have that rice ball too. Jia smiled and said, do you want to buy it? It can be billed. Chen Mu looked at Jia with emotion. He used to think that Jia's bottom line for making money was not high. But in fact he didn't have it at all. You have a hairy rice ball. Do you want to sell the food from me? No problem. My big brother treats me so well. He will give me as much as I want. Cheng Ming looked happy. Bookkeeping. Qingshan County, East Pingan Square, an ordinary small house. Although the house is small, it has all the internal organs. Wells, stoves, vegetable fields, and pigsties are available. Early in the morning, Old Man Lu lay down in the rocking chair, staring lazily at the sky, which was obscured by fog, like a fluorescent lamp. I'm getting old after all. But I've been busy for half a month, and I'm as tired as my old life. I'm getting more and more lethargic. He couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Finally settled. When the fog clears up, I'll go to the matchmaker Zhang. The bad foggy day still can't affect his good mood. Find a concubine to heat the Kong head. This life will be satisfied. Go and find out which family has a child you can't afford to raise. You can't be too old, or someone else will raise it when you grow up. Old Man Lu had a longing smile on his face. Let's go when the fog clears, he murmured in a low voice, with hope, slowly falling asleep, and slowly dying. Qingshan County's backyard. Since the disappearance of the county magistrate, Li Qing, the county magistrate, has actually taken control of Qingshan County. He blatantly moved to the county magistrate's residence.
The world is in chaos, and no one will care about a small Qingshan county. The sky was getting brighter, and Li Qing slowly got up. He felt a headache and swollen eyes, and his limbs were sore, as if he hadn't slept all night. Someone, he called weakly in a hoarse voice. But after shouting for a long time, no one came to help him get up. Li Qing endured the discomfort and struggled angrily to leave the bedroom.
Go to the doctor.
He clearly felt that something was wrong with his body. He rushed into the small cubicle next to the bedroom, which was the temporary residence of the personal maid. The maid, who should have woken up early, was still curled up on the bed.
A maid wakes up later than his master? Damn it!
He ran to the bed angrily, raising his hand to beat the maid. But on the other hand, there was an extremely pale face. If it wasn't for the slight ups and downs of his chest, he would have thought that this maid was a dead person.
Something's wrong. Li Qing staggered back. Did someone poison themselves?
He rushed out of the door in a hurry. I saw the servants and guards guarding outside the room stumbling around like they were drunk.
Pale face, blood loss. It's not right. Very wrong. Come on. Come on. Qingshan County South Official Road.
The long motorcade suddenly stopped, and a commotion came from the front of the motorcade.
Something happened? Chen Mu tried to look forward.
But thick fog obscured it, and nothing could be seen clearly.
Jun Fan, go ahead and take a look.
Zhang Yi stuck his head out of the window and yelled at the carriage behind him.
Okay. A skinny man jumped out of the carriage behind and quickly disappeared into the mist. After half an hour, the thin man returned again. Boss, there is a dead person ahead. It's said to be a young master from the Zhou family. Silent, sudden death.
The young master's mother is making trouble in front.
Chen Mu frowned slightly. Why did he suddenly die? It's not a good sign that someone will die as soon as we set off. Zhang Yi sighed, and then complained, this young master doesn't watch when he dies, but he dies now, doesn't it delay things? There's something wrong. Chen Mu frowned tightly.
Don't be afraid, brother, it's just a dead person, there is a brother. Zhang Yi patted Chen Mu on the shoulder and laughed. Chen Mu glanced at each other indifferently. Zhang Yi felt his heart skip a beat. A familiar feeling of weakness in his limbs made him dare not move. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word, like a duck strangled by the neck. When he came back to his senses, he was immediately embarrassed. I was actually frightened by a white-faced scholar. Staring at him, he just wanted to give the other party a fierce look. However, he found that Chen Mu had turned his head and ignored him.
What's wrong?
Jie Jia turned to look at Chen Mu.
It's too quiet. He lived in Xiadongshan for 3 months. Insects and birds chirping every day. He felt that something was wrong when he came here early in the morning, and now he finally reacted. A cold light flashed in Jie Jia's eyes, and the figure suddenly disappeared. After 3 breaths, he appeared with a large gray spider with a thumb in his hand. The spider was lying on his palm, soft and motionless. Jie Jia disappeared again and came back with 3 more grasshoppers. The same soft and motionless. Jie Jia's face suddenly became difficult to look at. Go!
Chen Mu slapped the horse in front of him with a slap. The carriage rolled forward immediately.
What are you doing?
A black horse stood in front of the carriage, and the bald-headed man rode on the horse and scolded, "Didn't I say, stand by, and no one is allowed to move?
What's the name of this big brother?
It's really boring for us to stay where we are, so we just went ahead and found a way for everyone in advance," Chen Mu said with a smile.
Don't understand what I'm saying? Stand by.
The bald-headed strong man glanced at Jie Jia and said coldly,
"Be careful, eldest brother brings it to drink tea. Let's go to the front to get some air."
Chen Mu took out a piece of silver from his arms and threw it to the bald strong man. The strong man caught it, smiled and took it into his arms. His face turned cold again. "Go back." Chen Mu smiled and looked at Jie Jia. "This guy doesn't do anything with money, and his professional ethics is far worse than yours." Saying that, he restrained his smile, looked at the strong man calmly, and kicked the horses but lightly with his toes. The carriage ran into the strong man in black. The bald-headed strong man's face changed, and he could not collide with 2 horses. Immediately pulled the reins and dodged the carriage. Standing on the side of the road, seeing Jie Jia indifferent to speak, Chen Mu completely ignored him. The strong man laughed angrily.
"A white-faced boy, how dare to ignore my words?"
He rolled over and dismounted, with a grin on his face, reached out and grabbed Chen Mu's neck. The team is in a situation, people are unstable, and there is just a lack of a powerful object.
Isn't this coming? Laugh. A soft sound.
He only felt his fingers cold, and a silver light flashed before his eyes. The sharp sword tip passed through the gap between the index finger and the middle finger, and appeared out of thin air in front of the eyeball. At this moment, the tip of the sword was only a grain of rice away from the eyeball. The bald-headed strong man stood motionless as if the stop button had been pressed. He didn't even dare to blink his eyelids, for fear of being cut by the blade. Chen Mu's face was expressionless, and his voice was cold. "Dare to stop the carriage and kill you." Laugh. Like not seeing where the sword came from. No one saw where the sword was going. The tip of the sword disappeared in front of the strong bald man's eyes. The whole person was in prostration, and his back was covered in sweat. Just now, he really felt like he was going to die. "What's the matter?" a hoarse voice asked coldly. An old man in his 50s with half-white hair came over. The bald-headed strong man was shocked, and walked to the old man in 2 steps and clasped his fists respectfully. "Master Zhua, I've caused you trouble." The bald-headed strong man said apologetically, "There was an accident in the convoy. To find out what's going on, I asked everyone to stand by. There is a silver boot guard who refuses to obey the order. I have already expelled them." The bald man said respectfully. Immediately looking at Chen Mujijia, he said coldly, "Go away. The Shueijia warehouse doesn't need to drag the family with their disobedient silver boots." Jiejia rolled his eyes and glanced at the master of the Zhua family. The reins in his hand swayed gently, and the carriage roared forward. Chen Mu's face was expressionless, and he didn't even look at the two of them. Ignored by the two, the strong man's face suddenly turned red. "Master Zhua, the disobedient people have been driven away. You go to rest. We will deal with it as soon as possible." But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Master Zhua. "Notify the team and leave immediately." "Master Zhua, if something happened to the young master, you can't act in such a hurry. You have to eliminate the hidden danger first," I said. "Leave immediately." Master Zhua stared at the strong bald man. "That look is very clear. If you don't obey, I will replace you." The bald-headed strong man was full of words in his chest, and said with a suffocated face, "Yes." Master Zhua glanced at the dark carriage that was far away. Glancing at the bald strong man coldly, "Speed up and keep up with them." On a black-painted carriage. Chengming took a bigupil in one hand, took a bite on the left, and took a bite on the right. Du Huai, the fat county lieutenant, huddled in the carriage without saying a word, but his eyes were rolling, not knowing what he was thinking. Zhang Yi leaned against the inner wall of the carriage. I felt that my back was wet with sweat, and it was sticky and uncomfortable, but I didn't dare to scratch it. Out of the corner of his eyes, he glanced at Chen Mu outside the carriage from time to time. Is this really a thin scholar? He had been staring at Chen Mu just now, but he didn't notice how the other party drew and closed his sword? Being in the habit of warriors, he subconsciously placed himself in the position of a bald and strong man. Can't resist. Can't resist at all. Master. A master who can kill himself. Zhang Yi felt a chill on his forehead when he thought that he had just patted others on the shoulders and laughed in his heart that they were afraid of death. This scholar, he doesn't hold grudges. The carriage walked slowly. But Chen Mu's hair stood up all over his body, and he felt more and more bad. So he grabbed the whip and drove the carriage into the air. Ignoring the complaints of the passengers in the carriage for bumps, he ran for more than 20 miles in a row, out of the area covered by thick fog, and then stopped the carriage to let the horses rest. Jump out of the carriage and look back. The white mist is like a ball of cotton, firmly covering the Qingshan County for 10 miles, and the wind will not move. From the outside, there is only a vast expanse of white. Not long after, there was a rumbling sound from behind. The Zhuejia team also ran out of the thick fog in embarrassment. Seeing Chen Mu and others resting on the side of the road, they slowed down and waited for the convoy to completely escape the white fog. Stop the convoy and rest in place. The run just now tossed this huge team a lot. The personnel are chaotic and need to be rechecked and arranged, the goods are bumped and scattered, and they need to be rebundled. Not long after, the convoy suddenly became noisy again. Boss, I heard that 4 more people died. There are old and young, all of them are frail and sick. Jin Fan approached the black lacquered carriage to report. As soon as the Zhuejia motorcade stopped, he secretly went over to listen for information. Grass. It's evil. Fortunately, we ran fast. Zhang Ye's back was wet with sweat again. The inexplicable death made him think of evil and chaos. Qingshan County has not been peaceful recently. There might be some unclean things in that fog. Zhang Yi couldn't help but be surprised when he looked at Chen Mu. This scholar Chen is amazing. It was noticed in advance that it was wrong. Seeing Chen Mu staring blankly at Bai Wu, he felt more and more mysterious.
Is it the ghost? Chen Mu asked Jie.
No, Jie stood beside Chen Mu with his hands behind his back. There was only one slit left in the pair of eyes, and bright yellow eyes stared at the mist thoughtfully.
There should be a problem with that fog. Fog?
Chen Mu couldn't help thinking of the London smog incident that he had occasionally heard of in his previous life. In 1952, due to the influence of air currents, it was difficult for factory production and residents to heat coal-fired fumes to spread, and the smog shrouded London for 5 days. During this period, the morbidity and mortality rate of the public increased sharply. According to statistics, as many as 4,000 people died due to the smoke. But Qingshan County is just an ancient city in another world.
How much waste is there? The large Qingshan County town was firmly shrouded in white mist.
It was quiet, like a dead city, and there was no sound at all. Looking at it from a distance, Chen Mu couldn't help but shudder.
The land of right and wrong. The next morning. In an abandoned village.
The sky was overcast, and the drizzle kept drifting.
The cool wind blows, the cold is biting.
The people scattered in the humble houses all over the village gradually woke up from their sleep. One day of running around in embarrassment, and caught up with this wet and cold weather. Frail people are even weaker, and some get sick directly. The team had to suspend the departure for a day and make some repairs here.
In a fairly intact earthen house.
The red mud stove was placed in the doorway, and the scarlet charcoal burned in it, radiating heat continuously to the surroundings. On the stove, the black earthenware casserole rumbling, white gas spewing from the edge of the lid, and the lid was lifted from time to time. Chengming Xiaodaotong sat beside the stove, his eyes were still awake, but his nose kept moving towards the casserole.
No matter how the short and fat Daoist he next to him coaxed him, he didn't move. Young Master Chen, I'm sorry. He Daoran looked at Chen Mu with embarrassment. Based on initial meeting experience, he was still a little terrified of Chen Mu. At the beginning, I sincerely swore that this son was possessed by evil spirits. Although it was later proved to be a misunderstanding, he Daoran was still apprehensive. It's okay, let him eat with us here.
1 sheep is to drive, and 2 sheep are also released. Chen Mu glanced at Jie, who was sitting next to Cheng Ming. He is used to this old and young foodie. After dinner, Chen Mu took out 2 fist-sized gray cloth bags from the cloth bag he was carrying. It contains finger-sized dried fruit and dried meat.
Throw it to Jie Cheng Ming, 1 bag per person.
Chen Mu got into the dilapidated house on the west side of the courtyard. After a day of repairing without incident, Chen Mu couldn't help but want to brush his proficiency.
It's better to brush up on the form first. For the first 3 months and the first 2 months, I only focused on recuperating and researching pharmaceutical techniques.
Other abilities are basically unchanged, and the proficiency is not high just at the advanced stage. Only the practice of shape art is more than half proficient.
Let's talk about physical fitness first.
There is not much space in the house, so it can be used to practice the maneuvering style. As long as you cooperate with the breathing method cycle, you can brush the proficiency. After taking a break for so long, I practiced a few more times today, and I have to make up for what I pulled down before. In the evening, the drizzle stopped, the dark clouds dissipated, and the sunset was bright red as blood. The deserted village, which had been quiet all day, became lively. After a day of cultivation, the sluggish people recovered. Bonfires were lit in the deserted houses everywhere, the smoke from the cooking curled up, and the aroma of the food rose. Chen Mu was in the small courtyard. A foldable square table is placed in the middle of the yard. Chen Mu, Jie, Cheng Ming, Zhang Yi, Du Huai, and a pretty girl who looked 18 or 19 years old. The girl's surname was Bai, and she stayed in the last car. It was the first time that Chen Mu saw each other.
This is Jie's single group.
In addition to the core staff at the table, each of them also brought a companion. He Daoren, who took care of Cheng Ming, Jin Fan under Zhang Yi, Du Huai, the former county magistrate, brought a middle-aged housekeeper, and the white girl brought a burly maid with a big shoulder and a round waist. They all rested in the yard next to them.
Fortunately, we left in time.
Zhang Yi had lingering fears. Just now, a group of refugees came in from the village, and they all escaped from Qingshan County. A fire broke out in Qingshan County, and the entire west of the city was burned, and the casualties were tragic. Our county magistrate and his eldest nephew were all burned to charcoal.
Zhang Yi gloated.
Then he glanced at Cheng Ming and hesitated. It is said that there was an earthquake outside Dongcheng, and the scene was quite chaotic.
Chen Mu's heart froze. Think of the sudden death in the thick fog yesterday.
I am afraid that the so-called fire earthquake is not simple. Although very curious, Chen Mu has no desire to explore. No matter what the reason is to cause such a large-scale disaster, it is not something he can touch now.
But, the earthquake outside the city? That Xiadongshan breeze view. Chen Mu couldn't help but look at Cheng Ming. Brother Chen, don't worry.
Although Cheng Ming is young, he is very smart.
I immediately understood what Chen Mu was thinking.
My master and senior brother are highly skilled in martial arts.
The earth dragon can't hurt them if they turn over. At most, the Taoist temple will collapse. I'm tired of living in that broken Taoist temple. It's better if it collapsed. Build a bigger one, anyway, they have money. Chen Mu, so arrogant?
I also want to have arrogant masters and brothers.
Xiadongshan, Qingfeng Temple, and Patriarch's Hall.
Yesterday's earthquake caused the altar to collapse. The Qingfeng Temple was affected, and the houses collapsed in pieces, but the Patriarch's Hall was intact. In the center of the hall, there are Nanmu coffins. A tall and thin old man was standing beside the coffin.
This yellow-skinned gourd hangs on his right waist,
holding a chubby boy of 7 or 8 years old in his left hand. The boy was very daring, and leaned on the coffin and looked in. The tall and thin old man also looked down at Feng Ren's body. You used to pretend to be righteous, and you said that I was a crooked way to kill and refine tools, and you drove me away.
Aren't you also murdering weapons?
The tall and thin old man sneered. Immediately, there was a sense of excitement. Now you are also crooked. Staring at the pale-faced Feng Ren, the tall and thin old man said with a pity, I really want to see your face when you see me. It's a pity, I'm dead, Uncle Wizard. The master suddenly suffered from lung disease and passed away unexpectedly.
Your condolences. Sincerity looked sad. Wu Ying turned around, leaned into Cheng Cheng's ear and whispered, Shensi poison, you put it down. Sincerity's eyes are suddenly rounded.
Like a conditioned reflex, a dagger suddenly appeared in Chang Yi's hand and stabbed at Wu Ying.
Clang! The steel-like touch made Chang Yi's face change drastically. Armor? He immediately flipped the dagger, slid his right hand to the right, and pulled it back fiercely.
The sharp dagger suddenly stabbed into the soft flesh on the waist.
Clang! The symphony of gold and iron makes Sincerity fall into an ice cave. As if thinking of something.
He completely gave up on defense or escape, and daggers stabbed Wu Ying all over his body one after another.
Clang clang. Boom! The dagger was finally stuck on the right side of Wu Yin's neck. Sparks flew, and the tip of the dagger suddenly broke. Suddenly, Wu Yin's neck was covered with a pitch-black film. Like armor that sticks to the skin.
The sharp dagger could not injure the opponent in the slightest. Wu Ying just stood there, with that joking smile on his face.
Armored soul? This is the armored soul?
Sincerity staggered back and murmured with a look of despair, I have already drank Changshengyin. If it is 2 days later, I can still.
Changshengyin? You drank Changshengyin? Wu Ying looked at the Sincerity in astonishment. Don't tell me, you poisoned Feng Ren just to rob Changshengyin? Live for the Tao, die for the Tao, I'm not wrong.
Cheng Cheng shouted with blood-red eyes.
Drinking the longevity guide, the spirit, energy and spirit are polluted by foreign objects, but I can no longer see the longevity.
Wu Ying smiled and leaned back and forth.
You still want to follow the path? It's ridiculous. Sincerity was completely stunned in place as if struck by lightning.
Yes, he will definitely not teach this kind of crooked way to his apprentices.
Senior brother was poisoned by his apprentice because of this? Ha ha ha.
I can laugh at this joke for 10 years. Wu Ying took the little fat man's hand and went out with a big smile.
My old-fashioned senior brother was killed by his old-fashioned style. It was so fun. Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible.
In the entire patriarchal hall, there are only sincere anger and desperate roars.
Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhang Yi shook his head resolutely. Xingshan County, what kind of treasure can there be in this backcountry?
But those Jianghu people who ran to Qingshan County said they had noses and eyes.
Jin Fan said hesitantly, they said that the fire was caused by Beoguang, the treasure that was born. And the earthquake.
It is said that the baby was originally buried at the bottom of Shaodong Mountain.
Because King Fengwen opened the mountain and built an altar, it was disturbed.
Hearing this, Zhang Yi suddenly lost his confidence.
He couldn't help but look at the people at the table. Want to go see? Chen Mu laughed. Zhang Yi nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Go.
Jie Jia said lightly.
Zhang Yi was instantly overjoyed. We can't wait for you. Xiaodaotong Chang Ming smiled.
Zhang Yi, he worked hard for a long time, just wanted to take a group of people to take a look.
It's okay to wait for him.
As a result, not only Jieja Chen Mu could see his intentions, But even the little one dared to make fun of him.
Go 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 go. Be honest. Zhang Yi slapped Xin Fan on the shoulder in an angry voice.
In order to reach Nanyang Mansion safely, he spent a lot of money in Jui Pavilion.
You must not waste this expensive ticket just for the sake of curiosity. Squeaky.
The carriage traveled on a road that was not flat, but rather wide. Shen Mu leaned on the carriage in a daze.
This is their third day out of Qingshan County.
The novelty of just hitting the road has been numbed to the dull rush. Sitting in the car every day, although the scenery is constantly changing. After a long time, physical and mental exhaustion still swept in. Zhang Yi lifted the curtain of the carriage and put one hand on the carriage. 5 or 6 steeds ran towards each other, and a few Jianghu people hurried past them.
Zhang Yi couldn't help but said sourly, "It's another group that went to Taba."
No one in the carriage paid him any attention. This was the first time he regretted pantothenic acid.
"Uncle Zhang, you can go if you want." Chang Ming smiled.
Go, go, what do children know? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. Shenmu looked back at the few Jianghu people who left with the smoke and dust. Yu Guan noticed the Qingshan County refugees following behind the convoy. Some people fled desperately, while others sharpened their heads and drilled in.
I don't know how many people will die.
Looking back, Shenmu closed his eyes and ignored it.
It is a long way from Qingshan County to Nanyang Prefecture.
According to Jia, even if the wind is smooth, it will take at least a month and a half. Such a long time can't be wasted.
Shenmu called out the gray wall.
Writing, 1666/10,000/second order, drawing, 1533/10,000/second order, throwing, 7553/10,000/third order, kestrel training, 5311/10,000/third order, cooking, 806/10,000/second order, pharmacy, 626/10,000/third order, sleeve sword, 816/10,000/tier 3, 5 ghosts moving mountain spell, 397/10,000/tier 3, writing and drawing are omitted. He hasn't brushed these 2 experiences for a long time. Crushed stones can be seen everywhere, and throwing can be practiced with locust stones, but the movement is a bit big, so I can only give up.
If people see the locust stone, it will not be a trump card. Cooking skills do not need to be deliberately practiced, and you can accumulate experience by cooking every day. Pharmacy is not easy to handle.
The medical books are all finished.
Hansen preparation of medicines can also gain experience. But, on the way.
The sleeve sword can practice collecting swords and hiding swords. But still the same sentence, there are more people who know it, even if it is not a trump card.
5 ghosts move the mountain mantra? Ditto.
The breathing method in the shape training technique can be pondered. Shenmu leaned on the carriage, his body swayed with the carriage, his breathing rhythm slowly adjusted, and he approached the kestrel breathing technique. Shaping exercises can stimulate different parts of the muscles. The breathing method is only effective when it cooperates with it.
If you can mobilize the corresponding muscles by sitting, can you also complete this coordination and achieve the effect of exercise? In the next few days, along this line of thought, Shenmu thought about it when he had time. Thanks to the proficiency gray wall.
When throwing and lifting the sleeve sword, it brought qualitative changes to the body.
In addition to improving physical fitness, it also improves control over the whole body. Also thanks to the proficiency gray wall. Every time he tried, it brought him a lot of insights. Let him gradually go further down this road. Master, what's wrong with Brother Chen?
Zhang Yi looked at Shenmu curiously.
This state has been going on for 3 or 4 days.
Often in a daze, do some strange actions from time to time.
At first glance, sometimes happy and sometimes annoyed.
Slow response, asked for a long time to answer a sentence.
Jia glanced at him and said lightly, practice.
He was all too familiar with this state of concentration and addiction. We have been together for more than a year, and he has seen each other more than once. This trance-like state occurs when the opponent engages in a certain skill practice.
Zhang Yi looked surprised. Can he practice Qigong even in a daze? Strange.
Immediately, his eyes rolled, and he quietly reached out to grab the package beside Shenmu.
It's bulging, there should be a lot of preserved fruit and meat, right? On weekdays, I often see Changning Xiaodaetong eating. Just smelling it makes my stomach churn. Suck, or try.
Just as he was about to start, he noticed 2 lines of sight. Zhang Yi turned his head to look. The eyelids were drooping and narrowed into a slit, and the bright yellow eyes showed no emotion at all.
This was Jia. The big eyes are bright, and the blinking is clever. This is the Changming little Taoist boy.
Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and winked at the two of them. It's an even draw. With an expressionless face, Jia turned his head calmly and looked forward. Changming smiled and lifted the curtain of the car to look out. Zhang Yi rubbed his hands together excitedly. He started out as a street gangster. Although he was the leader of the gang, his three-handed skills never failed.
Looking back at the fat Du Xianwei.
The other party is pretending to sleep with his eyes closed. Very good, no one noticed, no one reminded.
Today, the man has to taste what this preserved fruit and meat tastes like?
The rough palm silently reached into the cloth bag.
Laugh.
A sharp point of the sword suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Yi's eyes. Zhang Yi's pupils shrank suddenly, and his whole body froze in place.
The right hand tremblingly retracted from the cloth bag. Swish! The dagger disappeared out of thin air.
Zhang Yi let out a sigh of relief and touched his forehead with sweat. Glancing at Chen Mu, whose eyes were still dull, as if nothing had happened, Zhang Yi quickly hid in the depths of the carriage.
Can't be bothered, can't be bothered. Ha! Changming Xiaodaitong couldn't help laughing at Zhang Yi's cowardly look.
Then, under Zhang Yi's dumbfounded expression, he easily took out two small cloth bags from the cloth bag. One was handed to Jia, and the other was enjoyed by himself.
I paid.
Changming stared at Zhang Yi and smiled.
Zhang Yi. Xiaodongshan, Qingfengbu.
Before the altar was completed, the disciples of King Fengwen were dismissed by Fengren in batches. In the square in front of the Patriarch's Hall, the scene of lively martial arts practice in the past is gone. Only a row of black cast iron man piles remained, deserted.
Clang! A pitch-black fist hit the Iron Man stake. Sparks fly. Clang clang. Sincere fists are like hammers, constantly hitting. After a while, a cracked pit appeared on the Iron Man pile. The broken iron slag fell to the ground with dark red high temperature. The sincere fist, however, was radiating a touch of heat, and scathed. He was shirtless and his hair was loose. Both hands and arms are covered with a layer of black translucent film. This is the courage he dreamed of. With the help of Chang Shengyan, the shape training has progressed rapidly, and he was already stuck at the peak of Isui, and he quickly developed courage. The longevity is powerful, and it quickly increases the range of the soul, gradually covering both arms. When it covers the whole body and looks like an armor, it is the courage to complete the armor. But now sincerity is not the slightest joy.
The venting generally keeps hammering the wooden figurines. Next to the martial arts field, Wu Yin sat on a collapsed stone tablet.
He held a knife in one hand and a huge beef shank in the other.
Cut the beef shank piece by piece and put it on the plate in front of you. The chubby boy squatted in front of the stone monument and guarded the white porcelain plate. Wu Yin cut a piece, and he grabbed a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, eating it all over his face.
I heard that you have a younger junior brother.
Wu Yin chatted casually while cutting meat to take care of his grandson.
Clang!
Sincerity punched hard on the Iron Man stake, his eyes were full of hatred.
If it weren't for the master's preference for the younger brother.
He will not kill himself. He will not drink the longevity guide, and he will end his longevity road.
Damn honesty.
Wu Yin chuckled with interest. Actually, it's not impossible.
Sincerity turned his head suddenly, his face full of excitement.
Immediately, his expression changed. Wu Yin is his uncle, but he and his master are like enemies, but they are brothers after all. And he poisoned the master himself. Thinking of his dream, he sincerely tried to squeeze a smile. Please enlighten me.
Tell me about your little junior brother, he also eats a lot?
Wu Yin smiled, with great interest. Sincerity's face twisted. But in the end, he had to endure the hatred in his heart and grit his teeth to tell the honest past. Senior brother, it's worthy of coming out of the same door, we all think the same. Wu Yin was stunned for a moment and laughed. Immediately looked at Cheng Yi. As long as you can take your little junior brother to Shoyang Mountain, you can get 1,000 machine order.
With the 1,000 chance order, you can leave this barren land and live forever.
The troubles caused by longevity may be resolved in that unknown place.
Sincerity was instantly ecstatic. Unexpectedly, the younger brother has such a role. Your master dismissed his disciples and left you alone. Obviously, he intends to take you to Shoyang Mountain with you.
It's a pity that you are smart enough to kill your teacher for the sake of longevity.
Are you saying that my senior brother died unjustly? Wu Yin asked jokingly. Sincerity has a calm expression on his face.
With new hope, he soon regained his composure. I've been busy with my master's funeral in the past few days, so please forgive me for the poor reception.
Sincerity looked apologetic.
Junior brother is young and alone, and my nephew is really worried, so he can only go to take care of him.
Sincerity is full of sincerity. I can't serve in front of my uncle, I'm very sorry. Wu Ying pointed at the sincerity and laughed, this hypocrisy, tsk tisk. 2 days later.
On the carriage, Chen Muwan dilated his pupils and shrank, slowly returning to his senses.
Call. He opened his mouth and let out a long breath.
Then suddenly began to change the breathing rhythm.
Obviously sitting there without moving. The muscles of the whole body are rhythmically with the breath. A wave of heat emanated from him.
In this winter southern country where the cold wind blows, Chen Mu is like a human-shaped stove.
Chengming Xiaodaotong couldn't help moving to the entrance of the carriage, close to Chen Mu. It's so warm.
A white mist rose from the top of Chen Mu's head, which was transpiring sweat.
Chen Mu took a deep breath and completed a breathing cycle. Bring up the gray wall.
Kestrel training, 5352/10,000/3rd order, proficiency increased a bit.
I'm really just an ordinary person.
Ordinary people train in shape for 10 years, and cultivate their spirit for 100 years.
At my speed, when can I develop spirit in what year and month?
People are born with Dao bones, and they practice the body shape for 3 years for 3 years.
I practiced the breathing method once, and I only gained a little experience?
Practice up to 20 times an hour.
There is still an upper limit to physical strength. Having a proficiency level of 156 a day is a fluke. Even if everything goes well, it will take more than a month to think about Yi Sui Dishang? I really am a disappointing ordinary person. Brother Chen, what are you happy about?
Cheng Ming stared at Chen Mu and asked curiously.
Am I happy? Did you read it wrong?
Jie Jiaming's yellow eyes slowly rolled, and he glanced at Chen Mu and said lightly, my mouth is almost reaching my ears.
Impossible, absolutely impossible. I am sad and angry. It's sad. I'm just an ordinary person with mediocre talent. What qualifications do I have to be happy? I'm so sad. A dilapidated station. A large group of people rushed the convoy to check in. The desolate and silent and quickly became lively. Jie Jia, Chen Mu and others found a remote corner to place their luggage. Since the conflict with the bald strong man, Jie Jia was ostracized by the guards of the other Xuejia warehouses. Chen Mu's relatives are also not welcome. Settle down every day to rest, always separated from the main force. Instead, Chen Mu was happy and clean. Dig a pit on the spot, surrounded with stones, and throw dry wood into it to light it, and a simple fire pit is ready. 2 thick wooden stakes for arms were erected on each side, and 2 hares were roasted over the flames. Chen Mu kept flipping, throwing some special seasonings from time to time, and the fragrance was overflowing. Beside the bonfire, Zhang Yi and Du Huai, who were holding dry food, stared at the sizzling hare, their mouths drooling wildly. Brother Chen, look, can you give me a rabbit's leg? Zhang Yi approached Chen Mu with a silly smile. I'll pay. Zhang Yi hurriedly said. Du Huai next to him couldn't help but look at Chen Mu. In the wilderness, you can eat a delicious barbecue and spend a little money. Not for sale. Chen Mu said lightly. Zhang Yi wanted to grind again. Chen Mu rolled his eyes and glanced blankly. Zhang Yi immediately shrank his neck and sat back by the bonfire. Chen Mu returned to his senses and continued to barbecue. He himself is troubled by where to get more food. How can he sell rabbit meat to others? The new breathing method is very good, allowing him to practice while walking, sitting, and lying down. But the consumption is also large, and he does not have enough dry food. Why are you so afraid of him? The plump Du Xianwei asked curiously. I don't know. Zhang Yi was also puzzled. Scared by the sleeve sword? Not so. Anyway, I don't know why, from the first time he saw the other party, he was instinctively frightened. Haven't seen this person before? Weird. Zhang Yi scratched his head and was puzzled. You can eat it if you want. Chen Mu looked at Zhang Yi. I don't need money, but you can fight all the prey. No problem. Zhang Yi was overjoyed, just watch it. After all, he is a master of Igu, and it is not easy to catch some pheasants and hares. Chen Mu nodded calmly. Very good, get a tool person. In this way, he has more time to brush his proficiency. The next day, the convoy broke down a cart, delaying the trip and having to sleep in the wild. Chen Mu dug the fire pit, prepared the pots and pans, and sat quietly by the bonfire to practice the exercises. Ever since he improved his breathing method, Chen Mu has been brushing whenever he has nothing to do. Now that the proficiency in shape training has passed 6,000, the progress is gratifying, and he is more and more addicted. When he heard the movement and opened his eyes, he saw Zhang Yi standing beside the fire with his face flushed. What's wrong? Chen Mu didn't know why.
Zhang Yi stretched out his hand and placed 5 quail eggs, small unknown bird eggs, in the palm of his hand.
Chen Mu, haha, Xiaodaotong Chengming laughed while hugging his stomach. Chen Mu's face darkened. Don't tell me, you've been busy for so long and found 5 eggs? Zhang Ye's face turned even redder, and his beard couldn't hide it. It's not my fault. It's too hard to find prey.
Zhang Yi felt aggrieved.
Chen Mu was speechless.
Yesterday, I saw that the other party was full of self-confidence, and I thought it was an old hunter, but it turned out to be a newbie. Good skills, inexperience, and no prey can be found.
It seems that I can only eat Big Pill tonight to satisfy my hunger. Just thinking about getting up and finding a secret place to open the 5 ghost bags. A burly figure appeared by the fire. Boom!
A wild boar weighing more than 300 pounds was thrown to the ground. The white girl walked out from behind the burly figure, and said in a soft voice, "Please, young Master Chen." Chen Mu glanced at the figure taller than Zhang Yi beside Miss Bai. He is 2.2 meters tall, has a round body with big shoulders and a round waist, and arms that are thicker than thighs. If it wasn't for a woman's clothes, Chen Mu almost thought he had seen a fear child.
No trouble. Chen Mu nodded politely. Can't be bothered, can't be bothered.
Immediately, he glanced at Zhang Yi.
Your eldest man, you can't even compare to a maid.
What about the helper?
Zhang Yi's neck turned red, and his veins suddenly burst. But after looking at Chen Mu's calm eyes, and then at the maid who was a head taller than him, Zhang Yi twitched as he practiced his skin, and was cowardly. The next few days were calm. Except for the occasional vehicle damage that delays the trip.
Like encountering a bandit by chance, or encountering a battle in the rivers and lakes, none of these things happened.
Chen Mu was rather disappointed. He also wanted to see the scene of ancient thieves blocking the road and robbing them. It would be better if there was a big master. Also let the intermediary activities be active. Otherwise, his 200 silver would not have been spent in vain. Pity. Nanyang Mansion is located in the southwest of Daliang. The climate is humid and rainy. The vegetation is lush and the river system is developed. Convoys often encounter blocking rivers. Sometimes it takes a day just to cross the river. A 7 or 8 meters wide river. The team set up camp and repaired. Chen Mu and Jie said a word and left the convoy. Galloping up the river, far away from the convoy, I found a hidden creek with relatively calm water. He took out the drunken bait from the 5 ghosts bag and sprinkled it. Chen Mu sat by the river and waited patiently. He catches fish mainly to raise bags. Since the white girl joined the rubbing team, Chen Mu has never missed meat. The burly maid has a name that is completely opposite to her figure Tsuetsue. With this Tsuetsue, the jackals, tigers and leopards, wild boars and mountain bears have all become meals on the plate. Zhang Yi was also busy hunting all day, but he was a newcomer after all. The biggest prey caught was only a 2-pound hare. Zhang Yi, the gangster of Qingshan County and the leader of the Bailang gang, did not dare to stab him in front of Tsuetsue. Nodding and bowing, she was called Sister Chui. Looking at the other person's body, looking at their prey, Zhang Yi couldn't even think about it. With Tsuetsue's help, Chen Mu's food crisis was resolved at once. Practice at least 2 hours a day. Just like now, while waiting for the fish to catch, the breathing method is constantly running. Half an hour later, the river was full of white-bellied fish. Chen Mu filled the 5 ghost bags and walked back. But not long after leaving Huan, Chen Mu suddenly stopped. There are only wisps of afterglow left in the setting sun. Both sides of the riverbank were gloomy. The water was rushing, but there was no sound of the chirping of insects and birds. In the shallow water of the river beach, a figure is bathing in the water. The other party's long hair was fluttering, and the back exposed out of the water was slender and snow-white, and some drops of water hung on his shoulders. Looking at it makes people wonder. Chen Mu watched silently for a while, then turned and walked into the woods. But not long after walking, Chen Mu couldn't help but stop. A beautiful figure with a naked back is standing on the path of the woods. The round and slender legs are side by side, which makes people feel itchy. A chill was slowly spreading through the woods. Chen Mu stared at it for a while, then changed direction and continued walking. Not too far, Chen Mu stopped for the 3rd time. Staring at the familiar figure standing not far away with his back to him, Chen Mu frowned fiercely. In the wilderness, bathing in the river, but no clothes on the bank. Then move quickly, blocking the way. And the gloomy chill that pervades the forest. Chen Mu suppressed his fluctuating emotions and looked solemn. This is the end of casual wild tour. Immediately, he asked with concern, "Girl, are you cold? Did your clothes fall into the river?" I have extra clothes, how about selling you one? As long as 10 taels of silver, you can't buy a loss, you can't be fooled. Woo! A hollowed-out iron lotus seed lifted into the air with a low whistling sound. Wait a minute, girl, my buddy will bring the clothes over immediately. Shenmu explained with a smile on his face. The long-haired woman said nothing. Shenmu sighed and said, I'm ready to pick up the goods for you, whether you buy it or not, you're just saying something. A thick fog quickly filled the woods. It's okay if you let me go. Shenmu was in a hurry to go back to cook, and his stomach was hungry. The long-haired girl didn't move. It was getting colder all around. The road is facing the sky, and each side will walk halfway. In this way, I will go from there, you can't stand in my way anymore. Shenmu discussed with sincerity. Then he ignored the long-haired girl's reaction, turned 90 degrees, and walked away. But before 10 meters, Shenmu stopped. Another graceful figure appeared in front. It's just that the snow-white skin was covered with blood, and festering wounds appeared on the back and thighs, which quickly deteriorated and expanded. Just looking at it makes your scalp go numb. Shenmu's face was helpless. The girl is so aggressive, don't blame me for not talking about martial arts. Shenmu restrained his expression, his face was cold and solemn, he squatted slightly, and took a deep breath. Jia. If you don't come out again, I will deduct your money, hum. A cloud of fluorescent white light suddenly exploded in midair. The white light group dragged the long tail flame and slammed into the long-haired girl. The other party seemed to encounter a wax figure of flame, which quickly melted and dripped and deformed in the white light. In the end, accompanied by a shrill scream, it disappeared. The fluorescent light shattered in situ into sparks of light. Jia put his hands behind his back and walked slowly from the star point. He was expressionless and stared at Shenmu with narrowed eyes. According to the agreement, I will escort you to Nanyang Mansion, and you will give me 400 taels of silver. You can't lose a penny of this money. Jia said lightly. 400 taels? Crazy thinking about money? Didn't you agree to 200 taels? Halfway through the price increase, the black tour guide is not as bad as you. Shenmu was furious. It's a pity. Jia said disappointedly, turning around and leaving. Shenmu looked bewildered and approached Jia. What do you mean? I'm testing whether you are possessed by a ghost. Jia said slowly. Shenmu was stunned. If he is possessed by a ghost and is insane, he will definitely not make an agreement with Jia. Immediately, Shenmu felt that something was wrong. Then why are you pity? Jia rolled his yellow eyes and glanced at Shenmu. If you are really possessed, maybe you will agree to the situation, and I will earn 200 taels more. Somehow, Shenmu was not surprised at all. This is so outrageous. Is that the ghost monster just now? I don't think it's as scary as the rumors. Shenmu recalled the situation just now and wondered. Apart from feeling tight and numb all over his body, and a little fear and discomfort in his heart, he didn't actually suffer any harm. Jia looked up and down. I'm also wondering, how can you still be alive when you meet a ghost monster? Shenmu, ordinary people encounter ghost monsters and immediately fall into an illusion, with no life. Jia looked at Shenmu in confusion. Why are you alright? Shenmu also frowned and thought deeply, and then suddenly looked at Jia and said seriously, it must be this ghost monster. It's not hungry. He turned his head and stared at Shenmu, just staring blankly. Shenmu looked dazed, and asked tentatively, Did I say it wrong? Jia silently retracted his gaze. Can you pretend to be a little more fake? Shenmu raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. The two little paper figures flashed away from Shenmu's sleeves. Unexpectedly, the 5 ghost bags can restrain the ghost monsters. It is because of the 2 little paper figures in the sleeves. The long-haired girl didn't dare to rush up to possess her. By the way, is that white light a magic weapon? Can you show me? I didn't expect you to have 2 brushes. You don't even know how handsome you were when you played just now. It's a pity you're a dead man asking for money. If you're not greedy for money, you'll be even more handsome. A chance encounter with a ghost monster let Shenmu know that the 5 ghost bags may have other magical uses. But he didn't plan to go to the dogway test. With a gray wall hanging outside, he didn't need to take the risk. With Mist Suetsue joining in, Zhang Yi became more and more experienced, and Shenmu's food crisis was resolved. After the trip, in addition to encountering the river, he gave the 5 ghost bags a meal nearby. At other times, he stayed near the team and practiced the exercises. A month later, in the evening. Inside a broken temple halfway up the mountain, Shenmu built a fire in the side hall and prepared pots and pans.
throwing 2 small bags of preserved fruit to Jia for a tooth sacrifice. Shenmu found a pillar to sit down against, and slowly adjusted his breathing, and began to habitually operate the breathing method. A heat wave radiated from Shenmu, and several people around him were used to it. Although I was curious about Shenmu's exercise method, I never asked, and they finally met by chance.
But today is a little different. The heat radiated by Shenmu continued to rise.
It used to be just a small warm stove, but now it is about to catch up with a bonfire not far away.
Sweat poured out of the pores for no money, and then evaporated by the heat of the skin.
White smoke rose from Shenmu's body.
His whole body was red, like a boiled prawn. "Brother Chen, are you okay?" Changming asked worriedly. Jia's drooping eyelids couldn't help but lift a little. This change is somewhat familiar. It was a memory from decades ago. Can't read it wrong? Is this going to be a great practice? Rao Jia, who was used to seeing wind and waves, couldn't help but marvel.
The training speed is too fast. If it wasn't for confirming that the other party was not born with a Taoist bone, Jia would have been jealous. Jia stopped Chengming, who wanted to go forward to check. "Don't disturb him, the qualitative change will take a long time. Why are you all looking at me?"
Shenmu looked at everyone suspiciously. Jia.
He has seen many medullary changes in his life, and it takes at least an hour. The longer the time, the more qualitative changes, the greater the harvest. But Shenmu was full of calculations in a quarter of an hour.
"Are you really Yi Sui?" Jia hesitated. "Well, maybe." Jia. "Send away the other people who were watching the fun." Shenmu called out the gray wall. Kestrel shape training, 1/10,000/4th order. Although the qualitative change process is too hasty, the proficiency clearly indicates that he has indeed entered a new stage.
Shenmu recalled the process of qualitative change. Feel the whole body, bones and internal organs tingling to varying degrees. I have always felt this way when I practiced in the past, but this time it was especially intense.
Shenmu suddenly realized. The qualitative change of others is a drastic process of change. Shenmu's Isui was divided into each practice by his proficiency.
Every bit of proficiency contains a bit of qualitative change. So his change will not be so obvious. You don't have to suffer, it's quite comfortable.
Shenmu thought happily. That kind of drastic change, I know it will not be happy when I think about it. It's still a reliable level of proficiency. But what should I do next? Chunmu frowned.
It took 100 taels to learn martial arts in those days, but Sheng Hong taught it and it was gone.
I don't know if it's hidden or not. Looking at the meaning of proficiency, it is obvious that you can continue to practice after buying it. But he didn't know how to continue. Imagine God's intentions.
Jia said lightly.
What is God's intention? Shenmu asked without understanding. The knowledge blockade in this world is very serious.
The lower level is fine, the higher the level, the more difficult it is to obtain. He has been practicing martial arts for more than a year, and he has also visited the ghost market many times, and he has deliberately collected information on practicing martial arts.
But he had no idea what God's intention was. God's intentions are the core of shape training. Soul training depends on God's intentions.
The more subtle you practice the shape art, the more complex the God's intentions. The greater the chance of practicing the soul, the better the effect.
Some small inheritances are miserable. It's hard to say whether there is any divine intention.
Jia said, and glanced at Shenmu lightly.
What do you mean by looking at me like that? Shenmu had a bad premonition. Do you know what a small inheritance is? Shenmu was at a loss.
There is a shortage of inheritance, and the population is not prosperous.
It is passed down to 4 or 5 generations in one generation. There are few people who have practiced it, and even fewer people know it.
Jia looked at Shenmu meaningfully.
People are not busy? Few people practice? Are you saying that my kestrel training is a small inheritance?
Shenmu squinted at Jia. There are not many people who practice kestrel shape art, do you have any idea? When Shenmu was in the ghost market, he also sold 7 or 8 copies of kestrel training.
This old man, Jia, sold 100 copies. Jia, don't you have a set of shape training to sell? Shenmu asked suddenly. 1,000 taels.
Jia said lightly.
Have God's intentions? Shenmu was overjoyed.
Although it is expensive, you have to buy it to save money and sell iron.
No. Jia glanced at Shenmu. With God's intention, how could it be only 1,000 taels? Shenmu was suddenly disappointed. You can't buy inheritance with divine intentions.
Jia said calmly.
Chen Mu was dubious. Is there a time when silver is still not good? Is there a ghost market in Nanyang Mansion? Chen Mu still wanted to inquire.
Jie Jia glanced at Chen Mu, but did not persuade him. Yes.
When you are disappointed, you will come back to buy it. Is there really no divine intention for the kestrel to practice shape art?
Chen Mu was not reconciled. God's intention is the core and source of the practice of shape. Jie Jia explained. The original creator may have it in his mind, but if he doesn't fully understand it, he can't record it, and if he can't record it, it doesn't exist.
Small inheritances are mostly in this state. Kestrel shape training is only passed down in Nanyang.
As far as I know, there is no such thing.
Jie Jia said calmly. You can't practice courage without God's intention.
Knowing the limitations of kestrel training, Chen Mu was disappointed. But if you say despair, it is not. Ordinary people practice their shape for 10 years, and cultivate their soul for 100 years. He has only practiced martial arts for a year and a half.
Kestrel training is not good, it's a big deal to change it. Where can I learn the shape training with divine intentions? Chen Mu asked.
The army, aristocratic families, large gangs, and some scattered people.
Jie Jia said lightly.
Chen Mu nodded and remembered it in his heart.
In the future, we will have to think of ways in these areas.
After finally crossing, and the proficiency plugin, of course he has to try to climb to the top.
But don't worry.
Ordinary people need 10 years, but he can complete the training in just over a year.
There is a lot of time, so be steady. The most urgent task is to go to Nanyang to settle down first, and then inquire after it settles down.
The convoy moved on. In a few days, it rained heavily. The convoy was forced to stop for repairs. Taking advantage of this time, Chen Mu found a slightly remote place to test the changes in Isui. In a forest, Chen Mu's figure suddenly disappeared. In the cluttered environment, he is like a dexterous falcon. Change direction freely, move silently, stop immediately if you want to stop, and move as fast as thunder. Even if the kestrel training is a small inheritance, there is no divine intention. But in the end, it is a form of training that can change one's physique. He moved with all his strength, and ordinary people could only see a black shadow. If you don't look carefully, you will pass him as a swift bird. The energy has also become more vigorous. Chen Mu recalled the changes in the past 2 days.
He only needs 3 hours of sleep every day to be in good spirits. If the situation is urgent, you can even go without sleep for 2 days in a row and still not feel tired. This is just a small inheritance practice.
Shape training, 5 ghost bags, all kinds of magic, make Chen Mu more and more looking forward to the future.
In the next few days, the road got better and better.
The surrounding villages and large tracts of fertile fields also began to appear.
From time to time, you can see farmers working in the fields.
The convoy walked for another 5 days and finally arrived at Nanyang Mansion. In the distance, you can see a black line that traverses things and spreads meanderingly.
When you walk in, you will know that it is a city wall of unknown length. Compared with Nanyang Palace City, Jingshan County is simply a small courtyard.
In such a big place, it may take 2 or 3 days to walk from the south of the city to the north of the city.
It's really majestic. Chen Mu sighed. This is only one of the 13 houses of Daliang. The more prosperous Daliang Shengjing did not know what it should look like. When a group of bunnies sighed at the palace city, 7 or 8 fast horses came straight to the convoy.
A 2-meter tall, fair-skinned, handsome boy in white clothes rolled over and dismounted in the middle of the convoy. The person who came was Zhuo Shang, the eldest young master of the Zhuo family. Seemingly noticing Chen Mu's gaze, the other party turned to look at him. Seeing Chen Mu, he couldn't help but startled, and then smiled and nodded. Chen Mu also returned an embarrassed but polite smile. When the murderer himself met witnesses, he felt a little empty in his heart. Zhuo Shang retracted his gaze and jumped into the wide carriage to meet his relatives.
Like others, Chen Mu looked at Zhuo Shang's entourage casually.
One by one, wearing strong vests, their eyes were full of anger, and the muscles of their exposed arms were knotted, and they knew that they were not easy to mess with.
It's from the Ginghong gang.
Du Xianwei, who had no sense of existence, said. Arriving at Nanyang Mansion, the former county lieutenant, who had been cautious all the way, finally relaxed, and seemed to be talking about sex. Jinghong Gang is the largest gang in Nanyang Mansion, and it controls the Jinshui River in Nanyang Mansion.
Are they still accepting people? Zhang Yi was excited.
He was born as a gang leader, and he still couldn't let go of the gang career he had spent half his life in changing places. Chen Mu also pricked up his ears to listen. Jie Jia once said that in some big power gangs, there are gods who intend to inherit.
Don't think about it. They only recruit children to train themselves. You are so old, and if you join in, you are an outsider. It's not good, and it's just plain oppression. Zhang Yi's face was not good looking. He had been a gang leader after all. If you can become the core, you will be happy to be assigned. But if you're just a peripheral scoundrel, you're a deadly cannon fodder. Chen Mu was also disappointed. If you can't join the core, you can't get the inheritance of God's intention. As for the accumulation of great achievements to get rewards, how much work does it take to get this inheritance? And within this kind of gang, the struggle for power and profit is unknown. Chen Mu went through a journey, but he didn't come to intrigue with others. Nanyang City didn't look far, but it wasn't close when walking, waiting for the convoy to slowly arrive at the city gate. It's afternoon. When we got here, the people who were traveling all the way began to part ways. The first to leave was the white girl. The impressive maid Chui Chui drove up, nodded to this Jiejia, and then drove away. The second to go is Du Huai. As soon as he arrived at the door, a man in his 50s who looked like a housekeeper came to greet him. Du Huai bowed his hands to say goodbye to everyone, and took his entourage on a luxurious carriage. Chen Mu thought about it. It seemed that the Du Xianwei family was doing well in the city. Elder brother. I'm here. Cheng Ming, who had been staring at the car window to measure the flow of people, suddenly shouted. A middle-aged man in a Taoist robe, holding a carriage, quickly approached. Why did you run in front of us? Cheng Ming jumped on the other side's carriage and asked excitedly with his sincere neck in his arms. Because my kung fu was good at running fast. Cheng Yi said with a smile. Sincerely, the spectator is also here? He Daoren, who had been behind, stepped forward. Uncle He, go back first. Let's settle down and talk about it. Said sincerely. Immediately, he jumped out of the carriage and saluted this Jiejia. The old gentleman escorted me all the way. Jiejia nodded calmly. Goodbye brother Chen. Cheng Ming shouted to Chen Mu. Chen Mu waved his hands with a smile, and at the same time took out the last 2 packets of dried meat from the package and threw them over. Thank you, brother Chen. Cheng Ming couldn't wait to take out a piece of jerky and chew it. By the way, brother Chen, when I enter the city, where can I find you? I want to ask my senior brother to treat you to a big meal. Cheng Ming blinked slyly with big eyes. Sincerity can't be rude. Sincerity reprimanded softly. Immediately turned his head to look at Daoran He, Uncle He? He Daoran immediately stepped forward and briefly introduced the situation along the way. Uncle He, get in the car first, I'll arrange it. Nodding sincerely to show that he knew, let Cheng Ming and He Daoran get into the car. Sincerity walked slowly and looked at Chen Mu quietly. Master Chen, we meet again. Chen Mu politely bowed his hands in return. He always felt that the Taoist priest didn't seem to like him very much. Junior brother is young and ignorant, so I will trouble young Master Chen to entertain him all the way. He took out a silver note from his sleeve and handed it to Chen Mu. We don't plan to stay in Nanyang for a long time, and we can't repay the kindness of your son. Thank you a little, please accept it. It's just a little food. It's not necessary. Chen Mu frowned slightly. Chen Gongzi is better to accept it. Sincerity said lightly, I hope Chen Gongzi will never appear in front of my junior brother again. Chen Mu stared at Sincerity. Feel the faint threat and strong rejection of the other party. I really don't understand where I have offended the other party. Glancing at the banknote in the other party's hand, Chen Mu chuckled lightly and sat back in the carriage, calmly staring ahead. The toes kicked the horses lightly, and the carriage slowly passed in front of Qingxin. Sincerity expressionlessly took back the banknote. Outside the demon, Humph, sincerely and indifferently looked at the distant vehicle. I hope you are interested, otherwise, senior brother, how did brother Chen go? He hasn't told me how to find him yet? Cheng Ming asked curiously, sticking his head out of the carriage. With a smile on Chinese face, he looked at Cheng Ming amiably. Little junior brother, young Master Chen is just passing by in Nanyang, and he will be leaving soon. Let's not delay other people's trips. Leave? Didn't brother Chen say to settle here? Cheng Ming was puzzled. Sincerity got into the carriage and drove the horses. His expression remained unchanged. How can you take it seriously if your lord coaxes you to play? Brother Chen won't coax me. Okay, he doesn't coax you, I coax you. Eldest brother, don't treat me like a child. Okay, then you can be a little adult. Big brother, Nanyang Mansion, east of the city, Taohua Square. Inside a small courtyard. Chen Mu sat at the stone table under the vine. Take out all your money and count. The toll is 200 taels, the rent is 12 taels, and the purchase of each item is about 50 taels. There are 402 taels of silver,
plus 767 copper plates.
Money is always not enough. Chen Mu sighed. Nanyang Fuching is prosperous, and consumption is also high. A tale of silver can rent a house for a year in Qingshan County. But the same size courtyard can only be rented for 1 month in Nanyang Mansion. Eating is also expensive.
A pound of white wheat costs 35 copper plates, and the cheapest fish, more than 60 copper plates a pound.
Isn't it more expensive to practice shape art?
Chen Mu thought to himself.
What are your plans?
Chen Mu raised his head and asked Jieja. The other party was squinting at the silver in his hand.
Chen Mu put the silver in the purse expressionlessly and put it away.
I'm already attached to the Zhui Pavilion in Nanyang Mansion. Jieja said lightly. Qingshan County is shattered, dying, walking, almost becoming a barren city, and it is definitely impossible to return.
Chen Mu is envious. This is the craftsman. Nowhere to be hungry.
If it weren't for the danger of being a killer, Chen Mu couldn't help but go to Zhui Pavilion to make a name for himself. I built a store in Nanshur, and I'm going to open a pharmacy. Jieja said suddenly.
Sanyan Lujun Pill? Chen Mu understood, this was a big business.
The pharmacy is only a channel for purchasing raw materials, and you still have to go to the ghost market to sell. Jieja said, and you have to change the name. After all, it is an imitation of Zhui Pavilion's secret medicine, so it can't be so blatant. You provide the medicinal materials, I will make them, and the profit will be half for one person. Chen Mu said immediately.
37.
Jieja said lightly.
I'm 7? Chen Mu pretended to be surprised.
Jieja looked at Chen Mu calmly and did not speak. Chen Mu immediately waved his hand indifferently. Okay.
The pain is definitely the pain.
Who was not jealous of silver? But I was very satisfied when I thought that I was only responsible for the production and didn't have to make a public appearance.
What if I meet someone with malicious intentions and plan to eat black?
With Jieja in the front, it is good to earn your hard-earned money with peace of mind. Have you heard of the Ghost City?
I want to go see it. Chen Mu asked.
Now that everything is settled, it is time to inquire about the information on the new shape training technique.
I'll pick you up in 2 days.
Jieja said lightly. 2 days later, in the evening, a carriage stopped at the entrance of Chen Mu. Chen Mu was dressed in black and wore a hat. Jump into the carriage from the shadows.
Silently, the carriage disappeared into the night. What is this?
Chen Mu asked, taking the 2 porcelain vases handed over by Jieja. One is called Huanglong powder and the other is called Chalcedony pill.
They are both healing medicines and they are expensive. Let's see if we can crack the imitation.
Jieja said.
Where did it come from? Chen Mu pulled off the cork and smelled it. Zhui Pavilion. You catch a sheep and kill it.
Chen Mu was dumbfounded.
The big killer of his own is always thinking of imitating his high-end products.
I wonder if Xu Yaij will know about it and will he be annoyed and offer a reward to Jieja.
Chen Mu put away the porcelain vase, swayed along the carriage curtain and glanced at the street outside. Isn't this the way to go outside the city?
He has also wandered around a little these days, and he also knows about the nearby main streets. Jieja closed his eyes and rested on the carriage.
Chen Mu shrugged. Is the ghost market in Nanyang Prefecture so blatant? Directly in the city?
Soon Chen Mu knew that he wanted to be bad. The Jinshui River has a branch called Luaha.
The water of the river is crystal clear and the water quality is excellent. It runs through Nanyang Fuchun from west to east.
Most of the city's domestic water depends on this wide river. The carriage stopped at a small abandoned pier on the Luo River. Jieja took Chen Mu to a blacktop boat and handed the boatman a black wooden sign. The boatman didn't say a word, just nodded his head and swayed off, passing through the mist shrouded in the river, and stopped in front of a behemoth in a short while.
The ghost market here is on the boat?
Chen Mu stood on the bow of the small boat, looking at the dark, dull, long boat, his face full of novelty.
Long experience.
Jieja took Chen Mu, who was familiar with the way to board the ship. Under the guidance of the 2 men in black, they entered the cabin through a small door. It was pitch black outside, but the cabin was brightly lit. Apparently the entire hull was treated specially. The outside is sealed and no light is allowed to pass through. Compared to the sneakiness of the ghost city in Qingshan County, it's more lively here. Yelling and shouting, haggling, if it wasn't for everyone wearing a mask, Chen Mu would have thought he was in a lively market.
Hong Liaozhai, there are few shops with single rooms and plaques on the big ship in the ghost market.
Mainly engaged in various ancient books and secret books, including secret arts and martial arts. There are 3 types of training techniques in this shop. The shopkeeper wore a ghost mask, but his voice was gentle and polite. Black tiger training, white ape training, and a rare book just delivered by the head office. The shopkeeper took out a long drawing scroll from behind. This rare book has clear and detailed annotations, and it is a rare treasure.
Look at it objectively, this is the secret kestrel shape training technique.
Shenmue looked at the familiar scroll in front of him awkwardly.
I've never seen such a clear recipe.
The shopkeeper's tone was full of pride.
Shenmue didn't speak. He wanted to tell the other party that he not only met, but also told him that there was a hidden date tag in the lower right corner of the end.
This is the 5th one he painted.
How much did it sell for?
Oh, I remembered, 97 taels.
Very good. Shenmue's tone was full of admiration.
Then, the shopkeeper's enthusiasm was even stronger.
Show me the white ape shape training. All right.
The shopkeeper was full of disappointment.
The white ape forming technique comes from Ganzi Prefecture.
It has a history of hundreds of years, and there are countless people who practice it. Cultivation difficulty is low, easy to achieve, and it is also a rare good effort.
The shopkeeper explained in detail. Is there any divine intention? Shenmue asked.
What is that? The shopkeeper asked back.
Shenmue was startled. This person sells shape art without knowing God's intentions? Shenmue suddenly realized.
The upper-level forces of Dalian have a monopoly on knowledge, which is tighter than they think. If it wasn't for Jiejia's notification, it would be impossible for him to hear God's intentions. Just like the shopkeeper in front of him. He didn't know that without God's intention, he couldn't practice courage, and he could only spin around in the shape training stage.
Nothing? Shenmue waved his hand and dared not continue to inquire. What about the price?
Only 600 taels.
Shenmue's mouth twitched. 600 taels? Still only? He was still 200 taels short of spending all his money.
Then what? There is still cooking on the stove at home, you are busy.
Shenmue left Han Lianzai in a dismal manner. Han Liaozhai is the largest bookseller on the ship in the ghost market.
None of them have God's intentions, let alone other families.
Aristocratic families, gangs, and the army, do you want to take these paths?
It was a bit embarrassing for him to be an otaku in these places.
Tawafang, Chen's house, under the vines.
Shenmue bought a rocking chair, half lying on it and reading a book. The title of the book is Dang Yi Zhenyao, which is a herbal recipe that he came back from the ghost market. Since he has decided to go with Jiejia on the route of copycat medicine, he can't do it without hard skills. Shenmue has asked Jiejia to help collect medical books again to prepare for brushing medicine. While reading, he adjusted his breathing.
Muscles of the whole body twitch in small areas. This is the brand new kestrel breathing technique. After the kestrel training is completed, there is no practice.
But Shenmue found that as long as he continued to practice, his proficiency could still be improved. It's just that the effect is greatly reduced, which can be called a cut in half. What made him care was that as his proficiency improved, a red phantom always flashed in his mind in a trance.
With the improvement of proficiency, the phantom is gradually solidified. Could this be the so-called God's intention? Shenmue frowned slightly. Don't be in a hurry to find the shape training technique. Shenmue made a decision. The kestrel shape training technique is further up the liver. Look at the changes.
Shenmue suddenly had some expectations. The sun slanted westward, and the clouds were as red as fire. There was a sizzling sound of hot oil frying in the small courtyard. Shenmue took a shovel and rhythmically stirred the green vegetables to ensure that each piece of vegetables was evenly heated. Next to the stone table under the grape trellis, the old god Jiejia was sitting there. There was a pile of broken silver in front of him, and he was rubbing silver beads one by one.
Shenmue brought the food to the table. Does every big killer have some weird hobbies?
He really didn't understand why he had to grind broken silver into beads. Jiejia ignored Shenmue, quickened his speed, and rolled all the silver pieces into beads and hid them in his sleeves. He got up and washed his hands, took out a clean handkerchief to wipe his hands, and then threw it into the fire. Shenmue rolled his eyes and took a serving chopstick to start dividing the meal. After getting familiar with it, the old man asked more and more. The tableware and kitchen utensils must be clean, the ingredients must be fresh, and the meals must be served with public chopsticks.
Too much shit.
I walked all the way from Qingshan County, and I didn't see you paying much attention to it.
Besides, you're just grabbing food, and you're asking for this and that. Can this be tolerated?
Yours. A gray cloth bag fell on the table in front of Shenmue.
Well, Shenmue thinks he can bear it.
I grabbed the gray cloth bag and weighed it, at least 100 taels of silver.
This is your dish. Chen Mu happily divided the meal. Sanyan Lu Jun pill changed its name to Lingsha pill, which was the first month's dividend.
He also made a total of more than 20 spirit sand pills.
Profits are really high.
After the meal, Chen Mu handed Jia a big gourd. Huang Glongson, find someone to try the medicine, the effect may be almost, but our cost is lower.
Okay. Jia's eyelids lifted involuntarily. Lingsha pills belong to the healing medicine, which cannot be used for minor injuries, and cannot be used without money. Profits are high, but sales are not good.
More than 20 pieces were sold in a month.
Huanglong is good. The secret gold creation medicine, which one who is in the world doesn't have a little on him?
This high-end Jinchuan medicine is not outrageously expensive, but its effect is better than that of ordinary medicines, and it is very popular.
Before leaving, Jia asked Chen Mu, is there still a need for shape training? You can take credit. Chen Mu suddenly looked sideways. Are you really Jia?
Jia looked at him expressionlessly.
Deduct from the share. Chen Mu breathed a sigh of relief.
He also thought that Jia was replaced by someone.
No hurry. Chen Mu waved his hand.
Anyway, there is no God's intention, and it is meaningless to change it or not. Although there is no divine intention in the exquisite shape training, it is not impossible to practice courage.
Jia advised. Shape training itself contains divine will. 10 years of shape training, and 100 years of soul cultivation. Having completed the practice of shape, continue to hone.
There is a chance to comprehend the core gist and develop courage.
Kestrel training is too rudimentary. Chen Mu thought about it and glanced at the proficiency panel. Kestrel training, 3601/10,000/4th order. Do you want to rely on Kestrel to cultivate courage? Jia asked calmly. Chen Mu smiled and said nothing. Good luck. Jia turned around and said lightly. Jia's advice is quite discouraging. But who keeps me entertained?
Chen Mu shrugged and continued to adjust his breathing.
Kestrel training has entered the 4th level. The effect of the first 3 layers of practice is greatly reduced. On the contrary, the newly developed breathing method is more efficient. The body changes are reduced, but the force connection is smoother. Chen Mu was enlightened.
Changing tendons, changing bones, and changing marrow, the 3 changes in shape training are transforming the body. Once the training is complete, the transformation is over. The breathing method is not as good as the previous method for muscle stimulation, but the effect is better.
Because it focuses more on controlling the whole body.
One leans toward modifying hardware, and the other toward programming software. Practicing shape art to strengthen the body, God intends to strengthen God, transform it and control it.
I see. Chen Mu's understanding of shape training became more and more profound. Time flies.
Chen Mu reads medicine every day, keeps breathing method at all times, and the progress is gratifying. On this day, the family ran out of food and meat, and he had to go out to buy.
After leaving Tawafang, walked north along Runha Street. Passing through Xiafang, we came to a lively street. The street is wide and named Dingding.
Enough for 5 large carriages. The east and west run through Nanyang Mansion, which is the central axis of the mansion.
After passing Dingding Street, you will arrive at Nanshur, one of the 2 major commercial markets in Nanyang Prefecture.
Chen Mu originally chose Tawafang because it was far away from Nanshur, so he could walk there in a quarter of an hour.
Seeing people coming and going, Chen Mu felt a little yu in his mood. It's been a long time, it's good to come out and see the popularity.
I was about to go to Nanshur for a big shopping, but I saw an acquaintance.
There is a stone archway at the entrance of Nanshur.
There are several wooden boards under it, and a lot of paper is pasted on them.
Similar to the previous Life Bulletin board, small advertisement. There were a lot of people around at the moment.
Chen Mu didn't want to join in the fun, but he saw an acquaintance in the fun.
Zhang Yi?
The other party seemed to see Chen Mu as well. Hesitating for a moment, he still walked in front of Chen Mu.
Young Master Chen, what a coincidence.
Zhang Yi didn't know why he was so cautious when he saw this scholar.
What's going on?
Chen Mu pointed to the wooden sign with his chin.
Jinghong is recruiting new recruits. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. Are you willing to be a minion?
Chen Mu was surprised.
Can this rogue leader of Qingshan County accept this psychological gap? It's not a bastard. Zhang Yi was rather excited.
The notice says that as long as you pass the assessment, the smallest leader is the one in charge of 20 people.
The stronger your strength, the higher your status. You may even be in direct charge of a hall with hundreds of subordinates.
Chen Mu was surprised. This kind of long-standing gang has a stable power distribution structure. It is difficult for one's own people to be promoted, let alone outsiders. Zhang Yi leaned in front of Chen Mu and said in a low voice, I heard that the Ginghong gang encountered a lot of stubbornness, and several halls were destroyed. I'm in a hurry to increase their strength.
If you join it this time, wouldn't you die? Given such great power, can't you give your life? Hey, you have a bad life. If you give it a try, maybe you can get a good background. Zhang Yi didn't care. Chen Mu couldn't help but glance at it.
It was probably this kind of desperate temperament that made him change from a scoundrel to a leader of the White Wave gang.
Good luck. Chen Mu turned around calmly. Thank you for your auspicious words. Zhang Yi was overjoyed and said goodbye.
He turned back and got under the wooden sign on the archway to read the notice.
Nanyang Mansion is not so peaceful.
Carrying a bag of white wheat and 10 caddies of beef, Chen Mu wandered home. Pedestrians on the road walked slowly, most of them had ruddy faces, and life was not difficult. I don't know how long this peaceful situation can last. The Ginghong gang was the largest gang in Nanyang Mansion, but several halls were destroyed.
No matter who the enemy is, all may cause confusion. Want to stock up on supplies?
Then he smiled and shook his head. Nanyang Mansion is guarded by a powerful Mansion City army.
Even if the gangs are fighting, no major turmoil is allowed in the city.
I was frightened by the chaos in Qingshan County, and I was like a bird in shock.
The important place in the city, how can it be chaos? Let's live a small life with peace of mind, and brush up on your proficiency.
3 days later, Chen Mu wiped the sweat from his forehead. A round cake-shaped space 3 meters high and 5 meters in diameter appeared on the ground floor of Chen Mu's bedroom.
Sprinkle lime, secret medicine, moisture and insect repellent.
Chen Mu Nian moved the 5 ghosts to move the mountain mantra. Bags of white wheat kept appearing in the space below. It didn't stop until the pile was full.
It's always good to prevent problems before they happen. If you can't eat them, make them into bigu pills.
Chen Mu looked at the cave full of food and felt a group of peace of mind. Stock up on supplies and calm down the boring exercises.
Chen Mu was once again immersed in the improvement of his proficiency.
In the middle, the formula of Huanglong powder was slightly adjusted according to the results of the immediated test.
It has been successfully launched.
The monthly profit is considerable, and the conservative one is also 200 taels.
Savings are steadily rising, steady. 2 months later, Chen Mu took a deep breath. The complex breathing method that he constantly perfects runs rhythmically.
In his mind, the red phantom became clearer and clearer. It used to be like a mess, but now it has become a line that can gradually see the veins. Finally, after Chen Mu exhaled his last breath, the brain suddenly became clear. A clear image appeared in consciousness. It is woven with black and red threads as a whole and has a structure similar to the fluttering edge of the skirt. The left and right are roughly symmetrical, and it suddenly looks like an abstract flying bird.
Birds change all the time.
The black and red lines are like living things, constantly wandering and weaving, but forming a relatively stable three-dimensional structure.
God's intention? At the moment of his enlightenment,
there was a sudden stabbing pain in the sole of the foot. Then there was a cold feeling, as if stepping on the ice, and the ice was smeared with oil. He staggered and nearly fell. Instinctively took a step, but disappeared from under the grape trellis in a trance, and suddenly faced the wall.
This kind of speed. Really smearing oil on the soles of your feet. Chen Mu took a deep breath and called out the gray wall.
Writing, 1756/10,000/second order, drawing, 1623/10,000/second order, throwing, 9833/10,000/third order, kestrel training, limit, cooking skills, 3506/10,000/second order, pharmacy, 5126/10,000/third order, sleeve sword, 3966/10,000/tier 3, 5 ghosts moving mountain spell, 4447/10,000/third order, limit?
Have you finished your kestrel training? Think back to that ever-changing wing structure in your mind.
The body that had just changed was quickly controlled. Aside from the initial slamming into the wall, he's fully adapted to the changes. Chen Mu took off his shoes and socks, and there was a big black spot on the center of his forefoot. When you touch it, it is slightly cold, flexible and hard.
As soon as my heart moved, the black spot disappeared. Recalling Asuka's intentions, black dots slowly emerged. Courageous, Chen Mu couldn't help but burst into tears. Stumbling, bleeding, and sweating.
It took a year and a half to develop courage.
I'm really just an ordinary person.
Chen Mu sighed while covering his mouth. Well, don't cover him for fear of laughing out.
Are you sure it's not a black mole?
Jia was 3 meters away, covering his nose with one hand, his face full of disgust.
Chunmu, I washed my feet. This old boy must be jealous of me.
He took out a few iron needles and stabbed them at the black spots on the soles of his feet.
Ding ding ding. Did you see it?
Shenmu looked up triumphantly, invulnerable.
Courage.
Jia glanced at the embroidery needle in Shenmu's hand.
Can't get in with a gun? Chunmu. Nancher Fanlu, the top restaurant in Nanyang.
Only covering an area of 3 acres, 7 or 8 five-story wooden and stone high-rise buildings stand, connected by bridges and corridors in the middle. There are meals, accommodation, listening to music, gambling, and honest-stop dining, drinking and entertainment.
Fan building is divided into 2 buildings, Sifang building.
By the window of the private room on the 3rd floor, Shenmu and Jia were sitting at the square table drinking tea and chatting. Through the window, you can clearly see the flow of people in Nancher. Vendors shouting and chanting and customers bargaining are heard one after another.
I'm happy today, come and taste the wine and food of the Sifanglu, is it really as delicious as the rumors say?
Shenmu leaned against the window and chuckled.
Jia looked at Shenmu suspiciously. You don't have a body, do you? I'm just an ordinary person, how can I have any bones? Shenmu rolled his eyes. There is one plug-in. Are your parents a member of a side branch of a fallen family? Jia continued to speculate. Ordinary people?
Relying on Kestrel to practice shape art, that garbage shape art, you can practice courage in a year and a half, how dare you say that you are an ordinary person?
Can members of the family quickly develop courage? Shenmu's heart moved. Ah, worse than you.
Jia responded lightly with drooping eyelids.
Shenmu thought thoughtfully, did you master some special means? It's just a bit of a special bloodline.
Jia said calmly.
Similar to Dao bones? Naturally suitable for cultivation? Shenmu was stunned. Almost.
Jia said lightly, not wanting to talk more.
Shenmu did not continue to inquire.
However, the arrogance that had just risen from the practice of courage quickly calmed down. I have plugins, but others have ancestors. People's ancestors are rich, and they are better than others at birth.
Or honestly brush my proficiency.
I want your share of shape training.
Shenmu shrugged. Have you figured it out?
A smile flashed in Jia's eyes.
Shenmu nodded. There are 2 kinds of shape training on the Ghost Market ship.
However, they can be listed with the Kestrel shape training, even if you don't practice. Jia nodded. It is widely practiced outside the body, and most of them are rudimentary.
Shenmu's heart moved. So those detailed ones are deliberately controlled by some people? Jia nodded. Shenmu understood. This is probably the pot of the upper-level forces in Dalian. No wonder Dalian man-made disasters continue. It is probably due to the accumulation of public grievances to a certain extent. I don't know if Nanyang Mansion will be affected. I'm just starting out, what should I do next? Shenmu asked with concern.
Although the Kestrel training in shape art is a bit daring, something is better than nothing. 10 years to train your body, and 100 years to cultivate your soul, have you heard this sentence?
Jia asked. Raise? Shenmu's heart moved. Not bad. Eat well, sleep well, cultivate well.
Continue to accumulate qi and blood to grow stronger.
Your current state is called you soul.
Wait until the power spreads and covers your entire body into armor. Only then will you be considered to be full of power, called armor soul.
Jia finished in one breath. Shenmu's heart moved, and the bird-like god's intention appeared in his mind.
2 icy breaths rushed from the soles of the feet all the way. 2 black dots appear on both palms at the same time.
It is no wonder that it is called Yu Pei if it can swim around the body.
If you use it well, you can prevent the deadly parts and achieve miraculous effects. The so-called soul raising sounds a bit unreliable.
Eat and drink well and accumulate slowly. Isn't this just eating to keep fat? What about raising pigs? There is no way to speed up? Shenmu was unwilling.
Jia stared at the 2 black dots in Shenmu's palm. Can you put it away?
What's the matter? Shenmu didn't know why. Let's eat.
Jia said lightly, I should.
Shenmu's face suddenly turned black. What's wrong with my strong feet?
This is a wandering soul, and it is not a big man picking his feet. Outside the city of Nanyang Mansion, by the Jinshui River, a huge building ship was docked on the riverside, and a red-backed black pattern flag stood at the top. The black pattern is simple but expressive, depicting some kind of behemoth in the water. The big boat is about 200 meters long and 80 meters wide.
It is a behemoth.
The towers on the ship have eaves, and the interior is divided into dozens of rooms and cabins. The decoration is elegant, like a palace. At this moment, people on the boat are coming and going, and they are all burly men in short and vigorous suits.
This is where the largest gang of Nanyang Mansion, the Dinghong gang, resides. Hallmaster, someone in the gang is eyeing that scholar.
A small-eyed man whispered.
Our people?
Zhuoshang looked over curiously. My senior brother has always kept his own feet, so how could he provoke us?
Ever since I saw Chen Mu come to Nanyang with the Zhuojia team.
He has more eyes. This senior brother seems to be harmless to humans and animals, but he is also a ruthless scumbag who says that he will kill people. At the beginning, the other party deliberately lived next to the Zhou family, and now he has followed the Zhou family to Nanyang. He was afraid that the other party had bad intentions, so he deliberately let people pay attention quietly. If it weren't for the fact that he was busy practicing Qigong recently, he would have come to the door to ask for advice and see what the other party was thinking. The small-eyed man smiled and said, I heard that Master Zhang of the White Tiger Hall is investigating the way the wind is scattered.
The kind of high-efficiency gold sore medicine in the ghost market? Didn't you say that the losses were heavy? Did you stop it? Are you still investigating?
Zhuoshang reacted and looked over in surprise. Why, it has something to do with my senior brother?
8 and 9 are inseparable from 10.
Small Eye smiled. The surname Zhang is not good at kung fu, but the brain is easy to use. A month ago, he threw a lot of people out and kept an eye on the transportation channels for medicinal materials on the dock.
Looking at it now, it's probably a matter of following the vine and finding a place.
If he didn't happen to be guarding nearby and found something wrong, reverse investigation.
Really let the surnamed Zhang do it quietly.
Hallmaster, Baihutang has been looking for trouble for us, or else, we'll cut him off.
Shaoyan suggested.
Zhuoshang squinted his eyes. After all, they are brothers in the gang, so fighting in the same room is against the rules of the gang, so don't mention it again. Small Eyes smirked. But after all, it is my dearest relatives and friends, brothers and sisters. Zhuoshang sighed. Arrange a few people to keep an eye on Master Zhang, and once they make a move, they will immediately notify me. I can't let my senior brother be wronged.
Hey! Yes!
The small-eyed man suddenly smiled treacherously. Seeing that the other party's attitude was upright and sincere, Zhuoshang nodded with satisfaction. The cost of practicing martial arts has been quite high recently, and it is just time for the breeze to dissipate.
Top-level golden sore medicine, cooperate with Jinghong Gang's huge influence on Jinshui River. This is a cornucopia. However, the icing on the cake is far better than the help. Helping people in times of crisis can be convincing. At night, Chen's house.
The door was closed, and Shenmu sat at the desk.
An oil lamp was lit on the table, illuminating the room brightly.
Lamp oil is a kind of beast oil refining in water. There is no black smoke after lighting, and the brightness is amazing. Shenmu carefully flipped through the yellowed book in his hand.
No wonder Jieja always said that kestrel training is simple.
Shenmu closed the book and sighed. Compared with the blue-eyed golden ape forming technique in his hand, it is indeed simple.
Just take breathing as an example.
The most tedious part of the kestrel breathing method is only 120 changes in one cycle.
As for the blue-eyed golden ape, there are 180 changes in the tendon relaxing stage.
The stimulation and transformation of the body is more delicate and precise, more comprehensive, and naturally stronger.
There is also a complete divine intention.
Shenmu opened it again and turned to the last page. A piece of vellum tanned from the fur of a certain animal. On the light brown parchment paper, hundreds of black dots, big and small, are dotted like stars.
A few hair-like threads interspersed, hooking up all the black spots.
While others were looking at the clouds and fog, Shenmu understood. The black dots are the nodes of God's intent. By contemplating and watching in real time, and with Deshang's training, you can grasp the intention of God.
So this Black Tiger training book is really a hit.
Shenmu picked up the black book next to him with a look of disgust. In order to buy this book, he also took credit from Jieja.
If it wasn't for the hot sales of King Fengsen recently, Jieja wouldn't care about him at all.
Forget it, I bought it all, let's practice and see. Shenmu sighed in disappointment. When I save enough money, I will buy that book of white ape shape art. It just so happens that I and Kestrel practitioner will make up the three brothers on the street.
No wonder Chen Mu was greedy. It's really a long process. It is not that there is no secret medicine for acceleration, but they are all controlled by the Daliang royal family. Ordinary people can only speed up by eating. But the human stomach is so big, how many cows can it eat even if it does not stop for a day?
Shenmue focused on the second factor for the accumulation of courage, the initial wandering soul. Yu soul is the foundation and source of Jia soul.
Shenmue decided to dig a few more springs on his body.
Since there is no way to use the secret medicine to increase the source of courage, then increase the conversion rate of qi in blood. Looking up and looking outside, the moon and stars were sparse, all sounds were silent, and the huge Nanyang Palace fell into a deep sleep.
Shenmue yawned and glanced at the books on the table. Well, watch it again and sleep. Hallmaster, the surnamed Zhang has started. The small-league man approached Zhuo Shang and said excitedly, Hallmaster Lin of the White Tiger Hall personally leads the team. Hey, isn't it bad to make money with peace?
Zhuo Shang looked helpless. On one side is my brother, and on the other side is my beloved senior brother.
It's too difficult for me. The small-league man blinked, and the teacher backed away? What do you think I should do?
Zhuo Shang looked at the small-league man in distress.
Do you want the helper to decide? The small-league man couldn't tell the truth. Confused.
Zhuo Shang's eyes widened. How can I trouble the master and his old man for such a trivial matter?
Forget it, it seems that I have to mediate.
Zhuo Shang sighed. Tang Master Lin is going to blame me again. The hall master is also thinking of the overall situation. The small-league man complimented with a cheeky face.
Hey, who can understand my painstaking efforts?
Zhuo Shang said lonely.
Master, I'm going to prepare now? The small-league man asked tentatively. Well, bring some more people. The small-league man practiced his skin and pumped, yes.
In the dark, dozens of fast boats went straight from the Jinshui River into the Luo River. Covered by the mist of the river, he quickly entered the city. At a hidden pier, dozens of men in black jumped off the clipper and divided into 7 or 8 teams. Along the hidden streets, they poured into the city silently. A quarter of an hour later, dozens of people gathered in an alley again.
Brother-in-law, that's the yard.
Master Zhang said excitedly. Our pharmacist analyzed qingfeng powder and found a medicinal material called Huang Yuji. It is not produced locally, and most of them are purchased from Taizhou Prefecture in the north. I made people stare at all Taizhou cargo ships on the Jinshui River.
Nearly 1/3 of Huang Yuji in the city was brought into this yard through a small pharmacy.
At the same time, there are several other hemostatic and analgesic medicines. 9 times out of 10, this yard is the production place of King Fengsen.
Good job. Lin really smiled. The pitted skin training couldn't help but turn red. It's time for us to make a fortune in Baihutang. Lao Zhang, Lao Zhao, the two of you followed me, and once we found the white-haired master, the 3 of us started working together and killed that guy first. I thought about it. That person is old and weak in physical strength. His speed is the best. I specially asked for a golden silk fishing net from Jinghong treasure boat. It is good.
Pharaoh, take Zhang Yun to attack the yard together.
Be quick, use thunder to deter the people inside, and try to catch the ones alive.
If someone really wants to resist, kill him. Lin Chu said coldly.
Yes.
Tell the brothers to show their true skills and make a quick decision.
After this ticket is finished, we will not be short of money in Baihutang. At that time, I will invite everyone to go to the red boat for 3 days. Thank you, Hall Master. Lin K laughed. Do it. Dozens of people suddenly rushed towards the house not far away like a flooded river. Tawafang in the depths of a small alley is a thatched-roofed wooden shed.
There were 2 new straw mats on the ground. Next to it is a plate of saltwater broad beans and a black pottery wine jar. 2 thin men with Bunsen tattoos on their arms were sitting on a straw mat, drinking slowly by the moonlight. When are we going to grow up these days? One of the men with a mole on his nose sighed. Another Sharkshin man threw a broad bean into his mouth and said lazily, Hey, it depends on when the hall wants to clean up the scholar.
Why? Hey Noita chewed through and looked puzzled. Isn't he just a white-faced scholar? Can there be any oil in water? The Sharkshin man smiled and hooked his fingers. Remember how we found that scholar? Follow He Xingtan's apprentice to find it. Hey Noita didn't know why.
Last month, the hall suffered a big loss. The hall master's brother-in-law, Zhang Yun, ate and hung up. He muttered a few words when he was drinking.
I happened to deliver wine to his house at that time. Hee, the pointed chin man grinned. Tell me quickly, what did he mutter, and what does it have to do with this scholar? Hey Nose immediately leaned over.
With a pointed chin, he smiled happily, took a sip of the slightly sour bad wine, and said nothing.
Brother, tell me, I'll buy this drink tomorrow. Hey Beitu promised with a wave of his hand.
The sharp chin squeezed a broad bean and put it into his mouth, but he still didn't speak.
Add 2 pounds of soy sauce beef, let's open the meat. Hey Noitu gritted his teeth. The pointy chin is happy. Tell me quickly.
Seeing that the other party was satisfied, Hei Noitu immediately smiled and urged.
Yeah, talk about it, I also want to know why.
Suddenly, a sweeping sound suddenly sounded outside the grass shed.
Who?
The two men who drank and stared were startled. In the middle of the night, in a remote cul-de-sac, there were more people silently.
Both of them woke up with a fright. Quickly turned to look.
Under the moonlight, a tall figure stood quietly with the moonlight on its back. The faint moonlight hit the other side's face, and the slightly squinted eyes were full of indifference.
Scholar with white face?
The scalps of the two men exploded. Squatting to observe was discovered.
Still found in this atmosphere in the middle of the night.
Their hearts jumped fiercely, and they turned around and wanted to run. But when he turned around, he found that there was someone behind him at some point. Shenmue walked behind the two of them in a teleport and looked at them calmly.
What? Puff, puff.
A series of short screams suddenly sounded in the night.
Boom!
The courtyard wall suddenly collapsed. Lin Kei had his head covered with gravel and dust, and ran towards the Luaha wharf without his head. Dozens of subordinates jumped out along the hole in the wall and fled in all directions. When the street turned, Lin Kei tilted his head slightly while running, and glanced at the street behind him. 7 or 8 people wearing black and red night clothes jumped out of the small courtyard silently, disappearing into the shadows like ghosts. His subordinates ran away with their heads covered. Unexpectedly, a sharp sword suddenly jumped out of the shadow at his feet. Unnoticed, he was quickly stabbed. In a few blinks, the small half of the staff died on the spot.
Lin Kei's pupils shrank suddenly. Where did so many Zhui Pavilion killers come from? Isn't it a pharmacy? How did it become a killer's nest?
At this moment, the hair on his neck suddenly exploded. Lin Kei suddenly came back to his senses, a little cold light came quietly, and he was suddenly horrified.
Damn it! Careless!
Jinghonggang, Bai Hutang, King Fengsan, Shenmu's face was heavy.
Came to Nanyang City for more than 3 months.
He does not worry about eating and drinking every day, and he enjoys practicing all day long.
Almost forgot about this abominable world. I am responsible for pharmaceuticals and earn my hard-earned money. I didn't recruit anyone and didn't provoke anyone. Why do you always have to get along with me?
Shenmu's face became more and more ugly. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but sigh.
Jinghonggang, that was the #1 gang in Nanyang.
In the eyes of the other party, he is not even as good as an ant.
Move your fingers and you can crush yourself. I can only find a way to run.
Shenmu smiled wryly.
After finally crossing the other world, I hide from XZ all day, what a shame.
Fortunately, I was careful this time. Adhering to the concept of the 3 caves of the cunning rabbit, we secretly rented all the 7 small courtyards in the front, back, left and right. Only then did the 2 stalkers find themselves behind one of the courtyard walls.
Thinking of the possible consequences, Shenmu couldn't help but be afraid. No, I can't stay at home anymore. Shenmu immediately packed up. But in the middle of the night, where can I go? Chunmu frowned. The 2 people said that Bai Hutang has a dock base in Luaha.
Shenmu's heart moved. From there, you can board the boat of Bai Hutang's main hall by boat.
The most dangerous place is the safest. Shenmu couldn't help but nodded. I can only go to the White Tiger Hall to hide. Shenmu thought helplessly. It's a shame to disturb people late at night. Then bring some gifts.
Sleeve sword, fascinated smoke, and iron lotus seeds.
With black smoke billowing, Shenmu put a huge marijuana bag in the corner of the wall into the 5 ghost bags.
Shenmu looked at the full 5 ghost bags and nodded. It's not surprising that there are many people, they shouldn't mind now. The strength of the soles of the feet emerged, and the figure flashed. Shenmu silently disappeared into the thick night. Taking advantage of the night, Shenmu walked in the shadows along the street and walked quickly. Blessed with courage, the soles of the feet are like sliding on the ice surface, fast and silent. After patrolling the Black Nose to explain the route, he quickly found a warehouse located in Xirenfang and Luaha River. There is a hidden dock hidden in the willow forest behind the warehouse. At this moment, the night is quiet, but the small warehouse is lit like soybean oil lamps. 4 shirtless men were eating, drinking and chatting at a square table. At first glance lax, but in fact highly vigilant. There were 2 people standing guard hidden in the shadows at the door. Most of the meat and vegetables on the table were eaten, but no one moved the wine in the glass. Shenmu came to the warehouse not far away, glanced at the shadow with a blank expression, and strode towards the main entrance of the warehouse.
What are you doing?
Just 2 steps away, one person walked out of the shadow by the door and drank violently.
Gifts. Shenmue kept walking. Come back during the day.
The accountant has gone home at night, and no one will credit you.
The man looked impatient. Shenmue, account in the account? Are all gifts sent out of the industry chain?
You're deaf, hurry up, the man shouted impatiently. Shenmue glanced at the other party and strode towards the warehouse door.
Hey! You are quite stubborn.
The man walked towards Shenmue, raised his fist and smashed at Shenmue's face. Shenmue's figure suddenly disappeared, passing by for a moment. The sword in his sleeve was released and retracted.
Puff! A stream of blood spurted out from the man's neck.
Plopped to the ground, pumped twice, and soon disappeared.
Alas, killed again.
I just want to live in peace. Why do you wicked people come to provoke me? Shenmue turned his back to the corpse and looked at the inside of the warehouse coldly. The 4 people at the table had long been attracted by the movement at the door. Seeing that their family members were instantly divided between life and death, they could not help standing up. The leader was a bald-headed man with dangling eyes, wearing a brown undershirt with bunts and 2 leather wristbands around his wrists. Seeing the janitor fall to the ground and die, not only was he not afraid, but a smile appeared on his face. I thought guarding the pier was a chore, but I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected harvest.
It's a blessing from heaven.
He moved his wrists freely, his calloused fingers stretched and clenched from time to time. When it was touched and rubbed, it made a sound like sandpaper rubbing, which made people shudder. That group of bastards followed the hall master to raid the house, and they took a lot of effort. We sat here eating meat and drinking, and the credit came by ourselves.
Ha, the 3 next to him laughed.
He took out a short knife from his back and turned his wrist. Under the moonlight, the knife light flickered.
Are you from Hall Masters wa? Want to destroy the clippers and cut off our retreat?
Hey! Your little thought has been seen through by my hallmaster. The bald man smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will break your limbs and let hallmasters will lead it in person.
That scene must be very happy. Go!
The 4 of them grinned and rushed towards Shenmue. The bald man took the lead, stomping on the ground with both feet, and leaping out like a cheetah. The palm is bent into a claw, and it is grasped out, followed by a low whistle. It was like a bird of prey probing its claws, with a deadly breath, tearing at Shenmue's neck. The other 3 quickly detoured, and the sword was hustle, aiming at Shenmue's legs.
Puff!
The short knives were thrown flying, the heads of the 4 of them slammed back, and they tumbled and fell in the air. Peanut blood holes appeared on the foreheads of the 4, and blood gurgled out. Shenmue turned his head expressionlessly and stared at the last doorman in the corner.
Boom!
Shenmue suddenly appeared in front of him, pinched the opponent's neck and slammed into the warehouse wall. The man rolled his eyes and fell unconscious immediately. Shenmue looked back at the corpses of several strong men.
These are battle-hardened professional thugs. The bald-headed man in the lead even practiced the shape training technique focusing on the palm.
But in Shenmue's eyes, their speed is too slow, and they can easily fall down when they meet each other.
After all, the soul is different.
Retreat, search the house, guard the dock. Shenmue's mind filtered the words of the few people just now, thoughtfully. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at the last living mouth. After a long while, Shenmue frowned as he looked at the gray-clothed man who had lost his breath. Bai Hutang secretly operated in the middle of the night, and Lin really led the team.
Is it to carry out the secret mission of the Jinghong gang? This is an opportunity.
Shenmue couldn't help but look at the man in gray. Be careful with disguise, mixing with dozens of gangs, you should be able to sneak into the big ship of White Tiger Hall. At that time, as soon as the fascination smoke is released, there will be time to talk to Hall Master Lin Quebec. Shenmue carefully looked at the face of the man in gray. The facial muscles twitched for a while, and suddenly turned into a big round face.
They have similar faces and the same clothes. Lin K and his party are in a hurry, who can see the flaws? Take care of the warehouse. Go to the pier and wait. Lin really couldn't see the corpse.
After roughly thinking about the plan, Shenmue immediately acted.
Call.
In the middle of the night, Changsha Street in Nanyang Mansion. Lin K ran with his head covered at a sprint speed of 100 meters. A slight coolness with a smooth feeling came from the side of the neck. He couldn't help but look at the shadows on the side of the road, for fear that another killer would come out. The killer attacked just now. If he hadn't shifted slightly, his throat would have been cut off. Qingfeng-san is Jui Pavilion's business? Lin K regretted it, but was full of resentment. Isn't it bad to sell medicine in Jui Pavilion? Why do you still go to the ghost market for bulk goods? And there was a big conflict a month ago.
why didn't you send someone to inform the Jinghong gang?
If he knew that King Fengsen belonged to Zhui Pavilion, he would not dare to reach out if he was killed.
And that bastard Zhang Yun. Lin Ke hated his brother-in-law to death. There are so many people in the small courtyard hiding that they haven't found out, the stalking waist is blind?
Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of his subordinates rushing out from the street next to him, and he was relieved. But seeing the number of people clearly gave me a chill. Nothing was caught, and most of the manpower was lost in vain.
Big loss.
With the constant pursuit behind him, he didn't even bother to say hello, so he burrowed into the willow forest and rushed to the pier.
On the shore, 7 or 8 fast boats lined up one after another. In one of the boats, there was a man in a gray coat squatting.
Chen Mu saw a strong man with an orange peel face from a distance. The other party is running in embarrassment. Behind him were more than a dozen equally embarrassed men in black. Think of the interrogation information of the black nose, pointed chin, and the man in gray at the dock. Guessing that this orange peel face 8 achievements is Lin Ke, the head of the White Tiger Hall. That face is so recognizable. You can't show your timidity, you have to say hello to show that you are also a member of the White Tiger Hall.
Shen Mu thought to himself. As long as you stay away from Lin Chu and you can't see through at a glance, you can easily pass the test.
Between the light and flint, Chen Mu thought clearly.
Standing up confidently, he raised his hand to say hello, brother, I'm here.
Lin Ke vaguely remembered that there was such a man in gray on the dock. Xindao, this kid is quite clever, and knows that he can respond at any time when he is on board.
Immediately jumped up and jumped on the other side's clipper, good job. After I go back, I will be rewarded. Chen Mu, why are you still up here? So close, how did you let me get away with it?
Chen Mu took a deep breath, don't panic, you have to be steady.
There are more than 10 people behind. When the others get on the boat, I will quietly pretend to be a little transparent.
Isn't it just going on the same boat with the gangmaster, small problem?
Chen Mu looked at the other gang members with anticipation.
Then he watched them jump up and land on the boat next to, like dumplings. Immediately after, Ma Lu untied the cable, shook the wooden oar, and rushed up the Luo River like an arrow of the fast boat.
Chan Mu.
Lin Ke stood on the bow of the boat, watching his men go away in amazement, but the clipper under his feet remained motionless.
Wait for Nima? Hurry up! Lin Ke's eyes almost popped out. Chen Mu murmured for a while, and could only say honestly, brother, I won't. Lin Ke, why don't you even call me on board? Chen Mu smiled awkwardly.
He was also embarrassed, and wanted to pretend to help the crowd get on the big ship. Unexpectedly, Lin really jumped up in a daze.
Not even a follower. He will row a fart boat. Is this not the end of the calf? The secret infiltration went wrong at the very beginning, so how can I do this? Forget it, let's get started.
Killing this orange-peeled face is a shame. Lin Ke glanced at his shadowless subordinates, and looked back to see the shadows appearing one after another.
Go away.
He rushed to the stern in one step, grabbed the wooden oars, and pushed the water hard.
Chen Mu blinked. Can I continue diving again?
If it wasn't for the killer behind him, Lin Ke would like to kick this useless thing to death now.
Who are you messing with?
Lin Ke was full of anger.
Master Zhang Yun, your brother-in-law.
Chen Mu immediately put on a smile and tried to get closer. He didn't forget to raise his eyebrows, and his eyes clearly indicated that we are our own family. Lin Ke was stuffed in his chest in one breath, and the orange peel became red with sophistication.
What a bastard again.
He is unreliable, and his recruits are also unreliable.
He had doubted the identity of this person just now. No doubt now.
Just this waste of dim sum, the entire Jinshui River dares to accept Zhang Yun.
Humph. Lao Tzu is rowing, you go by boat, you are the only one in our White Tiger Hall. Chen Mu smiled awkwardly.
This lurking is really hilarious. If I had known, I would have been able to say hello directly to the fascination smoke.
The waning moon hangs in the sky. It was foggy on the Luaha.
7 or 8 fast boats broke through the fog and quickly rowed towards the upper reaches of the Luo River. Chen Mu sat embarrassedly on the bow, trying his best to control himself not to look back. At the stern, Lin Ke's orange-peeled face flushed red. But still screeching and urging the boat. Staring at the younger brother in gray in front of him, his teeth itched with hatred.
He, the head of the Jinghong gang, rowed a boat for his younger brother? The more he thought about it, the more he held his breath, and asked coldly, who are you hanging out with? Didn't you already say it?
Chen Mu didn't know why, Master Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun has 3 boats under his command.
I'm asking who are you on the boat? Which bastard would like you, who can't handle boats?
Shenmue breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I'm guarding the warehouse.
Lin Kei's eyebrows twitched. Old Zhao has always been in charge of the warehouse. Why do you follow Zhang Yun to guard the warehouse? Shenmue's heart skipped a beat. You bastard.
Zhang Yun can't handle himself well, so he dares to mix sand under other people's hands.
Why don't I play stalking? I'll leave his sister when I go back. Lin really hates iron. Shenmue, okay, as long as you can figure it out.
No, you are such a waste, how could Lao Zhao not find out?
Lin Kei frowned again. No. I don't know. Shenmue didn't know how to argue.
Lin Kei stared at Shenmue, his face became more and more solemn. Just when Shenmue couldn't help but want to give him an iron lotus seed. A cry came from the river.
Brother-in-law, why are you rowing by yourself? Come to me.
On a fast boat not far away, Zhang Yun shouted and greeted Lin Quebec. Lin Kei's face darkened.
Why row your own boat? Then it's not because of you.
Saying that, he shook the paddle twice, and approached the fast boat ahead.
Is this Zhang Yun?
Shenmue narrowed his eyes and looked at the tall and thin figure who was yelling. He held an iron lotus seed quietly in his hand. When Lin Kei put down the oars and was about to jump off the boat.
Woo! Like a wisp of river wind blowing. Put! The boatman on the opposite side fell into the river on his back. Quick, quick! Big brother, the chase is coming.
Damn Jui Pavilion, Lin Kei cursed, and immediately picked up the wooden oars. His arms were like wheels, and he rowed desperately.
Shenmue breathed a sigh of relief. I can't meet Zhang Yun right now. If the two sides confront each other, wouldn't it be revealed?
After waiting for the big ship in the main hall of Bai Hutang, as long as there are many people in clutter, and quietly hide in the cabin, everything will be fine. Lin Kei was stimulated by the sudden attack and rowed desperately. He has mastered the form, and is full of explosive power.
For a time, it felt like a motorboat.
The front of the clipper was slightly tilted, and with a stream of white water, it rushed towards the upper reaches of the Luo River. The 7 or 8 fast boats that set off early were surpassed one by one.
Brother is great. To shut up. Okay.
A large boat of more than 50 meters appeared quietly hiding in the middle of the Luo River. Seeing the big boat, Lin Chu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and finally got home. Under the big white tiger boat, Lin Chu jumped up and jumped directly onto the boat. The men behind him also jumped up one after another. Shenmue didn't jump, he dawdled, gathered among the ordinary gang members, and climbed up the deck along the rope ladder. The action was not smooth tonight, and the casualties were heavy, and most of the night patronized to escape. Returning to the big ship at this moment, the helpers slumped on the ground regardless of their image.
Shenmue quickly looked at the environment. It was pitch black all around. A few patrolling disciples who quickly approached did not carry their lamps. Apparently to keep it private. Shenmue took advantage of the situation to hide behind the noisy gang, and quietly walked to the entrance to the nearest cabin. Hide first, and when these people also enter the confined space of the cabin, they will immediately release the fascinated smoke. Stop! Where do you want to go? A loud shout suddenly sounded. Shenmue's hand froze when he opened the hatch.
Looking back, he met Xiang Lin's cold eyes.
Looks like you're wrong. You're from Zhuoshang, aren't you?
As Lin Kei's voice fell, the gang members who were stumbling around just now stood up immediately. All of them looked at Shenmue expressionlessly.
As a member of the Jinghong gang, you don't know how to row?
Zhuoshang's eyes are most likely blind. The crowd burst into laughter.
You could have survived. I don't mind keeping you to block Zhuoshang.
Lin Kei said calmly.
It's a pity you're out of luck.
Things were not going well for him tonight, and most of the elite men he brought out were killed and injured, and he had been suffocating for a long time.
Throw him into the water to feed the fish.
Lin Kei said lightly, then turned around and waved at random, let the boat go.
A little scumbag isn't worth his energy.
Bai Hutang has lost too much recently, and he has to think about how to deal with the next situation.
Continue to recruit new ones? The person who was recruited just last time has not fully understood the digestion, and is recruiting now? Forget it, let's do it.
Lin Kei sighed and walked slowly to the captain's room. The business side of Bai Hutang cannot be affected. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, a low whistling sound suddenly sounded behind him.
What?
A series of short screams rushed to the sky. Lin Kei's head suddenly turned to the left.
Puff!
An iron lotus seed rubbed his earlobe and flew past, leaving a finger-thick hole on the wooden door in front. Lin Chu turned back suddenly. More than a dozen gang members all fell to the ground clutching their left chest. His brother-in-law Zhang Yun was also paralyzed on the ground, and the blood could not stop overflowing from his nose and mouth. Each of the 3 hall masters was injured. Blood gurgled from shoulders and arms. Ha! Lin Ke grinned, and the moonlight shone on his white teeth. I'm still a master. He looked at his subordinates who were lying on the ground indifferently. Waste. He was extremely disappointed with this gang. It seems that his usual requirements are too loose. One by one is delicious and lazy to cook, and the ability to eat has been forgotten. Shenmu looked at Lin Ke expressionlessly. He didn't want to do it. He just wanted to talk to Lin Ke alone. Clear up the misunderstanding between them. Isn't it just a gift? For a stable life. The province, the flowers. But these people actually started working together? Still want to catch him to feed the fish? How cold the water is. At night, catch people to feed the fish? So brutal. Shenmu could only helplessly. Fortunately, he never dropped his throwing skill proficiency. Even if the number is not large every day, he is still slowly levered to the 4th rank. Iron lotus seeds have more group sending functions. Throw one out, and each one can take away a life. I was surrounded by so many people just now. Shenmu was terrified. He's just a little bitch. How have you seen such a scene before? Without even thinking about it, he threw out a handful of iron lotus seeds. Looking at the helpers lying on the ground, Shenmu was filled with joy. Experience doesn't lie. Lin Ke raised his head slowly, with a smile on his face, but his eyes were full of killing intent. It seems that you are not from Zhuoshang. Zhui Pavilion? The Zhuyaij family has a great business, and if they die, I don't think they will feel bad. Lin Shu pulled out 2 forearm-length knives from behind his waist. No, how could you be from Zhui Pavilion? You are from Zhuoshang. Lin Ke said with a smile. Jinghong Gang's various churches are learning from each other, and they can't hold back 1 or 2 casualties. That's normal, right? What about Zhui Pavilion? The strong dragon does not suppress the local snake. He didn't believe that Zhui Pavilion would fight the Jinghong Gang for a small pawn. Wanting to understand the result of the killing, Lin Ke grinned, his legs lined up and his back arched. The muscles of the whole body contracted and tensed in an instant, and the whole person was like a big bow full of strings. He has worked hard for the family tradition of Xianbao training for 20 years, and he has been practicing diligently every day. The 2 knives in one hand are sharp and ruthless, shaking the Jinshui River. That's why he's in charge of a hall in his 30s. Secret art teeth. Boom! His whole person was like an arrow from a string, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the sight of ordinary people. Shenmu only felt a dark shadow in front of him, and 2 bright sword lights suddenly appeared in front of him. The light of the knives crossed, like silver scissors, with a cold breath, they cut to the throat. This speed is so fast that it is far beyond ordinary Imaru, so that Shenmu has no time to let go of the fascination. In the blink of an eye, the results of tens of thousands of painstaking training in shape art in a short period of time appeared. The knife light seemed to slow down countless times, and Shenmu's figure was like a piece of paper. The body gently fell obliquely backward, and then the left leg exerted force and suddenly jumped out to the right. Puff! The wooden hatch suddenly snapped in half. Shenmu's voice appeared on the edge of the deck, and he looked at the broken hatch with lingering fears. If he hadn't escaped just now, his head would have moved. Oh? Can you hide enough? What a surprise. It's interesting to be able to resist. Lin Ke dexterously held a knife with both hands. I like to eat fish soup the most, and I am good at eating fish soup because my knife is fast enough. You know what? Not only can I slice clear fish, I can also cut through all the tender flesh without that fish die. My knife is really fast. Lin Ke looked at Shenmu with malicious eyes. When I finish cutting, you won't die. Secret art teeth. Lin Ke's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared beside Shenmu out of thin air. Like embroidery needles, the double knives nimbly pierced the gap between the left sternum and ribs. Once it hits, it cuts through the flesh, cuts through the ribs, and cuts straight to the heart. Shenmu instinctively moved the kestrel to move. The body is like a dexterous yin falcon, fluttering and retreating along the opponent's blade wind. Lin Ke laughed, and the knife was like an electric shock, and the knife was fatal. Shenmu, however, was like a speck of dust under the sun, lightly avoiding the palm of his hand that was always grabbing at him. At this thrilling moment, Shenmu's mind fell into a strange silence, like a lake without waves. Facing Lin Ke's unbridled smile, he felt as if his heart was being grabbed. This naked malice, this vicious look in his eyes, made him shudder. It was the first time he had seen such a wicked man in the true sense. The ones I've encountered before are at most thugs.
This person in front of him is a great villain who is utterly wicked from the inside out. Treat people as fish and slice them alive? Is there such a person in the world? Terrible. Gotta kill him.
Like a runner who heard the starting gun. At a certain moment in his mind, all of Chen Mu's skills were mobilized. The strength of the soles of the feet emerged, and the already fast figure accelerated again. The cold light flashed from both hands, and two short swords suddenly appeared.
One blow from heaven and earth. One blow from heaven and earth. One blow from heaven and earth, ding 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 ding.
The tip of the sword and the blade collided, sparks flying.
Offense and defense changed instantly.
Chen Mu turned into a black shadow, constantly revolving around Lin Quebec. The sword god in the sleeve is haunted, and the 9 strikes are stabbed. Lin Kei's face changed greatly. How could he have thought that the little sheep just now would suddenly become a big bad wolf? He tried his best to maintain the frequency of the knife. Because as long as he slowed down, he would be hit by the tip of the sword.
Clang! Sparks burst. Lin Kei's heart skipped half a beat. Knife, broken. And many more. One blow from heaven and earth. One blow from heaven and earth. One blow from heaven and earth. Puff, puff.
Countless blood holes appeared at the same time.
Lin Chu was instantly stabbed into a sieve. Chen Mu's figure suddenly retreated 10 meters away.
Taking a deep breath, he watched with lingering fear as he fell to the ground in the distance.
Immediately frowned. Did he speak just now? I must have heard it wrong. Ha! Another villain was killed.
Putting away his sleeve sword and rubbing a thin sweat on his forehead, Chen Mu looked relieved. Nanyang Mansion, it is more stable. On the deck, the only 3 helmsmen left were horrified.
It happened so fast.
The 3 of them jumped up with the fish and jumped to the boundless river. Chen Mu restrained his smile and flashed his right hand.
Woo! 3 iron lotus seeds flew out. Boom!
Almost at the same time, blood bloomed in the air. The 4th order iron lotus seed carried a violent cyclone, tearing half of the necks of the 3 of them.
3 people's lives were taken away in an instant.
Chen Mu turned his head to look at the corpse lying on the ground, and suddenly realized a problem.
He can't row, how should he go back? In the dark cabin. Zhang Yi tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. He had been on land before, and he suddenly got on the boat, and he was really not used to being dizzy. Fortunately, he wasn't seasick, otherwise he wouldn't be the leader. Compared with the leader of the Qingshan County gang, the little leader who leads 30 people is obviously far behind.
But Zhang Yi was full of expectations. He joined the White Tiger Hall deliberately. Because of the attack by hostile forces some time ago, the 2 helmsmen were killed.
Isn't the opportunity here?
As long as he performs well and wins the trust of the Hall Master, with his ability to change his bones, he will soon become the helmsman in charge of several big ships, the 100th younger brother. When the time comes to cross the Jinshui River, it will be so majestic. I think back then in Qingshan County, although he was the leader of the gang, his life was in dire straits.
Every now and then I get drugged.
He was taken away by people who took advantage of the ghost-headed sword.
It's really embarrassing. Okay now, though it's a little difficult adjusting to life on board.
But at least he won't encounter the neurotic who caught him drugging again. I was thankful for my choice when a familiar drunkenness hit my heart.
Zhang Yi, you are so good.
As he was dying, Zhang Yi was full of grievances. I've even gone to Nanyang Mansion.
I'm crazy. What kind of neuropathy?
Chen Mu looked suspiciously at the closed cabins. The voice is still a little familiar.
You heard it wrong, you heard it wrong.
How can anyone resist the fascination smoke? Chen Mu walked to the door of the warehouse. Hee, the next time is the harvest time.
Tawafang A2 into the courtyard.
Zuosheng sat in the darkroom and looked suspiciously at the small-eyed man by the moonlight.
Are you sure that Bai Hutang has started? He has been waiting here for half the night, and there is no movement at all?
Bai Hutang's big ship has indeed entered the Luaha. Little Eyes looked embarrassed. The elites are also ashore from the secret pier.
Didn't the White Tiger Hall disperse towards the breeze? He dared not say that.
Zuosheng frowned, and he also noticed that something might be wrong.
Think carefully.
Although his cheap senior brother has some strength,
but his life has never been close to a pharmacist.
On the contrary, he has an amazing drawing skill.
King Fengson, a high-end golden invasive medicine, could never have come from the opponent's hands.
I just wanted to find Lin really troublesome, but I didn't think carefully about the cause and effect.
Impulsive. Go back. Zuosheng sighed.
I wanted to take advantage of the fisherman, but I didn't expect to be wrong from the root. A large number of people from Baihutang entered the city, and it was estimated that they were going to do some shameful activities.
It's a pity that my judgment was wrong. Otherwise, even if there is no clear breeze, you can take advantage of the situation to grab the opponent's feet, which is enough for Baihutang to feel uncomfortable for a while. Zuosheng got up and took the lead out of the house. As soon as he walked out of the courtyard gate, he looked up and saw a man in gray walking from the corner. In the middle of the night, the moon and stars are rare, the other party's posture is leisurely, the footsteps are silent, and there is a chilling strangeness all over his body. The moonlight illuminated the other side's face, and in the indifferent expression, there was a hint of killing intent. Zuosheng's heart jumped fiercely, his body froze in place, and he hurriedly clasped his fists and saluted, "Senior brother Chen. Shenmu, just after killing a lot of people, when I came back, I met an acquaintance." Shenmu's heart suddenly became empty. But he didn't show anything on his face, staring blankly at Zuosheng. The atmosphere gradually solidified. Noticing Shenmu's bloodstained upper, Zuosheng's eyelids jumped. Which unfortunate one fell into the hands of this master again? Zuosheng coughed softly, "Junior brother, I have eaten too much dinner, so I will go out for a walk. If you have something to do with me, senior brother, please do it." Shenmu glanced at the high-hanging bright moon. Take dozens of younger brothers for a walk in the middle of the night? TSK. Nodding expressionlessly, Shenmu Shiran walked past the other side. Zuosheng watched Shenmu disappear at the end of the street, and let out a sigh of relief. I couldn't help scratching my scalp. Why does this scene seem familiar? Beam 640, April 23. On the north bank of Luoha River, in a forest, the breeze blows and willow leaves flutter. Behind the willow forest, a two-story wooden building is looming. Shenmu sat at the window on the second floor, quietly looking at the boundless river. He was holding a wooden cup in his hand, which contained a brown mellow drink, and a milky aroma with a faint medicinal smell emanated. This is his special milk tea made with kai-boosting herbs. The taste is mellow and nutritious. Shenmu sat behind the long desk under the window, enjoying the scenery and drinking tea leisurely. This was the 5th day after he attacked the White Tiger ship overnight. That night he abandoned the Tawafang house. The rent has not been refunded, and I packed up and evacuated overnight. The wooden house here is rented by Jieja. He didn't dare to show himself, for fear that he would be stalked and come to the door again. Zuosheng is from the Ginghong gang, right? Shenmu pondered to himself. When he appeared in Tawafang that night, he came after me? First was Baihutang Lin K, then Zuosheng. King Fengson can't be sold anymore. Shenmu sighed. It was hard to find someone to make a living, but the result was coveted. If it weren't for a coincidence, Zhu Yaij took the blame for him, and he was the one who was surrounded and killed by Lin K that night. Thinking of what happened to Zhui Pavilion, Shenmu's face was strange. Not only his own Huanglong powder was imitated, but he was also implicated in no way to stop the disaster for Shenmu. Jia, you are guilty of serious crimes. Shenmu sighed hypocritically. It should be over for now. Shenmu thought uncertainly. Shenmu has been staying in his new home in Shanglinfang for the past few days, for fear that the Ginghong gang will find trouble. As the largest gang in Nanyang Mansion, the elite of the White Tiger Hall was lost overnight. The hallmaster Lin K, the 4 rudder masters, and dozens of key gang members all died. Only a group of scumbags are left. How could the Ginghong gang not be angry? The Jinshui River was turbulent, and passing ships were inspected to make things difficult. The prefect of Nanyang City had to come forward to appease, which made Ginghong gang stop. Secretly, it is estimated that there are still aftermath. Shenmu thought a little worriedly. Let's be honest at home and brush up on the proficiency. Isn't that just staying home? Let's look at the harvest this time. A string of incantations were uttered. Black smoke filled the air, and a half-meter-long black lacquered wooden box appeared on the table. It was 5 days ago that he brought it from the Baihutang ship. The wooden box came from a luxurious cabin with elegant decoration, and most likely belonged to Lin K's private collection. Busy renting and moving house these days, I haven't come and checked carefully. Opening the wooden box, a stack of silver notes came into view first. 13,200 taels. Shenmu gasped. He had never seen so many silver notes before. Lingsha Pills and King Fengson can bring him about 300 taels of silver every month. He has to save for 4 years without eating, drinking, or spending. Get rich. Shenmu put away the banknotes and continued to flip. 3 fist-sized white porcelain vases, a gray stone the size of a pineapple, 2 account books, and 7 house deeds. The account book is useless. The deed has 3 shops and 4 houses. Maybe I can let Jijia handle the discount.
This old man channeled many ways in Zai, and he would definitely be able to handle this kind of filth. The three-fisted large white porcelain bottles did not dare to open them rashly, for fear of some volatile poison. Put it into a closed compartment of the Five Ghosts bag, and control the ghost paper figurine to open the cork. The two bottles contained the same thing, a red pill the size of a grape, 10 pills each, with no effect. The other bottle contained 6 large, brown pills of peanuts, and there was no sign of it.
Shenmue poured out one of each and placed it on the table. Gently fanning the air, a faint medicinal smell came.
The keen sense of smell given by the pharmacy gave him a rough guess about the 2 pills.
Red focuses on replenishing chi and blood. Is it a tonic for nourishing the soul? Shenmue's eyes lit up.
Nurturing is difficult.
The secret medicine was controlled by the Daliang royal family and the aristocratic family.
Jianghu scattered people were also forced to come up with various methods. Shenmue himself uses medicine to prepare nutritious milk. There are always people who can figure out ways to enhance chi and blood.
The red pill may be one of them. There should be many other similar tonics. Shenmue immediately decided, if you have a chance, you must collect it.
As long as he finds 1 or 2 samples, he can deduce the imitation by pharmaceutical technology. It can become his sole nourishment.
The brown pill is much simpler.
As soon as he smelled it and tasted it carefully, he thought about the formula by 70% to 80%. It's just that the more he thought about it, the weirder Shenmue's face became.
Ancient blue pill, good guy.
Lin really looks mighty and majestic on the outside, but I didn't expect it. The medicinal effect is mild, the essence is strengthened, the yang qi is generated, and it does not hurt the body.
It is a good thing. It's a pity it doesn't work. Sell it to Jijia?
Yes, to Jijia. His hair is white, he must be able to use it. Shenmue hee smiled and put away the medicine bottle.
Finally, I looked at the gray stone.
It must be some kind of precious ore that can be put into the wooden box by Lin Chu.
Put it away and think about it when you have time.
On the banks of the Jinshui River, in the Changrui Wharf of Nanyang Prefecture, inside the boat of the main building of the Jinghong Gang.
Jinghong Gang leader Jin Woodwan sat on the head. A fat face always has a kind smile.
But the unruly and strong men sitting on both sides of the lower head did not dare to breathe. Jin Woodwan looked like a wealthy businessman, but his strength was in the top 3 in Nanyang Mansion. It was the existence of this master that allowed the Jinghong Gang to firmly occupy the Jinshui River. On the coffee table beside him was a tray with a short knife in it. Jinwoo cut off his finger and rubbed the broken part. Good swordsmanship.
Jui Pavilion does not admit to killing Lin Quebec.
An old man in his 50s on the left side of the next head respectfully said.
Well, Jui Pavilion doesn't have such a good swordsman. Jin Woodwan nodded.
Jui Pavilion also said that Lin really attacked Jui Pavilion's stronghold for no reason. Let us give an explanation.
The thin old man continued. Don't pay attention to him.
Jin Woodwan waved his hand indifferently. I will personally go to Zhangqingha and have a good talk.
The expressions of many hall masters suddenly froze. Zhang Qingha is the pavilion master of Jui Pavilion in Nanyang Mansion and one of the 3 masters of Nanyang Mansion. When the two meet, I am afraid it will be a fierce fight.
This dispute will have an immeasurable impact on the Jinghong Gang and Nanyang Mansion.
Lin really attacked Jui Pavilion for his own selfish interests.
If he died, he would take the blame for himself.
Jin Woodwan smiled. But after all, he is the leader of my Jinghong Gang. I'll help him settle the mess in Jui Pavilion.
In addition, a reward is issued to provide clues to Lin Chu's death, 10,000 taels. Find the murderer, 20,000 taels.
Heads, 50,000 taels.
The smile on Jin Woodwan's face subsided, and he looked at the many hallmasters one by one. Go back and rectify the rules of the gang, restrain your subordinates, and don't do anything wrong. There will be a big man coming soon, and Nanyang Mansion can't be messed up.
Yes.
The hallmasters bowed to their orders. Zhuoshang sat at the end and also clasped his fists in agreement. Thinking of the high reward just now, I couldn't help but move in my heart. Recalling the tragic situation on the Bai Hutang ship, Zhuoshang frowned. The iron lotus seed saves and shoots, and the dagger stabs it.
He was too familiar with this scene. This is how the Taoist Qinshan of Qingshan County died. He couldn't help thinking of the chance encounter that night. Senior brother, what you have done is really embarrassing for me. He wanted a high bounty, but he was secretly apprehensive.
As soon as Lin Kei sent someone to follow him, he ushered in an explosive counterattack.
Bai Hutang said that if it was destroyed, it would be destroyed.
Zhuo Sheng's heart was terrified by this unscrupulous way of acting.
Forget it, let's not mess with this evil star. Zhuo Sheng couldn't help shaking his head. It's better to think about how to benefit from the White Tiger Hall.
He turned to look at the black-faced strong man who was also sitting at the end. Zhang Yi, the former head of the Bailang gang in Qingshan County, is now the head of the White Tiger Hall, a lucky person that makes people envious.
The elites of the White Tiger Hall were absolutely dead, and Zhang Yi became the leader of the hall in a daze. Even Zhuo Sheng couldn't help being jealous.
The other party is also from Qingshan County, and he is not strong enough.
He is in need of foreign aid.
If he can unite with him at this moment, Zhuo Sheng squinted and smiled.
Nanyang House, Shanglinfang.
There is an octagonal pavilion on the west side of the White House, surrounded by artificially excavated ponds. The pool is connected to the Luo River not far away through an underground passage, flowing slowly. The water quality is excellent, crystal clear, and occasionally swimming fish can be seen swimming on the bottom. Shen Mu was wearing a gray long gown, and his hair was tied with gray cloth. With his back to the post, he sat on a bench at the edge of the gazebo.
The right leg rests on the left knee. Then hold the right foot and make a gesture.
After digging his right foot and his left foot, Shen Mu sighed, "It's hard to cultivate courage. Since I have become courageous, I have been taking in a balanced food mix every day, nourishing medicated meals, and drinking specially prepared dairy products from time to time on weekdays. And God's intention to cooperate with the breathing method has never been interrupted." But a month has passed, and the size of soybean has not changed at all.
Jia, who was beside the stone table under the pavilion, looked disgusted. "Courage can swim all over the body, why do you have to pull your feet to see?" Shen Mu was stunned, with a look of embarrassment. "I forgot."
Jie, Shen Mu put on his shoes and socks as if nothing had happened, moved his courage to the palm of his hand, and continued to observe.
"Can you really cultivate your soul in 100 years? Shen Mu was deeply suspicious. "It's almost dead after practice."
"Yes." Jie lowered his head and said lightly, "If you die, you will know if you practice."
"Can the armored soul prolong life?" Shen Mu became interested.
Jie remained silent. Shen Mu shrugged and didn't care. It's too far to think about it now. Now he is more concerned about how to raise his soul.
Is it only the initial stage of soul accumulation that is so slow? Do you need to accumulate a lot? It's always been so slow.
Jie rubbed the silver beads unhurriedly. "You are slowing down.
Kestrel shape training is not ordinary."
Shen Mu sighed in disappointment.
"Traveling soul is the source of Jia soul. If you have poor shape training, your soul will be poor. Low effect and slow accumulation.
There is no secret medicine to shorten the accumulation time, and it is impossible to develop armor within 100 years.
There is one more point."
Jie glanced at Shen Mu. "Cultivation of soul for 100 years means that you must cultivate a soul before the age of 100. It does not mean that you can cultivate a soul as long as you practice for 100 years.
It's not a description, it's a requirement, it's a condition." Shen Mu was startled for a while.
He always thought that this sentence was a generalization of cultivation. It takes 10 years to practice the shape, and 100 years to practice the soul. But according to Jiejia's statement, that is, the martial artist should complete the training before the age of 100, and cultivate into an armored soul. Even looking at Jiejia's attitude, this is only a passing line. Looking at the courage that has not made any progress, Shen Mu's face is absurd. It's too outrageous.
"Do you know how long it takes for an ordinary martial artist to become a master?" Jia asked calmly.
"In the past 30 years, the people who have died in my hands, the total number of people who have mastered the shape, is 246.
26 years, this is the average of the training and formation.
The shortest 5 years, the direct descendants of the family.
The longest one is 47 years, the Jianghu loose people. Unless you have a bone." Shen Mu froze in place. 26 years? So long? It's just training. There is 100 years of soul cultivation in the back.
No, it should be called 100-year-old soul raising. The actual time to raise the soul is only 70 or 80 years at the longest.
According to what you said, it's as hard as skyrocketing to become an armored soul. Shen Mu looked like you were fooling me. Is there really someone who can practice it?
Jiejia's hand rubbing silver beads paused, his bright yellow eyes rolled, and he glanced at Shen Mu.
Have you seen it? Shen Mu couldn't believe it. Me. Jiejia's face was calm. Shen Mu, fuck.
So much foreshadowing, just show me this. This one from Versailles was caught off guard. Shen Mu didn't want to pay attention to this naughty old man.
He took out a fist-sized white porcelain bottle from his sleeve and handed it to Jiejia. Do you know this medicine?
Jiejia looked at Chen Mu's hand and didn't pick it up. Chen Mu rolled his eyes and put the porcelain bottle on the stone table. Jiejia took out a white handkerchief and took a look at the cork.
You didn't eat, did you?
Jiejia squinted at Chen Mu.
I'm not stupid.
I don't understand the medicine, how dare I take it randomly? Although the ingredients have not been fully analyzed, it can indeed replenish qi and blood.
You can see the attitude of Jiejia. Chen Mu stared at the white porcelain bottle suspiciously. Is there a problem?
It is called Dragon Pill. It strengthens the essence and accelerates the accumulation of blood energy. It can shorten the training time. It increases the chance of the birth of the soul.
Jiejia said lightly. Good stuff. How? There is a hint of Zhaodian red in the medicine. It contains vitality and is the main ingredient for accelerating shape training. Eating Zhaodianhon will pollute the spirit in spirit, and the armor will be mixed and impure.
If the armor is not pure, there is no way to open the gate of heaven. There are similar medicinal pills in the rivers and lakes, such as Pusui pills, Huangyadan, etc.
Jui Pavilion sells them, or?
Chen Mu immediately shook his head.
Knowing that there are hidden dangers, he will not eat indiscriminately. However, open the door to heaven? What is open heaven? When you are 100 years old, it's not too late to know.
Jiejia said lightly.
Is it the cultivation realm after armored soul? Chen Mu was thoughtful. Is there any non-polluting medicine in Jianghu folks that can speed up the recovery of the soul? Chen Mu was unwilling. Do you know who radiated it, such as the dragon transformation pill and the extracting marrow pill?
Jiejia asked without answering.
Family? Chen Mu frowned and tried to guess. Jiejia nodded calmly. Isn't this poisoning the rivers and lakes? Chen Mu was shocked.
Using this kind of pill that is quick for quick success but has endless troubles, not only drives the martial artists of the rivers and lakes to work hard, but also locks the upper limit of the martial artists of the rivers and lakes. It's just a small means to ensure one's own status.
Jiejia said lightly.
Chen Mu once again felt the cruelty of this world. It is time-consuming and labor-intensive to develop a secret medicine for nourishing the soul. But as long as you are willing to spend money and sacrifice your life, you can get extract pills and Huangyadan from the family.
Under the premise of not knowing the hidden dangers, who would ponder the prescription for nourishing the soul? Even if you know the hidden dangers, who can resist the temptation to raise your soul? Over time, bad money eliminates good money. All harmless secret medicines are concentrated in the hands of the family.
The ascending path of the scattered people in the rivers and lakes has been gradually cut off. Chen Mu sighed. It's really cruel.
Fortunately, I asked Jiejia.
Otherwise, if you buy medicine pills in a confused way to speed up your cultivation, wouldn't you step into the big hole of the aristocratic family?
But there is no secret medicine to speed up. How long will this armor be raised? Chen Mu was in a bad mood. After a long while, Chen Mu adjusted his mentality.
Looking at Jiejia, who was still rubbing silver beads, he couldn't help but sigh.
Thinking of an unknown stone, he immediately got up and went back to his room to hold it out. Do you know this stone? Ebony? Jiejia's eyelids didn't lift 2 points. He picked it up and observed it carefully. Unfortunately, it's not the core of the tree. No wonder. Good thing? Chen Mu was overjoyed, and immediately reacted, full of surprise. This thing is wood?
No matter the rough shape or the weight and texture, it looks like a gray stone.
I didn't expect it to be wood. Magic.
A tree that only sprouts and grows in craters.
It is said that an adult ebony tree penetrates the sky and the ground, drinking magma under it, and bathing in thunderbolts. Hundreds of ethnic groups live on a single tree. Do you believe it? Chen Mu squinted.
Jiejia stared at Ebony and shrugged. Is it a legend? Chen Mu pouted, saying that there is no exaggeration in the legend. What can it be used for?
Forging weapons. Jiejia put down the ebony road. Aren't you afraid of fire? Chen Mu was puzzled. It grew up eating magma.
Jiejia said lightly.
Isn't it a legend?
Chen Mu was surprised. Jiejia didn't open his mouth to explain. Chen Mu looked suspicious, and the old man couldn't speak clearly.
Drink lava, Mu Lei Ting. Is there such a tree in the world? Do you want to build weapons?
Chen Mu came back to his senses. Of course. He had long wanted to build 2 new short swords. The power of the sleeve sword is getting stronger and stronger, and the 2 short swords before can no longer withstand the full explosion. The last time I forcibly interrupted Lin Kei's short sword, the sleeve sword was damaged. Now that there is ebony, a sword casting material that can make Jejia move, of course, 2 new swords must be rebuilt. I still have a few good-looking swords in my hand, which can be melted and used as materials. He brought everything from the warehouse of Bai Hutang and planned to sell it for money. It's enough to have it. Jejia pointed to ebony. Immediately, he glanced at Chen Mu. Things marked by the White Tiger Hall, it is best not to take them out. What White Tiger Hall? Chen Mu looked blank. Still don't admit it? Jejia pouted and shook his head. Jinghonggang has offered a reward. Who can provide clues to Lin Kei's death? 10,000 taels. Find the murderer. 20,000. Head. 50,000.
I'm not a bounty hunter. Why are you telling me this? Chen Mu frowned and looked puzzled. Isn't that what you did?
Jejia rolled his eyes and glanced at Chen Mu.
Old Jia, we've known each other for so long, am I so unbearable in your eyes?
Chen Mu said with disappointment in his eyes, and then he emphasized sincerely, I'm just a little scholar who keeps his own feet, how can he be with me?
This kind of murder has something to do with it? You misunderstood me too deeply. Chen Mu was full of loneliness. Jejia's skin practice is drawn, and this shameless appearance is really the same as before.
Before Jejia left, Chen Mu he smiled and called to him, and gave him a big white porcelain bottle with a fist.
There are good things in it. You can use them. I'll give them to you.
Jejia didn't know why, so he took the bottle and opened it. The well-informed Jejia's face turned black at that time. Seeing Chen Mu squinting and smiling, he was even more angry. At the moment, Jejia put away his things expressionlessly, and glanced at Chen Mu with bright yellow eyes.
Really send me? Chen Mu immediately nodded, send it. Jejia asked calmly, do you know what it is?
Chen Mu smiled and shook his head.
Means I don't know anything. It's called Jinyang pill.
Jejia said with a slight smile in his eyes, the secret medicine of the Red Boat, in the Gulan brothel, 21 pills.
And there is no market at all.
After he finished speaking, he looked at Chen Mu with a smile on his face.
22 capsules, that one bottle of 6 capsules is 122.
There is still no market for the price, and maybe it can be sold for 150 taels.
Just give away 150 taels? Chen Mu twitched in distress and looked at Jejia eagerly. Send it to me, you said.
Jejia smiled and walked away with his hands behind his back.
Chen Mu. Shanglinfang, Chen's house.
Chen Mu sat in front of the stone table in the pavilion.
There is a book on the table, and the blue-eyed golden ape is practicing shape art.
The shape training technique that was bought at a high price from Jejia. Not long after I got it, I started to experience twists and turns. I was giving gifts to others, and I was moving.
I didn't get down to practice.
Now the Jinghonggang offered him a reward, and Chen Mu didn't dare to go out, so he had a lot of time to ponder new forms. Walking out of the pavilion, Chen Mu bent over, raised his left hand to grasp, and his right hand lowered and twisted his wrist, like fishing for the moon. Stand with your feet in tandem, with your heels slightly raised, your toes gripping the ground, and your forepalms focused. Keeping his posture still, Chen Mu adjusted his breathing. 180 cycles of breathing rhythm have long been memorized. Immediately adjust your breathing and feel the change in your body's center of gravity.
Kestrel training requires constant running and moving. The blue-eyed and golden ape exercises are mostly static movements.
There are 18 postures and 180 breathing rhythms in the Yijin stage. Chen Mu needs to complete 18 posture changes and maintain stability in these 180 rhythms.
And each posture has its corresponding breathing rhythm. Only by echoing back and forth and forming a continuous cycle can one complete an efficient practice. If you're not careful, the rhythm will be disordered. After trying for half an hour in a row, there was a sudden enlightenment in my mind. It seems to have found some kind of rhythm, and the cooperation that was originally stumbling became smooth. Chen Mu looked at the gray wall in front of him. A new entry appeared at the bottom.
Writing, 1785/10,000/second order, drawing, 1652/10,000/second order, throwing, 413/10,000/fourth order, kestrel training, limit, cooking skills, 4376/10,000/second order, pharmacy, 6576/10,000/third order, sleeve sword, 4981/10,000/tier 3, 5 ghosts moving the mountain spell, 5752/10,000/third order, blue-eyed golden ape shape training, 5/10,000/first order, keep up the good work and keep the rhythm. As a result, the inhalation time of the last breath was slightly shorter, and the cycle could not be achieved.
Proficiency only goes up a little.
It's another big project.
Chen Mu shrugged. I don't know when I will be able to achieve the ultimate goal.
No wonder so many people in the rivers and lakes are rushing for medicines such as hualong pill. On the one hand, there is a soul raising that cannot be seen, and on the other hand, the improvement is visible to the naked eye. Chen Mu guessed that even if Jianghu people knew the maliciousness of the family and the hidden dangers of medicinal pills, they would still not be able to take it. After all, as long as you practice your form, you will be able to enjoy the wealth and beauty inexhaustible. If you are lucky enough to become a wandering soul, you will be a big boss with countless power and wealth. Who wouldn't be envious? Foresight and insight are often only owned by a small number of people, and eager for quick success is the normal state of the world.
Fortunately, I have the proficiency gray wall. If not for this plug-in for the confidence.
Maybe Chen Mu will also take the dragon transformation pill, and then he will be forced to get into the trap of the aristocratic family.
Let's continue with the liver. Shanglinfang Chen's house. There used to be a small garden on the east side of the courtyard, with beautiful flowers that Chen Mu couldn't name. Chen Mu was delighted to see them, and as soon as he was happy, he pulled them all out. The land was then turned over and planted with various seasonal vegetables. It's a pity that the time is too short, just sprout, and the vegetables still need to be bought outside. The west side street of Shanglinfang continues to the north. Passing Chonglifang, you can reach Nanyang Fubei City. South City, North City, and Nanyang Prefecture are two major commercial markets. All large transactions are carried out in Liangfang City.
Along the street, there are also farmers who come to the city to sell vegetables, but they are not as complete as the two cities in the north and south.
Chen Mu walked all the way.
Although brushing proficiency is pleasant, you can occasionally come out to see the lively people and see different scenery, which can also make people feel comfortable. When I first entered Beishur, the first thing I saw was Beishur Fanlu. There is a Fanlu in each of the two cities in the north and the south, both of which are the famous gold sales caves in Nanyang Mansion.
7 or 8 5-story high-rise buildings are connected together by corridor overpasses. Upstairs in the spring breeze, one of the fan towers, Yingyen, with red sleeves swaggering.
Chen Mu glanced at them and severely criticized their revealing attire.
Don't be afraid of catching a cold. Then I took a second look, and then I reluctantly went to buy vegetables.
Passing by a tea house called Xinyuan Tea Club, Chen Mu moved in and walked in. He doesn't go out all day, and the news is too closed.
It is necessary to find a way to collect information. While in Xingshan County, he would regularly go to Bafangla for tea.
Seeing Xinyuan Tea Club, Chen Mu had the same idea.
Don't be in a hurry to buy groceries, go and hear what news is coming from Nanyang Mansion. This tea house is not small, with 3 floors up and down, obviously not an ordinary small place.
As soon as he entered the tea house, the hustle and bustle atmosphere made Chen Mu feel extra cordial.
Storytellers, tea drinkers, business talkers, a firework atmosphere familiar to Chen Mu made him feel relaxed. He found a corner and sat down.
A pot of tea, a plate of freshly fried peanuts, and a sesame soft pastry cost him 65 coins. Enough to buy 2 pounds of meat.
The price of Nanyang Mansion is really high.
Chen Mu shook his head and stuffed a piece of sesame cake into his mouth. The soft and sweet taste made Chen Mu's eyes bright, and he stopped after eating 3 pieces in a row. A small plate is only 8 yuan in total, and I ate half of it before I could enjoy it. Thinking about the more than 10,000 taels of silver bills hidden in the 5 ghost bags, Chen Mu sighed. The landlord's family had no surplus. Man, help me pack 2 sesame cakes, I'll take them away later.
Okay.
Speaking of which, this Ginghong gang is the #1 gang in our Nanyang Mansion. You have to look at their eyes when going up and down the Jinshui River. But fortunately, the Ginghong gang has strict rules and takes money to do things. It is also the Ginghong gang who constantly fights against water thieves, which guarantees smooth water and river transportation. In the past, everyone only heard of his name and didn't have much contact with him, because most of them were begging for a living on the river surface.
Now it's famous.
An old man with a goatee was sitting on the wooden table in the center of the tea house, and excitedly talked about the hot news of Nanyang Mansion. 3 days ago, Jin Wujuanjin of Ginghong Gang had a battle with Pavilion Master Zhang of Zhui Pavilion, and he won a big victory. He became the second master of our Nanyang Mansion, only under the command of the Shangguan of the Fuching army.
The limelight is always there. If you want to talk about this Zhui Pavilion, you may not be familiar with it. He is an underground force in our Dalian, and all he does is shameful business. I don't know who has received a reward, but dare to attack the Ginghong Gang's White Tiger Hall Master Lin K, which annoys the Jin Gang Master. The old man was talking endlessly, and the people below listened with relish. Chen Mu slowly drank tea and nibbled peanuts, listening to the news with ears high.
Lin Ke was killed, Jinghong Gang asked Zhu Yaich for trouble, and the gang leader Jin Wu made an appointment to fight against Zhu Yaich Zhang Qinghe, and even won. The more Chen Mu listened, the weirder his face became, and he sighed with pretentious emotion. Zhui Pavilion is really burdened with too much.
Too difficult. I hope Pavilion Master Zhang recovers soon. Chen Mu wished without sincerity. Except that the reward is a little troublesome. Are you safe for the time being?
Chen Mu was delighted and shoved all the sesame cakes into his mouth in one breath.
One word, sweet.
That day, there was no wind on the river, but the sky was dark and cloudy. The two of them took a small boat, and a vertical leap spanned dozens of meters. It was like a thunderbolt descending into the world, banging on the isolated island in the heart of the river. Then the wind blew up and the clouds flew, flying sand and rocks, and the place where the two passed by collapsed and cracked, like a dragon turning over. The entire Jiangxin island was shattered by the aftermath of the two people's fight. Chen Mu's eyes twitched fiercely.
How to say, upgrade from martial arts to xianxia? The land is still falling and the ground is cracking, and the dragon is turning over.
Others in the tea house listened with relish, but Chen Mu listened to the drama.
A whispered conversation caught Chen Mu's attention. I heard that something happened to the red boat. A fat businessman whispered to his companion, knocking on the seeds.
I also heard that there are no people on the boat. The same wealthy companion replied in a low voice, the young son of the Lu family is lustful, and almost all of them have been on the red boat on the Jinshui River.
I don't know which one to go on this time. The boat is gone.
Hey!
Couldn't someone be murdering someone for money?
No, someone saw their boat on the Changrui pier outside the city.
According to that person, the boat looked weird. It's probably a ghost boat.
The red boat goes up and down the Luo River to pick up passengers every day.
How could they go out of the city? Do not commit suicide. Indeed, ghost boats can't enter Nanyang Mansion.
Chen Mu frowned as he listened beside him. In the nearly 5 months since I came to Nanyang Mansion, I have never heard of an incident of evil.
He was about to forget about the ghosts.
When I heard the news of the strange red boat at this time, I suddenly thought of the strange long-haired woman. You can't avoid these ghost monsters anywhere. Fortunately, Nanyang Mansion has magical protection.
Chen Mu lost his interest in continuing to listen and left Xin Yuan tea house with the packaged sesame soft cake. Shanglinfang, Chen's house, under the pavilion on the west side.
Chen Mu put the gray wall in front of him and concentrated on his practice. After practicing once, the proficiency will increase by 1 to 5 points.
Threads of insights about the practice of the blue-eyed golden ape flooded into my mind.
Chen Mu's eyes were dull, and he practiced tirelessly over and over again. Chen Mu didn't stop until there was a slight pain in his lungs. After half a month, he went out every 5 days to buy vegetables and drink tea to listen to news.
The rest of the time is devoted to the practice of the blue-eyed golden ape.
In the evening, in the study room on the 2nd floor, Chen Mu opened the window and sat at the desk. Picking up the warm milk tea and matching the imitation sesame soft cake, Chen Mu sat comfortably on the reclining chair, watching the boats on the Luo River in the distance to soothe his spirit.
Habitually call out the gray wall calculation proficiency.
Blue-eyed golden ape shape training, 4140/10,000/first order. He put down all his other skills and put all his energy into the blue-eyed golden ape, and he had completed nearly half of it in just half a month.
Sure enough, Chen Mu couldn't help clenching his fists.
The blue-eyed golden ape is very difficult to practice the shape, but the proficiency is quicker.
Kestrel training has greatly transformed the body.
The sleeve sword and iron lotus seeds also strengthen the body.
The body is strong, the endurance is strong, and the number of times of practice per day is more.
The body has been strengthened and the foundation is thick, and it is easy to repair to a new height. A few parts that have not been practiced before only need to spend a little energy to carve. The difficulty of practice is reduced, the number of practice times is increased, and the proficiency level will naturally be quicker. The future is gradually clear, but Chen Mu is not happy. Compared to the children of aristocratic families, it's still too far behind. Chen Mu shook his head in frustration.
Innate blood is strong, and you can practice thousands of miles in a day.
The family has a strong background, and he has been taking the acceleration secret medicine since he was a child.
There is also a well-established form of practice that has been passed down from generation to generation.
The more Chen Mu thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. These descendants of noble families are simply God's darlings.
People have blood, secret medicine, and inheritance. What do I have? I only have a small proficiency. Chen Mu sighed deeply. Fairness is always relative.
Chen Mu had to comfort himself.
But sweat won't lie.
Shenmue changed his method to cheer himself up again. Children from aristocratic families come from a wealthy background, but I will never give up. Shenmue quickly put away the gray wall in front of him, and secretly warned himself.
These foreign objects will only confuse my mind. Then solemnly establish the creed of life. People can only rely on themselves.
I just want to rely on firm will, rely on unremitting efforts, rely on a drop of sweat, step by step to reach the highest.
Dalian 640, June 5th.
The weather was fine, Shenmue's knees were slightly bent, his hands were resting on the sky, his eyes narrowed, and he let out a long, slow breath. The next moment, a heat wave suddenly radiated from his body. The muscles of the body pulsate in small areas and expand at a rate visible to the naked eye. In just 3 breaths, Shenmue changed from a tall and thin body to a sturdy body with inverted triangle legs like pillars. In the next moment, his body shrank rapidly again like a ferocious man.
As if an invisible force was fully compressed inward. After a while, Shenmue turned into that tall and thin appearance again. It was only slightly stronger than before. After a long while, Shenmue took a deep breath and stood up. It's done! For more than a month, the blue-eyed golden ape practiced shapeshifting and became Ijin. In an instant, he was completely remodeling his body.
From that huge body to thin again, Shenmue felt that his whole body was stronger. This is the magic of physiognomy. It really transforms the microstructure of the body. The muscle fibers do not thicken much, but the strength increases exponentially, and the agility does not drop but rises.
Having the foundation of kestrel shape training, the blue-eyed golden ape shape training is a smooth one.
When you reach the peak of training, with the help of proficiency, you will be around the corner.
The way of superimposing shape training is the right one.
Shenmue clenched his fists and stretched his legs, slowly experiencing the changes in his body.
As long as your soul is a little bigger, it's fine. Shenmue prayed helplessly.
The practice of shape training in the world is too simple, and the area of the soul that has been practiced is not large. The smaller the area, the worse the quality and the slower the accumulation speed.
If it's all that much, how many exercises do you have to practice to really cover your whole body? Shenmue's scalp felt a little numb just by doing a little calculation. But after thinking about it carefully, I found it to be nothing. He has the proficiency and the foundation of mastering the formation, and he will soon be able to master the new kung fu. Consumption time is inherently shorter than others.
After all, it takes 100 years to cultivate the soul.
He is only 20 years old now. 80 years to go.
If he were to practice one form of training a year, and before the deadline, he would be able to practice at least 70 kinds of techniques, excluding the wasted time. Thinking of this, Shenmue's mood suddenly relaxed. There is no need to rush forward in a hurry, it is a little slower, a little thinner, and more stable. As for the life limit issue, Shenmue has some vague guesses. With the emergence of the spirit of wandering, his energy is growing stronger and stronger, which is a manifestation of strong vitality.
What if the whole body becomes armored? Will the vitality be stronger?
Whether it was his own feelings or Jia ambiguous description, Shenmue was deeply looking forward to Jia Soul. I'm going to the ghost market tonight, and I must buy the White Ape training book. Now that he is not short of money, it is better to buy it early and put it in his pocket. After staying in Nanyang Mansion for 5 or 6 months, he became more and more aware of the preciousness of the practice.
There are only those 3 copies on the black market. The folk martial arts hall is even more vague.
Thinking about it now, I was really lucky to have met Sheng Hong's greedy ghost.
Too bad it's a bit too greedy.
As a result, the people were gone and the money was not spent.
Yes, other people are dead, the money is still there. I know where his house is, but I forgot to take back the gift? Mistakes. It's just that the business was unfamiliar at the time. I don't know who got cheaper in the end?
It was getting dark, and Shenmue had eaten early. With a gray hat and yin-yang face, Shenmue put on Yang Ji's vest again. Taking advantage of the night, cross the Luaha pontoon bridge and come to a hidden pier on the south bank of the Luaha River. He deliberately chose this place far away from his residence to board the ship, for fear of being touched at the door of his house. A pitch-black awning boat, a masked boatman, a black wooden token, Shenmue sat on the bow, passed through the misty water vapor, and boarded the Ghost City boat. He didn't go around much, just came to Hong Liaojai, changed his voice slightly, and said bluntly, "I want White Ape to practice shape surgery." The shopkeeper wearing the ghost mask was startled for a moment, and then his gentle and polite voice could not help but be more enthusiastic.
This kind of crisp tone is a luxury.
Guests, please see, this is the White Ape forming technique, with complete inheritance and clear annotations, only 800 taels. Shenmue looked up at the ghost mask shopkeeper and slowly took out 600 taels of silver notes from his arms and handed them to him. The ghost-faced shopkeeper froze. 600 taels is the price of Hong Liao Zhai. He quoted 800 taels just to make some extra money, but he didn't expect this high roller to be clear about the price. Immediately, he seemed to have nothing to do, full of helplessness. The guest is really a good price to kill. Since the guests are so happy, I can't be stingy. 600 is 600. The ghost-faced shopkeeper waved his hand and said boldly. Shenmue pouted, still wanting to take my money, not afraid that I will pack an iron lotus seed to give you a gift. Put away the book immediately and leave. Please stay objective. Shenmue turned back suddenly, and the eyes under the hat were fixed on the shopkeeper. How? I really want to make a fool of myself. The evil ghost practice shopkeeper suddenly felt his scalp go numb. Is this still a monster? The shopkeeper's careful recommendation, I just received a few precious secrets here, would you like to read them together? Black market sales are not good. Secret art? Shenmue was interested. Back then, Hallmaster Lin K seemed to have a secret technique that could instantly explode his attack speed. If it weren't for his courage and the fast enough oil on the soles of his feet, he might not have been able to escape. Look! Shenmue's eyes lit up, and he sat back at the table again. Stay objectively. The grimace-masked shopkeeper walked into the back hall with joy. After a while, he came back with a 3-finger-thick wooden box. Please taste it. The shopkeeper opened the wooden box and said to himself. Shenmue looked over curiously. A total of 3 booklets were placed in the wooden box, and Shenmue took them out one by one. Luan Fengshu, Sutra of Ultimate Bliss, Golden Wind Jade do Wonderful Law. Hi! This is not the secret technique I want. There was an ambiguity in the shopkeeper's voice. How? Is he serious about this book? Shenmue said he didn't understand, but he was shocked. It's really not serious. The shopkeeper laughed. Shenmue's face was clear, and his right hand couldn't help but move. I just look at it, pure knowledge. Shenmue, who successfully persuaded himself, hurriedly opened Luan Fengshu. Every morning, take quinine powder with warm water, see the appendix for the recipe, and then immediately recite the following commands, at least 23 times. The bird's sound is crisp and clear, and the speed of the air should be controlled, not too extreme, not too slow. The human voice is complex, one needs to be selected from the old, the young, to have daily conversations, and to imitate from time to time. Shenmue raised his head and looked at the shopkeeper with a bewildered expression. This secret technique is a secret from the rivers and lakes. And finally there is the secret technique of ventriloquism, which is a rare secret technique. Shenmue, it's not the rudeness I thought it was. Profiteer. Total profiteer. Deceiving consumers' feelings. With a bit of luck, Shenmue opened the other 2 books. My good fellow, the Bliss Sutra turned out to be a sleep book. All kinds of detailed methods are to make people fall asleep easily and quickly. It has been claimed many times in the book that the bliss in dreams can be obtained by performing according to the law. I believe in your evil. The last one is even more outrageous, it is about beauty. Toning muscles, lifting and firming skin, and even a prescription for whitening and removing blackheads? Shenmue looked at the grimace mask across from him speechlessly. This secret technique is really not serious. Shenmue reluctantly flipped through the 3 books from the beginning. In the end, it still had nothing to do with the secret technique he wanted. In the end, Shenmue spent 30 taels and left with the Golden Wind and Jade magic method. It's not that he loves to dress up, but he values his skills in adjusting his muscles and pulling his skin. Nia Ofa used them to improve sagging skin. Shenmue felt that this kind of body fine-tuning was very suitable for disguise surgery. Every time he goes out, he smears and smears to change his complexion. If you can figure out the disguise technique, it will be much easier to go out in disguise. With 2 cheats in his hand, Shenmue didn't intend to continue walking, and left. After going out of Bai Hutang to investigate King Fengsen, Shenmue knew that the ghost city was not safe. The Ginghong gang found Jieja from the ghost city big ship, and then a series of incidents occurred. It's still safe to stay at home honestly. Out of the cabin, the outside of the ship was still silent and pitch black. Several black-clothed and masked leaders led Shenmue to the stern. There were more than a dozen awning boats tethered to them. As soon as they reached the middle of the big boat, a burst of Yingyanyu was sent by the river wind. Shenmue and the person leading the way turned around and looked at each other. A 50-meter-long red boat broke through the fog. The eaves of the red boat pavilion are full of lanterns, and the carved beams and paintings are beautiful. The huge red boat is like daytime, and the river surface is brightly illuminated. Pipa, guzheng, dongxiao, the sound of musical instruments mixed and melodious singing came.
It's so beautiful.
The masked man who led the way looked obsessively at the graceful figure in the tulle curtain 10 meters away.
It's pretty. Chen Mu also looked at it with relish. That's mine.
The masked man who led the way spoke hotly.
The money is yours.
Chen Mu laughed and teased. Then he watched the other party jump into the water with a thud, like a white streak in the waves, rushing towards the red boat with a string of water splashes.
Are you so unrestrained? Chen Mu was stunned. Puff, puff.
The next moment, all the masked guides on the big boat in the ghost market jumped into the water one by one like dumplings, and couldn't wait to climb on the opposite red boat. It took only a minute or two for the two boats to pass by. But in just a minute or two, Chen Mu was the only one left on the entire dark ship.
Chen Mu's pupils shrank suddenly looking towards the red boat that is gradually moving away.
I saw young women in tulle standing by the windows of several rooms at the stern. They all stared at Chen Mu with expressionless faces. An urge to jump off the boat suddenly hit me.
Chen Mu, fuck.
The two ghost paper figurines jumped out of their sleeves with a swish. One left and one right close to the forehead. The cold touch woke him up. Looking closely, the big red boat has penetrated into the mist on the river, and only a few lights are looming.
So close. It almost caught on. Everyone is going out to see happiness, why do I just go out to hell? What the hell? Can't wait anymore, hurry up.
Chen Mu ran to the stern and suddenly froze in place. More than a dozen awning boats were dragged to the stern with ropes, but there was not a single boatman on board.
Not only black-collared passers-by jumped, but the boatman was not spared either. Chen Mu looked at the empty awning boat with a helpless expression on his face. He can't row a boat. Shanglinfang, Chen's house. Chen Mu sat on the second floor, drank a cup of warm milk tea, touched his pounding heart, and still couldn't help but be afraid.
Ever since he met the long-haired girl, he knew that the 5 ghost bags vaguely restrained the ghosts. And because it is ready to launch the fascination smoke at any time. As long as Chen Mu goes out, he must open the 5 ghost bags.
Don't be afraid even if it takes effort. Fortunately.
Chen Mu called out 2 little paper figurines and looked at the vivid ghost paper figurines covered with red lines.
It used to be weird in the past, but now it looks so cute. It's a big help. Without the 2 of them, maybe the red boat will dive right away when it sees it. Didn't you say that evil spirits can't enter Nanyang Palace City?
Chen Mu remembered the gossip that Xin Yuan Club heard.
That red ship is probably the man-eating ghost ship.
He heard it more than once. But most of them haunt the Jinshui River outside the city, and have never entered the Luoha River.
Isn't there a problem with Nanyang Mansion's magic weapon to ward off evil spirits, so unlucky? I don't have the aura of the protagonist, and I feel uneasy no matter where I go. Chen Mu was full of resentment, muttering. This door can't be casually opened. Tomorrow, we will dig a hole and collect supplies, and let him stay for a year and a half before talking about it. Early the next morning, Chen Mu ran to the North City to start a big purchase. White wheat, air-dried ham, various vegetables, seasonings. When I got home, I no longer cared about my liver proficiency. In the kitchen on the east side of the first floor, I found a corner and started digging underground. After digging a few shovels, I suddenly remembered the 5 ghost bags. What would happen if the 5 ghost bags were used to move the soil from the ground? Chen Mu chanted the spell, looked at the size of the feeding shaft in the bag, and aimed at the soil under his feet, covered with black smoke. Move! Then the soil under his feet disappeared layer by layer, and began to sink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before long, a circular shaft with a diameter of 1 meter and a depth of 5 meters was added underground. If it weren't for the limited depth of black smoke penetrating the soil each time, he could dig faster. Hey! This is really a must-have artifact for home travel. With the help of the 5 ghost bags, he dug a huge space 7 or 8 meters underground in just one morning. One of the most wasteful time is dealing with soil. It took up too much space at home, so he had to throw it into Luoha. Every time I look around like a thief, I make sure that there is no boat on the river and no one around, so I secretly put the soil into the river. Skillfully sprinkle the burrows with powdered lime to prevent moisture and insects. Chen Mu drilled out for lunch. Not long in the afternoon, the various supplies he ordered were also delivered one by one. Pay the delivery workers to send away, and busy moving supplies underground. Fortunately, there are 5 ghost bags, and it is finally finished before dinner. In the evening, Jia Jia came over to eat on time. His nose twitched twice, and his eyes couldn't help but glance at Chen Mu. Are you a mouse? Chen Mu, What do you mean? So you like digging holes? Smell the earthy smell? I've already covered it up with powder on purpose? Dog knows. Shenmue rolled his eyes. You think I like it? Not because it's too dangerous outside. Ignoring Jiejia's ridicule, Shenmue hurriedly asked, is there anything wrong with Nanyang Mansion's magic weapon to ward off evil? Jiejia frowned slightly. Have you encountered a ghost monster? Shenmue told Jiejia the truth about what happened last night. Jiejia Ming's yellow eyes rolled, and he kept looking at Shenmue from left to right. Why didn't you die? Shenmue laughed angrily. Believe it or not, I won't wash my hands when I cook. Jiejia looked at a table of delicious food, and his eyebrows were shaking. I washed it this time. The corners of Shenmue's mouth twitched. Normal. Jiejia said indifferently as he sat down at the stone table with an expressionless face. The ghost ship has run into Nanyang Mansion, is it normal? Shenmue stared in disbelief. You don't know what's going on with Daliang now? Jiejia sat down and took out a snow-white handkerchief, wiping the tableware and chopsticks meticulously. The army is in turmoil, the end of the dynasty. Shenmue's face was not very good-looking. Although Nanyang Mansion is peaceful, this is because Nanyang is located in the southwest, far from the hinterland of Daliang. According to the news collected by Xin Yuan Tea Club, there are continuous uprisings in the hinterland of Daliang, and people are called kings every day. Fields were destroyed, food was in short supply, people died of starvation, and even tragic cannibalism occurred. It's true that the army is in chaos, but it may not be at the end of the dynasty. Jiejia threw the used handkerchief into the trash can beside his feet. The more dead people are, the more ghost monsters will flourish. It's normal for a more powerful ghost monster to break through the magic weapon. In some places, even the whole city is occupied by ghosts, and it becomes a ghost realm, which is terrible. Jiejia said calmly. Shenmue's scalp felt numb when he heard it. The world is so dangerous. After dinner, Jiejia was sent away. Shenmue took out the bright red five ghost bag and put it on the desk to stare. Before, he also wanted to practice all three forms of training to the limit in one breath. Now, it looks like this has to be put aside. Since the 5 ghost bags can restrain the ghosts, then move the 5 ghosts out of the mountain and curse the liver first. 2 ghost paper figurines can keep him fresh, and 5 ghost paper figurines, is it possible to fight back? Forget it, don't ask too much, as long as you can save my life, everything will be fine. 5 ghost bags, you have to give some strength. If you want to practice the 5 ghosts moving the mountain mantra, you must consider the problem of eating the 5 ghost bags. If you don't open the bag often, a full meal can last for a long time. Frequent opening, it is necessary to continuously feed fresh meat. Back then in Xingshan County, in order to raise bags, he spent a period of time on the banks of the Bailang River pretending to be a fisherman. Now it's Luoha when he goes out, but he doesn't dare to catch him. First there was the long-haired girl by the river, and then there was the red ghost boat in the middle of the night. Now Shenmue was allergic to the river and didn't dare to stay for long, for fear of encountering ghosts again. Thinking of this, he looked through the window to the small pond around the pavilion. Part of the reason for choosing this house is the pond connecting the Luoha River. The pond and Luoha are connected by 5 or 6 large bamboo poles buried in the ground. It can ensure the circulation of living water, and some small fish can also come in. It's good to eat every 3 to 5, and it's a drop in the bucket to feed the 5 ghost bags. The next day, Shenmue disguised and went out to Beishur. Find a pottery shop and order 100 large water tanks in one go. The water tank is 1 meter in diameter and 1 meter 3 in height. It was already evening when the shops were dispatching goods from all over the place and delivering things one after another. 100 water tanks are stacked in the yard. Even if they are stacked, they still occupy most of the yard. After eating hastily, he sent the other party away in Jiejia's strange eyes, and Shenmue went back to the room to rest. When it was quiet in the dead of night, Shenmue quietly came to the yard. Jump on the roof to make sure there is no one around, and walk to the pond under the gazebo. Go! He wants to dig a bigger channel for the pond to trap live fish. First, block the bamboo pipe that originally connected to the Luo River, and use the 5 ghost bags to remove the water from the pool. Then dig diagonally from the bottom of the pond to the Luoha River. Black smoke pounced on the bottom of the pool, and layers of soil disappeared out of thin air. Every time you dig more than a meter, a water tank with the bottom cut off is inserted to act as a pipe. After a busy night, before the sun came out, I finally dug the channel. The secret passage is 4 meters deep underground, and the audience is more than 90 meters. When the last bit of soil was dug, the Luoha water rushed into the pond along the channel and quickly filled the dry pond.
Staring at the swimming fish vaguely swimming under the turbid water, Shenmue nodded in satisfaction. It's done.
Nancher fan lu si halu.
In the private room on the third floor, a group of people are changing cups. Section Master Zhang is worthy of being our Qingshan County Yingjie. Not long after he came to Nanyang Mansion, he sat on the throne of the Hall Master.
It's really amazing.
Zuoshang raised his glass and complimented with a smile. Zhang Yi hurriedly picked up a glass of wine and touched one. After drinking it, he waved his hand with a smile. Young Master Zhua, don't make fun of me.
I still know how much I have.
It's a coincidence, it's all by chance. Even though I have become a Hall Master, my foundation is weak and it is difficult to convince the public. There are many veteran Hall Masters in the gang, but none of them look at me. Zhang Yi smiled wryly and shook his head. Zuoshang nodded faintly. Without being carried away by the position of power, this Zhang Yi still had some merits. You can draw over and fight against the old guys in the gang.
Luck is also a kind of strength. There are so many gangs in the White Tiger Hall, how can only Hall Master Zhang succeed?
It means that Hall Master Zhang must be outstanding.
Zuoshang continued to tout. Zhang Yi waved his hands again and again. He didn't dare to be arrogant at all.
Instead, he looked lonely. I don't know how long I can sit here as a Hall Master. He thought of the familiar smell of that night.
That poisonous neuropathy is also in Nanyang. Can you go to trouble others? Why are you arresting me and not letting go?
It was because of that madness that he released the smoke, which broke his deal with the Asan bandit, and was plotted by the Asan bandit for revenge. In addition, Li Wenlin, the commander-in-chief, arrested the local gangsters, and the Bailang gang was hit hard.
Only then did they have to disband the gang and escape from Qingshan County.
At this moment, the mysterious person appeared again, and he estimated that he would become a laughingstock again soon.
When on earth did I offend that madman?
Zhang Yi was annoyed more than once when he returned to his dream at midnight. When I offended him, why didn't I kill him? Zuoshang was more and more satisfied with Zhang Yi's attitude, and revealed alliance information in his words.
Zhang Yi was instantly overjoyed.
The eldest son of Zui is a disciple of the sect leader Jin Wuduan. Alliance with him, he is the main iron. Don't worry about being pushed out in a short time. The two have a joint mind, and the chat is more and more speculative.
The bosses were chatting and laughing. In the corner, the two younger brothers, Sun Fu and Jin Fan, were also chatting hotly. After chatting, they talked about Zhang Yi's experience in Nanyang Mansion. You and a scholar surnamed Chen arrived at Nanyang Mansion together?
Sun Fu narrowed his eyes, blocking his constricted pupils. Yes, that scholar is ordinary, but he has good cooking skills. He can make flowers roasted with wild barbecue. That taste, tsk. Jin Fan's cheeks were flushed as he drank, but he didn't notice that Sun Fu was different. Sun Fu pretended to be curious and kept asking. After a while, Sun Fu raised his head to look at his own gang leader and the new Baihu Hall leader.
There's nothing going on here, right?
Lin Kai sent people to stalk the scholar surnamed Chen, but he died suddenly. Zhang Yi unexpectedly became the head of the hall, and now his own head has come to form an alliance. It's not the case that the White Tiger Hall was robbed, these three masters did it together, right? Sun Fu's heart jumped fiercely. These three are all from Qingshan County. When the other two came, they came with the Zhuojia team.
Hey, I can't think about it anymore, I want to make a big deal again.
At this moment, Zuoshang just turned his head with a smile on his face. Sun Fu's scalp suddenly tingled.
Wouldn't it be possible to secretly track down the scholar by himself? The hall master knew about it? Done.
It's not his fault, the high reward is really moving. What should I do? Sun Fu pretended to be nonchalant and exchanged cups with Jin Fan.
Shanglinfang, Chen's house.
Jie Zhou walked into the yard and frowned at the 5 or 6 large tanks placed by the wall, which were full of fish. There are several bamboo racks in the shade by the wall, on which are layers of flat bamboo baskets, and the black lacquer fish floss rice balls are drying in the shade.
Go to the gazebo and take a look.
The table is full of dishes, except for the flavored bacon, fried, steamed, and stewed are all fish.
He had a feeling of returning to Qingshan County. How did you catch so many fish?
Jie Zhou was very curious. Shenmue waved his hands weakly, business secrets, no rumors. He lived the 5 ghosts moving the mountain mantra all day, and his brain hurts.
Your stuff.
Jie Zhou handed Shenmue a long wooden box.
Sleeve sword? Shenmue's eyes lit up.
Opening the wooden box, a pair of forearm-length, all-gray short swords appeared. The scabbard is not suitable, and the sleeve sword is not suitable for a scabbard, Jie Zhou said.
Shenmue nodded again and again, fondling the dagger.
The hilt of the sword body and the small oval blade are completely integrated, with no connection gaps at all. Ebony is unique and requires only special techniques to smelt. It is a top-notch weapon after being cast into shape and carefully polished. Your piece of ebony removes impurities and wears out just to create 2 short swords.
Chen Mu stabbed it out. Puff!
With a soft sound, there was an extra hole in the stone table in front of him. This is much sharper than the previous 2 handles. He raised his hand and threw a cloth bag to Jejia, which was filled with silver taels.
Chen Mu was satisfied and put away the dagger.
With this pair of sharp weapons, Chen Mu's sense of security suddenly increased a point.
No more. After all, this thing can't kill ghosts either.
Nanyang Fuching is located in the southwest of Daliang, and the weather is hot.
Shanglinfang is close to the Luoha River, and it is more humid.
But if it catches up with the wind on the river, the banks of the embankment will be cool and comfortable. Chen Mu sat under the gazebo, in the breeze. He slowly flipped through the book in his hand and took a sip of brown medicinal tea from time to time. After a while, Chen Mu put down the book and raised his head.
There is something in this golden wind in Jade Du Dot.
He tried to adjust the muscles of his face. The thin areas made the muscles bulge and filled, and the fat areas made the muscles contract smaller. After a few attempts, it was already 3 points similar to Jejia.
Think about it for a few more days, and maybe you will be able to form skills.
Things are good things, but they are not used properly. After careful study of Chen Mu, I realized that this book may not be so serious. It contains some author's experience. The author claims that he often disguises himself as a woman, joins various women's clubs, uses beauty skills to meet beautiful women, and presents exclusive beauty secrets. Then use a kind of zerg, lock the soul for thousands of miles, track the secret medicine, and sneak into the boudoir of the night. Chen Mu initially thought that the author was a big boss in women's clothing. Later, it was discovered that Tetsu was actually a flower-picking thief. Ventilator is to make the voice more feminine. The sleep book is for rejuvenation.
Cosmetic surgery is to penetrate the interior and facilitate positioning with the secret medicine.
Talent, Chen Mu felt shocked. Putting away the book, Chen Mu sat on the edge of the pavilion.
Let's continue practicing the 5 ghosts moving mountain mantra.
For nearly 20 days, he devoted all his energy to the 5 ghosts moving mountain mantra.
Frequent opening of the 5 ghost bags puts great pressure on the body. For too long, you will feel dizzy and unable to concentrate. Obviously not doing physical work, but always feel tired.
Chen Mu had to practice intermittently. Practice the 5 ghosts moving mountain mantra for half an hour, rest for half an hour, and at the same time drink the herbal tea to replenish vitality and health. The low incantation was spit out, and the billowing black mist appeared and disappeared around Chen Mu. A different feeling suddenly appeared. He felt that the incantation was so long that several paragraphs could be omitted. He also felt like he had another hand. With a heartbeat, he called out the gray wall. 5 ghosts moving the mountain spell, 1/10,000/4th order. 3 clouds of black smoke appeared out of thin air in front of him, and immediately shrank inwardly and turned into 3 paper figurines. The little paper figurines are vivid, with 1 character on their back: spring, summer and winter.
1 more summer, and 1 more autumn.
Chen Mu looked at the 3 ghost paper figurines with relief. Thinking of the paper figurine's ability to restrain the ghost, the more Chen Mu looked at it, the more cute the paper figurine became. Weird paper figures float. Thick black smoke lingers. Chen Mu Xiao's spring waves rippling, little baby, ghost paperman. To the north of Nanyang Mansion, on the upper reaches of the Jinshui River, an oval-shaped island stands in the middle of the river with no edge in sight. The isolated island in the middle of the river is called Shanyang Island, and green vegetation covers the whole island. There is a complex of buildings in the center of the island. The eaves of the palace are upturned, and the sculptures of immortals and beasts are extraordinary. A wide stone staircase leads directly from the central palace to the island-side pier. The giant Ginghong gang was sitting on the ship, and it was docked at the dock at this moment. The gang leader Jin Woodwan took the lead, and the helmsmen of the various halls, unless they were in important positions, really couldn't get out, and everyone else stood behind them and waited. Everyone said nothing and stood respectfully on the square in front of the palace. "Help master, did Miss Seven say when you will arrive?" On the right side of Jin Woodwan, Chuanghai, the head of Tianqi Hall, leaned forward and asked in a low voice. "Wait." Jin Woodwan said lightly with a smile on his face. "Yes." Zhuanghai's eyelids jumped and he bowed back. Next to him, Zhuo Sheng kept his eyes fixed, frowning slightly at his master. Who in the end is worthy of his own master, the second master of Nanyang Mansion, waiting for the whole morning with the whole gang's senior management?
Even if you wait, shouldn't you go to the pier? What are you waiting for in the center of this island?
Before he could understand, a small black dot flew from the sky at high speed.
Before Zhuo Shang could see clearly, the black spot expanded rapidly. A giant eagle with a wingspan of 7 or 8 meters descended from the sky. The gust of wind blew up, blowing the clothes of everyone. 2 figures jumped down from the back of the eagle. The head is a 25 or 6-year-old woman wearing a golden thread and white clothes. The other party has jade hair tied on top of his head, dressed as a man. The eyes are slender, and there is no sharpness between them. Behind him is a handsome young man in the same golden thread and white clothes. Miss 7, young master 13, you have worked hard all the way. Jean Wuduan smiled and greeted him. Uncle Jean, long time no see.
The woman replied with a smile. I haven't seen each other in 10 years, and there are some new faces. The woman glanced at the hall masters.
My name is Si Coaching, this is my younger brother Si Yu.
The Jinghong gang's prestige now depends on everyone's hard work. I brought a lot of Zhao Dian Hong on this trip.
As long as you work hard, you will be rewarded for your merits later.
Siko said in a clear voice. The hall masters immediately bowed in excitement and thanked them.
Si Coaching nodded in satisfaction, waved away the giant eagle, and headed to the palace first.
Si Yu was a few steps behind, turned to glance at the crowd, and suddenly said, Where's Lin K?
The crowd couldn't help but stop.
Some time ago, there was a conflict between the gang and Jui Pavilion, and Hall Master Lin has unfortunately died.
Jean Wuduan explained. How to deal with it? Si Yu asked curiously. I beat their pavilion master.
Jean Wuduan said with a smile.
Uncle Jean is still the same violent temper. Si Coaching said with a smile.
It's a pity, Si Yu shook his head. If it were me, I would have to destroy the Jui Pavilion.
Don't talk nonsense. Jui Pavilion belongs to the Zhang family, how can you destroy it if you want? Si Coaching frowned and drank. Si Yu pouted and no longer refuted. The crowd crowded the two into the hall.
In the crowd, Sun Fu stared at Si Yu with small eyes, his thoughts flashed. The relationship between this young master and Lin Chu seems to be unusual. Then he looked up at Zhuo Shang. For some reason recently, he always felt that Zhuo Shang looked at him in the wrong way.
You're not going to kill me, are you? Nanyang House, Beishir, Xingyuan Tea House.
Shenmu sat in a corner of the lobby with a pot of tea and 2 plates of sweet-scented osmanthus cakes on the table. He practiced the 5 ghosts moving mountain mantra for a month at home, and he felt dizzy when he practiced. Although I still want to continue the liver, my spirit is really exhausted. I just wanted to read novels all night in my previous life, and I wanted to read them again, but I was really sleepy and panicked.
Shenmu had to stop for a day and go out to drink tea and listen to music to relax.
He didn't feel the tea from Xingyuan Tea House, but he was quite interested in the various desserts here.
Once he comes, he will order one. Click on one and he will imitate one. 5 have been learned so far.
There are 13 more, that's great. Shenmu thought happily while looking at the menu price list hanging on the wall.
If the boss of the tea house knows, will I be kicked out? Shenmu laughed. Brother Chen. A crisp childish voice suddenly sounded from behind. Shenmu frowned and turned back. What kind of kid, so rude, actually scares people behind people's backs? Brother Chen, it's me, how has your face changed?
Chengming Xiaodaitong was wearing a brand new brocade clothes, with a longevity lock around his neck and a safety bracelet on his hand. Those who didn't know thought it was the young master of the landlord.
Shenmu was a little helpless.
When he went out, he adjusted the structure of his face with a new disguise technique. Jia Jia may not even recognize him face to face.
How did this little guy recognize it? Where are your adults? There are people kidnapping children in the city, but they don't dare to run around. Shenmu glared and frightened. Brother Chen, stop pretending. Changming smiled. Don't shout, I'm not your brother Chen. You are. I'm not. You are. I really am not. I can smell Bigu pill.
Chengming climbed up on the bench opposite Shenmu and stared at Shenmu with his hands on the table.
Shenmu, rice balls, my rice balls. Can we forget about Bigadan?
Shenmu stretched out his hand and pushed the sweet-scented osmanthus cake in front of Xiaodaitong, dog nose.
Xiaodaitong Chengming grabbed 3 osmanthus cakes and shoved them all into his mouth. Where are your brothers and the others?
Shenmu looked left and right, but saw neither Chengming nor Daoren.
I sneaked out by myself. Chengming laughed. Aren't you afraid of being kidnapped? Shen Mu rolled his eyes. No one can kidnap me. Cheng Ming looked stinky. Then if I have food and shelter, will you come with me? Chen Mu smiled. Really? Cheng Ming's eyes suddenly brightened. Look, it's actually very easy to kidnap you.
Chen Mu laughed happily. Even if you can't kidnap, there are still sacks and smoking toys.
There is always one suitable for you. Cheng Ming pouted and said nothing. Why did you sneak out? Chen Mu was curious.
The little guy wears gold and jade, and his life is very prosperous. How can he think of running away from home?
My senior brother is so annoying.
As if opening the chatterbox, Cheng Ming spit out while stuffing the sweet-scented osmanthus cake in his mouth. I eat, I sleep, and I'm forced to practice every day.
Master didn't care about me that much when he was alive.
As he spoke, his eyes couldn't help but turn red.
Chen Mu's heart jumped. These words, this situation, the Taoist priest Fengren seemed to be not very good. Eat cake, eat cake. Cheng Ming sniffed, stuffed a piece of osmanthus cake, soothed his emotions, and looked aggrieved. He has to wait at the door when he goes to the toilet.
I really can't see it. The Taoist priest Cheng Ming has a strong desire to control. Imagining the sins of the bear child in front of him, Chen Mu tried very hard to suppress the corners of his mouth that were about to turn up.
I don't run. Why doesn't he tie a rope around my neck? Ah. Cough cough, you just ran away.
That's what he forced.
Cheng Ming was indignant. Like the rope? I'll tie it for you when I go back.
A voice with a faint smile suddenly sounded behind Cheng Ming. Cheng Ming, who was still angry just now, immediately turned into a smile. Senior brother.
I miss you. Chen Mu, you are a dog-faced, turn it over when you say it.
What's your name? Sincerity looked at Chen Mu with a light smile.
My surname is Mu.
Chen Mu calmly stood up and cupped his hands. Thank you Mr. Mu for taking care of me.
Thank you sincerely. No thanks. There is such a rude child at home, who makes trouble all day.
Chen Mu smiled, and then looked at Cheng Ming teasingly. Don't scold him when you go back.
Just a beat.
There is a lot of meat in the butt, and it does not hurt the muscles and bones.
Cheng Ming, sincerity and joy. Thank you Mr. Mu for your pointers. You are busy, there is something at home, we will go back first. Sincerity handed over and said goodbye. Chen Mu responded with a smile and watched the two leave.
Before going out, Cheng Ming Xiaodaton deliberately turned his head and winked at Chen Mu.
Chen Mu responded with a smile.
Immediately decided to never come to Xin Yuan Tea Club again. He was not in a hurry to leave, and the tea on the table was not finished. It's a pity that the sweet-scented osmanthus cake is cheap, since I didn't eat a few bites. Before he could finish the pity, the teahouse staff brought him another pot of good tea and 3 trays of cakes.
Said someone gave it away? Isn't this Sincerity very good at being a person?
Chen Mu thought about the several meetings with Sincerity, but it didn't seem to be very pleasant.
Then I stopped thinking about it.
After all, there were 2 new types of pastries on the table. They had to be tasted while they were hot. It was hard to distinguish the ingredients when they were cold.
How could they imitate them? Well, the other types are also packaged and taken away. It's all on the same menu, don't you have to imitate a whole family? Shanglinfang, Chen's house. Drink tea and eat cakes, and listen to gossip all afternoon at Xin Yuan Tea Club.
The heavy depression in Chen Mu's heart disappeared, and his whole body relaxed. Liver proficiency also requires a combination of work and rest.
Chen Mu sighed.
Therefore, it is not right to read novels in a previous life. There must be breaks in between, so that you can continue to indulge with more energy.
Transfiguration must be changed. Chen Mu looked at the entry at the bottom of the gray wall.
Change shape, 230/10,000/first order. He has been able to roughly change the shape of his face. It is impossible to imitate others, but it is not difficult to change yourself beyond recognition.
Smell is also taken into account. Sincerity couldn't recognize him, but Cheng Ming smelled it. Maybe I can refine a few condensed incense pills.
Chen Mu rubbed his chin and pondered.
Ningxiangwan comes from Golden Wind and Jade Do Magic Method.
After taking it, it can subtly change the body odor, so that the mouth is fresh and the body is scented with flowers. It was one of the secret medicines that the author used to break into the girl group.
It is said that he made a lot of money by doing this. But since you have money, why do you still work hard to pick flower thieves? Didn't the young lady in the Spring Breeze building order casually? I don't understand.
The formula must be changed.
After all, the big man is one. The scent of flowers is too squeamish. The green onion is good, and the garlic is good too. Tough choice. The side hall of Shenyang Island. Do you know the clue to Lin Chu's death? Si Koyu asked indifferently, sitting on the head. Sun Fu bent over and said, I learned some information by chance. Did Lin Kei's relics be taken by the new hall master? Si Koyu waved his hand and asked another question. Sun Wu's waist is lower. The lord in front of him didn't seem to care about Lin Kei's death. That's not true, the gang rules don't allow it. Sun Fu quickly replied. Master Zhang didn't have time to search for and occupy it. When the main hall went, a boatload of people were sleeping soundly. Where did my things go? Si Koyu frowned and whispered. Most of the relics of Hall Master Lin have been handed over to his widow. Sun Fu carefully raised his opinion. Sweat dripped from his forehead. Such a proposal will undoubtedly bring disaster to Lin Chu's widow. But he couldn't care less. After walking into the side hall, he was already on the opposite side of Zhuoshang. I've looked for it, but I haven't. Si Koyu was a little irritable. Sun Fu's heart skipped a beat, and said calmly, it's also possible that he was taken away by the person who killed Hallmaster Lin. According to the situation at the time, the thieves seem to have looted the Bai Hutang ship to a certain extent. A few good knives in the warehouse have disappeared. Si Koyu's eyes lit up. Tell me what you know. Well said, I don't mind meeting your request. Of course, not too much. Young master, help. Sun Fu knelt on the ground with a thud. Si Koyu was very interested. There's something going on here. After a long while, Sun Fu explained the causes and consequences, as well as his own guesses and predicaments. Zhuoshang? Si Koyu tapped the armrest of the seat with his index finger, thoughtfully. He's Uncle Jin's close disciple, and he has a complicated background, so I won't make a bad relationship for nothing. Si Koyu said lightly. But before I go, I will keep your life safe. If you find what I want, I will call the shots and give you a certain share of Zhao Dianhong. With Zhao Dianhong improving your strength, even if I leave this place, your life will be fine. Si Koyu glanced at the ecstatic Sun Fu, but the premise of all this is that the information you provide is true, and you have to find what I want. But by your son's urging. Sun Fu raised his face. He was a witness to the Bai Hutang incident, and he was 80% sure that there was something wrong with the scholar. I don't know what the object your son is looking for looks like. Sun Fu asked. A gray stone. It is said to be the size of 2 fists. Stone? Nanyang Mansion, Taofang, Chenmu's old house. Si Koyu stood beside the wooden bed in the bedroom, holding a hollowed-out bamboo tube the length of the middle finger in his hand. Inside the bamboo tube lay a small worm the size of a soybean with a golden body. The worm resembles a cricket, with 2 tentacles on its head that are longer than its body. At this moment, the insect's tentacles stick out straight and swing right and left facing the bed. Are you sure this is Chen Mu's residence? Si Koyu looked at the flying insects, frowning slightly. The smell is too light. Maybe it's the reason why I don't live for a long time. Sun Fu bowed his head and said nervously. Squeak. The little insect that was still quietly lying in the bamboo tube just now chirped abruptly. The body is not big, but the voice is sharp and ear-piercing, extremely loud. Si Koyu's eyes lit up, and he spread out his palm to support the bamboo pipe. The insects spread their wings and fly, constantly hitting the wall and the bamboo tube. Seemingly small, but powerful. The bamboo pipe kept spinning in Si Koyu's palm. In the end, it pointed in one direction and didn't move, and the worm also lay down and stopped tossing. Si Koyu's eyes lit up. Go. The group followed Si Koyu happily out of the house. Soon he was led by a bug to the outside of a house. Squeak. The worm suddenly made a sharp chirping. Could it be that this guy didn't run away and lived nearby? Sun Fu was overjoyed. A group of people broke into the house, pushed open the door, and a musty smell rushed out. He lived here. Si Koyu looked at the house not far away. 3 caves of the cunning rabbit, quite clever. Keep looking. The group came to the street again. Squeak. Before long, the bugs started to chirping. A group of people rushed into a house again. Still an abandoned yard. It's really the 3 caves of the cunning rabbit. Si Koyu was not annoyed. Being so cunning shows that there is something wrong with this person. Maybe Ebony is really on him. Go find it. Squeak. 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 How many houses did he rent? Si Koyu stood at the entrance of the street, looking back at the route he had walked all the way, with a confused expression on his face. This is the 7th. Sun Fu was also stunned. Co-authoring the house on this street, you have rented most of it out. Not only rented, but also lived in one by one. Are you crazy? Chen's house, under the gazebo. Chen Mu closed his eyes slightly and slowly adjusted his breathing.
practicing the five ghosts moving mountain mantra all day long. Even if he was given enough rest, it still made his eyelids heavy and his head dizzy. Just now, when he was a little drowsy, an instinctive breathing rhythm suddenly emerged. It was the kestrel training he had been practicing for a year and a half. In his mind, the intention of the kestrel god appeared out of thin air. Shenmu's irritable mind immediately refreshed. It's like taking a sip of cool white when the mouth is dry and the tongue is dry. It was as if he had a short sleep for half an hour when he stayed up late to cultivate immortals. The whole person is like taking off the shackles, relaxed and comfortable.
God's intention still has this effect? He immediately performed the modified post-breathing method.
As long as you sit still, you can practice with God's intentions. It is not as explosive as the formal practice method, but it is even more wonderful because of the subtle manipulation. Just focus on breathing for a quarter of an hour, and your drowsy head will be cleared. I made a mistake, I forgot about the kestrel training. Even if it is a simple form of training, it is still a miraculous method that can change one's physique and cultivate courage. With the combination of breathing method and proficiency, the speed of the five ghosts moving mountain mantra will be improved again.
Complement each other, hang up and hang up. Not enough fresh fish to catch. Can't you guarantee the freedom to eat fish?
Shenmu looked at the five ghost bags angrily.
Little Wu, why don't you dig into the Luwaha to catch fish yourself? 5 ghost bags, afternoon.
Sikoya sat lazily on the slider, and 2 burly men carried them one after the other. There were also 5 or 6 similarly black-clothed bunt fighters standing around, all of whom were good players of the Jinghong gang, and they were specially arranged for him to drive. Holding the bamboo pipe in his hand, Sun Fu was sweating profusely walking in front of the slider to lead the way. They went around and searched for a whole day. This person is really crazy. What are you doing wandering around in the city? Sun Fu couldn't help cursing in his heart. Zergan bamboo tubes can track sense. But it's not accurate. As long as the target walks over the trail, it will react. This caused them to run from the south of the city to the north of the city, and then from the north to the south of the city. The 2 square markets and the 2 fan buildings were all visited by them. It is also spinning on more than 10 piers in Luwaha. Sun Fu, it's getting late, I'm going to play on the red boat. Let the soul lock worm go there, you bring 2 people to find it. When you find a clue, when will you inform me? Si Koyu said lazily. After a day of searching, even though he desperately wanted to get ebony, he was impatient. Sun Fu's heart trembled. That is a ruthless man who can kill Hall Master Lin Kei. How many people should I ask myself to find? Without a master like Si Koyu in charge, if you really encounter it, you will definitely die. He still wanted to speak, but raised his head to meet his boss Koyu's impatient look. Eyelids jumped. After getting along for a few days, Sun Fu discovered that this person was a capricious master. 2 days ago, because the cook put too much salt in the cooking, he was kicked and broke his leg. If you dare to refute, then you will end up. Young master, go and be happy. When you find the clue of that person, I will inform you again. Sun Fu smiled. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't be greedy for that money. Si Koyu left on the slider, but Sun Fu and the other 2 stayed behind. The 3 walked slowly along the street to Shanglinfang. The golden bug suddenly squeaked, and the bamboo pipe pointed straight to a house. Sun Fu didn't lift his eyelids, and walked towards the yard next to the willow forest with a numb expression. This is not the first time they have encountered this situation. Are you saying that Chen Mu belongs to a rabbit? As for punching so many holes for himself? The strong man on Sun Fu's left was full of resentment. I feel like a mouse, as timid as a mouse. The man on the right laughed and teased. 80% of the house is empty. The man on the left was helpless. They turned around for a day, really impatient. The gang following Si Koyu at this moment must have also boarded the red boat. They also want to follow along. Okay, wait until you find someone and get a reward, you can take the red boat as the master. Sun Fu reprimanded with a disgusted expression. Hey, tell me if you can't find it or not. The strong man on the left glanced at Sun Fu with disdain. This person was originally under Zhua Shang. Now quietly came to Si Koyu's side. The villain in the camp is not allowed to interact. Sun Fu gritted his teeth and stopped talking. In order to survive, he couldn't care about the eyes of others. Squeak! At this moment, the voice of the soul-locking insect suddenly became high. Sun Fu's heart skipped a beat. Can't really find it? He hurried forward 2 steps, and wanted to climb up the willow tree outside the courtyard to inquire. But as soon as he ran under the willow tree, the soul locker suddenly stopped moving again. Not only that, but also kept colliding with the bamboo poles, giving a completely opposite direction.
Let's go, it's definitely not here.
The strong man on the left said with some schadenfreude. Sun Fu gritted his teeth, and he was about to jump up the tree with both hands on it. The two strong men shrugged.
Did you smell anything? The left nose twitched. Fried chopped green onion. The strong man on the right took a deep breath, his stomach growling involuntarily. It's dinner time, let's go eat first?
Let's go. The strong man on the left echoed with a smile, and walked away with a shoulder to shoulder, ignoring Sun Fu. Sun Fu raised his hand to stop it, but in the end he was unable to let it go.
He was also hungry, damn it. Looking up at the half-climbed tree, forget it, what are you tossing about?
Immediately, he jumped off the willow tree and followed the two people in the distance with a lonely face.
Inside the pavilion, black smoke filled the air.
Shenmue slowly opened his eyes.
It seems that someone is calling my name? Probably an illusion.
These 5 ghosts moving mountains are really bad for the liver. All of them have recovered their energy by practicing the shape art, but they are still so exhausting, they have auditory hallucinations.
Shenmue shook his head inside.
Close your eyes and continue to chant.
Shanglinfang, Chen's house.
Jie walked into the pavilion and looked at Shenmue, who was in high spirits. Glancing at the steamed fish on the table, he frowned and said, "You can take a bath 3 times a day."
What do you mean? Shenmue didn't know why.
Even if you play with fresh fish every day, 3 baths are enough to get rid of the fishy fish.
Smear so much onion juice on your body, do you want to put it on the steamer like it?
Jie pointed at the steamed fish road with his mouth open to the sky.
Do you really dare to think, still onion juice?
I ate Ningxiang pills, which is a high-end product comparable to the latest incense.
Green onion incense? Or fried chopped green onion?
Jie said dryly, you like?
It's quite unique. Shenmue rolled his eyes, you thought I would. Not to change body odor.
It is said in Golden Wind and Jade Do Magic Method that the soul lock bug hates onion and garlic the most. Otherwise, he would be crazy to use the flavor of fried green onion as a perfume.
This kind of fragrant pill can make people emit floral fragrance? After listening to Shenmue's remarks, Jie's eyelids couldn't help but lift 3 points, staring at Shenmue. Want to sell for money? Don't think about it. I doubt your ability now. Shenmue categorically refused. I can be involved in selling King Fengsen. If I sell Ningxiang pills again, what should I do in case of another disaster? Anyway, now that I have money in my hand, I don't have to worry about food and drink. He just thought about brushing his proficiency with peace of mind and preventing possible hidden dangers.
Jie was silent for a long time. So, Lin is indeed the one who killed you.
Shenmue was immediately annoyed. Jing is talking nonsense. With my powerless hands, who can I kill? Don't you know? I've always been kind to people. Jie glanced at Shenmue. Heh. 3 days later, in the gazebo.
Shenmue put the rice ball in his mouth and called out the gray wall. 5 ghosts moving the mountain spell, 1192/10,000/4th order. It would be great if the effect of God's intention had been discovered earlier.
Shenmue thought angrily. There is divine intent to restore the spirit. The 5 ghosts moving the mountain mantra is at least 50% faster every day. If it was discovered early, maybe the 4th order proficiency has been practiced by half. It's just that you get hungry quickly and you need food. He eats more himself, and the appetite of the 5 ghost bags also increases. So early detection is not necessarily useful. I can recover in time, but the 5 ghost bags can't recover in time. There aren't enough fish to eat.
Shenmue comforted himself and threw a handful of bait into the pond. The water surface suddenly splashed a burst of crackling water.
Hide the fish underwater and scramble to grab the special bait.
With the improvement of the proficiency of the 5 ghost bags, the consumption of fresh fish has increased sharply.
In the past, as long as the feeding well was filled, it could last for a day.
Now have to feed twice, at least 1.5 shafts. Even though Luoha is rich in fish production, after all, he only catches fish in the corner of Luoha, and he can maintain the consumption before, thanks to the magic of bait. Long-term fishing has led to a shortage of fish in the nearby rivers. If you want to harvest again, you have to wait for the upstream and downstream river fish to float over. He has been reluctant to eat fish recently.
Or buy some fresh meat from outside? Shenmue moved slightly. But what if it causes trouble? He hesitated again.
Buying so much fresh meat every day and not opening a restaurant makes people curious just thinking about it.
Wouldn't it be very dangerous to attract prying eyes? The Ginghong gang's bounty is still hanging there.
Late at night, on the Luaha River, inside a red boat. Sikoyu hugged from left to right, one fed him grapes, the other brought him wine, with a happy expression on his face.
Sun Fu, it's been 5 days, haven't you found any clues about Ebony? Sikoyu asked lazily.
Sun Fu was sweating profusely.
I was extremely nervous. He clearly felt Sikoyu's dissatisfaction.
You may not know that Zhuo Shang has trained his soul yesterday.
He has become the second master of the Jinghong gang. Sikoyu said with emotion, Uncle Jean has a good apprentice.
As a direct descendant of an aristocratic family, he took a bath in a small medicine bath, learned the complete inheritance, and took top-secret medicines. After 15 years of hard training, it was only last year that he was able to develop his courage.
What about Zhuo Shang?
It is said that Uncle Jean accepted him for only a year. Counting the time spent practicing martial arts before, it will never exceed 10 years.
Maybe it was the illegitimate child left behind by some aristocratic family. It's not worth fighting against such a genius. Sikoyu said lightly.
Sun Fu's heart clenched fiercely.
Sikoyu was warning him. If you can't come up with valuable clues, we'll be abandoned. Think in a more sinister direction. It will even be used as a bargaining chip to make a good left victory. Why was he so blinded by lard that he wanted to investigate that scholar? Even if you investigate, you can try to confess to Zhuo Shang and bet on the other party's heart. After all, he was his confidant before, and he did a lot of dirty work for him, and this one is not bad.
Now it is difficult to ride a tiger. After following Sikoyu for several days, Zhuo Shang had already decided that he had betrayed him. As long as you find an opportunity, you must kill yourself and then hurry up.
Shanmu! Shanmu! Damn scholar! Where are you?
Sun Fu's mind turned abruptly.
Correct. That house. That house in the willow grove by the river. After so many days of exploration, I didn't go to that house to check. He remembered that the lock soul worm suddenly changed direction that day. But in the past 5 days, the soul lock worm has never had a similar situation again. There's something wrong with that yard. Just as he was about to speak, Sikoyu suddenly asked, You said, who were the people who came to Nanyang with the Zhuo family? Sun Fu was startled and quickly replied, Shenmu, Zhang Yi, Du Huai, a Taoist boy, and 2 women. I remember you saying that Du Huai and the 2 women are both natives of Nanyang City. Only Zhang Yi, Shenmu, and that Taoist boy are from Qingshan County? Young master has a good memory.
Sun Fu complimented with a smile, opening his mouth to say what he had just guessed.
Then have you checked the origin of that Taoist boy? Sikoyu suddenly asked.
Sun Fu resisted the urge and answered patiently, that boy belongs to Qingfeng Temple outside Qingshan County. When he arrived at Nanyang Palace, he left with his senior brother, and has never had contact with the left hall master.
Sir, we found out 5 days ago, then have you checked out what's going on with this King Fengwen? Sikoyu's eyes lit up.
Sun Fu was interrupted, but he had to try hard to recall. I once sent people to visit the refugees in Qingshan County. I heard that Qingfeng Temple is the first Taoist temple in Qingshan County.
The master of the temple, Fengren, is famous for his method of eliminating evil spirits. That Taoist boy is Fengren's close disciple.
Before the earthquake in Qingshan County, King Fengwen also organized people to build an altar to drive away evil spirits and shelter one side, which is well known.
Sikoyu suddenly sat up. Build an altar? Drive away evil spirits? Ha!
He was all too familiar with this operation.
Isn't it a must-have ritual for some special instruments?
If you have magical tools and know how to make sacrifices, then King Fengwen is not an ordinary inheritance.
That Daotong's eldest brother must have a strong force. Lin really practiced and formed a great success. To be able to kill Lin Ke, at the very least, he has to practice his form. Isn't that right? Master, we found out in Shanglinfang, why didn't you tell me such important information before? Sikoyu's face sank and he scolded abruptly.
Sun Fu's whole body froze, stunned in place.
Is this important? Daotong is not the key, his senior brother is the key. Sikoyu's eyes lit up.
The night Lin Ke was killed, Zhuo Sheng took a group of you to see the scholar and said he wanted to help him out of the siege. But in my opinion, Zhuo Sheng deliberately directed his attention to that scholar. Chen Mu and Lin really had a conflict, and then Lin really died. The first reaction of those in the know would be to regard Chen Mu as a suspect.
But what if the murderer is someone else? Isn't Chen Mu a bright target, the best shield?
If Chen Mu disappears again inexplicably, immediately confirm the identity of the other party's murderer.
Sikoyu said this, and the whole person couldn't help but get excited. Shenmue may have been silenced by Zuoshang. It's to protect his true ally. That's senior brother King Fengwen. Si Koyu laughed happily. In the past few days, the search has been fruitless and the depression has been swept away. By the way, everything is right, it must be that senior brother. King Fengwen has magic tools, and there must be inheritance. That person's force is definitely not low. Only in this way will he see the value of ebony and take it away. And what about Shenmue? A poor scholar in a small place, how could he have the strength to kill Lin Kei? No wonder I can't find anyone. They've all been silenced. Where can I find them? He clenched his fist and waved it fiercely in the air, with a determined look on his face. Immediately throw people out and find this Daoton senior brother for me. Sun Fu, the house in Shanglinfang. Ha! Si Koyu stared at Sun Fu. Sun Fu immediately shut up, sweat dripping down his body, yes. At this moment, Shenmue, who was silenced, was squatting in front of a snack shop. He was holding a big charcoal-baked pie in his hand, and he bit off half of it in one bite. The fat and thin pale red meat filling is steaming hot, and the fragrance fills the nostrils immediately. Boss's great craftsmanship. 3 more. Shenmue, who was full of horrific flesh, praised loudly with his cheeks thrown, and swallowed the pie in 2 bites. This is a craft that has been passed down from 5 generations in my family. The boss was a chubby middle-aged man in his 40s. Hearing the compliment, his face was full of smiles. I'm not blowing it with you. My pie has a crispy crust and a fragrant filling. I don't know how many people come to steal it, but no one has ever learned it. I am the only one who can make authentic old cheese pie in this world. If you want to eat it, you have to come to my boss cheese place. The boss pointed his thumb at himself and shook his head, full of pride. Shenmue smiled and extended his thumb to Boss Chi. Now 2 people will do it. In the end, Shenmue couldn't hold back. He walked out of the house and came to Bayshire Fresh Street. Buying too much fresh meat can attract snoops. But the unsolved ghost monster gave Shenmue a headache. Practice the 5 ghosts moving mountain mantra first. Be careful. Shenmue looked at the bottom entry on the gray wall. Change shape, 670/10,000/first order. I change my face every time I go out. The 2 cities, north and south, only go to each meat stall once. For each delivery, randomly select a location. With these 3 layers of defense, there is no chance of problems in the short term. Anyway, he rented more than 1 yard in Shanglinfang, and he could switch the delivery location at will. And it's not every day you buy. Cooperating with catching river fish, as long as you buy it every 2 days, you can support your cultivation. It's a big deal to stay up late. How can you not stay up late when you brush your proficiency? With the intention of the Kestrel god to assist, it can be repaired to the top in 2 months at most. After eating and drinking, and making up his mind, Shenmue left Lao Chi's snack shop and began to search on the street. Soon, a butcher's shop came into view. The stall is 4 meters long, with a house at the back, and the faint sound of howling livestock can be heard from the backyard. The storefront is not the largest, and there is no power behind it. Not the smallest either, enough to provide fresh meat. Shenmue stepped forward. The customer wants meat? Which one do you like? I'll cut it for you. I want to slaughter the 4 heads of pork, peel the skin and let the blood go, keep the heart, liver, spleen and lungs, and throw away the rest. When can I clean it up? Guests rest assured. I have plenty of apprentices in my backyard. You can give me an address and I'll deliver it to you in the afternoon. The butcher shop owner smiled happily. Shenmue handed him a tael of silver. This is the deposit, and it will be sent to Shanglinfang, the 3rd house in Icho Lane in the afternoon. Okay. Shenmue didn't stop after explaining, and hurried home. At around 2 in the afternoon, he left home again and came to Icho Alley outside Santia Street. Reciting the spell, first let out the little paper figurine and climbed to a high place. I saw 2 men pushing a scooter and waiting at the door, chatting while enjoying the cool air with bamboo hats. Shenmue was sure that there was no accident, so he walked into the alley unhurriedly, received the goods and paid the balance. Send the 2 away, close the courtyard door, and put the fresh meat into the 5 ghost bags. He used the ghost paper figurine to climb up to investigate the environment again, and then left in a hurry. Trouble is a bit of trouble, but stability is better. At the riverside home, Shenmue adjusted his facial muscles to restore his original appearance. With a reward of tens of thousands of taels on his back, Shenmue was always uneasy. For slaughtered live pigs have been devoured. Chant the mantra to release the ghost paper figurine. The 5 ghost bags were full of food and drink, and the 3 little paper figures were all active for a few points.
Thinking of the perspective from which the little paper figurine was investigating the enemy's situation, he had 3 more eyes. Shenmue couldn't help sighing. The magic weapon is indeed a magic weapon, it is magical and mysterious. The ghost paper figurine, who struggles to lift a leaf, can not only restrain the ghost, but also act as a scout. In the future, I have to think about the use of the 5 ghost bags. I don't know what old man Jie's magic weapon is. 3 days later. Nanyang House, Yangtaifang next to Nanshur.
Sun Fu walked into the Neuvoi workshop with a gloomy face. Boss Shen, I want the painting.
Searching for 2 days in a row, to no avail.
This morning, he was kicked by the angry Kou. Now the abdomen is blue and purple, and the pain is still unbearable. Fortunately, he wasn't without success. This wonderful painting workshop once opened a branch in Qingshan County. Boss Shen, the owner of Miao Wafang, had met the elder brother King Fengwen. This is the portrait of the Sincerity Taoist priest and the Changming little Taoist boy.
Boss Shen said with a smile, pointing to the open scroll. The craftsmanship is unfamiliar, but I am not boasting, this painting has at least a 7-point portrait.
Thank you, Boss Shen.
Sun Fu breathed a sigh of relief. There are 2 people, one big and one small, and they are 7 points similar, which greatly reduces the difficulty of searching. After paying the money, Sun Fuxing rushed to find Kou, who was handsome in Chunfenglu. Young master, this is the portrait of the 2 of them. Sun Fu bowed his head and flattered. Kou glanced at it, nodded lightly, and threw the painting to a strong man beside him. Go find it.
Yes.
The strong man respectfully clasped his luggage and turned to leave. When passing by Sun Fu, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, his back was to Kou, and he showed an obvious contemptuous smile at Sun Fu.
Sun Fu's face turned pale. He lost the trust of Kou.
I worked hard to find someone, paid for my own portraits. As long as I followed the map to find someone, it would be a great achievement to find clues, but now I let others pick the peaches. In a trance, Sun Fu didn't know how to get out of the spring wind tower. It wasn't until the breeze blew his sweat and his body became cold that he regained his senses. Noticing a green-skinned gangster on the corner, Sun Fu's face suddenly became difficult to look at. He had seen that person, it was Zhuo Shang's subordinate. Losing the trust of Kou now means that he has no protection. If Zhuo Shang comes to him, he will surely die.
No, you must not sit still. We have to get Kou's attention again.
What to do, by the way, that house. Although 7 or 8 days have passed, when I look back at this moment, I can still vividly remember the circumstances of the investigation of that house. The soul lock bug is different, there must be something wrong with that house. A ruthless color flashed in Sun Fu's eyes, like a gambler who lost with red eyes.
Don't be careless, find a thief and let him explore it at night. As long as you find the ebony clue, you will be able to save your life. Flower Cat Beggar Origin. Ever since he was a child, he has been taught sneaking skills by a big beggar. Help the big beggar sneak through the door and pick the lock to steal money. With age, the craftsmanship becomes more and more skilled. After the big beggar died, he was alone on the rivers and lakes. Every day I either steal from other people's houses or gamble in casinos. Today he was in bad luck and lost his net worth. Just as he was about to pick a wealthy family, he was found by Sun Fu. Designate him to steal a scholar's home. Said that the other party picked up his things. He didn't want to make a big fuss and wanted to get it back by himself. The shit got picked up. He must have taken a fancy to other people's treasures and let himself steal it for him. Hua Mao agreed without thinking. People give money. Then look carefully. You might even earn a double. In the dead of night. The cat climbed up the willow tree beside the courtyard wall, and was about to jump on the wall, when a silver light flickered under the moonlight. The cat moved for a while and looked carefully. There were countless needles stuck in the wall. So sinister. He took out a thick piece of cowhide to cover the wall, and the cat climbed up quietly. Just wanted to squat down and jump down, but couldn't help but stop. Are there any traps on the ground? Tie the willow tree with a rope, hold the rope and slowly hang it to the ground, and found that the base of the wall was actually covered with caltrops. Hua Mao broke out in a cold sweat at that time. This scholar is not a good bird. If it wasn't for Sun Fu's repeated confirmation, the owner of the room was a poor scholar, and the cats would turn around and leave. Forget it, who asked people to give money? Shanglin Fang, West Yulin Alley. Sun Fu paced back and forth in the alley, feeling uneasy in his heart. It won't happen, will it? Something went wrong. The accident only shows that the house is not ordinary. Don't be in a hurry, wait another quarter of an hour. Sun Fu held back his thoughts of going to see Kou immediately. This is my last chance, nothing can go wrong. Sun Fu felt that life was like a year. Just when he couldn't hold back the urge to leave, a small figure ran along the cat's waist by the wall. How did you come out? Sun Fu was like a ball of frustration, a huge despair filled his heart. Hua Mao was stunned for a moment, and said angrily, "Can't I still live in his house? I didn't find the stone you mentioned." The scholar's house was so poor that there was nothing. "I only found a bamboo basket in the kitchen. I tried one, and it tasted pretty good." Hua Mao threw 2 black lacquer balls to Sun Fu. Sun Fu took it in a trance, threw the money bag to Hua Mao, and staggered away from Shanglinfang. Zhuo Sheng hated his betrayal. Siko Yu abandoned him. The last hope was also probed to no avail. He has done a lot of black work for Zhuo Sheng, and without protection, Zhuo Sheng will never let him go. Sun Fu walked in a trance in the middle of the night when the street was as cool as water, and somehow came to Fanlu and Beishur. In recent days, Siko Yu has been nesting in Chunfenglu every day. Only Siko Yu could keep him safe. Sun Fu came here subconsciously. You can look at the buildings that are still brightly lit in the middle of the night. Sun Fu smiled wryly. I'm worthless now, how could Siko Yu protect me? Turning to leave. But after a few steps, he stopped. I'm going to die, can't I be happy? He gritted his teeth, took out all the money on his body, and angrily got into the spring wind tower. The building was brightly lit, and Inga and swallows danced endlessly. Inside and outside are like 2 worlds. Sun Fu excitedly stared at the enchanting figures of the singers on the stage. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the 2 strong men in black passing by. I have found a clue, go and inform the sun. What he said was ambiguous, for fear of being picked peaches. After he finished speaking, he looked around cautiously. He has worked really hard all the way. I'm afraid someone will follow you. The 2 strong men looked at each other. You wait first, I will report. If you rashly disturb young Master Yaxing, you will have to peel off the skin even if you don't die. I'll find a pretty sister to go in and inquire. Trouble too. Sun Fu clasped his fists gratefully. Followed one of the strong men to a small cubicle on the 3rd floor. The strong man let him in, turned and walked out of the room to close the door, and stood at the door waiting. The anger on Sun Fu's face disappeared. In its place is ecstasy. He held a brown-red rice ball tightly in his hand. Jin Fan once said that a kind of rice ball called Big Adan is delicious and very hungry. It is exclusively produced by Chen Mu. Chen Mu is in the yard. He also mastered the means to drive away the lock soul worm. After a while, I will use the gray stone as a guide to deceive Siko Yu to move, first to arrest the scholar and torture him, and we will be able to ask for clues. Damn scholar! Thinking of the difficulties from Siko Yu, the contempt from his peers, and the threat from Zhuo Sheng, Sun Fu gritted his teeth. So you like to run, right? Break your leg first if you catch it. And Zhuo Sheng and Zhang Yi. As long as I find out the truth, I will immediately spread the matter. Those veteran hall masters have been looking for you. Siko Yu isn't worth following either. It's best to get Zhao Dianhong out as soon as possible. The torment in his heart for more than 10 days made him deeply disgusted. Wait for me to finish my form, and wait for me to develop the soul. Those who mock me, those who threaten me, wait for me. Sun Fu's eyes were bloodshot with excitement. Why haven't you come yet? Sun Fu couldn't help looking at the door. Put. A muffled sound came. As soon as Sun Fu's scalp exploded, his hair was about to stand up. That was the sound of the big man at the door falling to the ground. Who? Who is outside? Hee, a child's frolic sounded faintly in his ears. Sun Fu suddenly froze in place, and a huge fear instantly swept through his body. He didn't dare to turn his head to look, he could only turn his eyes carefully. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw a vivid paper figure sitting leisurely on his shoulder. The paper figurine is cut out, the whole body is covered with red lines, the facial features are vivid, and the 2 short legs are even kicking and shaking in the air. He seemed to notice Sun Fu's sight. The paper man suddenly turned his head and gave Sun Fu a big smile. Sun Fu suddenly fell into an ice cave. Just as he opened his mouth to shout, the paper figurine instantly turned into a cloud of black smoke. A thick red mist filled the air, rushing over his head and face. Put! Sun Fu fainted without any resistance. The black smoke spread rapidly, covering his entire body in an instant. In the blink of an eye, black smoke Sun Fu all disappeared. The room was empty, as if no one had ever been there. At the same time, 5 or 6 strong men yawned and walked upstairs while putting on clothes. That guy Sun Fu really has some means. Find someone so quickly? He used to be the helmsman of the left hallmaster, of course he has some ability. Isn't that cheaper for our brothers? Yes, yes, yes. Torture the person for clues first. If you are poisonous, give it to Hall Master Zwa. Young Master said, the worse you clean up, the better, so that Hall Master Zwa will be relieved. When I was about to die, I gave our brothers a credit, and I'll treat them well later. Ha, the leading strong man laughed. At this time, a rude and strong man with a face full of flesh, as if drunk, staggered down the stairs. Hearing a few people talking, the strong man froze slightly. Immediately, he passed by with a few people like nothing. A small paper figurine slid down the side of the leading strong man, fluttered with the wind to the blind spot of sight, and instantly turned into black smoke and escaped into the void. At the entrance of Chunfenglu, the strong and muscular man looked back and raised his head. Words such as run away, jerk, stunned, blocked his door and so on were vaguely heard from upstairs. I really want to take these pests away together. Immediately, he turned around indifferently and quietly disappeared into the night. Sun Fu woke up in a daze, and his eyes were pitch black. He knew he was blindfolded. Chen Mu? What is that weird paper figure? How could Chen Mu have such a means? A cold voice suddenly sounded, why pursue Chen Mu? Sun Fu's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, it was because of that scholar. He was about to deny it, but suddenly his eyes rolled. It was Hall Master Zwa who asked me to investigate. Chen Mu and Zwa Sheng are in the same group, but maybe they can try to sow discord, maybe there is still a chance. Click. Chen Mu indifferently withdrew the hand that broke the opponent's neck. Full of nonsense. The person in Chunfenglu was not Zwa Sheng. This person is not telling the truth, and if he asks too much, he will only be misled. Think about it before you speak. Chen Mu turned to look at the thief whose mouth was gagged beside him, his face pale and shivering. 3 days later, in the morning. Shanglinfang, Chen's house. Chen Mu sat in the pavilion and carefully reviewed his actions over the past few days. Sun Fu and Hua Mao have been buried under the big willow tree outside the courtyard by him. Chen Mu raised his head and looked at the willow tree that was blowing in the wind, as if saying hello. Grow up a little faster, and give the gazebo more shade. Ever since I realized that the ghost paper figurine can be used for synesthesia. Chen Mu released the paper figurine as a whistle. That night, the thief was discovered by the ghost paper man as soon as he turned over the willow tree. He wanted to set up a killer, but he held back. What if you are a master? What if it was to induce him to appear? What if there is an ambassador behind it? There are no valuables at home anyway. Sleep in the bedroom next door. Whatever he does. When the other party left, he threw a small paper figure and let it fly high. As a result, he saw Sun Fu. Fortunately, I got my hands on it. Ebony, a sleeved sword suddenly appeared in Chen Mu's hand. Still a baby. He hasn't been idle these days. Disguising his face, he used little paper figures to secretly monitor the group of strong men in Chunfenglu. Ginghong Gang is indeed looking for someone. During the conversation, the target seems to be a Taoist priest. Chen Mu relaxed a little. The leader is not Zwa Sheng, but a son who doesn't know his name. Sun Fu also seems to have been identified as fleeing privately. Chen Mu suddenly didn't want to go deeper. Sun Fu was dead, and he didn't cause him any trouble. Continue to explore, maybe it will lead to disaster. Let's continue to brush my proficiency. Spring House. Run? Si Koyu frowned slightly. Yes. His house was also searched, and several hidden residences were also searched. It is estimated that Sun Fu ran away overnight. The strong man in black said nervously. I can't see it. Si Koyu was meaningful. It was probably given to Xinjiang by Zwa Sheng. He originally wanted to use Sun Fu to take the initiative to befriend Zwa Sheng. Now it's no longer needed, and people have taken people away by themselves. It's really not that particular. Si Koyu pouted and lost interest in friendship. But he's an illegitimate child of a family. Without the support of the family's secret medicine, it was a fluke to be able to practice Wandering Soul. The future is limited, there is no need to deliberately make friends. Continue to find that Taoist. Si Koyu put the matter behind him in a blink of an eye. Yes. Half a month later, North City. Chen Mu adjusted his facial muscles and turned into a man with a round face and small eyes, and strolled into the fresh food street. As soon as I walked into the alley, a strong fragrance penetrated into my nostrils. Chen Mu turned his head and saw the boss Chi of Chi's snack shop. The other party also happened to see Chen Mu. A smile appeared on Mr. Chi's face unconsciously. Another guest.
This is his pride in making pie for many years, and he is confident that as long as he smells his pie, he will definitely buy two to try. Sure enough, the round-faced man's nostrils twitched, and his throat subconsciously made a swallowing motion.
Isn't this business coming?
Then he saw the round-faced man walk to the snack shop and glanced at his pie. Just when he wanted to say hello to business, the other party smiled, Lao cheese pie.
I can make it too.
Then he walked away shaking his head with his hands behind his back.
Boss Chi, you will be a fart. Come over and don't buy cakes, just to tell yourself that you can make them? Are you crazy? Shenmue happily continued to browse the fresh food street.
Randomly flipped through the brand of a butcher shop, ordered 5 freshly slaughtered pork, and went home.
In the afternoon, in the pavilion of the Chen residence,
the 5 ghost bags were completely replenished, and Shenmue was proficient in reciting the spell. Up to now, the 5 ghost mantras have started the mantra, and only 5 short notes are left.
Turns on almost instantly.
Black smoke filled his body, rapidly condensing and shrinking inward.
4 paper figurines, fat or thin, tall or short, lined up in front of Shenmue.
Spring, summer, autumn and winter, we can put together a table of mahjong, practiced during the day, brushed at night, lit the lamp and boiled the oil for a month, and finally practiced the 5 ghosts moving mountain mantra to the 5th level, and practiced the 4th ghost paper figurine.
1 more century. Shenmue happily looked at the new paper figurine.
The paper figurine with show characters is slightly squat, with a naive expression on his face, his body is covered with red lines as usual, and a dark autumn character is on his back.
A wave of hands.
The 4 paper figures turned into black smoke and disappeared.
The next moment appeared out of thin air by the wall.
8 meters, the distance increases by another meter. This means that with Shenmue as the center, the radius of 8 meters is within the carrying distance of the 5 ghost bags. He can collect supplies at a distance of 8 meters, he can also throw fascination smoke at a distance of 8 meters, and he can also use a paper figurine as a checkpoint at a distance of 8 meters.
In this way, if you train 5 ghosts, the distance will increase to 9 meters? Shenmue thought thoughtfully.
In this range, with the fascination smoke, it is simply a clear weapon. Within 9 meters, it is faster and more secretive than the Iron Lotus Seed.
It would be great if it could be 90 meters away. Shenmue thought greedily.
In addition, he has a windfall. Use the Kestrel God intent continuously. The proficiency has not improved, but the insights have continued to come. The vigor has changed from the size of an ordinary soybean to the size of a relatively full soybean.
Can the Kestrel practice continue to practice? Shenmue was puzzled. Want to know?
Jia swallowed the last mouthful of Lao Chi's fire. He took out a white handkerchief to wipe the corners of his mouth, and looked at Shenmue's left sleeve indifferently. Then Mingawang's eyes froze for a moment, and then he turned to look at the right corner of Shenmue's clothes. This time, the eyelids couldn't help but lift 2 points, and looked at the cloth bag around Shenmue's waist. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Shenmue with a puzzled face.
You don't know where I hid the silver now, do you? Shenmue laughed.
Then he took out 2 taels of silver from the left sleeve and handed it to Jia with a sullen face.
Jia's brows furrowed even tighter.
There was clearly no silver tael in the left sleeve just now. Shenmue smiled more and more proudly.
We have 5 ghost bags. You can hide your money wherever you want. It gets shorter as the spell is turned on. The 5 ghost bags are more and more convenient to use. Complete shape training, there will be a matching secret technique.
It can greatly increase the power of the move.
Jia put away Yin Liang in confusion and said, Kestrel shape training is too simple, and there is no secret technique.
Jia returned to indifferent. As for your perception, it's probably because you slept too deeply. Jia rolled his eyes and glanced at Shenmue lightly.
It means that I think too much and am dreaming? Shenmue rolled his eyes. Did not continue to investigate. Shenmue didn't have much thirst for secret techniques. It's better if it becomes better, and it doesn't matter if it doesn't.
Anyway, he has the proficiency in hand, and he will know whether he has it or not. Fan building in Beishur, Nanyang Prefecture.
There
was a lot of noise in the lobby on the first floor of Chunfeng building.
Every once in a while on the middle stage, beautiful singers danced on the stage. The lobby is divided into dozens of semi-enclosed cubicles by screens.
The screen is low and translucent, and it is placed in an elegant position, so that the stage performance can be clearly seen, and the scene in the compartment can be barely obscured. There is a low soft couch in the compartment, and the long table in the middle is full of fruit wine drinks and delicious food. Under the dim light, Ingat and Yen dance, filled with hazy atmosphere. In the left edge compartment, 4 or 5 strong men sat together.
What the hell is going on in Qingshan County? Are all the people who came out so cowardly? Do you know how many houses we searched today? 5.
It's all said that the cunning rabbit has 3 caves.
This person is simply the ancestor of the rabbit. Just like that scholar.
The leading black-clothed strong man drank the crystal white wine from the wine cup in one gulp, looking angry.
What should I do if I can't find it again? Someone next to him frowned. How do I know? The leading strong man took another sip of suffocating wine.
Sun Fu's end was vividly remembered.
If they didn't gain anything, they wouldn't have any good fruit to eat. A reprimand is inevitable.
The leading strong man sighed, there should be no worries about life. Sun Fu was arrested by Xinjiang because he offended Hall Master Zhua, but he did not offend anyone.
However, it is very likely that he will be injured.
The strong man frowned. That's fine, he was assigned to see Koyu by the main hall, and just took advantage of the situation to pretend to be sick and return to the main hall.
See, Koyu is not generally difficult to serve.
Don't worry about it, bro, eat and drink well, you have to continue to work tomorrow. The crowd continued to push the cups for a change. No one noticed, there was a small paper figure on the back of the soft couch. After listening to everyone's bragging for a while, the little paperman fell to the ground and disappeared as a puff of black smoke. 7 or 8 meters away, in the corner near the door, in a private room with dark candles. Shenmue turned into a black square face, expressionless man, sitting alone in the private room, silently eating a table full of meals.
It's obviously made by the cook at the Seahai building next door. Why is it more than double the price?
Shenmue's face was expressionless, but he couldn't help but complain. He raised his head and glanced at the beautiful singer on the stage, who was wearing revealing and pouting gestures.
Forget it, don't you think it's a little more expensive? Eat vegetables and eat vegetables.
He comes to Chunfenglu every 3 days, finds a corner to order a table of dishes, and then devours it, and then sends out little paper figures to listen to the news of the Jinghong gang. Fortunately, the unknown son was lustful, and he was nostalgic for Chunfenglu all day long.
Otherwise, he really doesn't know where to look. The matter of Sun Fu should be over.
Shenmue was afraid that the Jinghong gang would follow Sun Fu's line to find him.
Why does that Taoist look so familiar?
Shenmue felt a little doubt in his heart. The accompaniment on stage suddenly became passionate.
Shenmue quickly looked up.
The dancers of the singers became more and more graceful. Shenmue stuffed a piece of braised pork into his mouth and watched. He ate it with relish.
These people seem to think that Sun Fu has been beaten by Zhua Xinjiang. Shenmue didn't know what was going on here.
But he was full of gratitude. Young Master Zhua, you have really carried too much.
Immediately, he happily poured himself a mouth-watering herbal tea.
The Sun Fu incident is over, there is no need to continue squatting in the Jinghong gang.
Shenmue thought to himself.
Looking up, just to see the bright and beautiful figures on the center stage, Shenmue immediately frowned and pondered, how about, let's do it a few more times.
Well, it's just to reduce the risk.
Shenmue silently persuaded himself, and then happily bowed his head and ate. After eating and drinking, Shenmue swayed away from Chunfenglu. I strolled around the Beishur night market again, and then silently turned into a dark alley.
5 notes were spit out quickly. There was a flash of black smoke, and the brown Jianghu jean outfit with its cuffs tightened disappeared instantly.
In the blink of an eye, a scholar in an off-white gown with a gray waistband suddenly covered his entire body. The muscles on the face wriggled, and the rough black square face turned into a black and thin oval face. When he came out from the other side of the alley,
the square-faced Jianghu Waka disappeared, replaced by a thin scholar with an oval face.
Shenmue indiscernibly lowered his head to observe his own outfit, and a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. This is the use of the 5 ghost bags that he has newly figured out, combined with the transfiguration that changes the face.
A few breaths can change its appearance to complete the camouflage.
Wait later to figure out how to adjust your height and body shape, and then match it with Ningxiang pills to change your body odor, hee.
After going around and returning home, Shenmue breathed a sigh of relief.
It's not that he's timid, it's just that the world is too dangerous, and there are bad people everywhere.
There are 2 pests lying under the big willow tree outside the courtyard. Habitually call out the gray wall.
5 ghosts moving mountain mantra, 3877/10,000/5th order, satisfied, Shenmue filled the 5 ghost bags with fresh fish and continued to chant the spell to gain experience.
There's not much meat, I have to replenish it tomorrow, the next day. Nanyang House, Nanshi, a fresh street. Shenmue once again turned into a man with a square face.
Check out the surrounding stores from time to time. It's a pity that there is no ancestral delicacies like the old cheese snack shop here.
With his current cooking skills, ordinary snacks are not worth imitating. Randomly select a butcher shop and agree to deliver in the afternoon.
Chen Mu continued to stroll leisurely in Nanshur.
No one at home all day long, lively and crowded, always make him happy.
As he walked, he surveyed the flow of people and quietly observed the shapes of faces. Imagine how to adjust the muscle lines in order to change into the other person's appearance, and take the opportunity to increase the perception of transfiguration.
South City North Gate.
Chen Mu retracted his gaze with satisfaction. The more you see, the more you think about, and the more you try one by one, you can sharply increase your proficiency. At this time, a group of people suddenly gathered around the bulletin board under the archway at the North Gate.
Chen Mu was not surprised by this.
It may be a large-scale recruitment, or someone is buying a certain kind of material, or it may be a notice issued by the government yamen. The Ginghong gang is recruiting again.
Let's just watch the excitement. People have requirements, as long as they can be high-ranking heroes. I'm strong, maybe I have a chance.
You're so beautiful.
Chen Mu paused slightly. Ginghong gang is still recruiting? Didn't I just get a batch 2 months ago? Look, Tang Shanjun is also recruiting instructors.
The salary is good, the masters of the major martial arts halls, and the scattered people with skills in the rivers and lakes are required.
Unfortunately, I don't know martial arts.
Chen Mu frowned slightly and turned to leave. The Jinghong gang is recruiting, and the Tangshan army outside the city is recruiting instructors.
It always feels like a storm is coming. The civil strife in Dalian must not spread here. Chen Mu prayed.
It was only now that he suddenly realized that Dalian was in chaos everywhere.
It is very rare for Nanyang Mansion to have the current tranquility.
I have time to understand the situation in the hinterland of Dalian.
When it really spreads to Nanyang Mansion, it will be too late to make any plans. It's just that this has already reached the southernmost edge of the beam. Where can we hide? Can we go out to sea? Chen Mu shook his head, not thinking too much. It's useless to think. It's better to go home and brush the experience.
Just 2 steps away, Chen Mu paused again, turned and walked back to Nanshur.
Let's stock up on some more food.
Accompany the recruitment notice of Tang Shanjun and Ginghong gang.
The entire Nanyang Mansion was lively. On weekdays, stragglers from the rivers and lakes who are not seen very often gather in Nanyang one after another.
The major martial arts halls in the city ushered in a wave of apprenticeship frenzy.
Who asked Tang Shanjun and Jinghong gang to only have people who knew martial arts?
Chen Mu originally thought that if a certain number of people were recruited, the two would stop.
The opposite is true. Deadlines circulate throughout the day.
But as long as those who have the ability go, both of them will accept it correctly.
There are as many as one faction needs. Isn't there really going to be a war?
Shen Mu muttered in his heart. Then he dug a hole in the house next to him and stored a lot of living materials. Because of the gathering of a large number of scattered people from the rivers and lakes, fights occurred frequently. In the past, Shen Mu would go out for a walk every few days.
Now he tries not to go out unless he buys necessary supplies. Going out and coming back soon.
It's messy outside. How can I feel comfortable hiding at home to brush up my experience?
Shen Mu hid in the small building and was happy. The recruitment incident in Nanyang Mansion City did not stop at all.
Wealth, power, beauty, martial arts, and secret medicines, the two threw all kinds of bait. Every time I go out for shopping, I can hear which gangster has posted it again, or which martial arts master has grown in strength after eating the dragon transformation pill.
Shen Mu watched with cold eyes.
Looking at the gangsters in Fanlo's drinking party, he sighed in his heart that it was another wave of good leaks.
Transforming dragon pill? There are still 20 grains lying in the 5 ghost bags. He wouldn't even touch this kind of elixir that could cut people's future. A month later. Shanglinfang, Chen's house.
3 strange syllables spit out from Chun Mu's mouth.
5 paper figures appeared out of thin air. It's done.
Writing, 1840/10,000/second order, drawing, 1707/10,000/second order, throwing, 2133/10,000/fourth order, kestrel training, limit, cooking skills, 6026/10,000/second order, pharmacy, 6576/10,000/third order, sleeve sword, 6356/10,000/tier 3, 5 ghosts moving mountain mantra, 14/10,000/sixth order, blue-eyed golden ape shape training, 4140/10,000/second order, transfiguration, 2840/10,000/first order. 5 ghosts moving the mountain spell can still be practiced upwards? Shenmue was quite surprised. He thought that the 5th rank was the limit.
There was some hesitation at the moment. Otherwise, continue to brush?
After thinking about it, Shenmue shook his head and gave up. Shape training is the foundation. If it weren't for the hidden danger of ghosts, he wouldn't have been practicing the 5 ghosts moving mountain mantra for 3 months.
Courage can also restrain the ghost.
At the beginning, it was because the 5 ghosts moving the mountain mantra would benefit more quickly, so I temporarily stopped practicing the shape art.
It's time to get back to practice.
Shenmue looked up at the 5th paper figure. The body is covered with red lines, and the tailoring is vivid, with a black on the back. The difference is that the other 4 paper figures all have smiles, or sneer, or smile, or pursed smile, or grin. The 5th paper man was slender and handsome, but his face was expressionless and looked rather indifferent. At the same time, there was a cloud of blurry graphics in his mind.
The sun, moon and stars are looming in the white fog.
When Shenmue tried to see clearly, it became blurry, as if there was a layer of frosted glass.
This thing is not unfamiliar to him, and there is another next to it. 5 ghosts moving the mountain mantra also has divine intentions? There's still too little to know. Probably some characteristics of the magic weapon. This involves the deep use of magic tools, which is not accessible to ordinary people. Probably only aristocratic families have this knowledge.
Shenmue rolled his eyes. Jia probably knows it.
The old man doesn't know what happened. A mysterious group. Know a lot of Jianghu's secrets.
I'll spend some money to ask when I have time. Shenmue focused his attention on the figure shrouded in white mist. What's the use of trying this thing first? Immediately, he seemed to be stuck on his forehead by a vacuum cleaner, and the powerful suction force suddenly spread throughout his mind. The ghost paper figurines, who were already connected with his 5 senses, became more and more connected. The little paper figurine floating slowly in the air suddenly slid straight up as if standing at attention. The 5 paper figurines formed a ring, which suddenly turned into 5 groups of black smoke and kept spinning. Shenmue frantically secreted saliva from his mouth. He looked at the stone table in front of him, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Why did he want to take a bite of it? The thought appeared instantly. The black smoke of the 5 ghosts spun sharply and slammed toward the stone table.
Guh!
A faint frog croaking sounded in my mind.
Shenmue came back to his senses.
The corner of the stone table has disappeared. The fracture became an arc, as if it had been bitten by an invisible big mouth.
The cut surface is as smooth as a mirror, like ice cream that has been scooped away by a spoon.
Looking at the 5 ghost bags, there are more than half of the tables out of thin air. Shenmue subconsciously swallowed his saliva.
Really gnaw? Go! Go! Go!
The stone table was completely gnawed away. Shenmue was like a child who got a new toy and tried again and again. He didn't let go of the large water tank, wooden shelves, flat baskets, and even the soil on the ground, which was gnawed in a short time. It wasn't until his face was pale, his body was weak, and his stomach was growling that he had to stop excitedly. Despite the splitting headache, Shenmue still smiled. This is the fun of brushing proficiency.
All 5 ghosts are out, and there is an additional ability.
Then brush the 5 ghosts moving mountains.
Shenmue was about to move.
In the end, he suppressed this tempting idea with great perseverance.
The magic weapon is truly magical.
But the use of magic tools is not without cost. At this moment, he felt weak, as if he had been hollowed out. After eating 5 big rice balls in a row, my stomach felt better. Close your eyes and focus on the intention of the kestrel god. A quarter of an hour later, when he opened his eyes, Shenmue recovered a little. Just like opening the 5 ghost bags, it needs to consume power such as spirit or soul. And the consumption of swallowing a stone table is obviously greater than that of a wooden shelf. At present, the only way to restore or even enhance this power is the intention of practicing shape art.
Shape training is the foundation. Shenmue sighed.
This is probably the real 5 ghosts moving mountains. Shenmue was a little enlightened. The 5 ghosts are linked together to produce a certain cutting and swallowing power. The more you pay, the stronger the swallowing power. It just feels a little weird when it starts.
What is this? 5 ghosts, eat mountains, eat mountains?
Fortunately, the bag only gave him the idea of eating, and did not give him real feedback after eating. Think about the operation under the excitement just now: eat stones, eat wood, and eat mud.
If there is real feedback, hey! I should.
In the next few days, Shenmue conducted a step-by-step test on the 5 ghost bags.
The ghost paper figurines were all manifested and turned into 5. The black smoke carrying distance became 9 meters. There are only 3 syllables left in the mantra.
At the same time, there are 5 ghosts moving the mountain secret technique, which has an extremely powerful swallowing ability.
Shen Mu tried it. The black smoke of the 5 ghosts can easily gnaw off an excellent sword. If this is cut on people. An extra life-saving trump card. Shen Mu thought happily.
It would be nice if the cutting range was bigger. Shen Mu was not greedy enough. Continue to upgrade, maybe the scope can be larger. Every time he thinks of this, Shen Mu has the urge to continue brushing the 5 ghosts moving mountain mantra.
Let's honestly brush my shape training. The blue-eyed golden ape has been delayed for too long. Shanglinfang, Chen's house.
Shen Mu put his hands on the sky, squatted down slightly, narrowed his eyes, and his breathing suddenly slowed down. The muscles under the clothes slowly wriggled along with breathing, as if they had their own consciousness, constantly contracting and relaxing. After a long while, Shen Mu stopped practicing in sweat.
As expected of a high-end shape training technique, the blue-eyed golden ape shape training at the Egu stage is more complicated. 270 breathing rhythms and 36 movements. A single mistake is invalid cultivation. Every time an ordinary person cultivates, he pays his full attention, and this cannot guarantee 100% success.
No wonder it takes 10 years to practice shape. With such a difficult success rate, the cultivation efficiency can be imagined. Who can practice shape for 10 years, which one is not savvy and hardworking?
My aptitude is ordinary, so I can only lose my strength over and over again. Between belly murmurs, Shen Mu completed another practice. Blue-eyed golden ape shape training, 9390/10,000/second order, proficiency goes up 10 points again. It will take several days to complete. It's really difficult.
Shen Mu shook his head in a fake fashion inside.
Shen Mu thought of a question. Ordinary shape training is so difficult, then the shape training handed down by the family has to be difficult to go beyond the sky? But that group of children from aristocratic families can actually achieve greatness in 5 or 6 years? Ancestor treats you to eat. Shen Mu sighed helplessly. Can't compare. Who told you that it is difficult to practice shape art in aristocratic families?
Jie Jia said lightly.
The family bloodline training is simple and easy to learn.
Jie Jia said lightly, some can be practiced just by breathing.
Can you practice while breathing? Shen Mu immediately drooled in admiration. How can you find this kind of kung fu?
Jie Jia glanced at Shen Mu, you can't practice. Shen Mu immediately rolled his eyes and realized that there must be strict prerequisites.
The family's bloodline training focuses on tapping the potential of the bloodline. Okay, for him, this little fart probably can only listen to it.
Except for bloodline training, most of the training is more advanced and more complicated.
Complexity can only be transformed comprehensively. Jie Jia added. Where is there such a high-end shape training technique?
Shen Mu asked excitedly, staring at Jie Jia.
I don't.
Jie Jia said lightly, I've already practiced armor. What's the use of practicing shape art?
Shen Mu, let the old man pretend again. Jinghong Gang, Zhui Pavilion, and Nanyang Palace City Yamen have them.
Jie Jia glanced at Shen Mu after saying, do you want it? Shen Mu immediately shook his head. Recently, the great forces of Nanyang Mansion have been recruiting new recruits one after another, and the benefits are generous, among which are the secret arts.
But joining these forces is involuntary.
Who knows what the dangers will be? There are still 3 kinds of shape training techniques on his body that he has not yet practiced, and his desire for new shape training techniques is almost zero. For the next few days, Shen Muanshin stayed at home to cultivate.
The blue-eyed golden ape practiced the second order skill calmly.
The bones became harder and harder, and the head jumped up a finger. Strength, reaction speed, balance ability, etc. have been improved to varying degrees.
At this point, the blue-eyed golden ape shape training has shown some wonders. Shanglinfang, Chen's house.
Shen Mu stepped on the railing of the pavilion, his body was stretched, and the angle was 30 degrees from the vertical.
Half of his body was sticking out of the pavilion, hanging by the pond.
Seeing that he was about to fall, he was firmly fighting on the edge of the railing.
It took a while to turn over. This balancing ability, TSK.
It's like being able to adjust your center of gravity freely.
Do you want to train yourself to be a tumbler?
Hey! Practicing hard for nearly 20 days.
It's not easy.
You have to reward yourself. Shen Mu rarely went out to buy fresh ingredients in large quantities. Braised elbows, boiled fish fillets, fresh and spicy cold beef, stir-fried vegetables, fishball soup, and a large basket of more than 30 Lao cheese pies.
At noon, there is a full table.
Biting off half of the pie in one bite, the rich meat filling is full of fragrance. That taste.
Gudong.
A loud swallowing sound suddenly sounded. Chen Mu raised his head. I don't know when there was a head full of beards on the wall of the gate. The other party couldn't look away from the pie in Chen Mu's hand.
Gudong.
The black-faced bearded head swallowed again, showing a flattering smile at Chen Mu, just about to ask for it. Seeing Chen Mu's expressionless face, he shoved the pie into his mouth.
Black-faced beard. After a few minutes,
the black-faced bearded man sat in the pavilion, with a pie in each hand, feasting. Chen Mu didn't want this strong man to come in. At first glance, the other party is reckless, and maybe it will cause him some trouble. But Chen Mu glanced at a piece of gold cake lying quietly in the five ghosts bag.
He gave too much. Brother Chen, this is your craft.
Quichuo, a strong bearded man, praised with a thumbs up. Chen Mu nodded indifferently.
You're not from Nanyang Mansion? Chen Mu asked casually. No. Quichuo swallowed a piece of braised meat. Isn't the Jinghong gang recruiting? I'll go to sign up. It's easy to mix up a helmsman. Kita proudly showed off his experience of joining the Jinghong gang.
I didn't expect you to be the helmsman of the Jinghong gang, so disrespectful and disrespectful.
Chen Mu said lightly.
Kuwaidwa laughed. Those people are like weak chickens, so I won the championship easily.
Jinghong gang is recruiting talents. Is it to expand its power? Chen Mu inquired calmly. I don't know.
Let's get together all day long to practice the Rauscher subformation.
Quichuo looked confused, but that formation is not like a battle formation, and the practice is muddled.
Chen Mu was also a little confused.
Recruiting people but not practicing combined strike formations, what are you going to do? Forget it, that's not what I'm supposed to think about. Send this strong man away first. When will the neighbor next to you come back?
I went to visit just now, the door was locked, and no one was seen.
Quito asked. No, you have already seen it.
Chen Mu replied calmly, I don't know either.
And the one at the street corner, right next door to me, the door is locked, and I don't know who lives there. K Tao continued. Don't think about it, it's me. Chen Mu shrugged, I don't usually go out very often, and I haven't seen it before. Kuwaidwa sighed, I just came today. I wanted to visit the neighborhood, but there were no one nearby. It seems that I can only go tomorrow. Chen Mu smiled and nodded to show encouragement. As long as I'm at home, you won't see anyone tomorrow. It is said that rabbits have 3 holes. They are born as human beings and prepare 7 or 8 safe nests. This is reasonable. Chen Mu thought silently. Night.
Keita was lying on the bed with his back upright, mumbling in his sleep. At one point they talked about drinking, another time about fighting, another time about delicious food, and another time about beauty. On the edge of the bed, a small cardboard board was sitting there. He stared at Keita without blinking.
An hour. 2 hours. 3 hours.
Until the sky was bright, the little paperman turned into black smoke and disappeared. In the house next door, Chen Mu, who was sitting on the bed with Panchi, opened his eyes. Looks like a rash guy who came here by chance. Chen Mu muttered to himself. Failure. The residents of that house moved out without a sound. If I had known better, I could have more safe houses.
It's a bit risky to have a stranger now. Chen Mu thought silently, I have to keep watching tonight.
Anyway, as the blue-eyed golden ape changed his bones, his energy was getting better and better.
It's okay to get a little sleep.
For the next 5 days, Chen Mu put a paper figurine at Kuwaitwa's house every day. The other party was a member of the Jinghong gang, and he happened to have a conflict with the Jinghong gang, so he had to think more.
Good thing it's business as usual. Quichuo was just a stray person recruited by the Jinghong gang.
Living near him was all by chance. Chen Mu also deliberately found the original occupant of Quichuo's house, changed his appearance, and asked around to find out the reason for the move. As a result, they bought a larger yard, and the original one was rented out. Of the courtyards that Chen Mu rented, 2 of them belonged to other people.
Chen Mu, local homeowners? Can't be bothered, can't be bothered.
I didn't expect to have traveled through it all, and I have to accept the stimulation of the charterer.
It's really greedy.
Chen Mu couldn't help laughing when he recalled his careful actions in the past few days.
Really frightened. They are all about to be startled. The world is not good, but not everyone is bad. Quito is at best a random neighbor. You can't think too bad about people. Don't have persecution delusions either. How can so many people miss me?
Chen Mu shook his head to comfort himself. When the weather was calm, he began to practice shape art at home again.
Keita comes every 3 or 5 times. Every time I come, I bring a gold pancake as a souvenir.
Chen Mu euphemistically reminded the other party several times that he did not want to be disturbed.
Then Keita's accompaniment became 2 golden pancakes. Chen Mu, I didn't mean that.
Fan Lu is very famous, and the cooking skills are the same.
You are still very good, brother Chen. Keito doesn't care about money. When he became the helmsman, money was easy to come by, and it didn't hurt to spend it. During the day, I went to Jinghong to practice unknown formations, and at night, I went to Chunfengli to be chic.
When he was resting every 3 days, he went to Chen Mu's house to eat, and the gold pancakes were sent out.
I'll eat it next time, I don't know what day it will be. Suetua looked at the last pie in the bamboo basket with a hesitant look on his face. Jinghong has a big move? Chen Mu was curious.
It was said that he was going to the north with a big man to do business.
Half of the helmsmen of each church were dispatched. I have to go too. Chen Mu's heart tightened. North? Isn't there a riot there? The local forces of Nanyang Mansion want to intervene in the dispute?
It's a pity that Keita is a confused and reckless man.
They only use money to do things, and they don't care about other news. Can't ask why. Safe journey. Chen Mu wished.
I hope that the war will not be brought to Nanyang Mansion.
In a bad mood,
Chen Mu decided to go out to relax. After walking, I came to the corridor of Fan Lu.
I looked at the Sihai building on the left, and then at the Chunfeng building on the right. Chen Mu pouted.
Obviously it is the same dish, but it is so expensive, profiteer.
Total profiteer.
Chen Mu severely criticized Chunfenglu, then turned to the right. In order to snoop on the news of the Jinghong gang, just spend some money.
It just so happened that Keito gave several pieces of golden cake. In comes sword. Don't be afraid of flowers.
As usual, I found a dark corner booth to sit down and ordered a large table of delicious food.
Hey, is Miss Helu dancing today? It's a pity it's not Miss Yutao.
Looking at the charming figure of the other party, Chen Mu couldn't help feeling relieved.
The sky is falling and there are tall people on it. I'm just worrying about myself. Cross-traveling and persecution paranoia, isn't it? Chen Mu shook his head and laughed. The world is bad, but not everything is bad.
I was also suspicious of Keita the other day.
In fact, the other party is an ordinary Jianghu Han.
When you have time, you still have to go out to eat food, watch the beautiful scenery, and admire the beauty. Staying at home for a long time will easily lead to psychological problems.
There are bad people in the world, but they don't all target themselves. Chen Mu happily ate vegetables and danced.
The 3rd floor of Chunfeng building, the deepest room.
Si Koyu sat down drinking with a golden sword, and the excitement on his face couldn't stop. Is that little boy ready? 10 bones and 2 marrows are always safe. 5 beautiful maids take turns to serve and live. 5 chefs who master all kinds of food are always ready to cook.
The only person in the room, a thin man in black in his 40s, bowed.
Not enough, find 5 more cooks. People born with Taoism eat a lot. Si Koyu ordered happily. It's a pity that the rattle device.
That man has a lot of courage, and he is only short of the head.
He can be repaired into armor.
The son can beat him back and successfully snatch the Daoba boy, which is very impressive.
The man in black complimented. Si Koyu suddenly laughed.
As long as the boy is sent to Shoyang Mountain on time, he will get 1,000 machine order.
This is much simpler than fighting to the death and grabbing tokens. Be sure to block the good news. Si Koyu warned seriously. Then, what about Miss 7? The man in black hesitated.
When my sister comes back from the north, I will tell her personally.
Si Koyu thought for a while.
He can get the Diogo back, but whether he can keep it depends on his sister. This time, it was only because of the protection of the family's magic weapon, the spiritual light, that the Taoist priest was repelled. If that person came back to grab someone, he might not be able to stop him. That person has a magic weapon, a Dao Bone Boy, and he will soon become a armored soul.
It seems that there is no need to kill Lin Chu. Did he go for ebony? But how does he know that Lin really has ebony?
The man in black reminded carefully Si Koyu, who killed Lin K was someone else.
Ha ha.
Of course I know he didn't kill him.
Si Koyu waved his hand without any hesitation. I said he was the murderer at the beginning, but I just saw his magic weapon. I didn't expect this to be a treasure-giving boy.
Not only did he have magical tools, but he also raised a Dao boy who was born with Dao bones.
Young master is wise.
The man in black smiled and said, my subordinates will find that scholar Chen Mu tomorrow.
Fortunately, you came here. Sikoyu smiled and said, the Ginghong gang's trash can't be reused, so they can run errands. The man in black smiled and said, the soul-locking worm is amazing, but it's not secret, maybe the other party knows its weakness. Fortunately, I brought a treasure hunt cicada this time. The man in black smiled, it doesn't matter whether it is human or not, we will find ebony. Sikoyu immediately pointed at the man in black and laughed, you still understand me? Then I don't care about Chun Mu's life or death, I only want ebony. I will kill anyone who takes my ebony. Sikoyu said viciously. He has always been suspicious. Ebony was taken by Zuoshang. Otherwise, why rush to destroy Sun Fu's mouth? Anyone who blocks you from looking for ebony will be killed. If something goes wrong, I will bear it. Yes. Inside the corner compartment on the first floor, Shenmu choked with a piece of pig's ear between his chopsticks. The ghost paper man appeared beside him. I finally let go of my guard and planned to face the world with a sunny attitude. Shenmu was stunned. But reality hit him hard. Listening to the conversation between the two of them, it's obviously not the first time to kill people and hunt for treasures. Shenmu was shocked. I don't know how many innocent people were killed by the other party's treasure hunt. Brush. The gray-sleeved sword appeared in his hand. For a piece of wood, kill me? Shenmu was full of grief and anger. Shenmu suddenly stood up. Too unreasonable. I have to talk to them. The third floor of Chunfeng building. The middle-aged man in black smiled and took out a large wooden box with a slap from his sleeve. After opening it, there was a thumb-sized, silver-white flying cicada lying on the inside. There is an ebony leaf in the treasure house of the lucky family. When the treasure hunt cicada is cultivated, it is always accompanied by the ebony leaf. With it, within 30 miles, as long as there is an ebony aura, it can be sensed by it. The smile on Sikoyu's face grew whiter and whiter. It's a pity that the treasure hunt cicada has a short lifespan. This one has only 7 days of lifespan, so I'm afraid it will delay the important affairs of the sun. The middle-aged man in black was worried. It doesn't matter. Sikoyu narrowed his eyes, ebony is probably on that scholar. The Ginghong gang didn't find anyone, but they found out the range of their haunts. You investigate at night. After thinking about it for a while, Sikoyu warned carefully, if you find out, don't make a statement. I'll bring some more people to round up tomorrow morning. Everyone from Qingshan County is a bit wicked. Sikoyu stunned. Courage is so hard to practice. Zuoshang practiced. The sincerity of the Taoist priest is even about to become an armored soul. That scholar is the same as the fox. The Ginghong gang cast a net and searched for more than 10 days, but they couldn't find anyone. Yes. The middle-aged man in black nodded respectfully. I started treasure hunt, and the clan may have gotten the news. When that time comes, the man in black said worriedly. Sikoyu smiled confidently when he heard the words, I'm not afraid. With my sister on my side, most people wouldn't dare to trouble me. After thinking for a while, he said, then Shenmu has to catch him alive, torture him, and poison him with a secret medicine. When there is too much pressure in the clan, I will send people out and let those brothers and sisters torture themselves. Send a fool, isn't it a little? The man in black hesitated. I did it on purpose. Sikoyu smiled and said, I have handed over the key people. Whoever dares to trouble me, the clan elders will not agree. Young master is wise. The middle-aged man in black complimented. Inside the first floor compartment. Hearing that the two wanted to arrest and torture themselves, they even wanted to poison themselves. Shenmu didn't feel angry. Never expect bad people to have a bottom line. He was sad and completely disappointed in this rotten world. He immediately changed his face, and the 5 ghost bags instantly changed his clothes. A pure white and colorless mask was buckled on his face, and Shen Mushi walked out of the compartment. There are a lot of fun activities in Chunfenglu, and he is not the only one wearing a mask. The lights on the first floor were dimly lit, and no one cared about a strange person wearing a mask. Shenmu casually took an empty wine jug from a wine table, pretended to be an ordinary drunken guest, and staggered upstairs. The room on the second floor was equally lively, the servants and maids and beautiful sisters were constantly crowded, and no one cared about a drunkard. Shenmu wandered up to the third floor. Several Jinghong gang members took the initiative to step forward to block the way. Puff! A handful of red mist exploded between the noses of several people. Before the roadblockers could react, they rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Shenmu took 2 steps forward, quickly grabbed the collars of several people, pretended to be close to talking, and placed them next to the railings of the column, posing either standing or sitting. A few Jinghong gangs in the distance don't know why. I was wondering who the man with the white face mask was, and he was chatting hotly with his colleagues? Puff! The red fog flashed, and he fell to the ground in a coma. The 5 ghost bags release the fascination smoke, and cooperate with the kestrel to practice agility. Shenmue walked in from the entrance on the 3rd floor with integrity. More than a dozen strong men stood guard along the way, all of them were made by him, and they fell unconscious one by one. Deep on the 3rd floor, Shenmue gently held the necks of the 2 strong men at the door and let them sit slowly on both sides of the door. Shenmue let out a sigh of relief. As long as the speed is fast enough and the movement is small enough. If you leave before the warriors in Chunfenglu can react, there will be no problem. Young master is happy here, I'll find someone. Sikoyu waved his hand. It's been hard work these past few days. If you find Ebony, my son will be rewarded a lot. Thank you, son. The man in black said with a smile. It's a coincidence that the scholars in Fanlu, both the north and the south, have been here before. The man in black said while taking out a bamboo tube from his sleeve. It just happened to start the investigation from here. As he spoke, he used his pinky fingernail to pick out a little red powder from the bamboo tube and sprinkle it on the treasure hunter cicada. The treasure hunt cicada, who was still lying quietly just now, suddenly fluttered its wings and whiskers like a jade carving, and became active in an instant. Sikoyu saw treasure hunting Chan for the first time, and came over to look at it. The middle-aged man in black introduced with a smile, treasure hunting cicadas have wings, but they can't fly. The wings are their sensing organs. Every time they flap, they are capturing information. As long as it catches the specified object, it will emit cicadas and turn around to guide the direction. As long as that Ebony is still in Nanyang Mansion, I'll definitely be able to squeak. A sharp chirping sounded suddenly. The middle-aged man in black immediately froze in place. Sikoyu was very interested. What does this mean? Ebony? Just at the door? Ha ha. Sikoyu laughed loudly. How could these junk from the Jinghong gang still have this ability? You really found something for me. Say that and open the door. Then I saw a person wearing a pure white mask, holding the head of the guard at the door, carefully placing them neatly. Shenmue, alas. I was thinking of sneaking in and attacking, but I didn't expect to fight Hedon. He got up slowly, and the fascination smoke in the 5 ghosts bag rolled endlessly. Which hall are you from? Sikoyu was puzzled, looked up at his subordinates who had collapsed, and suddenly said, Come to me quietly. Are you afraid that your hall master will blame? Don't worry, the entire Ginghong gang belongs to our Siko family. Sikoyu waved his hand. If someone really wants to crowd you out, just go to the clan with me. The bustling scene there is not comparable to this remote Nanyang. The man in black stared at Shenmue, and quickly reminded, Master, this person's identity is unknown. Dangerous, Sikoyu waved his hand. Heroes don't ask about their origins. If you can find Ebony for me, that's a great talent. Sikoyu looked satisfied. The man in black, I didn't mean that. You can bring down so many people quietly. You can also find Ebony alone. I'm very optimistic about you. Sikoyu laughed. Just because you brought Ebony to me, I will reward you with 3 drops of Zhaodian red. How is it? Interesting enough. Sikoyu winked. Shenmue, is this guy seriously ill? Did I come to give you a present? I'm here to kill you. Why, it's too little. Sikoyu frowned slightly, and then suddenly said, You probably don't know the effect of Zhaodianhong? That is the essence of the 3 treasures of essence, Qi and spirit, and it is the most important thing that can improve the source of the human body. 1 drop of red in the hall can catch up with the hard work of practicing shape surgery for a year. Sikoyu raised his eyebrows proudly. Are you excited? The man in black was so anxious that his face turned pale. Hurry up, take out the ebony and open my eyes. Sikoyu rubbed his hands together with a worried look on his face. Shenmue, where does this great intelligence come from? Kill it. The sleeve sword appeared in the right hand, and Shenmue's muscles contracted and entangled in an instant. The right hand hanging by his side disappeared out of thin air, and the sleeve sword suddenly appeared in front of Sikoyu's neck. One blow from heaven and earth, boom. Sikoyu's whole body is like a ping-pong ball being slapped. It flew into the room with a bang, and the huge wooden bed was instantly smashed and smashed. The man in black's face changed greatly, and he rushed to Sikoyu. Boom! The broken wood flew, and a figure jumped up from under the broken wooden bed. Sikoyu appeared unharmed. A layer of eggshell-like black translucent aura enveloped him. Do you really think I'm a fool? Can't see your malice? Sikoyu smiled lightly. I advise you to be obedient. In front of this layer of aura, all resistance is to hit the stone with an egg. The man in black is overjoyed.
It was so urgent just now that he almost forgot that his young master had been given a protective aura by the family magic weapon.
You are that Shenmue, aren't you?
Sikoyu stared at Shenmue with gloomy eyes. You people from Qingshan County are really evil. The sudden blow just now, if it hadn't just triggered the aura of protection, his neck would have been pierced.
Noticing the dagger in Shenmue's hand, Sikoyu's eyes became more hazy. You actually used my ebony?
A short sword?
Ha! Sikoyu's forehead burst into blue veins. Bastard!
He was about to scold, but Shenmue's figure suddenly disappeared in place.
The dagger goes first, followed by the body. The whole person is like an arrow from the string, suddenly shooting at Sikoyu. Clang clang clang.
Shenmue turned into a black shadow, and continuously launched Shinkuan strikes around Sikoyu.
It's useless. Sikoyu curled his lips in disdain. Little practice, but I can't break my aura of protection. He immediately put away his expression, lowered his eyes, and looked at Shenmue indifferently. You will never understand what an aristocratic family is, let alone the gap between us. How dare you break my ebony? When I catch you, I will crush your bones inch by inch. Secret Art's silent hand.
His right hand suddenly turned pitch black, like cast iron. A circle of white air exploded on the wrist.
Hum. The air shook.
The black right hand suddenly protruded to the lower left.
Clang. It's like a battle of gold and iron. The big black hand pinched the tip of the sleeve sword with precision. Shenmue's heart suddenly tightened.
Sikoyu lowered his head, looked down, and smiled gloomily at Shenmue, who bent his knees and stabbed forward. I've caught you.
Shenmue immediately let go and retreated.
A black bright left hand with 5 fingers together, like a ghost-headed sword, smashed through Shenmue's position just now.
The air tumbled and touched the ground, leaving traces like a knife and axe. Fuck! What a monster!
Shenmue's heart almost jumped out.
Hum!
The sound of air vibrations came again.
Shenmue's face changed suddenly. A black force emerges from beneath his feet.
The whole person suddenly leaned back, almost lying flat in midair, and slid back at a high speed.
Sikoyu crossed his arms into scissors, and suddenly twisted them over his face.
The sharp airflow surged, and a strand of long hair fluttered in the air, which was chopped into several segments by the airflow. Before his body could stand firm, Shenmue, whose face changed greatly, suddenly shot out countless iron lotus seeds.
Woo woo woo! Never let this monster get close. Clang clang clang. Sparks splattered.
Sikoyu didn't dodge or dodge, he carried the iron lotus seeds to shoot, and walked towards Shenmue slowly and firmly. His eyes were full of indifference and coldness, useless struggle.
Relying on the bloodline, the spiritual light endowed by the family's magic weapon is indestructible. With spiritual light to protect the body, the so-called hero of the rivers and lakes is no stronger than an ant. Sikoyu's face was dull. Hidden weapons, fists, poisons, mortal methods are always so fancy and useless.
Every year when I go out to play, I always meet this kind of people who think highly of themselves.
Unfortunately, they don't even know the difference between them.
Bloodlines, exercises, secret medicines, and magical tools, this background makes the children of the aristocratic family feel like another species. At first, he would play a few times with each other with great interest, and then appreciate their despair when they were a little bit to death by the aura of the magic weapon. But the more often it is, the more numb it becomes. A group of inferior people, the despairing wailing will only make him feel harsh. Just like now, as long as he is wearing the magical light, the other party has no way to take him. The ebony is cast into a short sword. The quality of the second smelting will definitely decrease. Lin K is also a waste, he can only make money. In vain I reward him with so many dragon transformation pills, and ebony can't keep it. The clanging sound in front of him made him even more upset.
Can't you lower class people be quiet? Can't I just catch you? Fuck! Shenmue was so excited. I am indeed an ordinary person.
No talent, no understanding, no resources, no background.
But you are a low-class person, looking at the eyes like an ant, it really makes people angry. That's why you have a magic weapon, right? 5 ghosts move mountains.
5 groups of black mist suddenly appeared in front of Sikoyu. Shenmue made a fist with his right hand.
Bite. Eat me to the death, hum. Like countless bees, flapping their wings suddenly.
5 groups of black mist spun, slammed forward fiercely, and the power of invisible devouring erupted. The indestructible black aura suddenly vibrated.
Shenmue's face turned pale.
At that moment, he felt as if half of his physical strength had been taken away.
Sikoyu raised his eyebrows. You actually have a magic weapon? Looks like I really want to go to Qingshan County to have a look. Si Koyu murmured.
Immediately, he lowered his eyes and looked at Shenmue indifferently. It's useless, magic tools are also different. That sincerity also has a rattle magic weapon, and he is not defeated and repelled by him.
I thought it would surprise me a bit. Si Koyu shook his head in disappointment. After all, he is an inferior person. How much ability can he have? Maid. Shenmue gritted his teeth fiercely. Go down to Nima.
Suddenly increased the strength of the 5 ghosts moving mountains.
His legs went weak, and his mind went blank for a moment. The 5 ghost bags almost knocked him out. Buzz.
The aura vibration rose sharply. Si Koyu finally changed his face, his courage poured into his legs, and he raised his feet to rush towards Shenmue. However, the 5 ghosts and black fog sucked the protective aura, making him unable to move even a bit.
Dealing with sincerity yesterday, the aura of protection was lost a lot. At this moment, he was swallowed by the 5 ghost bags and was on the verge of collapse. Quick! Go and kill him! Si Koyu yelled at the man in black.
But he found out that the man in black had fainted. Shenmue cracked open his mouth, revealing his white teeth, and laughed.
The entire 3rd floor was shrouded in a large-scale version of fascinated smoke. The man in black only pays attention to the battle between the two, and he has already been recruited without knowing it. Cat it! Eat him to death! Boom!
The black aura suddenly shattered into a sky full of fluorescent light. 5 groups of black smoke rushed past this Si Koyu.
It was like a red-hot iron rod pierced into solidified grease. Si Koyu's left chest and abdomen suddenly appeared an arc-shaped gap with transparent front and rear.
The neatly incised half of the heart hangs in the chest cavity and is constantly pumping.
Si Koyu stared at Shenmue in disbelief.
He is the son of an aristocratic family, he has noble blood, has secret medicine, and has aura to protect his body. He has a bright future.
To die here? Died at the hands of an inferior?
He bit his lip tightly, preventing himself from wailing, and stared at Shenmue with extremely vicious eyes. 5 groups of black smoke appeared above Si Koyu's head out of thin air, and suddenly rushed down.
Drops of blood splashing. Si Koyu completely disappeared in place. Dang!
The sleeve sword fell from the air and slanted on the wooden board. Shenmue staggered back, leaned back against the column, panting heavily. Fortunately, the aura of the opponent was broken in time. Otherwise, Shenmue himself will be drained by the 5 ghost bags. Looking at Si Koyu, who had only a drop of blood left on the ground, a chill hit Shenmue's back for no reason.
Gudong!
Shenmue couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva with a complicated expression.
He didn't want to.
But when the 5 ghosts moved the mountain, the strong desire to devour kept attacking.
It's completely different from when I gnawed on rocks and dirt before.
When he touches Si Koyu's flesh and blood, the 5 ghost bags' desire to devour it increases exponentially. If it wasn't for the greed of the 5 ghost bags, how could Shenmue swallow Si Koyu directly?
Thinking of this, his stomach couldn't help but churn.
At this time, there was a noise outside on the 1st floor.
Shenmue's scalp tightened. I can't stay here.
Ignoring the nausea, I hurriedly stuffed 2 bigu pills into my mouth. He staggered to the middle of the house, and put away the sleeve sword that fell from Si Koyu's body.
I noticed a silver-white flying cicada lying on the ground next to it.
Shenmue crushed him to death.
This thing can find ebony, it can't keep it alive. Woo! An iron lotus seed smashed into the air at will.
The man in black lying on the ground trembled, and there was a big round hole in the forehead.
Breathless soon.
Shenmue walked quickly to his side, just about to bend down and search for things on this person. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a figure. A middle-aged man in his 40s rushed to the door with a gloomy face from the stairs on the 3rd floor.
Sincerity? Why is he here?
Also full of murderous eyes.
The visitor is not good.
At this moment, he was so weak that he couldn't deal with anyone at all. His heart was empty, but his face remained calm, trying to restrain his urge to turn his head. Shenmue held a pair of sheepskin gloves in his arms, with a little black and gray bloodstains on the surface. Gently tap and organize, then slowly put it on your hand, and slowly move your fingers to make sure the movement is smooth. Then slowly squatted down and skillfully picked on the man in black. A set of actions is like no one else, and the sincerity of the backside of the station is indifferent.
The sincerity, who was still angry just now, jumped.
The expressionless pure white mask, the calm and indifferent eyes, the skillful and graceful touching of the corpse, and the old gloves with mottled blood. This person. For no reason, sincerity felt a chill behind his back. When he opened his mouth to question Si Koyu's whereabouts, he immediately held it in his throat. After a long while, Shenmue searched the whole body of the man in black. Silver notes, hidden weapons, and poisons are all being poured out.
Only a seemingly useless bamboo tube was put into the cuff by Chen Mu.
Just as Chang Yi was about to speak, he saw Chen Mu took off his right glove and gently poked the man in black's arm with his index finger. It's like buying meat at a meat stand, touching it with your fingers, and testing the quality of the meat. Then I saw Chen Mu withdraw his hand, tilt his head slightly, and face the corpse of the man in black, motionless, stare. A special emotion slowly emerged in his eyes and became more and more intense. The sincere scalp at the door suddenly went numb. This look of sincerity is too familiar.
Chang Ming always looks like this before eating. This man, isn't he mentally ill? The other party just stared at it for half an hour without moving.
Sincerity was getting more and more hairy, and his neck was stiff and sore, just when he couldn't help but want to use his full strength to give this madman a little bit.
The other party stood up slowly and asked gently and politely, "Which one are you looking for?"
Then a cloud of black smoke suddenly appeared under the opponent's feet, filled the air, and slowly covered the man in black.
Gudong.
The other swallowed a large mouthful of saliva. The corpse of the man in black disappeared out of thin air.
Sincerity, crazy, crazy, crazy. This man must be a lunatic. What a lunatic who has an unknown magic weapon and can control it freely.
Thinking of the black smoke, I practiced my skin with sincerity and started smoking.
I'm looking for Sikoyu.
Facing the gentle and calm gaze of the other party, he stammered subconsciously with sincerity. The tone of his voice was like the nervousness when he was learning the Taoist scriptures when he was a child, peeking at the villain's book and being discovered by his master.
I'm so sorry, you're a little late?
Shenmu turned to look at the few drops of blood left on the floor not far away. The voice was as polite and gentle as ever.
His throat was still uncontrollably swallowing softly. Excuse me. Sincerely apologized loudly, turned around and left. He didn't want to stay with this lunatic for even a moment. Sikoyu is dead, and so is the man in black. If he stays here, he will definitely not find a place for Cheng Ming. Yes, that's it, I have to hurry to find Cheng Ming. It's definitely not scary, I just don't want to waste time with a lunatic.
Shenmu calmly stood in place, his eyes fixed on sincerity, and he steadily moved him out of sight. The next moment, black smoke filled the air. Broken wooden boards, deformed iron lotus seeds, splashed blood, all the tattered and scattered objects in the room were all put away. The room was in a mess just now, as if it had been cleaned and scrubbed dozens of times in a row, clean and tidy. Shenmu's butt was on fire, he stepped to the window in 2 steps and jumped down. It fell to the ground and rolled silently, and then the lower body of the foot emerged, turned into a dexterous falcon swallow, and quickly disappeared into the dark night.
Shanglinfang, Chen's house.
Shenmu sat in front of the desk, drinking warm milk in small sips, slowly calming his fluctuating emotions. Thinking about the situation just now, Shenmu had lingering fears.
Sikoyu's unexpected aura of protection.
A sincere surprise visit.
If there is a little mistake, he will not be back tonight. When did you become so brave? I don't know the enemy's situation, I didn't make a detailed plan, and I didn't think about the retreat route, so I dared to rush to kill people? And it's still dawdling, not decisive at all.
At that time, Sikoyu pretended to be stunned, obviously delaying the time to stimulate the aura of protection.
If it would be cruel to him then. There is no more of the latter. It's floating, it's really floating.
Shenmu regretted in his heart. The skill proficiency has been continuously improved, and the peace of life has made his heart restless. Fortunately, the 5 ghosts moved the mountain to the force.
Otherwise, wait to be tortured by Sikoyu.
Think about Sikoyu's plans to handle his own.
Crushing bones inch by inch? Horrible. People in this world are so cruel. You have to continue to accumulate trump cards. Shenmu sighed sincerely.
It's better to use less of the 5 ghosts to move mountains.
That greedy impulse was too overwhelming. The first attack on him is active. The second swallow is a bit passive.
It was the 5 ghost bags that affected him. When Shenmu was packing the 5 ghost bag just now, he found that there was only the body of the man in black in the bag.
Sikoyu didn't enter the bag at all, and was directly eaten by the 5 ghost bags. 5 ghosts moving mountains and moving mountains are different. Shenmu had a clear understanding. Moving is just an extension of the space capability of the 5 ghost bags.
5 ghosts moving mountains is the devouring power of the bag, and every time it is activated, it carries a strong desire for flesh and blood. The emotion that was so strong that it could affect Shenmu made him feel that the bag was alive.
It's a bit evil after all. Shenmu sighed.
Thinking about the method of making the 5 ghost bags and the way of using them, Shenmu shook his head.
Isn't it a living one? Feeding meat on a regular basis is the same as having a pet? It's just, to people, flowing harassers? This pet's taste, it's a little heavy. Jinshui River, Chingrui Wharf. The Ginghong Gang's Ginghong ship is like a floating island in the river, docking safely on the riverside. No matter how deep the water is and the waves are, it still remains motionless. In the middle of the night, the boat was still brightly lit. Wearing black clothes and strong suits to help the public, well-trained, regular inspections come and go. Suddenly, a pavilion window at the stern suddenly exploded. A tall, lanky figure in black clothes and covered in a pitch-black film came out of the window. Who? Along with the explosion, a burly figure jumped down from the top floor of the building ship. Jean Woodwan was like a stone bullet thrown by a trebuchet, wrapped in a majestic wind, and suddenly smashed into the figure in black. The black fan-like hand spread out, and slapped the opponent's back heavily. The man seemed to have expected it. In midair, he twisted his waist unreasonably and turned around, clenching his right fist like a battering hammer, and suddenly bombarded Jean Woodwan's big hand. Clang! Like a hammer hitting an iron plate. The harsh sound of gold and iron colliding exploded. With the huge reaction force, the man in black turned into an arrow from the string, and the speed was doubled. The toes were only a little on the side of the ship, and they flew away from the building ship with a swish. Jean Woodwan's expression changed, and he noticed that the man in black had a little boy under his left arm. The child was delivered by Koyu 3 days ago. Delicious food and drink are served, and people are sent to protect them. He was still curious about the identity of this child before. It's a pity that Koyu is strictly guarded, looking at everyone like a thief. Jean Woodwan immediately put away his curiosity. Born in the lower house of an aristocratic family, he was trained since he was a child. Always keep in mind, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Unexpectedly, the man in black took the boy away. That doesn't work. If the person is lost, Koyu will definitely trouble him. As soon as he landed, the muscles in his legs suddenly swelled, and the armor covered his entire body, and he was about to jump out. Clang! Like the bronze bell of a temple, a loud bang exploded in my ears. Jean Woodwan Naoran was in severe pain, as if a steel needle had been pierced into his brain. Rao was a master of his armor, with a strong body, and he was stunned for 5 or 6 breaths before he regained his senses. Looking up again, I only saw the corner of the man in black fluttering in the air, and then completely disappeared into the night. Jean Woodwan's face was extremely ugly. The magic weapon. Still a master of armor. Young Master 13, what kind of monster have you provoked? Jean Woodwan was irritated. Coaching just brought people north. The 13th young master provoked such a great enemy. The other party is obviously here to save people. But he didn't stop himself. Thinking of the possible entanglement of the 13th young master, Jean Woodwan felt a pain in his brain. It hurts even more than when I was shaken by the magic weapon just now. Come on, go to Chunfengla to inform young Master 13 that the boy he was protecting was taken away. Jean Woodwan sighed. This kind of thing can't be concealed, and it can't be delayed. Tell the 13 young master earlier and see what the regulations are. But the voice fell for a long time, but no one answered. Jean Woodwan turned around and saw that many of the disciples who were patrolling the deck just now fell to the ground unconscious. As expected of a magic weapon, Jean Woodwan's face was even more ugly. He is fine himself, because he has the courage to protect, and ordinary gang members do not have this ability. Get up with this enemy. If you are not careful, the Ginghong gang may be wiped out. In the middle of the night, the Ginghong gang ships. On the top floor of the ship, the lights are bright. Jean Woodwan sat on the head with a complicated expression. Shenger, I originally planned to recommend you to the lower house of the family. It's a pity that something went wrong this time. I can't protect myself. I can't do anything about you. Zhuosheng looked at Jean Woodwan in confusion. Master, you just lost a boy. And the people here are strong and have mysterious magic tools. The Siko family shouldn't be embarrassing you, right? Jean Woodwan shook his head and sighed. I can probably guess the identity of the boy now. It's a pity it's too late. If I knew, I would never leave that boy. Zhuosheng looked at Jean Woodwan in confusion. How important is a child? Shenger, you don't understand. Miss Seven spent her energy and accumulated a lot of human and material resources in order to obtain an object. That boy has a special status, almost equivalent to that thing. I lost that boy. You said that the people in the family will spare me? Zhuosheng's expression changed, and he looked at Jean Woodwan worriedly. Don't worry. Jean Woodwan waved his hand in relief. There will be no worries about life. But the leader of the Jinghong gang can't do it. Without my support, you have to be careful about the old foxes in your gang. Zhou Sheng wanted to comfort his master, but he didn't know how to speak. The Siko family is aloof, far from being able to influence them. It's a big deal to follow Miss Seven to the north. Jin Wuduan smiled and said, with my strength, I will suffer a little more. At this moment, a vigorous figure rushed into the lobby quickly and knelt down on one knee in front of him. Help master, young master, you disappeared in Chunfenglu. What did you say? The teacup in Jin Wuduan's hand was suddenly crushed, and the black force on his face flashed away. The messenger, who was half squatting on the ground, suddenly trembled. Come on, what's going on? Jin Wuduan suddenly walked up to the messenger, grabbing the other's collar and pulling it up. Master, you disappeared in Chunfenglu. There are traces of fighting at the place where he disappeared, and all his followers fell to the ground unconscious. The messenger endured the vibrato and quickly said the information he knew. Jin Wuduan's face suddenly paled. Is that the middle-aged man in armor just now? It's over. Shanglinfang, Chen's house. Chen Mu put on a pair of sheepskin waterproof gloves with mottled blood spots, and skillfully cut open the abdomen of a big fish. While busy with his work, he asked Jie, who was rubbing silver beads in the pavilion, Old man Jie, do you know what aura of protection is? The son of the aristocratic family who disappeared from the Jinghong gang, wouldn't it have anything to do with you? Jie's eyelids couldn't help but lift 2 points. Jinghong gang still has children from aristocratic families? Chen Mu was stunned for a moment, then rolled his eyes. What a joke. How could I be related to children of aristocratic families? Jie's eyes drooped. Indeed, you don't seem to be able to train into armor. What does Chen Mu mean? Last night, a young master from an aristocratic family went missing, and the Jinghong gang was on the ropes this morning. The target is over 40 years old, with strong armor and soul, with a rattle magic weapon, and can shake the soul. The Jinghong gang promises that the price is free, and they only want people, not magic tools. 40 years old, armored soul, rattle bell. Sincerity? Obviously I killed someone. Jinghong gang actually counted Si Koyu's death on the head of sincerity? Chen Mu, is there such a good thing? Old man Jia, I'm happy today, I can order whatever I want. Chen Mu said with a big hand. Jia glanced at Chen Mu. Even so, if you want to know the news of the aura of protection, you still have to give money. As he said that, the white light flashed in his eyes. His eyes were fixed on Chen Mu's chest. Chen Mu, I put all the money in the 5 ghosts bag, you can still find it? It's really yours. Nanyang Mansion, Ninglang County, outside Daliashu village. In the evening, Kuwaidwa led more than a dozen strong men and walked to the entrance of the village carelessly. The helmsman, what are we doing in this village? Asked a black-faced man with a scar on his right face. Don't do anything, just stay for one night and leave. Keita stroked his beard and looked confused. When he got up in the morning, he received an order from Tang Zhanye. Let him bring more than 10 people to Dalushu village to stay for one night. He didn't say that he was hacking or charging protection fees, but he also asked him to be careful and pay attention to safety. It took him half an hour to let him go. It left him at a loss. There won't be anything wrong with this village, right? A long-faced man behind him asked worriedly. I heard that a lot of people died inexplicably in Tian Chitong 2 days ago. It is said that they all went to some strange places. When everyone heard the words, their hearts could not help but tighten, and they stood at the intersection and kept looking at the village. Under the big willow tree at the entrance of the village, 5 or 6 old people gathered together to play chess and chat leisurely. 7 or 8 children with runny noses were playing around. One of the children, wearing a patched top with a bare bottom, walked over to a small pile of soft dirt, lifted the hem of the top and urinated. Before he finished urinating, a little fat man rushed over, grabbed the wet mud on the ground and ran. While peeing, the little kid yelled at the little fat man, "Come back soon. That one hasn't been drenched yet, and it's out of shape." Keita and a group of great men, what can be strange in this broken village? Really and not formed. The big man with scarred face said with experience. Everyone suddenly turned their eyes, and the eyes looking at the face of the scar could not help but become strange. Is it really not poured? The big man looked aggrieved. Keto, what kind of player is this? Alright, what are you doing with peeing in mud? Seemingly noticing the movement at the entrance of the village, the peeing child stared blankly at several people. Keita grinned at the boy, his face was full of beards, and he was fierce, and immediately scared the boy to tears. Ha ha! Enter the village. A few heroes are here, but something is wrong, a thin old man at the entrance of the village asked. Passing by. Kuwaitwa said carelessly, "Where can we stay for one night?"
The old man laughed and glanced at the crying little boy. "No one in the village dares to take you in." Keita also knew that he and others were evil in appearance, and ordinary people would not dare to let him and others enter the door.
"Is there no inn in the village?" the man with scars asked.
"There is a small shop by the bridge in the east of the village, but unfortunately you can only eat and sell wine. If you want accommodation, you can only go to the Tutti temple in the north of the village to deal with it for one night,"
the old man said.
"Then live in the temple of the earth," Keita said casually. He didn't care about the poor environment. As long as he stayed up until tomorrow morning, the task would be completed.
"Can rest for a while."
"Let's go to dinner first, I'll treat you."
Keita waved his hands to greet his subordinates. "The helmsman is bold." More than a dozen subordinates cheered and cheered.
2/4 of an hour later, Keita took his hands to the temple of the earth.
The expression on his face was somewhat unhappy.
"The rice is only coarse-grained pancakes mixed with grass roots. There is no shortage of meat. An old sheep just died yesterday.
It's a pity that I didn't handle it well, it's old and stinky.
Wine is like vinegar, sour people lose their teeth and are completely unappetizing."
Kichuo sighed, missing the first few days of Brother Chen.
The crowd didn't eat much, so they left in a hurry and came to the Temple of the Earth to rest.
The Earth Temple is a main hall with mottled and dilapidated walls.
Fortunately, the ground is still clean.
In the middle is a sculpture of a kind old man.
Keita arranged for a few people to find some hay to spread the ground, and then asked people to find firewood to light the bonfire, and then arranged the order of the night vigil.
He walked to the door and window of the main hall and lay comfortably on the newly laid hay.
"Originally I just wanted to rest my legs, but I didn't expect to fall asleep after resting." After sleeping for an unknown time, he was awakened by a lively chatter. "When I opened my eyes, I saw a bonfire burning in the open space in the middle of the Temple of Earth. More than a dozen big men sat in a circle around the bonfire.
It seems that someone told a joke, and several people were laughing.
A skin goat was worn from head to tail and was being scorched by flames, with oily flowers oozing out from the brown skin."
"The helmsman is awake?"
The long-faced man just saw Kichua sitting up and raised his hand to say hello.
"It's almost done, helmsman, come and have some food."
The scarred-faced man held a small machete in his hand, and kept cutting the grilled sheep and sprinkled seasonings. A tempting fragrance filled the small earth temple. By the bonfire beside Scarface, a pile of skeletons surprised Keto.
Looking at the sheep's skulls slanted on the top, I couldn't help laughing and scolding. "You don't even call me when you have something to eat?"
"It's not my fault, it's because they don't believe in my craftsmanship, so they have to taste the taste for the helmsman first." The scar-faced rogue smiled and cut a piece of mutton from the leg of mutton and handed it to Quichuo, who approached. "I didn't eat well at first, but when I smelled the aroma of roast lamb, my stomach couldn't help growling."
"Didn't see it? You actually have the skill." The seductive aroma kept digging into the nose.
Keita looked surprised.
"Ancestral means, laugh at you." Scarface smiled.
Kichuo brought the meat to his nose and smelled it again, and couldn't help but admire. "It's almost catching up with Brother Chen's craftsmanship."
"Say it and put it in your mouth."
But suddenly stopped.
"Smell the roast lamb leg carefully. Why does it smell like Chen Xiaoga's craftsmanship?" He had eaten Chen Mu's roast leg of lamb. "Dump the 8 streets of the Four Seas building. So I have the cheek to go to eat again and again."
They all spend money to eat, of course. It is more cost-effective to go to Chen Xiaoga to eat delicious food.
But this is a rundown village on the outskirts. How could Brother Chen come here to grill him? Thinking of this, my head suddenly became clear.
The eyes that seemed to be covered by a black cloth were suddenly uncovered.
It was only then that I felt something in my chest burst into heat.
He suddenly remembered that he and this group of men had camped and barbecued more than once.
But Scarface never touched it. "How can you suddenly have such a brilliant craftsmanship at this moment?" He looked up suspiciously. However, he found that he didn't know when. More than a dozen subordinates didn't say a word. All of them looked at him with the same smiling expression. "The helmsman, eat it."
Scarface held a small machete with a kind and amiable face. Quichua suddenly froze, and his scalp exploded suddenly.
The chest object was suddenly hot, like a red-hot iron.
"I feel uncomfortable as soon as I soak in the urine. You eat first, I'll go get the water," he said, hurried out of the Temple of the Earth.
After running 7 or 8 meters away, I couldn't help but look back.
I saw more than a dozen men standing side by side at the entrance of the Earth Temple, staring at him blankly.
Keto got goosebumps at the time. It's so creepy.
Inadvertently, through the gaps in the legs of several people, Keto saw the pile of dead bones by the bonfire again.
but found that the original naked sheep's head was actually a bloody human head with a scarred face? But when he fixed his eyes and looked again, the bones all over the floor disappeared. Fuck! Keita turned his head and ran. Shanglinfang, Chen's house.
Jiejia slowly picked up a piece of white tender boiled fish fillet. The aura of body protection is the result of stimulating blood.
Invincible, invincible.
In addition to being difficult to control, it is tougher than armor.
Shenmue immediately drooled in admiration. The courage is already invulnerable, and the aura of protection is even better than the armor?
The children of the aristocratic family are really the ancestors to eat and eat.
Children of aristocratic families, aren't they running rampant in the world?
Shenmue sighed helplessly.
Although the 5 ghosts moving the mountain can break the aura, it consumes too much. He was empty after 2 attempts last night. If Koyu can hold on for a while longer, he will surely die. Even if there is a magic weapon, how can other Jianghu people meet the children of aristocratic families? That's what happened.
Jiejia said indifferently, it's not like he hasn't killed him.
Shenmue, see what you can do. You're the only one who killed the children of the aristocratic family, right?
I just killed one last night.
So Shenmue also said calmly, it's really not that bad.
Jiejia squinted at Shenmue.
Shenmue was unmoved, a group of happy hearts. No explanation. We're not that kind of vain person.
It's not like you, an old man, who spends all day with the old yellow calendar. After dinner, Shenmue hung a lantern in the pavilion and lit the incense of repellent. Serve with 2 cups of Xiaoshi Jiejia herbal tea.
Handing a cup to Jiejia, he continued to ask, what should I do if I encounter the aura of protection?
The money has been given, and it is still necessary to ask clearly.
Jiejia took a sip of herbal tea and glanced at Shenmue. Didn't you say it's not good? Shenmue looked indifferent. Yes.
I just want to know how useless they are.
Jie, after a long while, he said lightly, if you can't escape, just wait to die. Isn't there any way? Shenmue was not annoyed. An armored soul?
Jiejia shook his head. Aura is transformed from courage, which is stronger than courage.
Can you smash a bowl of ice with a bowl of water? If you hit it, run away. Rub it a little and you're done. So only the magic weapon can break the aura? Shenmue thought thoughtfully.
Jiejia rolled his eyes, cast a glance at Shenmue and asked, your sleeve sword, the ebony can be the same as the wrought iron? Shenmue was stunned, and then suddenly realized that there are 3, 6, 9, and so on.
Whether it can be broken or not, we have to touch it to know. No wonder. Shenmue whispered.
Koyu's attitude has always been high, looking at him as if looking at an ant, constantly reprimanding the lower class. Thinking about it at this moment, the children of noble families and ordinary civilians are really like 2 species. A young boy from an aristocratic family, he can grind to death a master of armored soul with just the aura of protection.
Decades of hard training, but it's not as good as someone else's birth, Shenmue said with emotion. It's a desperate world. Jiejia glanced at Shenmue. Don't underestimate Jia's soul. Shenmue's heart moved. Is there any other way to break the aura?
If the pressure on the water is strong enough, its instant explosive power can easily shatter ice cubes.
Jiejia said calmly.
Shenmue's heart suddenly moved, thinking of the high-pressure water jet in his previous life.
Ice cubes are really vulnerable in front of that thing. How do you think I killed those aristocratic children? Jiejia asked indifferently. Isn't it a magic weapon? They're not worthy. Jiejia looked indifferent. Shenmue, what an arrogant old man. It's hard to say the complete spiritual light.
But those from the family, Jiejia said without raising his eyelids, it's just a defective product urged by the magic weapon. Without the support of the magic weapon, the spiritual light will be shattered. The quality of ordinary vigor is almost a little bit, and you can use secret techniques to temporarily increase vigor to resist the aura.
As long as the power of the magic weapon disappears, the aura will be broken.
Without the tortoise shell, the children of the noble family are just lambs to be slaughtered. Jiejia looked indifferent. If the secret technique is strong enough, it will be easier. Break it and kill it directly.
Of course, there are only a few people who master this kind of secret technique.
The old god Jiejia was there.
Shenmue, well, I know, you are capable. You are the kind of master who masters strong enough secret techniques, okay?
Hey, I was so exhausted that I only devoured Koyu with 5 ghost bags. The old man in front of him can kill the opponent with a wave of his hand.
This gap, tisk tsk. He is still that ordinary little transparent.
Shenmue sighed. He accepted his ordinary.
Don't ask about secrets. He hadn't even practiced Yupa yet, so if he asked now, it was no use. Let's go and practice my shape training.
After sending Jie away, Chen Mu began to review his actions last night. One day off, he has adjusted his mentality. The shock brought by the emotional shock of the 5 ghost bags was gradually accepted. From start to finish, I didn't use my real face. Wearing a mask and changing clothes before killing people. 5 ghost bags are also used to transport and clean up the scene. On the way back, I changed my clothes several times, took Ningxiang pills, and even got into Luoha to wash it thoroughly. Tattered wooden boards, broken iron lotus seeds, silver notes and copper plates, and even the corpses of men in black, all the things brought out from Chunfenglu were thrown into Luoha.
It's impossible to trace the scene from Chunfenglu. Chen Mu felt relieved. Sincerity just went to Chunfenglu and took the blame for me. At present, it seems that Si Koyu's death and I have nothing to do with it. Chen Mu gradually felt relieved. Touching his face, Chen Mu thought thoughtfully, the identity of Chen Mu in Qingshan County is always a bit of a hidden danger. My grievance with Si Koyu originated from Lin, Quebec. And Lin Kei's death leaves a hole after all. Chen Mu thought of Zhuoshang. That night, the bright moon was hanging high, and on the way back, I happened to meet Zhuoshang, who was unknown. It is impossible for the other party to have no association, that's why Sun Fu doubts me. Fortunately, when I moved here, I have been covering up my true identity. Before he went out to meet people, he changed his appearance every time, and fine-tuned it at home. Even Jiejia's daily face is different from the original Chen Mu. Transfiguration must continue to be pondered. Chen Mu glanced at his proficiency. Transfiguration, 4940/10,000/first order, he never deliberately cultivated, but only pondered in his spare time on weekdays, and secretly changed his face when he saw people. Before I knew it, the transfiguration was halfway through. Thinking of the big search in Nanyang Mansion, Chen Mu decided to stay behind closed doors. Jia can treat the children of aristocratic families as nothing. Others obviously can't. Chen Mu, this little transparent, is even more unacceptable. Otherwise, Si Koyu would not be so arrogant. Except for encountering a few people like Jia, the children of aristocratic families are indeed able to traverse the world. If it weren't for the civil strife in Dalian, Nanyang Mansion would be rarely a place of stability. Chen Mu was about to run away overnight. Let's hide at home for a while. I just can't see Miss Yutao. Forget it, safety first. If the shape-changing technique does not break through the first order, it is better not to go out. Early in the morning, Daily Issue Village. Kichuo's eyes were bloodshot, and he rushed out of the village entrance in embarrassment. Her hair was messy, and her clothes were covered in white salt stains. It was the mark left by the sweat-soaked clothes. He ran all night in the village last night. But no matter how he ran, he couldn't find a way out. Every time I ran to the front of the Temple of the Earth, the dozen or so subordinates had been standing at the door, warmly inviting him in to eat barbecue. He would have been dead last night if it wasn't for the scalding hot object in his chest that kept him awake. Reaching into his arms, he took out a small brown leather roll with the width of a palm and a thumb. Unwind the thin hemp rope tied to the leather roll. I saw that the brown leather roll was covered with star-like red dots, and the dots were connected by silk threads. It looked like a dynamic pattern. This is what Tang Zhanzhenyi stuffed him with in the early morning yesterday. At that time, the picture of the leather scroll was scarlet as blood, but now it is dim and only a little watermark remains. Look up at Delushu village. I don't know when, 5 or 6 old people appeared under the willow tree and were playing chess with a fan. 7 or 8 Barash children were playing nearby. This scene is the same as yesterday. Kito got goosebumps at the time. Evil. Kito suddenly noticed a figure. The kid who was scared to cry by him yesterday was urinating in mud with his back to him. Seemingly noticing his sight, his head suddenly turned 180 degrees, while peeing, he opened his mouth and smiled at him. Kito, fuck. 10 miles away from Daliashu village, on a hillside. Nearly 1,000 people were stationed around the hillside. White simple tents are densely covered under the hillside. In a tent, a violent quarrel suddenly broke out. Keita's face was flushed, and his beard couldn't cover his beard. Why are you asking me to die? He stared at Zhang Yi fiercely. If he hadn't been able to beat him, he would have wanted to go up and beat this bastard. Remove the air, remove the air. Zhang Yi hurriedly moved to Kichuo's side to comfort him. This is one of the few generals under his command, so he can't fall out with him. If I really want to hurt you, how can I give you something as precious as the zooming talisman? Zhang Yi looked at the pale skin roll in his hand, and his face twitched with pain. I was asked to send someone from above, but I can't help it. Zhang Yi had a bitter expression on his face. He is such a jerk. People at the top are crowded out, people at the bottom are dissatisfied, and they get angry all day long. Kito's expression softened slightly, thinking of last night's scene. He still had lingering fears. Are those things evil? That's right. Zhang Yi didn't hide it. We came out this time to clear up the evil and protect the environment. Qichua Tongling stared at Zhang Yi with wide eyes. We are a group of gangsters in the gray area, you and I said, to protect the country and the people? Is that what it said above? Zhang Yi was helpless. Then don't we become cannon fodder? Kita is straightforward but not stupid. Thinking of the Jinghong gang's great fanfare recruiting people, the treatment is unbelievable, and the trouble for a long time is to let them die. Not all, this time is actually for training courage. Other churches have losses, but not so much. We were unlucky, and we met a great one. Zhang Yi's face turned bitter. Which is bad luck. Just got screwed. Gave him a tricky target. Fortunately, he was careful and gave Qichua an ancestral talisman to exorcise evil spirits in advance. Otherwise, the general will be folded in it. For the sake of everyone's lives, we have to practice the sand-gathering formation when we go back. Zhang Yi reminded earnestly, that is our only hope of life. Keita's face was ugly, and he had a hint of retreat. Don't think about running, you won't be able to escape. Zhang Yi grimaced. The first time he knew the truth, he wanted to run. But he held back. Wait for the others to run and see first. Sure enough, there were people who were frightened and fled overnight. As a result, early the next morning, he saw more than 10 mummified corpses. The envoy Koching didn't blink a single eye. He said lightly about a generous funeral and then let it go. Zhang Yi bet that this matter had something to do with the 7th young lady. After that, there were several mummification incidents in a row, and there were immediately fewer people who dared to run. Train the troops honestly. Before you meet the big guy, Zhang Yi said bitterly. No, I have to buy a few more Zhu Ming talismans when my family goes bankrupt. He didn't want to be slaughtered. Shanglinfang, Chen's house. Shenmu carefully comprehends the practice method of the Imaru realm. 316 breaths are a cycle, and the changes in severity are extremely complex. Fortunately, the number of guiding movements is not large, and it is the same as the bone change realm, only 36. Just memorizing the cumbersome breathing rhythm can make ordinary people collapse. Shenmu sighed and had to flip through the booklet in his hand again. It's not a big problem. If you can't remember, it's okay, practice first, and you'll remember when your proficiency comes up. Putting away the blue-eyed golden ape cheat book, Shenmu fried a double-cooked pork, cut 2 catties of braised beef tendon, held a large pot of white wheat, and cooked rice leisurely. He still likes to stay at home like in his previous life. I used to stay at home reading novels and playing games, but now I stay at home to brush up my proficiency. But now he can eat whatever he wants. There is no need to be like the previous life, who dare not eat oil or use meat, and think about cooking vegetables all day long, who made him a fat man. No matter how you eat, you won't get fat. If you let those young ladies know about it, you won't be envious. Chen Mule hee. He likes his life very much. It would be better if it wasn't so chaotic outside. Chen Mu sighed. Maybe he can still go on a trip that says go. It's a pity, the army is in chaos, and there are giant monsters like the aristocratic family. What if you run into one when you go out? Let the dream of traveling be a dream for now. Anyway, the previous life did not come true. As for seeing the world, when his proficiency is brushed up, he will have time to see the world. Ninglong County, small hillside. There is a huge ornate tent on the mountainside. Koking Pangxi sat on the soft couch and closed his eyes to rest. At this time, several hall masters walked in after reporting. Envoy, that group of people came back last night. Zhuo Enghai bowed and reminded in a low voice, the casualties were heavy. Koching opened his eyes. Which is the most dangerous place? Delushu village. Only one person survived. Zhuo Enghai said quickly. There are still people alive? It seems to be a personal level. Koching looked disappointed. Send another group of people in to determine the level of evil. The indifference immediately made Zhuo Enghai's scalp tingle. This ambassador really doesn't care about human life. Constantly send people to test the evil, and use human life to determine the strength of the evil. That man should have died, but he happened to have an ancestral talisman on his body. Zhuo Enghai said quickly. This one doesn't care about human life, he can't care less. The more people died, the more people hated him, and he still wanted to replace Jin Woodwan. How could he be the leader if everyone below turned against him? Who asked him to bring the Zhu Ming talisman? Koching's face suddenly turned cold. How can we determine the level of evil spirits?
Zhuo Enghai felt bitter in his heart. Don't let people bring self-protection means, let them die directly.
Nobody wants to do it. Envoy, we are here to train troops after all. If there are too many losses, it will be difficult to recruit people later. Zhuo Enghai gently advised, it doesn't matter how many people die. I'm afraid of delaying the important affairs of the ambassador. Yeah. Sea Coaching nodded in disapproval, and immediately asked, how many monsters have you found now?
Including Daliasha village, there are about 7 places. Zhuo Enghai breathed a sigh of relief, and finally fooled it.
Every time I encounter a monster, the people who go in will die.
These 7 monstrous evils have killed nearly 100 people. If it weren't for Sea Coaching's strange secret method to mark everyone.
Let the deserters run away and die. Otherwise, the camp at the foot of the mountain would have already run away. He wants to run himself. Pause the temptation.
Starting tomorrow, use these 7 evil spirits to practice the sand-gathering formation.
Sea Coaching ordered. Yes. Zhuo Enghai let out a long breath. Finally don't have to die in vain.
The sand-gathering array can gather and increase chi in blood, temporarily restraining evil spirits. As long as the operation is done properly and the reaction is alert, at least it will not die like this now. At this time, a heroic maid suddenly broke in. Zhuo Enghai hurriedly took a step back to get out of the way. This person came from the family of the ambassador, and was the guard of Sea Coaching's confidant, Shi Tingman. At a young age, he has the strength to train and form, which makes people dare not underestimate. At this moment, she was holding a gray feathered hawk in her hand and walked quickly to Sea Coaching. Miss, the Gold Gang Master Hui Falcon is sending a message, there must be something important happening. Shi Tingman took off the small bamboo tube from Eagle Falcon's ankle and respectfully handed it to Sea Coaching Dao.
Sea Coaching nodded and opened it. After reading it with both eyes, the killing intent in his eyes skyrocketed. A black air flashed across his face.
Zhuo Enghai suddenly felt the pressure rushing towards his face, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back again, his back was instantly wet with sweat.
How courageous! Sea Coaching's eyebrows stood upright and couldn't help shouting angrily, Jean Woodwan has lived enough. Miss?
Shi Tingman hesitated, she had never seen her own lady so gaff.
You is probably killed. Sea Coaching's face was ugly.
Not only that, but also lost a child who is likely to have a body.
That is 1,000 machine order. Just passed her by. Sikoyu was so annoyed that he almost bit his silver teeth into pieces. Tingman, take your people 1 step ahead with me. After speaking, he strode out of the tent. Zhuo Enghai, after you lead the team, you can leave for Nanyang. Yes. Everyone respectfully responded. Watching Sea Coaching disappear, Zhuo Enghai let out a long breath. Finally, I don't have to touch evil spirits and die. He was also afraid. What if one day he is thrown into the evilness too? That playboy Sikoyu is actually dead?
Zhuo Enghai felt gloating in his heart.
You've been high all day long, now you're down? The water in Nanyang Mansion is deep.
Time flies, more than 20 days have passed in a flash. Shenmu stayed at home all day to brush up his proficiency. With the foundation of kestrel training in shape, the blue-eyed golden ape practiced shape 1,000 miles a day. Blue-eyed golden ape shape training, 6025/10,000/3rd order, in more than half a month, the Isue will be completed. He threw a handful of bait into the small pond and was satisfied watching the swimming fish rushing for food in the water. Before practicing the 5 ghosts moving mountain mantra, he fished almost dry. The density of live fish in the nearby river section dropped by several % when he was lured with bait. This time has finally recovered. It's a pity it's no longer available. Maybe I can prepare a little more bigopil. Chen Mu thought thoughtfully. He hoarded 2 cellars of white wheat, not afraid of this loss. Bigodan is antiseptic and resistant to preservation. Be prepared a little more, one day you have to leave Nanyang, slap your butt and leave. In the pavilion, Jia's hand rubbing silver beads couldn't help but stop. Glancing at Chen Mu who was rubbing the rice balls, you don't want to run again, do you? Yeah. Chen Mu looked distressed, look outside, search all day long, and I don't dare to go out. You killed people? Jia was suspicious. If I have the ability, can I hide at home all day? Chen Mu rolled his eyes naturally. Jia squinted at Chen Mu, and took a long while to look back, then what are you afraid of? That's the son of an aristocratic family. According to what you said, he used to be domineering. What if he came to trouble me someday? Chen Mu looked worried. Look at the movement in the city. The county government office and the local gangsters are moving from top to bottom.
I'm just an ordinary little civilian.
If such a behemoth comes to deal with me, there is no way to survive.
Ordinary little civilians?
Jia Jia rolled his eyes, glanced at Chen Mu and said indifferently, they won't trouble you.
Why? Chen Mu didn't know why. You do not deserve.
Chen Mu, Jia Jia squinted and said, after all, ordinary little civilians. Chen Mu, are you still talking nonsense here?
Don't you know how serious things are?
The city is now full of wanted notices.
It's all sincerity on it. Well, this black pot is really a bit big. What else can Chen Mu do? He can only say, well done. You have nowhere to run if you want to.
Jia Jia said lightly.
Daliang is in chaos, ghosts are rampant, and Nanyang City is one of the few places where there is stability. You still want to set sail and go to sea?
Chen Mu's eyes lit up, and it seemed good to find a house on an isolated island. Maybe you can make a cameo appearance as Huang Loxi. Jia Jia glanced at Chen Mu and shook his head. The sea is more dangerous. You can go if you are not afraid of death.
Chen Mu shrugged. Okay, let's just stay home. I don't know where the sincerity lies. The Nanyang mansion was searched with great fanfare.
Si Koyu had been dead for more than a month, but no one was found. Chen Mu stayed at home more and more safely. He was about to eat lunch that day, and there was an extra head on the wall at the door. Noticing Chen Mu's line of sight, the other party smiled and entered directly over the wall.
Chen Mu, they won't walk in one by one, right? It's really time for me to come. Keita laughed and walked into the pavilion.
Chen Mu squinted at each other. If the ghost paper man on the willow tree stared at him, he almost believed it. This reckless man went back and forth several times, waiting for him to make lunch, and then climbed the wall with a pinch.
For the sake of stuttering, what are you?
Quichua skillfully threw 2 golden pancakes to Chen Mu, ran to the kitchen to get the tableware, and then started to chew. After the meal, Chen Mu prepared herbal tea.
Intentionally or unintentionally, I mentioned the Ginghong gang's trip to the north. Keto immediately began pouring bitterness against him. Ginghong gang recruits people to clear up evil spirits? How could I not believe it? Is this what gangs are supposed to do? Training? Training for what?
Keitao didn't know much, and Chen Mu was confused when he heard it.
The Ginghong gang is like this, so is the Tangshan army outside the city the same?
Why did the children of the aristocratic family suddenly become interested in Xiasun? After thinking about it for a long time, he didn't understand. Chen Mu simply didn't think about it. These things had nothing to do with him. On the contrary, he was interested in evil and disorder, and asked Keita to explain it to him carefully several times.
Nanyang Mansion, Ningranfang, an abandoned house.
A man with a height of 2 meters and an extremely strong physique was standing in the courtyard. He held a thin man's neck with his big hands like a fan, and asked in a hurry, "Tell me, who sent you here?" The skinny man was strangled by his neck, had difficulty breathing, and his eyes were bloodshot. He kept slapping the strong man's iron hoop-like palm, signaling the other party to let go of his hand. The strong man frowned and stared at the thin man, and shook his head helplessly. What a tough mouth. The skinny guy's eyes were about to pop out. How dare you let go? I didn't say no. The hands kept moving towards the strong man. He even endured the pain of suffocation and wrote on the strong man's arm. The strong man stared at each other's fingers intently. When the thin man finished writing, the strong man suddenly realized, "Do you want to scratch me twice if you die? Skinny guy, respect you are a man." Click. The opponent's neck was like a cucumber, and was broken by the strong man. The thin man looked at the strong man in disbelief. "I clearly wrote it for you. What kind of bulls, ghosts, snakes and gods have come out?" A middle-aged man with a face as white as jade suddenly appeared on the wall, watching the strong man shaking his head and sighing. "I didn't expect to go door to door to investigate the wanted criminals, and I actually found out you're Demon Ape Tushan." "It's you!" The strong man Tushan stared at the middle-aged man. "Recognized?" The middle-aged man smiled lightly. "When I was besieging you back then, I was accidentally punched by you. I've been practicing hard for 10 years, and I've long wanted to repay that punch. I think it's just today," the middle-aged man said proudly. Tushan stared at the other party with a gloomy face. "You made this skinny monkey come to my house. So? Who are you?" "Middle-aged man, I told you for a long time, you don't even know who I am? What are you?" Boom. The middle-aged man was like a ball, and it was blown away with a swish. Tushan built a pergola on his forehead, looked at the figure who was flying over and said seriously, "It's wrong to scold people. Then Shiran walked out of the gate and looked at the hundreds of soldiers in front and back alleys, with swords, shields, bows and crossbows waiting.
His mouth was cracked open, revealing his white teeth. After half an hour, Ko Qingli's arrows generally rushed to Ningranfang.
Hundreds of soldiers lay on the ground and wailed, their stumps all over the floor. The whole street is like being splashed with a layer of red paint. Shattered shields, shattered long knives, and broken bows are all over the place.
It's the demon 8 Shan. Qi Tingman leaned closer and whispered, do you want to notify the family to arrest someone?
The date is approaching, and all these monsters have come out one by one. Ko Qing frowned slightly, thought about it and shook his head, don't worry about him. That's the Zhou family's business, and has nothing to do with our Ko family.
Could it be his hand? Qi Tingman asked lately.
No. Ko Qing shook his head and pointed at the tragic street. Tu Shan's hands will not cover it up at all.
Qi Tingman's face twitched. Unexpectedly, in this Nanyang mansion, this killing god was hidden.
Back then, the other party killed several direct descendants of the Zhou family.
Wanted and hunted by all families.
Unexpectedly, after so many years, the other party is still alive and well. Miss, the water in Nanyang mansion is too deep. Qi Tingman was uncertain, if he found another murderer, it would be troublesome.
Continue searching. Ko Qing said decisively. Sincerely want to kill, that little boy wants to rob.
Not only can the search not stop, but it must be intensified. After such a long time, the matter of the Daogo boy may have been known to the conscientious.
She has to get a head start. Shanglinfang, Chen's house.
Early in the morning, Chen Mu was awakened by the sound of the door smashing.
The ghost paper figurine quickly appeared on the big willow tree outside the door.
More than a dozen arresting Yamen officers were standing at the door impatiently.
What happened to Koyu? Chen Mu's heart tightened.
But looking at those few Yamen, they were ordinary people who only practiced a little boxing, not like a lineup that came to arrest people.
Chen Mu quickly went to open the door.
Several officials, it's really hard to go out for official business early in the morning. Chen Mu smiled and shoved a piece of silver to the leader, and generously welcomed people into the house.
The right hand in his sleeve was full of iron lotus seeds, and he inadvertently quickly looked at the faces of more than a dozen Yamen. If there is something wrong, these people will be taken away immediately. An outsider, right? What's your name? Where are you from? Why are you here?
Shaoxing Chenjia, from his hometown of Liangpu County.
It's not safe for the soldiers outside, so he sold his family property and came to Nanyang?
Chen Mu said skillfully about the new identity that Jia Jia had prepared for him.
Is there no one hiding at home? Several Yamen officers stared at Chen Mu. Tibetan? No.
Chen Mu shook his head in confusion.
Go in and have a look.
The leader caught fast and shook his head. The two young Yamen behind him rushed into the room quickly.
Look up and down carefully before you come out.
Silver worked. The two Yamen rummaged through boxes and cabinets to check, but they didn't smash things.
Boss, there is only one trace of a person's life.
The leading catcher nodded. Come, look at these two people. As he spoke, he took out a portrait from his arms.
There are two people painted on it, a middle-aged Taoist priest and a 7 or 80-year-old Taoist boy. When you see these two people, go to the Fuqing Yamen to report the letter, and you will get a lot of rewards, you know? Chen Mu pretended to remember carefully and nodded again and again. A few catchers left quickly and went to check on the next one. The ghost paper figurine hides in the big willow tree. Watching several Yamen servants knock on the door. Even if the door was locked, someone jumped in to check. Chen Mu frowned tightly. Is the investigation so strict? 5 days later, after sending off a wave of strange Yamen again,
a trace of worry flashed in Chen Mu's eyes. More than a month later, the search momentum of Nanyang Mansion has not slowed down, but has intensified.
Secretly, it seems that even Zhui Pavilion is involved. Koyu is so important? Chen Mu felt that something was wrong.
A few more investigations, it is difficult to guarantee that there will be no problems. His identity is fake after all.
If you really want to get to the bottom of it, you will probably go wrong. Run? But where can you run to?
Nanyang Mansion is chaotic, and the outside is even more chaotic. Walking into the pavilion, Chen Mu began to ponder. After all, Koyu killed him. In the event of a thunderstorm one day, with Nanyang Mansion's current participation in the power, he will surely die. Although the 5 ghost bags are strong, they have limitations on their use and can only be used to save lives.
Let's run. Chen Mu made a decision. He didn't leave immediately.
The investigation is being strict at the moment, and running out carelessly is more likely to arouse suspicion.
Moreover, his blue-eyed golden ape training has also reached a critical moment. Shenmue called out the gray wall. Blue-eyed golden ape shape training, 9789/10000/3rd order, just today.
Now abandon distracting thoughts, adjust your breathing, and start practicing shape art.
There is proficiency to provide insight.
Up to now, the complex breathing method has become like an instinct.
Start smoothly according to the established rhythm, and the guiding movements also change softly, and every move is skillfully matched with breathing. The proficiency numbers keep rising and it's very easy to get addicted. Physical changes bring more real experience. Throughout the morning, Shenmue completely immersed himself in the practice.
At noon, I habitually ate 3 caddies of braised beef, accompanied by a caddy of cold vegetables, devoured a pot of white wheat rice, and then immersed myself in it again. The sun was setting and the clouds were burning red. Under the gazebo, Shenmue stood quietly. The body seems to have its own consciousness, the skin and muscles are squirming rapidly, the bones are rattling, and the internal organs are faintly gurgling. The large muscle groups everywhere swelled rapidly, and almost instantly, the upper body showed a strange shape like an inverted triangle. The 2 thighs are as thick and hard as the pillars of the gazebo. A faint white smoke emanated from him.
Laugh.
Shenmue exhaled slowly, like a kettle boiling, and hot white mist sprayed out from his nose and mouth. With his long exhalation, the giant body slowly shrank and became smaller, and after a while, he became the thin scholar again.
It seems to have grown a little taller.
Shenmue touched his head and gestured twice. Even though it was the second time to change the marrow, Shenmue still couldn't help but sigh at the magic of shape training. The body size just now, powerful but will affect the agility speed. The final physique at the moment can be called lean, maintaining strength and speed. It completely violated Shenmue's understanding of muscle training in his previous life. Easy the tendons, the bones and the marrow, this is the real transformation. Shenmue was very suspicious that his body structure was different from that of ordinary people. This is probably the true meaning of practicing physiognomy. Shenmue had a sense of enlightenment.
Humans have limits.
In the evening, Shenmue cooked a large table of dishes.
Jejia took the white handkerchief, wiped the tableware slowly, glanced at the table full of delicious food, and asked with a certain face, "Is something wrong?" "Just to find out where it is safer to be around,"
Shenmue said with a smile. Since coming to this world, Shenmue has either stayed at home or walked on the road of home. He was also familiar with the place where he lived, and his eyes were darkened to the outside. Jejia looked at Shenmue in a complicated way. "I've never seen someone like you."
"How can I say it? Steady. It's not stable enough."
Shenmue looked modest.
"You have a fight with the tortoise, you are not stable enough?" Jejia didn't even look at Shenmue. Daliang is in the midst of a century of great changes. It's not safe anywhere. Even if you run out of the country or go out to sea, it's still not safe. Nanyang Mansion is the safest at this time. Nanyang Mansion is the safest?
Shenmue pouted, "So safe, how come there are so many natural and man-made disasters in Qingshan County?" The fog on the day they left was really weird.
People who didn't understand would die. On the way, I met a girl with long hair. Is that even called safety? How can those people in the hinterland of Daliang live? Go south, Jia finally said.
About 60 miles to the south, there is an acropolis of Nanyang Mansion, which can be reached in one day along the river.
Afraid of being implicated in the search storm, you can go there to hide first. Shenmue's eyes lit up. Acropolis is good. Not far from Nanyang Mansion City, if there is a problem with the magic weapon to ward off evil spirits, Nanyang can also ask for help at any time. There was no arrest incident caused by Si Koyu. Just to hide away.
With a decision, Shenmue began to prepare.
He did not retreat from the courtyards around Shanglinfang.
When the storm passed, he still planned to come back.
There is chaos outside. Or the power of evil spirits in a big city like Nanyang Mansion is more reassuring.
Food, money, and medicinal materials for practice are all in the 5 ghost bags, so there is no need to prepare them. He was mainly preparing for transfiguration. Transfiguration, 6060/10,000/first order, it's safer to change your face when you go out.
Veeam 640, October 9th.
Shenmue carried a small cloth bag on his back, closed the door and locked it, left Shanglinfang, and walked towards Jiananmen in the east of the city. He went through 2 more searches, and the yamen at the door became more and more irritable, smashing a lot of things, and the money was not easy to use.
Shenmue was worried and almost wanted to give gifts to those yamen. After thinking about it, I still held back.
Finally decided to rush to the Lijiang Acropolis as soon as possible and stay away from the right and wrong nest. The gates of Nanyang Mansion were closed, and only the Yanding Gate in the south of the city and the Jianan Gate in the north of the city were opened. Checkpoints are also set up and down the Luoha River to intercept and inspect passing ships. Near Jiananmen, Shenmue encountered many people who were carrying luggage and dragging their families with them.
The big search found many ghosts and snakes, causing chaos and affecting civilians. The Yamen also used the search to oppress and search. Many people choose to temporarily go to the surrounding countryside to avoid disasters. Shenmue honestly followed the crowd, like an ordinary thin scholar. As he moved forward, he looked at the crowd. There are people who go out of the city with luggage and worry. There are people who come into the city who carry the burden to sell vegetables and grains. There are also several well-built Jianghu people. It was probably for the Ginghong gang and the Tanshan army who were still recruiting. I don't know how many will survive. Shenmue was silent.
The evil is dangerous, and the casualties are bound to be heavy.
But the bait is too fragrant.
Money, power, beauty, exercises, secret medicine, there is always one suitable for you.
Shenmue couldn't help himself.
The queue was long, and the inspection was slow, and it took half an hour for Shenmue to turn. The gatekeepers carefully questioned the place of origin, name, and the reason for leaving the city. Knowing that he was from Liangpu County, a veteran also specifically asked about the location of Fong City in the county and the names of several grain and oil stores. It took him a long time to let him go. Fortunately, Jia has given enough identification information.
Some gorgeous carts of big families were also stopped.
If there are female relatives in the car, a few middle-aged women will be specially sent to the car to check.
Leaving Nanyang Mansion is the right way to go. Shenmue had lingering fears.
Check it out, he will have a problem sooner or later. Walking out of the city gate, Shenmue found that the team had not been disbanded. Looking up, there were actually 2 checkpoints set up outside the city gate. One belongs to the city guards, and mainly checks the people entering the city.
The other is located 300 meters away from the city gate.
The inspectors were all 5'5" and 3 thick, with sturdy physiques, wearing black clothes, with a simple pattern of a giant underwater beast embroidered on their chests.
Shenmue's heart was empty. Ginghong gang? In a temporary wooden shed next to the checkpoint.
Zhuosheng sat calmly at the square table drinking tea. On the opposite side sat a young man in his 20s, wearing a white bottom shirt, a black and red long gown, and a jade belt around his waist, full of heroism. While playing with the teacup, the other party looked at Zhuosheng with a half-smile.
Hasn't Hallmaster Zor retreated all day in the past? Why do you come here to sit here every day recently? Is it because you don't trust my brother from Tiankitang? Zhuo Ruffing joked and said, or our big gang leader Jean, do you have any new instructions? Siko, you disappeared for no apparent reason.
Jean Wuduan was held accountable, and everyone with discernment knew that his position as the leader of the gang was no longer guaranteed. If you can't catch the murderer as soon as possible, there will even be a life-threatening worry. The hall masters below suddenly had different thoughts.
Old Hall Master Zhuo is short of money? Zhuosheng looked indifferent and didn't care about the yin and yang of the other party.
Assuming the card to collect money, it is still at the gate of the city.
It seems that the old Hallmaster Zhuo has no choice.
Zhuosheng said generously, you can tell me if you are short of money.
I can still borrow it.
Zhuo Rufing's face suddenly became difficult to look at. It is his own initiative to set the card to make money. And the subordinates are restrained, and they do not receive much.
Most people who know it open one eye and close the other.
Zhuosheng jumped out to trouble him.
Then why bother him? This is for his father Zhuo Enghai.
Zhuo Ruffing took a deep breath, and felt relaxed as if thinking of something, and then played with his taste. Jean Gangmaster can't protect himself, you closed-door disciple doesn't want to help your master catch the murderer, and you still have the time to take care of me.
Zhuosheng smiled and said, what do you think she would do if the ambassador knew that you were slack in checking the level and took the opportunity to make money?
Zhuo Rufing's expression changed suddenly. Zhuosheng stood up and walked to the door of the wooden shed and said lightly, I'm helping you.
You have to thank me.
Zhuo Rufing's face suddenly turned black. Ignoring Zhuo Rufing's fury behind him, Zhuosheng frowned and looked at the crowd.
The culprit must be found as soon as possible. The Admiral Si Koching's temper became more and more irritable. His subordinates, Zhang Ye's subordinates, all asked him to send out to find someone.
He also paid for it himself and placed a high reward in Jui Pavilion.
I hope to gain something.
Zhuosheng thought worriedly. Unexpectedly, the Ginghong gang also set up checkpoints, and Shen Mu and the team was nervous.
I'm not afraid. I'm Chen Jia now.
The identity information has been verified by the guards.
At most, the Ginghong gang just asks one more question.
After thinking about it, Shen Mu couldn't help but feel relieved, feeling that the children of the aristocratic family are worthy of the children of the aristocratic family. The dead man is so aggressive.
Broken, Xing Laolu was here. A bright voice suddenly entered Chen Mu's ears.
The other party deliberately lowered his voice and whispered to the companion beside him. Others can't hear it, but Chen Mu's eyes are clear, and the other party's voice seems to be in his ear. I've racked my brains to make it easy, but it's useless.
The owner of the bright voice said, annoyed.
Shen Mu couldn't help but turn his head and glanced at the two people 5 or 6 meters away. Two handsome male scholars who knew at a glance that they were girls.
Racking your brains? Women dressed as men? Ah.
A melon seed face, phoenix eyes, a small nose, and a fair face.
It looks like a bright girl.
The other is even more outrageous, with such a thin body and so developed pectoral muscles, even a fierce general can't develop such a figure. The owner of the bright voice is this brother fierce general. Dan Fengyan next to him patted the other side, and comforted him with a magnetic hoarse and clear bass, reassured, he may not be able to see it.
Chen Mu, Dan Fengyan is actually a man? Human wrench. Xing Lalio's family has worked for generations, looking at people in bones.
No matter how clever the disguise technique is, he can't stop his eyes. Last year, there was a flower-picking thief who disguised himself as a woman, and smuggled into major women's associations. He secretly marked his targets, causing harm to many people. It is said that the thief can adjust the skin and flesh on his face, and he is known as the man with thousands of faces. It was Xing Laolu who saw through the incompatibility of the man's face and arrested him for interrogation, which brought him into custody. My little trick, how can I pass the test? Brother Meng was full of depression. Originally, I wanted to sneak to Tangshan camp to find her brother. As a result, as soon as he left the city gate, the plan was in vain.
Look at people in bones? Flower picker? Wouldn't the thief be the master of golden wind and jade do magic method?
Chen Mu's heart twitched, and he looked up quickly. In front of the team, an old man with a black and thin goatee was leading two big men to check the passing pedestrians one by one. The other's eyes were sharp and cold, and his eyes were like knives.
Bad dishes. If you adjust your muscles by yourself, you will definitely not be in harmony. Once you are found.
It seems that I have to use my true colors.
Chen Mu was annoyed.
He immediately raised his sleeves to cover his face, and slowly fine-tuned his muscles. Just halfway through the transfer, I saw a young man walking out of the wooden shed next to the checkpoint. The other party was looking at the team with a solemn expression. 2 meters tall, with a strong body, dressed in white, with a face like white jade.
Zuosheng? Chen Mu, fuck.
Being stared at by Zuosheng, how dare he show his true colors? Killing Lin Ke met Zuosheng that night, so it was hard to guarantee that the other party would not suspect him.
The search of Nanyang City is getting more and more strict, and the grass and trees are all soldiers. Chen Mu appears, can Zuosheng sit back and ignore it?
Seemingly noticing Chen Mu's sight, Zuosheng turned his head to look over. Chen Mu raised his sleeves to wipe the fine sweat on his forehead, and naturally staggered the other party's line of sight.
You can't reveal your true colors.
The old man with the goatee in front of him was unsmiling, checking one by one.
Seeing that the distance to Chen Mu is getting closer and closer. Go back to the city now?
No, this is more noticeable.
Run?
Chen Mu glanced at Zuosheng vaguely, and shook his head secretly. Running out of Zuosheng's pursuit will also reveal Xingzong, which will lead to multiple pursuits, which is even worse. Chen Mu was anxious in his heart, and looked at the old man with the goatee beard a little bit badly. The other party's eyesight is superb, and whoever disguises himself, he can see at a glance that something is wrong.
At this moment, he actually let him find a habitual thief who disguised himself?
Seeing that the other party was only 7 or 8 meters away from him, Chen Mu narrowed his eyes.
Never let this old man find him.
3 low-pitched syllables were spit out softly from the mouth, and the 5 ghost bags were opened.
A mass of black smoke emerged from the old man's goatee's cuff.
Inside the 5 ghost bags, the colorless and odorless version of the fascination smoke rolled endlessly. Just as he was about to let go, Chen Mu suddenly stopped again.
Inappropriate.
Blindly put down this person, me and the nearby people are all suspects, maybe they will be caught directly. At this moment, not far behind, Brother Wrench's voice came again.
Tangshan camp is full of rough people, what's the fun? Hunting.
Let my brother take us hunting.
Brother Meng Jian was very excited.
He is the commander-in-chief of the First Army, and he is busy training and commanding troops all day.
How can he have time to hunt with you? Brother Wrench retorted. Then he looked forward to it again. It's better to go to the peony pavilion. It is said that there is a batch of new types of spices. It's not powder particles, it's a water-like liquid, and a drop can make people fragrant for a whole day. You still dare to apply fat and powder? Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death by your eldest sister?
Brother Meng Jian was speechless.
Brother Wrench was full of annoyance. She is a beautiful lady, dancing with knives and guns all day, and she has lost all the face of our family. Brother Meng Jian chuckled. You, the young master of the Bai family, disguised himself as a woman and put on makeup all day long. Isn't he not ashamed? Brother Wrench was full of surprise. I was originally a woman, what's the shame? The husband and wife in the future will become sisters? What sin did I do in my last life? Brother Meng Jiang was disappointed. Let's agree, on the wedding day, the red hijab must be me, and I can't let me marry you, right? Brother Wrench was silent for a while, then shyly said, it's not impossible. Shen Mu, my ears. If it weren't for Zhuoshang's covetousness and the aggressiveness of the goatee old man, Shen Mu could not wait to run away. These two wonderful creatures behind them are so disgusting. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Shen Mu clenched his teeth and stomped his feet. A cloud of black smoke emerged from the sleeves of Brother Wrench's oversized coat. Fascinating smoke spread silently. Put! The two chattering and chatting hot guys fell to the ground as soon as their eyes rolled over. Swoosh swish. Almost as soon as the other party fell to the ground, 5 or 6 strong men quickly emerged from the line of people in the front and back. The first two, the fast ones, all saw the afterimage. You're right. Shen Mu clenched his fists fiercely. Listening to the chat between the two goods, I know that their identities are not ordinary. How could there be no one to protect you from sneaking away from home like a joke? Seeing the level that was chaotic because of a few people rushing out, Shen Mu was overjoyed. As he scanned the environment quickly, he silently squeezed forward. That's it. Let's mess up. I'll run away when I mess up. Stop. Zhuoshang shouted and rushed up. Go away. The leading guard was equally furious. If something went wrong with his young lady, he would have to be stripped if he didn't die. Tanshen's army is doing business, and the idle people are scattered. The strong man glared at Zhuoshang and shouted as he ran. I told you to stop. Zhuoshang rushed to the strong man in 2 steps. The strong guard was about to laugh angrily. What are you? Zhuoshang suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared behind the strong man, punching the opponent's neck with a punch. Boom! The strong man fell silent with a thud. Everyone line up honestly. If you dare to make trouble, kill them. Zhuoshang's eyes were sullen. The guards who rushed out of the crowd hurriedly surrounded their young master and young lady, staring nervously at Zhuoshang and daring not to move. The crowd that had just started rioting suddenly fell silent. Shen Mu, who was squeezing forward in the chaos, only felt a chill in his neck, and a cold gaze fell behind him. Shen Mu froze suddenly, and did not dare to run around again. It took Zhuoshang a long time to withdraw his gaze. Shen Mu breathed a sigh of relief. It was almost taken as a model. A few guards are really useless, isn't it? Tanshen's army, so easy to let people down? Not good. Do you really want to let go of the goatee? Thinking of this, Shen Mu couldn't help but look up, coincidentally facing an old face. 2 meters away, the old man with the goatee was glaring at Shen Mu. The cold voice suddenly exploded. Come here for me. Shen Mu, finished bird. Just wanted to do something. The neck froze again. Zhuoshang's eyes fell on him again. Shen Mu, dawdling for what? Come here. The goatee old man glared at Shen Muchue's beard. Hey! Lin did conspiracy to make money and kill himself. Si Koyu regards human life as a mustard. If the two were not aggressive, how could I, a harmless otaku, provoke them? With their domineering and arrogant temperament, I don't know how many people died in vain at the hands of the two. It's not wrong for me to kill them, these two are just dead. Shen Mu let out a long breath. Under the large sleeve, a handful of iron lotus seeds appeared in the palm of his left hand. On the right forearm, a sleeve sword appeared with black smoke. These people are so diligently searching for the murderer. What is this called? This is called abusing Zhou. Those two are the main culprits, and you guys are the accomplices. Shen Mu strode towards the goatee. After all, we have to do one. What are you squeezing? What if you let the murderer go? That kind of murderer escaped punishment. I don't know how many people will suffer. You will be an accomplice then. Thank you for being a reader.
The old man with the goatee blew his beard and stared at Shenmue angrily.
Get the hell out of here. Don't get in the way in front of me. Shenmue, ahahaha. Uncle, you are right. Shenmue nodded, turned around and left. Don't you mean piercing eyes? Doesn't it mean that it can recognize the disguise surgery? That's it? With Zhuo Sheng's suppression, chaos will come and go quickly.
The two young masters and young ladies who had secretly left home were also carried into the wooden shed to check the situation. Zhuo Sheng frowned and looked at the distant scholar, always feeling that the other person's back was a little familiar. Especially the walking posture of the other party, there is always a feeling of déjà vu. Is there a problem with the scholar? Zhuo Sheng walked over to Xing Laolu and asked. No problem. Xing Laolu is quite confident, unless he cuts his bones and fills up his flesh and completely changes his face shape. If he just mobilizes his skin and flesh, he will definitely not be able to hide from my eyes. Immediately he smiled and whispered, it was messy just now. I ordered a good bully to scare, and this group of people will be honest. Zhuo Sheng nodded non-committally. The moment he turned and left, he couldn't help but glance at a smaller figure. Suddenly, he was shocked. Kestrel training? No wonder it looked familiar. This figure, this back, and this familiar dexterity. Shenmue. Zhuo Sheng's heart skipped a beat and his eyes widened. But found that the other party's figure has disappeared. Forget it, it doesn't matter. The most urgent task is to quickly capture sincerity. That's why he came to the checkpoint. He knows sincerity. Zhang Yi was also pulled aboard by him, and he took Xing Laolu's apprentice to guard the ending gate in the south of the city. It's better not to make extras. My cheap senior brother is a stubborn scumbag. The moment he turned around, he was suddenly startled again, and looked at Xing Laolu with a bad expression. You said that as long as it's not bone cutting, you can see other disguise techniques? Yeah. The goatee didn't know why. Ah. What, Hall Master Zhuo has met an acquaintance. Zhuo Ruffing quietly approached with a playful look on his face. Zhuo Sheng glared at Xing Laolu in a daze, then turned his head and glanced at Zhuo Ruffing. Is it my acquaintance, you don't know? In order to deal with him, Zhuo's father and son did not less investigate his interpersonal relationship. That's hard to say, in case it's an old acquaintance of Nikingshan County. Zhuo Ruffing said meaningfully, just like that honest and wise little Taoist boy. Zhuo Sheng's face changed. Chengming came to Nanyang to travel with the Zhuojia team. If it wasn't for the master's mediation, he would have been implicated. Should I remind the ambassador to check out Chengming's colleagues? Zhuo Ruffing had malicious intent in his eyes. Zhuo Sheng's face suddenly became difficult to look at. Turn around and walk away. Zhuo Ruffing couldn't help laughing suddenly. Is that person okay just now? Zhuo Ruffing glanced at Xing Laolu. No. Xing Laolu was both unsure of himself. Is there any problem? Zhuo Ruffing looked impatient. So, or not? Xing Laolu asked tentatively. You ask me or I ask you? That's not. Humph. Zhuo Ruffing glared at Xing Laolu. Perhaps we should check Qingming's fellow travelers. Zhuo Ruffing thought thoughtfully. Torture, no problem can make him have problems. Slightly swaying Zhuo Sheng is enough for this master and apprentice. Zhuo Ruffing's eyes lit up. Du Hui and Bai Miaojin are from the Nanyang clan and cannot move. Zhang Yi? The guy with shit luck. There seems to be a silver-booted guard who drives a carriage. It's him. Zhuo Ruffing was sure in his heart, and looked at Zhuo Sheng jokingly again. When you become a prisoner, see how I concoct you. By the way, there is the same person just now. Zhuo Ruffing looked into the distance and disappeared. After thinking about it, he shook his head. Forget it, he's just an ordinary scholar. Shenmue walked leisurely on the official road. Feeling the sight of the back disappearing, I immediately ran away. It was so scary, he almost turned the old man over just now. It's still proficiency. Shenmue looked at the gray wall. Transfiguration, 63/10,000/2nd order. It turns out that it not only fixes the face shape, but also avoids knowing the bones and looking at the pictures. In the past, he could only change his face for an hour, and in the middle he had to restore his original face and rest before continuing. But after entering the second level, as long as he has a fixed face shape, he can keep one if he doesn't want to change it. Now that he can escape Xing Laolu's investigation, it is indeed a pleasant surprise. Transfiguration has great potential. Maybe in the future he will be able to transform into a 1,000-faced person. In a hurry, Shenmue went straight to the Lanha ferry of the Jinshui River. He was going to take a passenger boat there and rush to the Lijiang Acropolis as soon as possible. More than 10 miles away, with Chen Mu's footsteps, the ferry was soon in sight.
Chen Mu breathed a sigh of relief. You scholar really has a problem.
A voice suddenly sounded behind him. Chen Mu turned his head to look. It was a young boy in black clothes and jade belt. It seems to have seen it in the Ginghong gang level.
Young master is talking about me?
Chen Mu looked puzzled. Ordinary scholars are not as skilled as you.
Zhuo Rufeng's eyes lit up.
A scholar, or a scholar who knows martial arts?
Aren't you also from Qingshan County?
Zhuo Rufeng asked suddenly. Shaosheng is from Liangpu County, not, no, you are from Qingshan County.
Zhuo Rufeng's eyes suddenly lit up. No.
Yes, that's it. And your name is Chen Mu, and you are close friends with Zhuo Shang.
No, it's far more than that. There is also Zhang Yi. You and Zhang Yi are also friends. It's even hotter to chat with Xiao Tong Changming.
Yes, everything is connected. Shaoxing's name is Chen Jia, not. Chen Mu couldn't help but defend himself, but he was interrupted before he finished speaking.
You are a gang.
Zhuo Rufeng pointed at Chen Mu and shouted, immediately spread his hands, looked up at the sky and said frantically, why can't we find the murderer after searching the whole city?
Because there is an inner ghost among us.
Zhuo Shang is the inner ghost.
Ha ha ha.
Zhuo Rufeng opened his mouth and laughed. Shaoshang is from Liangpu County, not Qingshan, Chen Mu said helplessly, but was interrupted again.
There's more.
Zhuo Rufeng paced back and forth with one hand on his hip and one finger at the sky. Zhuo Shang and Zhang Yi are suddenly guarding the checkpoint, not to arrest people, but to secretly release them.
You Chen Mu, who was released from the city, is the proof. I'm really not Chen Mu was aggrieved, trying to persuade.
I'm such a genius. Jin Woodwan covers up the inner ghost. Zhuo Shang secretly released the murderer, he is dead.
You master and apprentice are dead.
Speaking of this, Zhuo Rufeng stopped abruptly, turned his head to look fiercely at Chen Mu, the corner of his mouth slowly pulled up, revealing a gloomy smile full of excitement. You will cooperate with me, right?
Chen Mu opened his mouth. It's a pity that you made the wrong choice. Zhuo Rufeng was disappointed.
Chen Mu, I'm sorry, I'm really Chen Jia.
Chen Mu Shang resisted the urge and said seriously.
Zhuo Rufeng chuckled, who cares? Don't blame me, I just want to catch the murderer.
Is it really okay for you to reverse black and white like this? Chen Mu sighed. Unwilling? Keep it and talk to the underworld lord.
Zhuo Rufeng said lightly.
Someone told me before that the world is dangerous, but I didn't believe it.
Chen Mu lowered his head in disappointment. But it turns out that I'm not harmful to people's hearts, and people are harmful to my will. He lowered his head and murmured. The world is dangerous, and there are no good people.
He looked up at Zhuo Rufeng. The world only gives me malice, so I can only use a sharp knife in return. He raised his foot and walked towards Zhuo Rufeng. What are you talking about? Zhuo Rufeng frowned. Killing bad people is the way to protect good people.
Chen Mu suddenly had a sense of enlightenment. Killing life to protect life. Killing business is not killing people.
So it is. Zhuo Rufeng pouted. I didn't expect it to be a neuropathy. Okay, follow me obediently, and you can suffer less. Puff.
A handful of red mist suddenly exploded between Zhuo Rufeng's mouth and nose. Zhuo Rufeng's scalp suddenly numb, he immediately held his breath and jumped.
Ra was still feeling dizzy. You can just step backwards.
Xie. A touch of gray sword tip pierced out from the front chest. Zhuo Rufeng looked at the tip of the sword in his chest in disbelief. It was difficult to turn around and look back, only to see that, I don't know when, Chen Mu has come to his side with a calm face.
You're right, I'm Chen Mu.
Zhuo Rufeng, Lijiang Acropolis, Yongtong Square in the east of the city. In a small courtyard that was entered one by one, Chen Mu grabbed a 4 to 5 meter long wooden stake with a thick bull mouth. Gently place a pestle on the ground with the sharpened end.
It's like sticking a plastic fork into a cake. The stake easily sinks more than a meter into the ground.
Following the same method, 4 pillars were buried. A support bar was built on the top, covered with straw mats and tied firmly. A simple wood-thatched pergola is ready. Chen Mu moved the rocking chair he just bought into the pavilion and lay on it comfortably.
Comfortable. This is half a month after he came to the Lijiang Acropolis.
Renting a house, buying furniture, digging holes in the ground, and stockpiling supplies, he was busy all the time, and he has no free time until today.
Fortunately, I left early. Encountering that person halfway, he will do anything to deal with Zhuo Shang.
Those who continue to stay in the city and have a relationship with Chengming Zhuo Shang will fall into a whirlpool.
It's still a small town.
He is also familiar with the Lijiang Acropolis these days.
Lijiang City is not small in reality, it is similar to Qingshan County. But it's not too big. There are 4 acropolis in Nanyang Fucheng, and the Lijiang Acropolis is the smallest.
And because it is located at the southernmost end of the beam, far from the hinterland of the Central Plains, the prosperity is not high.
I've come all the way to the south, so I should be safe now.
Shenmue sipped the herbal tea slowly.
Although it's October, it's still hot here. I don't know if there is any magic weapon to cool down.
The city of Nanyang is prosperous, but living there is not at ease. The major forces are all over the place, and any movement may lead to disaster.
Far better than staying in a small town. The blue-eyed golden ape has completed the change of marrow. It's time to think about the breathing method. The completion of marrow is the culmination of practice. After that, you need to understand the intention of God, engrave it in your mind, and then continue to replenish nutrition, hoping to cultivate courage one day. When ordinary people get to this stage, they can't see the direction at all.
I have been cultivating my soul for decades without any achievement.
That's why they rush to the dragon transformation pill and hit the trap of the aristocratic family, making monsters like the family even bigger. Fortunately, I have the proficiency.
He began to ponder a new way of breathing. This is the experience gained from kestrel training. The soul cultivation stage focuses on divine intentions.
But God's intentions are obscure. The seniors realized and recorded in the secret books that people practice the shape technique over and over again, and slowly understand the water drop and stoneware, and then they can practice the divine intention. However, practicing the shape technique is too labor-intensive, and the number of times a day can be practiced is limited. The new breathing method is different. Just find a place to sit and practice. After getting familiar with it, you can even integrate into every move.
And as long as it matches the muscle control of the whole body a little, the effect is the same as the full version.
God's intention is the root, the breathing method is the trunk, and the shape practicing movements are the branches and leaves.
Shenmue suddenly had a clear understanding. A month later.
East of Lijiang Acropolis, Lijiang Tower. Lijiang Tower is built on the bank of the river, and a little further north is Hongda Wharf. Next to it is the largest square market in the city, which is the most prosperous area of the entire Lijiang Acropolis. Shenmue sat by the window on the first floor, watching the boats coming and going on the river.
A translucent gray wall slowly emerged in front of him. Writing, 2110/10000/second order, drawing, 1707/10000/second order, throwing, 3213/10000/fourth order, kestrel training, limit, cooking skills, 6746/10000/second order, pharmacy, 7656/10000/third order, sleeve sword, 7906/10000/tier 3, 5 ghosts moving mountain mantra, 2714/10000/sixth order, blue-eyed golden ape shape training, 5689/10000/fourth order, transfiguration, 3063/10000/second order. With experience in kestrel training, under the guidance of proficiency perception, he quickly
understood the new breathing method.
Walking, standing, sitting, and lying down are all slowly practicing the lifting of the blue-eyed golden ape.
Now that 1 month has passed, breathing has become almost instinctive. Proficiency is more than half. Shenmue was finally willing to go out and come to Lijiang Tower, the largest restaurant, to eat and relax. Take a few more glances.
It was found that the proficiency of the sleeve sword was silent, and it had reached the second half.
There is also a lot of proficiency in pharmacy and cooking. He didn't deliberately practice too much. Only do a small set of exercises each day.
But the proficiency records these trainings silently and accumulates little by little.
As long as I make a little progress every day, time is on my side.
Shenmue had a faint sense of accomplishment in his heart.
Compared with the confusion of the otaku and social animals in the previous life,
he still likes the house now, but he really has a sense of control over himself. Therefore, although the world is sinister and chaotic, Shenmue still likes it.
Have you heard, Nanyang Mansion, a fire in the south of the city?
It is said that 5 streets and 2 squares were burned in a row.
A voice faintly entered Shenmue's ears. What kind of fire is that?
It is said that some masters used a trick to collapse several houses with one stomping.
Yes, I also heard about it.
It seems to be the murderer who was searched some time ago. It is said that the man is strong in martial arts, and he is invulnerable to swords and guns.
Shenmue's heart moved. Could it be that sincerity has been found out?
It must have been the act of causing such a big movement.
I don't know what the result will be.
Shenmue couldn't help but pricked up his ears and listened carefully.
You are wrong. How can people have this ability? It is said that it is evil.
One of the monsters is 3 meters tall, and his body is made of black iron. His claws are bigger than a fan, and he can blow people to death when he breathes out. There is also a strange sound like the banging of a copper bell, and the person who hears it immediately falls unconscious. In the end, a fair and pure fairy fell from the sky and killed the evil beast. Don't believe it, many people have seen the fairy, who is riding an eagle and descending from the sky. With a wave of the hand, the sky fire will be released, and the monster will be burned to death in one fell swoop.
Shenmue, well, market rumors are just that unreliable. Demon? Fairy? Skyfire? Oh. It's more wonderful than what Mr. Storyteller said.
If only Jia Jia was here. This big killer who roamed the underground world has always been well informed.
Unfortunately, it is a dead man asking for money.
At home, Shenmue carefully analyzed the news he just heard. The big search must have stopped. Nearly 3 months have passed, and the death of Sikoyu is finally over.
At least it's over. The status of sincerity is unknown.
You may be killed or you may escape, but the search is stopped, and the result is not very good.
Shenmue secretly guessed.
The aristocratic family is high above, avenging Sikoyu. It is impossible to just let it go.
Nanyang Palace City is settled down. Shenmue breathed a sigh of relief. It's just suffering, sincerity, Taoist priest.
Shenmue looked sympathetic.
Do you want to go back to Nanyang Mansion?
After thinking for a while, Shenmue still shook his head. It's really uncomfortable to live in Nanyang Mansion. It's too prosperous, it's always mixed, and it's hard to say that one day a powerful character will pop up. Although the magic weapon to ward off evil spirits is powerful, it can block natural disasters. However, man-made disasters are more prosperous and cannot be prevented. Shenmue decided to temporarily live in Lijiang City for a while. Anyway, I have 5 ghost bags, and generally evil spirits are not afraid. I couldn't protect myself before, it was like walking naked in the ice and snow, shivering every moment. I always wanted to hide in a safe place, so I went to Nanyang Palace City. Now all 5 ghosts are out, although I don't know the power, but self-protection should not be bad. Honestly, brush up on the practice of shape art and then talk about it. Nanyang Mansion, by the Jinshui River and by the Changrui Wharf. In the darkness of the night, the Ginghonggang ship was like a giant island in the water, floating on the river. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the hull on the side of the dock suddenly broke a big hole, and the river water rushed into it. The deck shattered, and 2 black figures jumped out and collided continuously on the ship. Every time they hit each other, it was like metal hitting each other, humming constantly. Jin Woodwan squatted slightly with his knees, his right hand clenched his fist forward, and his left palm pressed down slightly. Secret art, returning to the primordial hand, the position of the lower abdomen suddenly bulged a fist and a big bulge. Quickly jumping up, over the chest, abdomen and shoulders, drilled into the right arm. Hum! The entire arm was like a red-hot soldering iron, releasing astonishing heat, and then suddenly expanding in a circle. Without any hesitation, Jin Woodwan punched out with a punch, like a copper hammer, and the air was blasted out. Boom! Sincerity is like a badminton being smashed into the ship. Jin Woodwan's face was full of suffocation, and he rushed to the cabin after him. Clang! A loud banging like a bell rang out from the cabin. Jin Woodwan's running figure froze for a moment. He shook his head vigorously to wake up, and then raised his head again. There was no sincerity. Jin Woodwan did not dare to relax his vigilance. He kept his armor covering his entire body, and kept looking at the dark night. Master, are you okay? Zhou Sheng quickly came to his side. It should be gone. Jin Woodwan breathed a sigh of relief and put away his armored body. Laugh. As if boiling hot water, a large amount of white gas suddenly spewed out of his right arm. Jin Woodwan's face turned pale. Has the ambassador returned yet? Zhou Sheng frowned and complained, if you don't come back, the Ginghonggang will be broken up with sincerity. Jin Woodwan shook his head with a wry smile. Even if the Ginghonggang was destroyed, it would not be as good as that little Taoist boy. Finding sincerity that day, Sikoching made every effort to take away Changming. Sincerely escaped with serious injuries. Sikoching didn't have time to hunt down sincerity. He hurriedly left with Changming. Jin Woodwan guessed that Sikoching wanted to hide Daoton for an opportunity. Soon. Jin Woodwan comforted. He couldn't tell anyone about the Taoist boy. If the news is leaked, it will be doomed. And in order to cover up the news, Sikoching will definitely come back to deal with sincerity. As long as you can survive sincere revenge for a while. In the north of Nanyang Mansion City, in an abandoned house. sitting on the ground with sincerity, regardless of the dust. Puff! A mouthful of black and red blood clots spit out, with a relaxed look on his sincere face. He picked up a large yellow skin gourd next to him and poured out a drop of bright red liquid. This liquid is very magical. It automatically shrinks into a circle when it is poured into the palm of the hand. It is crystal clear, like a tempting fudge. Sincerity swallowed it, the pale complexion quickly returned to normal. Isn't this my dear nephew? A faint laughter suddenly came from the shadows. A tall and thin old man in a black robe walked out. It's you! The sincerity was broken. It was you who revealed my news. He hid well, and the Ginghong gang failed to find him for 2 consecutive months. But not long ago, it was suddenly found to be besieged, and there was no warning in advance. The corners of Wu Yin's mouth were slightly raised. Didn't I want to make a joke with my nephew? I never thought you would be so useless. I was pressed and beaten by a little girl. Dear little junior brother didn't save it. Haha, Sincerity's forehead suddenly burst into blue veins. How? Want to hit me? Wu Yin chuckled. Come on, let me see what my good senior brother taught you. Sincerity fist clenched suddenly. Both are armored souls and have magic weapons. But Wu Yin has long known how many years he has achieved armor, and he must master the secret technique. I can't beat myself. Wu Yin stared at Sincerity with interest. Seeing that the other party finally endured it, he couldn't help but pouted. Aren't you afraid that I will tell the news about your grandson? Sincerity stared at Wu Yin and threatened. Once it is known that Wu Yin's grandson has Dao bones, the children of the aristocratic family will definitely rush over. Ha ha. Do you know, your temper is exactly the same as when I was young. Wu Yin laughed, but he didn't care about the sincere threat at all. Want people from aristocratic families to encircle and suppress me? Wu Yin one way, then they have to dare. Sincerity suddenly became awe-inspiring. A sea coaching beat him seriously. Wu Yin can make the family fearful, this strength. What the hell do you want to do? It was the other party who told him the role of honesty. But it was this uncle who leaked his news and let people take Changming away. It's nothing, I just wanted to tell you. Apart from Daogu, you can exchange for the 1,000 machine order. There are also opportunities to get the 1,000 machine order in other places. Wu Yin shrugged his shoulders and said lightly. Chang Yi was startled when he heard the words, and his resentful expression was immediately put away. He immediately stood up, bowed respectfully and saluted, and said with a face of shame, the house is really simple, there is nothing to entertain the uncle, I am very sorry. Wu Yin couldn't help but chuckled when he saw the sincerity of his attitude drastically changed. Master nephew, let's concentrate on healing. With our relationship, why should you be so polite? Wu Yin laughed happily. Uncle Master is generous. Sincerity bowed his hands in awe. Wu Yin smiled more cheerfully, it doesn't have to be like this. Every time 100 years of great changes, the world is in chaos, and evil is frequent, it is the opportunity for the 1,000 machine order to appear. Where there are many evil spirits, there is 1,000 orders. That's why the little girl from the noble family controls the Ginghong gang and keeps recruiting people. She needs someone to explore the way and find the order of thousands of opportunities. You can find it too. Thinking of the changes in Nanyang Mansion over the past 6 months, Sincerity suddenly dawned. Not only the Jinghong gang, Tang Shanjun and Zhu Yaij are also recruiting people, they are all for the Qianji order. Thank you Uncle Master for teaching me. The Sincerity attitude became more and more sincere and respectful. The next day I will definitely form a grass title ring and repay Uncle Master. Wu Yin pointed at the Sincerity and laughed, I just like your hypocrisy. Ha ha. He turned around, waved his hands, laughed and went out. This nephew is so much fun. Lijiang Necropolis, Yang Tongfang. Chen Mu was lying on the rocking chair, holding a copy of Orthodox Laiyao in his hand and reading it with relish. This is an ancient medical book I picked up from a bookstore a few days ago. The book describes skeletal posture correction, bone injury treatment methods and drugs. Chen Mu found that reading this book can not only improve his proficiency in medicine, but also improve his shape-changing skills. No wonder it's called transfiguration, it turns out that it's not just about the face. With the improvement of proficiency, he has been able to adjust his height slightly, and he can also change the fat search within a certain range. Change the face shape first, and then change the posture. I really want me to be the prince with thousands of faces. It's a pity that Qiannian Langjun has a bad reputation, either a flower-picking thief or a liar and villain. We're just for self-protection, don't do anything else, hee hee. I was thinking about how to change my face in the future. He took a short breath, and a sudden comprehension struck his heart. The muscles of the whole body danced like a dance, and with the rhythm of breathing, a soft sound like the ding-dong of spring water came from the body. After a long while, Shenmue opened his eyes. He lifted his shirt to reveal his angular belly. A slap-wide, pitch-black ring looped under the navel. Shenmue picked up the herbal tea next to him and took a sip. It's done. Closing his eyes slightly, a vague shadow suddenly appeared in his mind. Bright silver spots floated in filamentous lines connected, exactly what the blue-eyed golden ape god intended. Lijiang Necropolis, Yangtongfang. The sound of crackling cooking sounded in the small courtyard, and the tempting fragrance spread all over the courtyard. Shenmue hummed a little tune and put a plate of flavored bacon out of the pot. It took 5 months, and finally the blue-eyed golden ape was practiced to the top. No wonder Jianghu people are so fascinated by the poison of Walongdan, a poison that drinks poison and quenches thirst. Shenmue sighed with emotion. It's too difficult to practice shape art. Lowering his head and lifting his shirt, Shenmue, with the satisfaction after all the hardships, looked complicatedly at the courage that wraps around his belly like a belt. He glanced reluctantly again, then picked up the shovel and stirred the fine sand in another iron pot. There are peanuts in the sand, and the hot fine sand will heat evenly and slowly into the peanuts. The fried peanuts are evenly heated and crispy. Shenmue looked at the shovel in his hand and fell into contemplation. Courage, invulnerable. Throwing the shovel, Shenmue pointed it into a knife. Thump it into the hot fine sand. His hands, covered with jet-black force, could clearly feel the burning heat of the fine sand. Turn around, turn around. I turn hard. Take a look at it, white and tender. What? After frying the peanuts, Shenmue sat down a few short distances under the wooden shed. We don't need a shovel for cooking in the future, and we don't need a rack for grilling. Old man Jia probably won't be able to eat it. Cleanliness wants money. It's a pity that I'm not here. I haven't seen you for a long time. I still miss this old man. Shenmue happily stuffed a piece of spicy and delicious bacon into his mouth. Pick up the special milk tea next to it, and take a sip. Cool. Ginghong gang ship. What conspiracy is Sincerity doing? Zuosheng was puzzled. In the past, Sincerity came to make trouble every day, sometimes twice a day. He started to kill and destroyed the Jinghong ship by the way, and then quickly disappeared. But for 5 days in a row, there was no movement at all. The more this is the case, the more Zuosheng feels terrified, for fear that Sincerity will suddenly come to him. Give up? Jin Wuduan frowned. He can live in the remote Taoist temple in Qingshan County, secretly practice armor without showing any publicity, such a forbearance. Will he really give up? Zuosheng hesitated. The strength of Sincerity armored soul, holding the magic weapon, is on par with his master. It really shocked Zuosheng. Jin Wuduan didn't know why, but he couldn't help but feel relieved. This is actually more beneficial to us. When Miss Seven returns, he won't be afraid even if he appears again. Jin Wuduan's heart suddenly moved. This Sincerity should not give up that Daotong directly and find Xian Jiling by himself? The scattered people recruited. In the past few days, quietly checked their identities. Jin Wuduan's heart skipped a beat, and suddenly said, Will Sincerity lurk into the gang? Zuosheng couldn't help but be surprised. The more Jin Wuduan thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. Hiding in the Jinghong gang, waiting for an opportunity to detect the location of Daotong, and grab it when there is a chance. If you can't grab it, you can mix in the crowd and go north together to find Xian Jiling enough forbearance. Jin Wuduan couldn't help but admire, turning his head to look at Zuosheng and sighing, Qingshan County is really a treasure. Zuosheng's mouth twitched. I thought of a cheap senior brother. Truly a treasure. The ones who came out were so ruthless. Lao Zhua didn't trouble you recently, did he? Jin Wuduan looked at Zuosheng meaningfully. Zhua Rufeng's disappearance really has nothing to do with me. Zuosheng was helpless. He really did not deal with the Zhua family. But it won't kill Zhua Rufeng. Because it does more harm than good. Well, be honest recently, practice a lot, and become an armored soul as soon as possible, wait for the opportunity. Jin Wu said decisively. As we practice martial arts, we must learn to restrain ourselves. We must not abuse force until the time of crisis. What if one day we meet someone who pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger's stubble? Learn to use your mind. Jin Wuduan ardently taught. This apprentice of his own is very talented, and his cultivation is also very hard, so he can completely inherit his own mantle. It's just too violent. Get started without saying a word. It's a real headache. But after all, he was his own closed disciple, so he could only take the trouble to give it to him.
Zhuosheng, what do you mean? Even if you really want to do it, you have to be careful.
Because of the credit for finding the Daotong, Lin Chu's matter is over. That Zhang Yi is slick, but it's still useful. It takes so much effort to push him up, so it has to be used. As for Laozhua, I will try to mediate. The big deal is to give him the position of the leader of the gang. Anyway, he has more than one son.
Zhuosheng, Lin really? Zhuo Rufang? It's really none of my business.
After walking around the Lijiang Acropolis for 5 consecutive days, eating all kinds of snacks and delicacies, Chen Mu returned home with no end in sight, and turned on the retreat mode again. It's a pity it's a small town, and the food is just like that. It would be nice if there was another snack like Lao cheese pie. It's okay to have the level of 18 kinds of cakes in Xinyuan tea house. Chen Mu smacked his mouth and drank the milk tea in the cup. Continue to practice the shape art.
The blue-eyed golden ape is worthy of high-end shape training.
The intention of the gods is more complete and clear, and the area of the soul that has been trained is larger. But a belt is too far from the whole body. Practice the black tiger and the white ape to see if you can speed up the accumulation of courage. He wants to practice armor as soon as possible. Jiejia said that the armor can restrain the ghost monster. Living in this evil world, Chen Mu almost felt safe. Practice the armor as soon as possible, and feel at ease as soon as possible. He took out the white ape to practice shape art from the 5-ghost bag, and Chen Mu browsed again. He had thought about it several times before, and he already knew the breathing changes and posture exercises.
Just look again to confirm. Sure enough, it's a little spicy chicken.
Chen Mu was a little disgusted. There are only 18 variations of the breathing method during the Yijin stage.
There are a lot of movements, there are 36. Everyone opened and closed, and it took a lot of effort. This is the gap.
Many of the blue-eyed golden apes are statically guided, and it is enough to tremble their muscles slightly.
The principle of transformation is more dependent on physical strength training. Chen Mu realized the difference between high-end and low-end shape training.
Putting away the book, Chen Mu opened the rack for training.
2 kinds of training techniques are completed. He is very clear about adjusting breathing and controlling muscles. 3 attempts to enter the state. Dense insights flooded into my mind. Switching between breathing lengths, probing hands to exert force, and jumping before stepping, the secrets of white ape shape training are at a glance.
After a long while, Chen Mu stopped and called out the gray wall.
A brand new entry appeared at the bottom.
White ape shape training, 136/10,000/second order. Chen Mu, sure enough, it's a little spicy chicken.
As soon as you get started, it's easy to get started.
Feeling the state of the body, only the muscles of both arms are slightly hot, and there are signs of transformation. The strength increased slightly, and the explosive power of the arms increased slightly. This shows that the muscles involved in the white ape shape training have long been covered by the first 2 shapes.
Tisk, the idea of stacking armor is broken.
Before, he wanted to keep accumulating shape practice techniques, making himself a devil muscle man.
Sure enough, people have limits.
Chen Mu shook his head. However, if the armor cannot be stacked, the courage can still be stacked.
Relying on one form of practice alone, I don't know how long it will last.
It's just that the white ape shape training is too bad, and Chen Mu is a little worried about its strength. The white ape practice is like this, and the black tiger practice. Chen Mu remembered the power of the fat soybean on the bottom of his foot.
Don't be the 3 brothers on the street. The top floor of the Ginghonggang ship. Jin Wuduan sat on the top. Zhuo Yinghai sat down and left with a gloomy face, staring at Zhuosheng opposite. Fenger's business really has nothing to do with you?
Zhuosheng felt that he couldn't wash himself even if he jumped into the Jinshui River. Zhang Ye's bastards all came to him secretly, saying that his affairs were too rough. On the day Brother Feng disappeared, I was catching up with the checkpoint. I was busy with mediation and lacked the skills to clone, so, Zhuosheng defended seriously.
On the contrary, the cheap senior brother just left Nanyang.
And Zhuo Rufeng paid special attention to Chen Mu because of his attitude.
Ah! Senior brother, you are really my great benefactor. Before leaving, you threw a big black pot on me.
Zhuosheng thought through gritted teeth. I was stationed at the checkpoint that day. After knocking out the guards of the Shangguan family, I had to kiss the door and send Miss Shangguan and the young master of the Bai family back. It was evening after I was done, so I took my men back to the pier and didn't stay outside.
A lot of people knew about my whereabouts during this period.
Zhuosheng explained helplessly.
Shangguan's family? Prefect Shangguan Ji?
Zhuo Linghai's pupils shrank. Jin Wuduan was also surprised that the matter involved Shang Guanji, the #1 master of Nanyang Mansion.
It's him. Zhuo Sheng couldn't help but feel awe. This is a big man who has dominated Nanyang for 20 years. Then who the hell did my son do?
Zhuo Enghai was in a state of confusion.
It should be related to a scholar. Zhuo Sheng's eyes flickered, but he didn't say Chen Mu's identity. Such a big bomb of sincerity is trouble enough. Talking is useless. Scholar?
Zhuo Enghai stared at Zhuo Sheng. Zhuo Sheng waved his hand, a man behind him walked away quickly, and soon walked in with an old man with a goatee beard.
This person is called Xing Laolu. He has been born from generation to generation. He looks at people and bones.
He can break the art of disguise. I was invited to guard the checkpoint that day. There seems to be something wrong with the situation of a scholar.
Speak.
Zhuo Enghai stared at Xing Laolu fiercely. The little old man's goatee trembled, not daring to hide it at all.
That scholar's face is really wrong.
From what I understand, it must have been remodeled to cut the bones and fill the flesh.
Why didn't you say it then? Zhuo Enghai was furious.
Xing Laolu couldn't help but shrank his neck, cutting the bones and filling the flesh to change the appearance. The process is cruel and painful, and it takes at least 2 years. And dare to use this method, the people who can use this method are all those who are brave and evil in the world. The people we want to arrest don't have the time to do this kind of transformation, and they are much older than the scholar. Little old man was worried that this person would be violent. If he didn't tell the truth, he let him go.
Xing Laolu glanced at Zhuo Enghai secretly and said cautiously.
Who would have thought that your son was so curious, he would catch up? When you encounter such a ruthless person, it's strange not to fall back.
Zhuo Enghai's face was sinking like water, and he was full of anger and didn't know how to vent.
Zhuo Sheng looked strange, looking at Xing Laolu with a serious face.
Boneless and needy? Brave and evil? My cheap brother? Ah. Do you still remember the identity of that person? Jin Wudong asked. Remember. Xing Laolu nodded. This kind of character is very rare. Later, I was curious and went to inquire about his identity.
That person is Chen Jia, 23 years old, from Liangpu County.
Okay, you go down. Jin Wuduan waved Xing Laolu away.
Old Zhuo. I will send someone to track down the trace of this person later.
We must not let Fomer disappear for nothing. Jin Wuduan solemnly promised. Zhuo Enghai handed over with an ugly face.
In the future, the Ginghong gang will rely on you to steer, but you must take care of your health. Jin Wuduan said with concern.
Zhuo Enghai nodded yes.
I didn't have the heart to say anything else, so I said goodbye and left after a while.
Jin Wuduan looked at Zhuo Enghai's lonely back in a complicated way.
After the other party completely left the ship, he turned around and looked at Zhuo Sheng with admiration.
I didn't expect Shenger to stay behind.
There are enough witnesses, and I picked myself cleanly, and even I can't see any flaws.
Sharp. Zhuo Sheng, you didn't believe me after I explained it for a long time, did you? I really didn't do this. Lijiang Necropolis, Yangtongfang. In the middle of the yard is a circular wooden frame 3 or 4 meters high and 2 meters wide. Fist-big white stone balls swinging back and forth in the air at different heights. In the ring, there are also many wooden poles in a disorderly manner. On the ground were crooked, half-meter-high wooden stakes that were plunged into the ground at will. Chen Mu, dressed in black, jumped on the stake. Taking a deep breath, he jumped out. He is like a sensitive ape, running up and down, sometimes even swinging forward on his head and feet. The stone ball hanging in the air is covered with white dye, and it will be dyed if you touch it a little. The environment was complicated, but Chen Mu came and went freely, and after images appeared quickly. The body assumes a twisted posture that is contrary to common sense, but always maintains a balance, rushing around the ring at an unabated speed. After a long while, Chen Mu jumped down from the ring. He lowered his head and put on his black clothes, but did not notice the white dye. After a few more runs, we will have to add more obstacles. The blue-eyed golden ape is a master of shape training, strength, speed, balance control, etc., are enhanced to varying degrees, especially the sense of body balance. With this assistance, he can make a lot of unreasonable actions, which makes his movement even more bizarre and unpredictable. When masters compete, the difference in the line may be the difference in life. It's easier to escape with a strange movement. Chen Mu looked relieved. Chen Mu recalled the hardships along the way, full of emotion. I never practiced martial arts to kill people, but to save my life. It's a pity that the world is dangerous, and bad people and masters are always emerging. Kestrel shape training increases the speed, and the blue-eyed golden ape improves the balance.
enhances the ability to pass through the rugged mountain forest and dense roadway environment, and indirectly increases the speed.
Run fast to live long.
Nanyang has a lot of water, so I don't know if there is any training method to improve the speed of underwater movement.
Chen Mu secretly remembered it in his heart. Maybe you can try to find it again in the future.
In the past few days, the white ape shape training has progressed rapidly. Chen Mu estimated that in more than 20 days, the bones will be completed. I hope that the courage to give birth can be a little bigger.
Chen Mu sighed.
He has lost hope in the ability of the white ape training to transform the strength of his body. By the Jinshui River, Lanha Ferry. A middle-aged man in his 40s was thrown to the ground with a bruised face.
Have you seen this person? Shuo Enghai said lightly, pointing to a portrait. The portrait was described and corrected by Xing Laolu, and it was painted by a well-known painter in the city. He even specifically asked Zhuo Sheng to confirm. I've seen it. The boat boss nodded without hesitation. Do you know the fate of fooling me?
Zhuo Enghai glanced at the other party and said indifferently. The middle-aged man carefully glanced at the giant beast pattern on the other's cuff. Section Master Zhuo, the youngest, is a peripheral member of the Jinghong gang. Zhuo Enghai glanced at it unexpectedly, and immediately understood. Most of the people who lived on the Jinshui River were related to the Jinghong gang.
It's easy to handle on your own. Zhuo Enghai nodded lightly. Let's talk. This person went to the Lijiang Acropolis. The middle-aged man did not dare to hesitate. Lijiang Acropolis, Zhuo Enghai looked inexplicable. Lijiang Acropolis, Yangtongfang.
Chen Mu had just finished practicing the white ape shape technique and sat down on the rocking chair under the pavilion to rest. The left hand is holding a wooden cup full of brewed milk tea, and the right index finger taps the armrest of the rocking chair. A black spot the size of a fat soybean appeared on the back of his right hand. The accumulation of courage is too slow. Chen Mu shook his head. To increase the speed of revitalization. He mixes meat and vegetables every day and eats a lot of high-nutrient foods. And specially made it into an easy-to-absorb state by cooking. During this period, various decoctions to replenish vitality were also taken quantitatively. But half a year later, the strength of the soles of the feet has increased by less than 10%. If you are not careful, you can't even see the change. Something's wrong. Chen Mu frowned. Why does the moment when the shape training succeeds, a large chunk of courage suddenly appears? Subsequent expansion requires a little bit of support. The two appear at different speeds. Chen Mu's eyes lit up. If you want to understand the principle, you may be able to find a way to quickly train into armor. After thinking about it, he shook his head. Let's practice with peace of mind first. The history of practicing shape art is unknown for many years. There is really a secret method in this area. Even if it is secret, you can hear it. It's a pity that the old man is not here. Chen Mu thought about the old man again. Although it is a dead man asking for money, he knows a lot. Lijiang Tower. Zhuo Enghai stood by the window on the third floor overlooking the Vasily River. Senior Zhuo, long time no see. A short, fat, black-faced strong man in his 40s laughed and walked into the private room. Tang Masterly. Zhuo Enghai reluctantly responded with a smile. This person is Li Jun, the head of Fuhai Hall of the Jinghong gang. He is one of the hall masters sent by the Jinghong gang. I heard that something happened to Fonger? Li Jun asked with concern. That's why I'm here. Zhuo Enghai said solemnly. Li Jun frowned. The murderer is in Lijiang Acropolis? Do you have his identity information? Zhuo Enghai nodded, and one of his men immediately took out a picture scroll and unfolded it. Li Jun glanced at it, took it and handed it to the subordinate behind him. Go check this person. Thank you. Zhuo Enghai saluted with fists. Li Jun waved his hand. Outside talk. With our friendship, it's just a little effort. Don't worry. I, Li Jun, are in this Lijiang city, and I still have some face in the open and dark. As long as this person comes to Lijiang Acropolis, I will definitely find it out for you. Go to my place to settle down first, and when I find out about this person, I'll go meet him with you. Li Jun said solemnly. Zhuo Enghai clasped his fists again and thanked him. Yangtongfang Chen's house. Chen Mu took advantage of the gap in his practice of white ape shape technique, and began to take stock of his assets. 5,329 taels of silver and 11 pieces of gold cake are left, and it's spent very quickly. It's not the money I make, but it doesn't hurt to use it. Chen Mu twitched the corners of his mouth. A large amount of renting a house is the next best thing. The biggest expenses are medicinal materials, secret medicines for shape training, and various tonics. 100,000 mustard grass is more than 100 taels, and 200 years will cost 300 taels. In order to replenish his vitality and nurture his vigor, Chen Mu consumes 2 to 3 copies of the 200-year-old qianqiu grass every month.
It is really expensive to cultivate courage. Chen Mu sighed. It's hard to imagine how many resources those armored soul masters have filled in. He felt that it was not an exaggeration to describe it as massive. The hidden danger of the dragon transformation pill can't be removed? Chen Mu couldn't help but shake. Forget it, you can't cut off your future in a hurry. Chen Mu shook his head. He is still very interested in opening the heavenly gate after the armor. Putting away the silver notes and copper plates, Chen Mu moved a long table and placed it under the gazebo. After a long absence, he picked up the paintbrush and started painting. After a while, an abstract pattern connected by spots and threads is drawn. It's said that God's intention is the core of training, but what is this God's intention? Then he drew the divine intention of the blue-eyed golden ape to practice shape art. Chen Mu pondered over the 2 meaningless abstract paintings. After a long while, Chen Mu sighed, sure enough, I can't see anything. It's better to eat honestly to nourish your soul. Eyes habitually glanced at eye proficiency. It was found that the drawing ability improved by 2 points. What's the meaning? Chen Mu was stunned. Before brushing the image proficiency, even if you draw a cartoon picture of a big head, you can get 5 or 6 points of proficiency. You said I didn't draw like that? Chen Mu stared at God's intent thoughtfully. It's kind of interesting. In a 5-entry mansion by the river, Li Jun was drinking tea with Zhuo Yinghai in the living room. Zhuo Yinghai looked sullen and uninterested. 5 days passed without any news, and he was about to give up. Also, how could someone who can endure the pain of cutting bones and filling flesh leave such obvious flaws? Said that he was coming to Lijiang City, maybe he would turn away immediately after disembarking. Li Jun didn't know what to say. The old man had died of his son, so he could only intensify his search. Unfortunately, the result was unsatisfactory. At this time, a subordinate rushed in a hurry, knelt down on one knee and clasped his fist and said, Hall Master, I found it. Come on. Zhuo Yinghai stood up. He thought he was looking for a needle in a haystack, but he did not expect to find it. Xiaowu in the house of the county government said that more than a month ago, a scholar named Qin Jia rented a yard in Yangtongfang. The information is from Shui's dental office to help with the registration. That person is also from Liangpu County. Zhuo Yinghai was full of excitement. Right, name, ancestry, time, all right. He got up and went to Yangtongfang. Li Jun quickly stopped him. Even if you want to go, you can't go now. Your state is really inappropriate. Li Jun said, looking at the other party's bloodshot eyes. More than a month has passed. If that person is still there, he will continue to be there. What you have to do should be to get a good night's sleep and recharge your energy. It just so happens that it is convenient for me to mobilize a master and lay an ambush for that person. Zhuo Yinghai took a deep breath and stopped. You're right. You can't startle the snake. You have to recharge your batteries and go down in one fell swoop. Yangtongfang, Chen's house. Chen Mu stared at the long table with divine intent. The freehand drawing method is not right. Chen Mu wondered. He originally thought that God's intention should be more important than shape. So I switched to a different way of painting. He himself felt that the painting was very good, and he clearly expressed the vague, hazy, and dynamic feeling. But the proficiency didn't increase him at all. It's getting more and more interesting. Chen Mu became interested. The ability to draw comes from the earliest self-portraits. The improvement of proficiency involves many aspects, including painting skills, paper, and paint. But the most important point is similarity. This is related to the original intention of Chen Mu's portrait. He wanted to draw a scroll that looked like a 3-dimensional photograph, the more realistic the better. Drawing skills are thus linked to similarity. The more similar you draw, the more your proficiency will improve. Could it be that my God's intention is a parallel import? Chen Mu felt a little numb in his brain. What is the God's intention in the secret book? He immediately took out the blue-eyed golden ape to practice the shape technique, and copied the final messy pattern of the secret book. Just a little more? Good guy. This is also a parallel import. Yangtongfang in the middle of the night is quiet. Dozens of shadows were divided into 5 teams and quickly rushed into the alley. There is grass and wood ash in the insole of the pedestrian, and they land silently. No words are spoken between actions, only gestures are used to convey information. As if black ink was injected into 5 slender glass tubes, 5 groups of men in black quickly rushed towards their destination. Soon a house was firmly surrounded.
There were 5 or 6 archers with strong bows lying in ambush on the roof in the distance.
Boom!
Zhuo Yinghai took the lead and rushed to the courtyard gate. The gray wooden door shattered instantly. Zhuo Yinghai rushed into the house without hesitation, ignoring the dust on his head and face. After a while, he walked out of the room with a face full of anger.
No one?
Li Jun was surprised. I specifically inquired before to make sure that someone came in and out of this house.
Maybe it's too late.
It may also be Cunning Rabbit 3 Caves, this is just a cover. Zhuo Yinghai suppressed his anger and analyzed it calmly.
It's hard to do. Li Jun frowned. Forget it, let's go back first.
Zhuo Yinghai sighed, his face full of loneliness. He thought of the big raid months ago. The forces of Nanyang Mansion, big and small, worked together, and in the end, it was only after someone tipped off that they found sincerity. I am only a hall master of Ginghong Gang, but I cannot mobilize the entire Lijiang Acropolis. I've troubled Hall Master Li recently, let's go back and have a couple of drinks. Zhuo Yinghai said bitterly. He felt that his son's revenge could not be avenged.
Dozens of people came and went quickly disappearing into the night.
In the silent night, only the broken wooden door and the messy courtyard were left. 2 streets away, on the roof of a house, a cloud of black smoke slowly emerged under the night, and a vivid little paper figure stared at the chaotic house in the distance. Another 2 streets away, Chen's house. Under the moonlight, Chen Mu picked up a piece of fried fish and stuffed it into his mouth.
Sure enough, there are still problems.
He got up in the middle of the night for a meal, and habitually released the ghost paper figurines to watch. Who would have thought that he would see this scene?
Forget it, get used to it. Killing the young and bringing the old, isn't this the standard routine of Jianghu? Cut the grass and get rid of the roots?
Chen Mu sighed, Jianghu really is a big divat.
The idea of cutting weeds and eradicating roots will appear so smoothly in my mind. Alas, I am honest and kind, is it really going to be gone forever? Chen Mu felt a little heavy. It's all to blame for this abominable world.
In the middle of the night, the crescent moon hangs in the west.
The entire Lijiang Acropolis has fallen into a deep sleep. Even Gulanwasi has gradually disappeared.
Wu Jin's house was pitch dark, all the servants went to rest, only the candlelight flickered in one room of the inner house. Zhuo Yinghai poured wine into his mouth cup by cup.
Li Jun kept comforting and persuading him.
The vegetables and meat on the table were changed twice, but Zhuo Yinghai was stunned that he didn't get drunk.
I really hate myself for this amount of alcohol. I can't get drunk if I want to.
Zhuo Yinghai shouted while giving himself another drink.
The corners of Li Jun's mouth twitched. Your name really deserves to have a C.
He was dizzy when he was drinking, but this old boy actually became more and more energetic. But seeing the other party's face full of sorrow, Li Jun shook his head helplessly, and continued drinking.
Quietly in the courtyard.
A shadow quietly jumped into the house. The domestic dog, who had just gotten up and was about to bark, suddenly whined twice and collapsed to the ground. Sombra moved quickly in the shadows with light hands and feet. As if he knew the layout of the courtyard, he came to the inner house with ease. I glanced at the brightly lit room not far away, and the dark shadow quietly touched the back house.
Boom! The door is broken.
A figure was like an arrow from the string, breaking through the door halfway, and headed straight for the shadow.
I've been waiting for you.
Suffer to death. Zhuo Yinghai burst out with hatred and punched the opponent in the back.
Poochie! The bloody fist suddenly pierced through the opponent's chest.
Zhuo Yinghai suddenly waved his hand. The other party was like a tattered doll, smashing a wall with a bang, and instantly disappeared.
Brother Zhua, have you caught it? Li Jun followed closely. The dark house lights up. More than a dozen strong men holding lanterns and torches quickly surrounded the inner house. Not quite right.
Zhuo Yinghai frowned. 3 or 5 strong men stepped forward and plucked people out of the rubble. Li Jun stepped forward and tore off the man in black's face towel. A thin face of about 40 years old appeared in front of everyone.
Who is this? Li Jun was stunned.
Zhuo Yinghai's heart became heavier.
This is definitely not Chen Jia, the age is not right. Looks like he's really gone. Zhuo Yinghai couldn't help sighing.
He made a fuss about the other party's house. He thought that the other party would take advantage of the night to attack and kill, but unexpectedly, an unknown person came.
2 days later. It's still the 5-entry mansion. I found out, it's a local thief.
Li Jun's face was ugly.
This house is his own private house, outsiders do not know. Unexpectedly, it was targeted by local habitual thieves.
He also quietly got the topographic map of the courtyard.
He sneaked in that night, just because he was chased by the casino. He wanted to come here to steal some money to pay off the debt. Forget it.
Zhuo Yinghai let out a lonely sigh. Li Jun has not been idle for the past 2 days. Send someone to help him search the Lijiang Acropolis.
There is still a bounty in the dark. Unfortunately nothing. I'll go back tomorrow.
Zhuo Yinghai waved his hands in disappointment.
Brother Zhua, wait 2 more days. I still don't believe it. There are people I can't find in the little Lijiang city. Li Jun said bitterly.
I couldn't find it after using so much power, and I was even robbed by a little thief, which is a shame.
Gotta do something about it. Forget it.
Zhuo Yinghai sighed. My concubine gave birth to twins and 2 sons. Zhuo Yinghai pressed the corner of his mouth to keep it from turning up.
Without one, there are 2. Alas, that's it. Roughing is because I didn't teach it well and provoked people who shouldn't be provoked.
I have to train these 2 young sons well, but I can't let them follow Fonger's footsteps.
Oldly, are there any local specialties in Lijiang Acropolis? I'll bring some back to my son tomorrow. Well, also burn some for roughing. Zhuo Yinghai looked at Li Jun earnestly. Li Jun, why should I congratulate you, or should I exhort you to mourn? You are making me a mess. Hongdo Wharf.
Carrying a small cloth bag, Chen Mu briskly boarded the passenger ship returning to Nanyang City. It was the 3rd day after the raid, and he decided to leave the Lijiang Acropolis quietly.
As expected, I'm still that honest and kind good person.
Chen Mu was very glad that his heart was not darkened. He was actually out that night, but conscience triumphed over the influence of the sinister world on him. On the way, he met a bad gambler who was cornered. Seeing how pitiful the other party was being beaten by debt collectors, he kindly gave the other party a topographic map of wealthy people. I hope that the other party can suspend their urgent needs and save their lives. As for the traps, containment, and ambush, Chen Mu said he didn't know anything about it.
It's still good people get good rewards.
Chen Mu was very grateful to the bad gambler.
The boat traveled for a long time, completely away from Lijiang City. Chen Mu walked out of the room.
His room is on the top floor of the building, and there is a public viewing platform in the direction of the bow. Chen Mu wandered to the viewing platform, leaning on the railing to enjoy the calm river.
Chen Mu couldn't help squinting his eyes as the cool river breeze blew. The most dangerous place is the safest place.
Everyone knows that Chen Jia has come to the Lijiang Acropolis. I never imagined that Chen Jia would return to Nanyang City.
Chen Mu thought happily.
Suddenly, a sigh came from not far away. A burly old man with half-white hair, about 50 years old, leaned on the railing. Chen Mu couldn't help turning his head to look.
Little brother is going to Nanyang Mansion City, the old man asked amiably. It seems that we are on the same road. Chen Mu responded kindly.
Why do I look familiar to my little brother?
The old man wondered. Chen Mu also frowned slightly. I feel the same way too. Probably when did you meet me?
The old man was relieved after thinking about it.
It may be my public face. Chen Mu also smiled. Old husband Zhuo Yinghai, what is your surname, little brother? Zhuo Yinghai asked with a smile. Oh, don't worry, my name is Mu Chen.
Chen Mu replied with a smile.